All my life I kept early hours exercised regularly. Never imagined I'd only live to 80. My dream of longevity. His heart heaved a long sigh. His cloudy eyes were filled with unwillingness. He could clearly feel his dwindling life slipping away at an alarming pace. This was the taste of death. 60 years ago, Ye Kaishan had transmigrated physically into this world, believing he could reach the pinnacle of longevity and roam freely between heaven and earth. But he soon discovered that cultivation in this world did not depend on looks. It depended on innate root bone talent. As a transmigrator who stayed up late and tinkered with handiwork, his root bone quality was predictably terrible. The root bone grades of this world from low to high were common, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, divine, immortal. Each grade was further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme. Ye Kaishan only possessed the pitiful common lower root bone. Forget longevity. He could barely practice even basic martial arts. Throughout his entire life, day and night, without rest, tireless effort, he had only reached the 8th layer of martial warrior. He had never even touched the threshold of cultivation, the chi refining stage. Even so, it was still shocking, because in the eyes of others, common lower root bone made it absolutely impossible to reach the 8th layer of martial warrior. Father, are you hungry? You haven't eaten all day. A graceful, middle-aged, beautiful woman walked in from outside, leading a little girl of a few years by the hand. Ye Kaishan struggled to sit up. The beautiful woman hurried forward to support him. I cannot eat. My time is short. From now on, the Ye family is in your hands. The beautiful woman was not Ye Kaishan's daughter, but his daughter-in-law. 3 years ago, his only child had died in an accident, leaving behind this widow, an orphan. In his youth, Ye Kaishan had devoted his heart entirely to the Tao. Later, when age caught up, he had no choice but to accept fate, marry a wife, and have a child. 10 years ago, his wife had also departed. Thus, among the 4 great families of Qingshan town, the Ye family's numbers had dwindled, forced to entrust everything to a widow. Grandpa Tong Tong doesn't want you to die. The 5-year-old little granddaughter climbed onto Ye Kaishan and began to cry. Beside her, the daughter-in-law also sobbed softly. Be good, Tong Tong, don't cry. All men must die. Some light as a feather, some heavy as Mount Tai. Grandpa has lived a life worth living. Ye Kaishan laughed heartily, but his eyes were filled with endless unwillingness. He truly did not want to die. At that moment, a maid's announcement came from outside the door. Master, the town's matchmaker Hua Gu requests an audience. A matchmaker? Ye Kaishan was stunned. His cloudy eyes flickered with a contemplative look. What did a matchmaker want with him at a time like this? What business does she have? If there's nothing important, tell her to leave. I don't wish to see guests. He was already half in the ground. Why would he receive visitors? The maid hesitated, then gritted her teeth. Hua Gu said. She wants to arrange a marriage and concubine for the master. A concubine? Ye Kaishan's expression froze, his face gradually darkening. This was no concubine business. Someone had set their eyes on the Ye family fortune. System trigger keyword detected, branching out, system loaded successfully. The host has no sons. Please marry wives and take concubines as soon as possible to propagate the family line. Wah. What? He was utterly shocked by this sudden voice. A golden finger. The legendary golden finger had arrived at last. After calming down, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. System, are you 60 years late? He was almost in the grave. Every part of him was stiff except his bones, and certain functions had long since rusted from disuse. Not late. Timing is correct. Please host, marry, and bear children soon to propagate the family line. Do you really think I can still propagate in this condition? Do I look capable? Ye Kaishan asked irritably. Newbie gift pack issued. Please check. Now that's more like it. Ye Kaishan eagerly opened the gift pack. Inside was a dual cultivation technique called the Yin-Yang Supreme, innate skill custom-made for propagating the family line. Besides that, there were also several pills. Ye Kaishan nodded in satisfaction, then began examining the system functions. Branching out was divided into 2 parts, taking concubines and bearing children. Completing each would reward 5 years of lifespan. The higher the root bone of the children born, the richer the reward. Additionally, when descendants bore children, they too would receive partial rewards. To prevent overproliferation with mixed quality, the system had another function. It could appraise a woman's aptitude. From low to high, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. The assessment criteria comprehensively considered appearance, figure, temperament, root bone, fortune, and other aspects. Seeing this, Ye Kaishan activated the function and looked toward his daughter-in-law Mu Wanqing beside him. Immediately from atop her head, a column of yellow light shot upward. Not bad. No wonder my daughter-in-law manages the household so well. Ye Kaishan thought to himself, for an ordinary woman, without cultivation, yellow already meant she was virtuous and kind-hearted. Father, are you all right? Mu Wanqing saw him in a daze and called out tentatively, sighing inwardly. Her father-in-law truly had little time left. When she and her children were left behind, how could they possibly defend the family fortune? I'm fine. Ye Kaishan came to his senses, a smile of someone in their final moments spread across his face as he called loudly toward the door. Xiao Ju, tell Huagu to wait in the reception hall. I'll be there shortly. Father, mother, you're forcing me to marry an 80-year-old man. You're pushing me straight into a fire pit. Outside the Su family gate, a young woman in simple, yet exquisite clothing stood glaring defiantly at a middle-aged couple, her delicate brows knitted with stubborn resolve. Silly girl, this is for your own good. The Ye family patriarch is already half in the grave. He can't do anything to you. Once he passes, the entire Ye family fortune will be yours. By then you'll still be a maiden. What kind of man couldn't you find? The middle-aged woman said with a sly smile, her eyes gleaming with calculation. I won't marry. If you want him, you marry him yourself. The young woman shook her head, her face full of defiance. Slap. A sharp, crisp slap rang out as the middle-aged man struck her hard across the face. You ungrateful wretch. Listen to your mother obediently. If you ruin this, I'll break your legs. Matchmaker Hua is here. Hurry over and make a good showing. Make sure the Ye family patriarch takes a fancy to you. The man spoke viciously, exuding the air of a scoundrel. The young woman, covering her cheek, shot a fierce glare at her parents before following Matchmaker Hua through the grand gates of the Ye estate. Led by the young maid Xiao Ju, they soon arrived at the Ye family's reception hall. Wait here. Our patriarch will arrive shortly. Matchmaker Hua was a heavily made-up, flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman whose smile revealed layers of flesh on her face, bowing and scraping obsequiously toward Xiao Ju. Much obliged, much obliged. After Xiao Ju left, and once she was certain no one was around, she finally turned her gaze to the young woman behind her. Now listen, Su Mei. When the time comes, you must make a good showing. The fact that the Ye patriarch agreed to see me means he has thoughts of taking a concubine. From what I can tell, the Ye patriarch has at most 3 months left. Just endure 3 months, and the entire Ye household will be under your control. From then on, untold wealth and endless luxury. Don't forget this old matchmaker. Matchmaker Hua revealed her ugly true face, whispering with greed flooding her eyes. Sume paid her no attention, her face wooden and blank. What young girl doesn't dream of love? At 18, in the bloom of youth, how could she willingly marry an old man? At that age, he'd be barely able to move his lips, leaving her nothing but exhaustion. The patriarch arrives. At that moment, Ye Kaishan entered, supported by his daughter-in-law, walking like rotting wood, each step wobbling, as if a single breeze could topple him. Matchmaker Hua's eyes lit up. It seemed she had been conservative. At the rate he was going, 3 months was optimistic. He might not last even 1. Sume grew even more desperate, her gaze unfocused and hollow, standing like a wooden statue. Meanwhile, Ye Kaishan finally noticed the young woman behind Matchmaker Hua. Though plainly dressed, she was extraordinarily beautiful. He secretly activated his system's scanning function. Instantly, a dazzling green light rose from the young woman's body. Damn! Such potent vitality. Ye Kaishan's heart trembled. This woman was actually a tier higher than even his daughter-in-law, her comprehensive rating reaching the green level. Lord Ye, may you enjoy boundless fortune and peace. Matchmaker Hua rose, beaming as she spoke. Today I've come presumptuously to say no more. I agree. Before she could finish speaking, Ye Kaishan cut her off and agreed decisively. All 3 people in the hall were stunned. That was far too abrupt. After a brief moment of confusion, Matchmaker Hua tentatively asked, in that case, shall we hold the wedding a month from now? 1 month is too long. I seize the present. 1 day from now. Ye Kaishan declared decisively, his words shocking everyone. Sume was left dumbfounded, standing in place, questioning her entire existence, until Matchmaker Hua dragged her away. Once Ye Kaishan agreed, Sume's parents were naturally overjoyed, especially upon hearing the wedding would be held the very next day. The longer they waited, the more things could change. Quicker was better. Soon news of the Ye family patriarch taking a concubine spread throughout all of Qingyun town, causing quite a stir. A man on the verge of death was taking a concubine. The Ye patriarch has no sons. He probably wants to produce an heir, though it might be a bit too late. The people of Qingyun town discussed this privately among themselves. Those who received invitations had already begun preparing congratulatory gifts, getting ready to attend the wedding the following day. After seeing off the matchmaker, Ye Kaishan returned to his room, supported by his daughter-in-law. Mu Wanqing hesitated, wanting to say something. She could not understand why Ye Kaishan would take a concubine in his condition. Wanqing, you may go. Ye Kaishan dismissed his daughter-in-law. Once she had left, he laboriously sat up from the bed and took out the pills rewarded by his system. He needed to restore his body first. Otherwise, during the wedding night, he could only watch helplessly and would be completely unable to carry out his grand plan of continuing the family line. The Yin-Yang Supreme Primal Art was a dual cultivation technique that emphasized the harmony of Yin and Yang. In addition to this technique, there were also 3 pills: the Tiger Yang Golden Pill, the Great Restoration Pill, and the Qi Blood Pill. The Tiger Yang Golden Pill, as its name suggested, was a precious medicine for strengthening the body and restoring vigor. The Great Restoration Pill and Qi Blood Pill were excellent supplements for martial artists, extremely valuable. In his entire life, Ye Kaishan had never eaten more than a few. He then consumed the pills to regulate his body. In the blink of an eye, a full day had passed. The long quiet Ye family estate had now been decked out in festive decorations, buzzing with excitement. Today was the rare occasion of the Ye family patriarch taking a concubine. Nearly all the distinguished guests of Qingyun town had been invited. Soon when Ye Kaishan appeared in his bright red ceremonial robe, everyone revealed looks of astonishment. Now Ye Kaishan's face glowed with health, his steps were firm and steady. Though his hair remained white and his face lined with wrinkles, his entire spirit and vitality had undergone a tremendous transformation. Where was the look of a man half in the grave? On this joyous day, the Ye patriarch appears to have received a final burst of vitality. This must be his scheme, taking a concubine for good luck, attempting to extend his lifespan. Lu Jianghe, the patriarch of the Lu clan, one of the 4 great families of Qingyun town, said with a smile. Compared to Ye Kaishan, he was in the prime of his life, brimming with qi and blood. Ye Kaishan is already 80 years old and was gravely wounded in his youth. He's long since burned out. I reckon after the grand wedding he'll drop dead. I wonder which family's lucky girl gets to inherit the estate by marrying in. The patriarchs of the other 2 great families said with smiles. The 4 great families were in constant, hidden rivalry, far from harmonious on the surface. The auspicious hour has arrived. At the call, Ye Kaishan and Su Mei bowed to heaven and earth. The ceremony concluded. Congratulations to the host on successfully taking a concubine. Branching achieved, lifespan 5. Please complete the spreading leaves task as soon as possible. Instantly, Ye Kaishan's body stirred as he felt a surge of tremendous life force flood in, making his entire being appear even more radiant and vigorous. Exhilarating. Though he had gained only 5 years of life, he felt that all his bodily functions had reached an inconceivable state. A warm current traced across his abdomen. Stirring with anticipation. What followed was the bridal chamber night. It was the wedding night. Ye Kaishan lifted the bride's red veil, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty, almost flawlessly perfect. After careful adornment, Su Mei at 18 appeared even more radiant, brimming with the vibrant essence of youth. It's getting late. We should rest. Without hesitation, Ye Kaishan gently lowered the woman onto the bed. Fear seized Su Mei's heart, trembling like a startled fawn. For some inexplicable reason, she felt Ye Kaishan seemed much younger at this moment, radiating an aura of masculine vitality. The lights were extinguished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for improving your spiritual roots, reaching the upper grade of mortal level. Hearing this notification, Ye Kaishan's spirit surged, pressing on with renewed vigor. When the night concluded, Ye Kaishan emerged from the bridal chamber utterly satisfied. Empowered by the Tiger Yang Golden Core, his combat prowess was no less than in his prime. Despite a sleepless night, he felt no fatigue. Most importantly, the spiritual roots that had troubled him for so long had improved. Though still of mortal grade, every little bit counts, does it not? The only concern weighing on his mind was whether at his advanced age he still possessed the ability to procreate. To verify this thought, in the following month, Ye Kaishan balanced cultivation with exertion while also indulging in tonic foods, tiger penis, deer antler, and the like, consumed like daily meals. After all, the Ye family was quite wealthy, and these mortal remedies were well within their means. Finally, after 1 month, Su Mei successfully conceived. Only then did Ye Kaishan feel at ease. Su Mei herself was dumbfounded. She had never imagined that Ye Kaishan not only had the capability, but was also remarkably potent. After becoming pregnant, Su Mei gradually accepted Ye Kaishan. Though he still appeared old, neither handsome nor dashing, an older husband knew how to cherish his wife. Moreover, as the matriarch of the Ye family, she enjoyed treatments she had never experienced before. Clothes brought to her, meals served to her, buying whatever she desired. Suddenly, Su Mei felt this was quite good. If only Ye Kaishan were a bit younger and more handsome, it would be perfect. One day, Su Mei's parents, Su Changwei and Li Chuanhua, arrived at the Ye family estate. Mimi, how's that old geezer doing? Is he about to? Su Changwei's intentions were clear, getting straight to the point. They were still waiting for Ye Kaishan to kick the bucket so they could cash in and move into the Ye family home through their daughter's connections. Hearing this, Su Mei frowned and replied coldly, "Watch your tongue. That's my husband, the head of the Ye family. If he overhears you, you won't want to live." Yes, we understand. Su Changwei and Li Chunhua seemed oblivious to their daughter's change, still thinking they were showing concern. Your father's meaning is, how is the Ye family head's health lately? Li Chunhua pressed further, her tone laden with suggestive undertones. Su Mei remained impassive, a glimmer of disgust flickering in her eyes. My husband's health is excellent. I am now pregnant. Pregnant? Su Changwei and Li Chunhua stared in utter bewilderment, then cautiously inquired, Whose else? Obviously Ye Kaishan's. At these words, a hint of shyness crossed Su Mei's gaze. The two were completely stunned. The matchmaker Hua Gu had said Ye Kaishan had at most 3 months left. How could he possibly impregnate Su Mei? Chaos. Everything was in chaos. Their original plan had instantly fallen apart. Mimi, how could you be so careless? Li Chunhua raged, stamping her feet, then her expression suddenly changed to a smile. This is actually good. Your position in the Ye family will be even more stable. When Ye Kaishan dies. Enough. Su Mei's cold shout interrupted her. She then drew out 200 taels of silver from her bosom. Take this money and leave the Ye family. I never want to see you appear here again. I'm afraid my husband would misunderstand. At these words, both their expressions changed, staring at Su Mei in disbelief. What do you mean? You heartless wretch. Now that you've grown wings, you want to abandon your own parents. Li Chunhua berated furiously. So you still remember you're my parents. It was you who drove me to become heartless. Take this money and leave quickly. Su Mei's voice was cold and resolute. How dare you defy? Su Changui raised his hand to strike. Go ahead, hit me here. But I'm carrying the Ye family's bloodline. If anything goes wrong. Su Mei pointed to her belly, her brow filled with unyielding resolve. Su Changui shivered, quickly withdrawing his hand. Gritting his teeth, he snatched the silver, dragging Li Chunhua as they fled like startled deer. On the other side, after a month of cultivation, Ye Kaishan's realm finally broke through to the 9th level of the martial artist stage. It had been 20 years since his last breakthrough. This long-awaited breakthrough stirred his entire being. With upper-grade mortal spiritual roots, cultivation was indeed much faster than before. Combined with the pills granted by the system, even at his advanced age he had broken through the barrier. However, Ye Kaishan was far from satisfied. He began contemplating taking another concubine. At the martial artist realm, lifespan wouldn't increase much. Instead, the pursuit of strength would drain one's potential, accumulating hidden injuries and ailments over time. Only by breaking through the threshold of immortality to the chi refining stage, transforming the body from within and altering the essence of life, would there be a qualitative leap. Chi refining cultivators could easily live to 100 or more with a maximum lifespan of 200 years. After foundation establishment, lifespan would further increase, reaching 200 to 300 years. Next, Ye Kaishan began instructing his clan members to search for concubines, making taking a concubine the family's primary strategic objective. Though Ye Kaishan was advanced in years, perceived by outsiders as someone about to return to the earth, the Ye family was undeniably wealthy, a prestigious clan of considerable reputation in Qingyan town. The moment news spread, matchmakers began making arrangements. 2 months later, the highly skilled Hua Gu, with her practiced expertise, soon knocked on the Ye family's gate. This time she introduced a daughter of a hunter's family named Wu Nanchuan, age 19. Having trained with her father since childhood, Wu Nanchuan had developed excellent skills and already possessed the cultivation of a 4th-level martial artist. Upon learning this, Ye Kaishan immediately took interest. Family head Ye Wu the hunter says he'll marry his daughter to you for 500 taels. I've already brought her. Would you like to take a look? Hua Gu's fleshy face beamed with sycophantic eagerness. Bring her in for me to see. Ye Kaishan lounged in his chair, waving his hand dismissively. Shortly after, Hua Gu returned, behind her a woman of exceptionally tall stature and athletic beauty. Her long legs seemed capable of breaking a man's waist. At first glance, she resembled a female leopard, radiating an untamed wild essence. Ye Kaishan sat upright, secretly activating the system to examine her carefully. Instantly, a column of yellow light rose from the woman. Yellow. Not bad. Ye Kaishan nodded secretly. Wu Nanchuan's looks were inferior to Su Mei's only 80 points, but her martial arts talent was remarkable. Her physique was splendid and her spiritual roots even reached the extreme mortal grade. Excellent. I'll take this concubine. Go back and tell Hunter Wu the 500 taels will be delivered immediately. Ye Kaishan slapped his thigh, declaring loudly. The next day, word spread through Qingyun town that Ye Kaishan had taken another concubine. Everyone was dumbfounded, wondering if the old man had lost his mind. And it never seemed to end. Su Mei had no objections to Ye Kaishan taking another concubine. The Ye family's lineage was dwindling, and they needed to expand their progeny. Moreover, she was already pregnant and unable to attend to him, so having another wife to share the burden was not a bad idea. 3 days later, the Ye family celebrated yet another joyous occasion, and everyone bustled about with preparations. Drums beat loudly and firecrackers echoed through the air. Ye Kaishan, dressed in a vibrant red robe, bowed together with Wu Nanchuan to heaven and earth. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking a concubine and completing the progeny expansion. Lifespan +5. As the system prompt sounded, a smile curved at the corner of Ye Kaishan's lips. 5 more years added to his lifespan. He was already looking forward to the wedding night ahead. Ding. Congratulations to the host for improving his bone structure to the supreme level of mortal grade. The following day, Ye Kaishan emerged leaning against the wall, his steps unsteady. He felt completely drained. It had been too hasty. Wu Nanchuan, being a martial artist who hunted year-round, possessed a physical condition far surpassing Su Mei's. Naturally, her prowess was extraordinary. This will not do. I must take 10 or 8 more concubines. Ye Kaishan cried out in his heart. Only by taking more concubines could he gain more lifespan, otherwise it would not be enough to sustain him. He had to press forward despite the difficulties. Ye Kaishan quickly summoned the matchmaker Hua Gu to continue helping him arrange things. Although Hua Gu's appearance was less than favorable, her professional skills were unquestionable. Hua Gu was somewhat stunned upon hearing that Ye Kaishan wanted to take more concubines. However, when he promised to double her compensation, she immediately set to work without hesitation. After that, Ye Kaishan balanced his encounters with Wu Nanshan while awaiting good news from Hua Gu. 3 months later, through his relentless efforts, Wu Nanshan finally became pregnant. Meanwhile, Su Mei was already 6 months pregnant with 4 months remaining until delivery. At the same time, Hua Gu brought good news. Because Ye Kaishan was old with many demands requiring a young and beautiful wife, the task was quite difficult. After several months of effort, they finally found someone suitable. This woman was named Wang Shifeng, a well-known widow in Qingyun town who had lost her parents in childhood and her brothers in adulthood. After finally getting married, her husband died mysteriously on their wedding night. Her husband had been a renowned martial artist, young and robust, in excellent health. Yet he died in the bridal chamber. It was inevitable that people would suspect something was wrong. Given Wang Shifeng's experiences growing up, the townspeople came to regard her as an ill-omened widow. Master Yi, I have spoken with Wang Shifeng. She says if the Yi family does not disdain her, she is willing to marry into your family. Let me tell you a secret. She is still a virgin. The matchmaker Hua Gu said with a wicked grin, tossing out this bombshell to ensure Ye Kaishan would not refuse. Wang Shifeng. Ye Kaishan fell into thought. He remembered this woman. A few years ago when her husband died, it had caused quite a stir. As a prominent figure in Qingyun town, Ye Kaishan had been present at the scene. Her husband had not died under mysterious circumstances at all. He had succumbed to either a heart attack or cerebral hemorrhage. In other words, during their wedding night, the man had been so overwhelmed with excitement that he simply expired. Bring her here, so I can see her, Ye Kaishan said. Shortly thereafter, Hua Gu arrived with a beautiful woman, dressed simply, though her elegance could not be concealed. She appeared older than both Su Mei and Wu Nanshan, approximately 25 years of age. Lacking the fresh vitality of a young maiden, she possessed instead the charm and allure of a mature woman. Especially captivating was the allure in her eyes and brows that made one's heart flutter. Ye Kaishan's gaze flickered and an orange glow immediately emanated from Wang Shifeng's body. Though the orange hue was merely ordinary, it confirmed Wang Shifeng was a normal woman rather than some cursed soul. As Ye Kaishan studied Wang Shifeng, she was secretly observing him in return. The woman was somewhat surprised internally. Ye Kaishan now radiated vigor and appeared younger than he had several years prior. Very well, let it be so. The date is set for 1 day hence. Ye Kaishan spoke no idle words and made his decision immediately. He could scarcely contain his anticipation. A day later, the Yi family once again adorned their residence with lanterns and decorations, leaving the people of Qingyun town utterly speechless. When they learned that Ye Kaishan was marrying Wang Shifeng, their astonishment knew no bounds. Does Ye Kaishan think he is not dying fast enough? He will not even spare a widow. Beast. Absolutely despicable. What good is marrying many women? At his age, that old sword of his has probably lost its edge long ago. The guests attending the wedding banquet whispered among themselves, torn between envy and jealousy. After completing the heaven and earth vow, Ye Kaishan gained another 5 years of lifespan. Eagerly, he entered the bridal chamber, ready to continue spreading his lineage, and soon experienced the breathtaking beauty of Wang Shifeng. No wonder her previous husband died of a cerebral hemorrhage from excitement. It turns out Wang Shifeng possesses a special constitution, Ye Kaishan thought, with a private smile. The candle was extinguished. The hours that followed were so delightful he would not have traded them for being an immortal. His sole regret was that his bone structure had not been enhanced as a result. There was a qualitative transformation between mortal grade and yellow grade bone structures, for yellow profound earth and heaven grades were collectively known as spiritual roots. Only those possessing spiritual roots held the qualification to embark upon the path of immortality. Early the next morning, Ye Kaishan emerged from the bridal chamber thoroughly satisfied. In the days that followed, he focused his attentions on Wang Shifeng, since both Su Mei and Wu Nanshan were already pregnant and simply awaiting the birth of their children. 2 months later, heaven rewarded his perseverance, and Ye Kaishan finally succeeded in planting the seed. Wang Shifeng was pregnant. Another 2 months passed before the cry of a newborn echoed throughout the Yi residence. Su Mei had given birth, and Ye Kaishan's first child was born. Waiting outside the delivery room, Ye Kaishan finally felt relieved. Although this was not an ordinary world, Su Mei remained fundamentally mortal. Congratulations, Master Yi, it is a boy, the midwife said with delight as she held the newborn. Congratulations to the host for expanding your lineage and bringing your first child into the world. Lifespan +5. Rewards 100 low-grade spirit stones, yellow-grade high-tier artifact Azure Rainbow Sword, and the Jade Pure Chi refining technique. Detected that the host's first offspring possesses a spiritual bone, yellow-grade low-tier spiritual bone. Additional reward lifespan +5. Offspring 1 family prestige 78. Please continue your efforts to expand your lineage. A series of system notifications sounded continuously and Ye Kaishan was deeply moved. This first child's rewards were quite generous. Spirit stones served as currency within immortal sects categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade tiers, with each level exchanging at a ratio of 10 to 1. These were valuable treasures. Not only could they purchase items from the immortal world, but they could also be utilized for cultivation, something ordinary mortals could never access. Furthermore, there was a magical artifact and a chi-refining technique. In the past, these were treasures beyond even his wildest dreams. Good lad, you truly give your father a delightful surprise, Ye Kaishan said with satisfaction. Not only were the rewards substantial, but this child also possessed a spiritual bone, a sign of potential for cultivating immortality. Generally speaking, for someone with mortal-grade bones to produce a child with a spiritual root required extraordinarily powerful fortune. It was clear that Su Mei's golden opportunity was well-deserved. Ye Kaishan cradled the newborn in his arms, walking gently to the bedside. Wife, you have endured much hardship. Su Mei lay upon the bed, her breath faint and frail. She was no cultivator, and giving birth was far from effortless, like a hen laying an egg. Gazing upon the infant wrapped in swaddling clothes, a maternal radiance illuminated her face. Husband, let me see the child. Ye Kaishan gently placed the baby beside Su Mei, his eyes filled with tender affection. Husband, please give our child a name. Su Mei smiled weakly, gazing lovingly at the infant nestled beside her. How about Ye Fan? Ye Kaishan hesitated for a moment, then said with a smile. Ye Fan. Does husband wish for our child to walk the earth steadily and live an ordinary life? The meaning is quite lovely. I like it. Su Mei nodded softly, savoring the name, before smiling with satisfaction. She loved this unassuming, yet genuine name. Ye Kaishan smiled without speaking, thinking secretly, my foolish wife, you have no idea of the significance behind the name Ye Fan. Shortly after Ye Kaishan's first child was born, news of it spread rapidly. Previously, no one had even known Su Mei was pregnant. Now that this news suddenly emerged, people were utterly shaken. Everyone in Qingyun town was filled with questions, utterly perplexed. Who said Ye Kaishan was on his deathbed? How could a man on his deathbed father a child? The heads of the other three major families felt as if they had swallowed flies. They had been waiting for Ye Kaishan to die, so they could devour the Ye family's assets. Instead, not only had the man not died, he had actually started having children. Following this, the entire Ye household launched a 3-day celebration for the newly arrived young master. His daughter-in-law Mu Wanqing bustled about, taking charge of household duties, while also having to call 3 women younger than herself little mothers. She couldn't understand what medication her father-in-law had taken. Ever since taking concubines, she could clearly sense he was growing younger. One could only say that this blessing had struck with tremendous force. The banquet was extraordinarily grand. Ye Kaishan personally made an appearance, exchanging cups and conversation with guests from all directions, laughing and chatting merrily. The 3 family heads who had been thoroughly neglected watched Ye Kaishan's spirited appearance with peculiar expressions, muttering amongst themselves. I feel like this old fellow is getting younger by the day. Could he be practicing some kind of devouring yang demonic technique? I don't sense any evil chi about him. If he were practicing demonic arts, the Yunlan sect would have destroyed him long ago. Could he have actually embarked upon the path of immortality? The 3 family leaders whispered amongst themselves. The current Ye Kaishan was visibly younger. The originally pure white hair, now threaded with wisps of black. The wrinkles on his face had diminished, becoming smoother and more supple. Even his posture straightened, making him appear like a vigorous 60-year-old devoted to health preservation. With Ye Kaishan's spiritual roots, it's absolutely impossible for him to enter the path of immortality. Perhaps he harbors some unknown secret. Ma Delu, the head of one of the 3 families, spoke mysteriously. We must find a way to probe him. Lu Zhenghe pondered. They were all martial artists. They couldn't allow Ye Kaishan to secretly enter the immortal sect. By the way, Brother Zhao, if I recall correctly, you have a precious daughter who has reached marriageable age. Why don't we? Ma Delu glanced at Zhao Gang, the head of the Zhao family, with an ingratiating smile. Are you suggesting I marry my daughter to Ye Kaishan to gather intelligence? Zhao Gang preempted Ma Delu's thoughts and spoke them aloud. More or less that idea. Absolutely not. My daughter is beautiful as a flower, just 16 years old. How could I marry her to Ye Kaishan? That would be throwing her into a fire pit. Zhao Gang flatly refused, shaking his head vigorously. Alas, younger brother, you are blessed beyond measure. If your Fian marries into the Ye family, once Ye Kaishan dies, won't the entire Ye household fall under your control? If you also master Ye Kaishan's secret, you would be the first to know. Then you would only need to share a little with us 2 brothers. Lu Zhenghe whispered, adding with genuine envy, I almost wish I had a daughter like you, little brother. Then, very well. After careful consideration, Zhao Gang was finally persuaded. I'll go back first to do some ideological work with my daughter. The banquet concluded. 1 month later, Su Mei's body had recovered. Ye Kaishan made his efforts once more, and another month passed. She became pregnant again. This speed left Su Mei somewhat astonished. She hadn't expected that barely after giving birth, she would be pregnant again. Husband, I notice you are becoming younger by the day. One day, gazing at Ye Kaishan amusing the child, Su Mei suddenly remarked, of course your husband here has made a minor breakthrough in cultivation, increasing his lifespan considerably. Ye Kaishan replied casually with a smile. A breakthrough in cultivation. Husband, you've entered the qi refining stage. Su Mei was astonished. Not quite. Ye Kaishan shook his head gently. The qi refining stage is the first realm of cultivation. Without spiritual roots, how could one enter the immortal gate? Indeed, without spiritual roots one remains merely a mortal. Su Mei sighed ruefully then laughed self-deprecatingly. But our son does have spiritual roots, you know. Ye Kaishan said with a smile. What? You mean Fanner has cultivation spiritual roots? Su Mei gasped, her excitement overwhelming as she snatched up little Yi Fan and examined him intently. In truth, she could discern nothing. Indeed, though my son possesses only grade F inferior spiritual roots, he already qualifies to seek the Tao and pursue immortality. Ye Kaishan nodded with a smile. When Fanner is older, I will send him to the Yunlan sect. Though Fanner has spiritual roots, they are the lowest grade. It won't be easy for him to join the Yunlan sect, will it? Su Mei began to worry again. No problem. I have an old friend there. Her words carry considerable weight in the Yunlan sect. Ye Kaishan said calmly, his gaze distant, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Su Mei nodded without pressing further, unaware of just how much influence Ye Kaishan's old friend possessed. 2 months later, Wu Nanshun finally gave birth. Ye Kaishan's second child had arrived. Ding, congratulations to the host for the birth of the second child. Lifespan 5. Offspring 2. Family reputation 107. Please continue your efforts, expand branches, and spread leaves. Ye Kaishan felt a twinge of regret. This time no child with spiritual roots had been born. Nevertheless, he cherished this one nonetheless. This birth was a daughter whom he named Yi Jing. 2 months later, Ye Kaishan successfully planted another seed in Wu Nanshun. Before long, it was Wang Shifeng's turn to give birth. This child was another son still, without spiritual roots. Ye Kaishan contemplated briefly and named this child Yi Changshan. As the 2 children were born one after another, the people of Qingyun town felt increasingly bewildered. If the first child was an accident, then the subsequent 2 demonstrated genuine capability. One day, through a combination of incentives and pressure, Zhao Gang finally convinced his daughter. Thus, he brought his daughter Zhao Fian to knock on the Yi family's gate. At this moment, Ye Kaishan walked out from Wang Shifeng's quarters with a satisfied expression. After much effort, he had finally gotten her pregnant. Just as he was contemplating taking a 4th concubine, he received word from the maid Xiao Ju that the head of the Zhao family wished to see him. Bring them to the reception hall. Soon after, Ye Kaishan sat in a mahogany chair, and in the distance, he saw Zhao Gang approaching with a young woman. The woman appeared to have just come of age, with a delicate frame and pretty endearing features of the adorable type. With a slender waist that could be spanned by 2 hands and graceful movements, she radiated the scholarly elegance of a noble family's daughter. Master Yi, my heartfelt congratulations. Zhao Gang burst into laughter, his face beaming with delight. Zhao Gang, what brings you? Ye Kaishan asked, puzzlement evident in his tone. He and Zhao Gang's father were of the same generation, which explained his casual address. Today I have come to arrange a blessed union. What does Master Yi think of my daughter? Zhao Gang inquired with a smile, drawing his daughter forward. Your daughter possesses extraordinary beauty, truly worthy of being called the most beautiful woman in Qingyun town. Ye Kaishan paused before speaking truthfully. If he were to rate Su Mei at 88 points, then Zhao Fian would easily deserve 90. Haha, you are too kind, far too kind. Zhao Gang laughed heartily, radiating immense pride. Controlling his mirth, he proposed, I wish to wed my daughter to Master Yi. What are your thoughts? Marry me. Ye Kaishan was inwardly startled, his expression turning peculiar. Without immediately responding, he secretly activated his system to inspect Zhao Fian. What he saw made his heart tremble. A green radiance emanated from her, remarkably intense, even more so than Su Mei's. This was a woman greener than Su Mei. Ye Kaishan's heart was shaken, yet his surface remained calm and composed. He spoke steadily. Zhao Gang, your daughter is so beautiful. How could I possibly refuse? Straightforward. Zhao Gang's joy was palpable, though he feigned hesitation. However, my daughter requires 10,000 taels of gold as a betrothal gift. Can Master Yi agree to this arrangement? 10,000 taels of gold was no small sum. Ye Kaishan hesitated, but only for an instant. He was nearly a cultivator now. How could worldly wealth capture his attention? I accept. However, I too have a condition. Ye Kaishan smiled. What condition? Zhao Gang asked, puzzled. After I take your daughter as my concubine, we shall each address the other by our respective ranks. You cannot take advantage of me. Ye Kaishan stated. Very well. After a moment of silence, Zhao Gang reluctantly agreed. After the Zhao father and daughter departed, Ye Kaishan immediately informed Mu Wanqing to begin preparations for taking another concubine. The wedding was set for 3 days later. Just as impatient as always. The 3 days passed swiftly, and the Ye family hung red lanterns once more with everyone bustling about in chaos. Ye Kaishan, dressed in crimson robes, went through the ceremony with practiced ease. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking a concubine. Reward lifespan 5. Now came the moment Ye Kaishan had most eagerly anticipated. Gently supporting Zhao Fian's slender waist, he guided her into the bridal chamber. Another night of indescribable heavenly pleasure unfolded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for improving physique, reaching Huang grade lower tier. I finally have spiritual roots. The night swiftly passed. The next morning, Ye Kaishan woke early, radiant with energy. His bride Zhao Fian had long since collapsed into an exhausted slumber. He quickly returned to his own room and securely shut the door. With spiritual roots acquired, he could now attempt cultivation techniques. The Jade Pure Qi refinement method, recently rewarded by the system, would prove perfectly useful. The cultivation methods of mortals differ fundamentally from those of immortals. Only those lacking spiritual roots are forced out of necessity to train their fists and feet, strengthen their bodies, and cultivate martial arts to become warriors. Those with spiritual roots can directly bypass this stage, attempting to draw qi into their bodies and embark upon the path to immortality. Now Ye Kaishan possessed both spiritual roots and a qi refining technique, a day he had anticipated for far too long. Beyond the Jade Pure Qi refinement method, another technique awarded by the system, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Supreme Art, could also be cultivated. This dual cultivation technique did not merely drain Yin to supplement Yang, but provided mutual replenishment of both. Long-term cultivation benefited both practitioners, enhancing constitution and cultivation power. Immediately, Ye Kaishan retrieved spirit stones and began his cultivation. For a considerable period thereafter, he did not venture outside. Only after generating a trace of spiritual energy and successfully entering Qi refining stage first level did he finally stop. Drawing Qi into the body, dispersing it throughout meridians opened, resonating with heaven and earth. Qi refining stage. After 60 years of transmigration, I have finally touched the threshold of cultivation. Ye Kaishan was deeply moved, yet sentimental. The journey had been incredibly arduous. Upon entering the Qi refining stage, heavenly and earthly spiritual energy entered his body, nurturing his life force and strengthening his physique from within, completely unlike warriors. His gaze then became resolute. I must take more concubines to enhance my spiritual roots. Where others became immortals through 100 refinements, I, Ye Kaishan, shall become 1 through 100 concubines. If 100 is not enough, then 1,000, 10,000. He then strode out decisively, nearly forgetting that Zhao Fian's conception remained unconsummated. Only by siring more children with spiritual roots could he obtain more generous rewards. Zhao Fian was of green tier quality, and Ye Kaishan sensed she would likely bear children with spiritual roots much like Su Mei. A little over a month later, Zhao Fian finally conceived, and all his wives were now pregnant. Ye Kaishan thus found time to enter seclusion for cultivation. Though his spiritual roots were poor and cultivation resources scarce, it mattered not. He had something invaluable: lifespan. Should his lifespan fall short, he could simply take a few more concubines. While Ye Kaishan cultivated, his wives gave birth one after another. However, to his disappointment, Su Mei Wu Nanxuan and Wang Shifeng did not give birth to children with spiritual roots. When Zhao Fian's time came, Ye Kaishan waited anxiously yet expectantly. A loud infant's cry rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for expanding your lineage. A child with Huang grade middle tier spiritual roots has been detected. Reward lifespan 10. A reward spell: Fire Cloud Finger Primary Spirit Gathering Array. Hearing the system notification, Ye Kaishan smiled. As he had anticipated, Zhao Fian had given birth to a child with spiritual roots, and not just any but Huang grade middle tier roots. Not only did this child have 5 extra years of lifespan compared to ordinary children, but the rewards were excellent as well. A cultivation spell for the Qi refining stage and a primary spirit gathering array. With this array, he could gather all the spiritual energy from the surrounding area to the Ye family estate. In this way, cultivation speed would increase tremendously. In the future, Ye family members cultivating would enjoy exceptional advantages. Ye Kaishan entered the delivery room, cradling the child beside Zhao Fian, and softly whispered in her ear, "You have labored hard. I have good news for you. Our son possesses cultivation's spiritual roots." "What? Is that truly so, husband?" Zhao Fian was startled, nearly rising from bed in excitement. She naturally understood what this meant. "Truly." Ye Kaishan nodded. After recovering from the emotional moment, Zhao Fian said, "Husband, please give our child a name." Ye Kaishan paused, then smiled. "His name shall be Ye Chun." 1 year later, Su Mei Wu Nanxuan and Wang Shifeng successively gave birth to 1 child each. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 10 descendants. The family has begun to take shape. Reward: 500 low-grade spirit stones, 1 low-grade spirit field. Holy shit. A spirit field? Ye Kaishan was shocked. This was a precious treasure. Generally, only cultivation sects and immortal families possessed such things. The grading of spirit fields was quite simple: low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, supreme grade. Spirit fields could accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs. Once they reached a certain age, they would become legendary spirit herbs used for refining spirit pills. One could also directly transplant spirit herbs or plant spirit herb seeds within them, reaping numerous benefits. Ye Kaishan examined the introduction. This spirit field was approximately 50 square meters. Not large, but perfect for him. If it were too large, it would easily be discovered and bring disaster. Immediately, Ye Kaishan ordered the backyard garden to be flattened, claiming he wanted to plant some flowers and grasses. Then he placed the spirit field inside, concealing it from prying eyes. He planted flowers and grasses around it, and had people purchase precious medicinal herb seeds or mature herbs with years of growth to plant within it. Given enough time, these herbs might evolve into spirit herbs. For the current Ye Kaishan, what he had was time. No hurry, just wait patiently. However, after this expenditure plus the betrothal gifts and expenses for recently taking concubines, the fortune Ye Kaishan had accumulated over the years was nearly drained. In the past, besides himself, the Ye family only had one daughter-in-law and a little granddaughter, with the rest being servants. They hardly spent anything. But now it was different. With 4 more wives and 10 children, the number of maids and laborers had to be increased. The Ye family previously had only a few dozen people, but now it had grown to over 100. Financial crisis. I must find a way to get money quickly. As the family head, Ye Kaishan felt tremendous pressure. He never expected that at over 80 years old he would experience that urgent feeling of not knowing where his next meal would come from, reminiscent of his youth. Though the family's silver was insufficient, he still had several hundred spirit stones. Ye Kaishan began contemplating. He planned to travel outside and exchange his spirit stones for silver, then purchase some spirit pills and herb seeds. Qingyan town was too small. Spirit stones simply couldn't be circulated here. Even if they could be used, he didn't want others to know he possessed so many spirit stones. Actions speak louder than words. Ye Kaishan immediately bade farewell to his wives, saying he would travel far to do some business. The women roughly understood the family's recent situation, expenses exceeding income, so they didn't stop him, merely reminding him to be careful while away. After Ye Kaishan left, Zhao Fian returned to the Zhao family. She had a purpose for this visit. "Daughter, you're pregnant again." Zhao Gang looked at his daughter's swollen belly, feeling utterly speechless. He thought Ye Kaishan was quite the stud. That man alone had made the Ye family flourish with descendants. Lu Jianghe and Ma Delu had long since become numb. They waited and waited, watching Ye Kaishan's children increase day by day, showing no sign of entering his grave anytime soon. "Yes, father." Zhao Fian gently nodded, softly stroking her belly. She was thinking that this child, too, must be born with a spirit root. "Where's Ye Chun? Why didn't you bring him back?" Zhao Gang was somewhat disappointed, wanting to see his little grandson. "Father, I've returned this time because I have important business to discuss with you." Zhao Fian went straight to the point. "What's the matter? Could you have discovered Ye Kaishan's secret?" Zhao Gang's eyes lit up with interest. "No. What I want to tell you is that my son Ye Chun has the potential for cultivation. Therefore, I hope you'll spare no effort to help the Ye family. Better yet, lend me 100,000 taels to bring back." Zhao Fian glanced around and spoke in a low, grave voice, her eyes filled with pride. "What? My grandson has cultivation potential. Could he possibly have a spirit root?" Zhao Gang was greatly shocked, even ignoring the latter part of her words. "Indeed, a yellow-grade, middle-quality spirit root." Zhao Fian's chin lifted almost to the heavens. Whoosh! Zhao Gang abruptly stood up and paced excitedly around the hall. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked at his daughter. "What was that last thing you said? Lending you 100,000 taels to bring back." "That's right, 100,000 taels." Zhao Fian nodded affirmatively. You ungrateful, treacherous daughter. Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Zhao Gang huffed and puffed with rage. Their 4 great families had always been in covert competition. When he originally agreed to marry his daughter to the Ye family, it was because he planned to wait until Ye Kaishan died. Then, using the Zhao family's power, he would help Zhao Fian take control of the Ye family. Now, before Ye Kaishan had even died, Zhao Fian was already asking the family for money to subsidize the Ye family. Like throwing meat buns at a dog, gone with no return, and then asking if you have any more. What a beast. None. Absolutely nothing. Zhao Gang was so furious, he nearly flipped the table. "Father, you must remain calm. Think about it. Once my son enters the path of immortality, the Ye family will very likely become a cultivation clan. At that time, if they lend even a little help, wouldn't the Zhao family soar to greatness?" Zhao Fian spoke calmly. Being well-educated and exceptionally wise, she naturally understood what mattered most. This is what they call a father rising through his daughter. She elegantly added at the end. Upon hearing these somewhat rebellious words, Zhao Gang was surprisingly quiet. He didn't fly into a rage. He felt his daughter made a valid point. A person with a spirit root was no ordinary mortal. Cultivators could wipe out families like theirs with a snap of their fingers. Very well, but there are no 100,000 taels. I only have 10,000 taels. After a moment of silence, Zhao Gang made his decision and spoke. 80,000 taels. 20,000 taels. After some bargaining, Zhao Fian left with 50,000 taels, feeling satisfied, and returned to the Yi family. Meanwhile, Ye Kaishan, riding a swift horse, arrived in Baiyang City over 800 li away after traveling for most of the day. Having just entered the qi refining stage, he was still incapable of flying on a sword, so he could only travel by horse. Baiyang City was one of the cities of the Yan Kingdom. There were cultivation families here, as well as various merchant guild stations selling all manner of magical weapons, pills, and rare treasures. Therefore, it was also a must-visit place for nearby wandering cultivators where they could trade for what they needed. Ye Kaishan disguised himself and entered the city, first going to a money shop to exchange some silver. Most people used money to exchange for spirit stones for cultivation, but someone like Ye Kaishan who exchanged spirit stones for silver was extremely rare. Ye Kaishan used 10 spirit stones to exchange for 100,000 taels of silver. Then he went to a merchant guild selling spirit herbs and purchased some easy-to-cultivate spirit herbs along with seeds. Finally, he went to the pill assembly buying some pills. The 500 low-grade spirit stones were spent completely. Spirit stones truly don't last long. Ye Kaishan sighed in his heart, and his urgency to take concubines and bear children grew even stronger. Ye Kaishan spent all 500 spirit stones and returned to Qingyun town smoothly without encountering any derogatory or provocative individuals along the way. Upon learning that Zhao Fian had brought back 50,000 taels from the Zhao family, he was left both amused and bewildered. He then went to the back garden and carefully planted the purchased seeds and spirit herbs in the spiritual fields, waiting for the harvest. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The seeds he had sown matured, and Ye Kaishan's 4 wives had all given birth. Ding, congratulations on hosting offspring with spiritual roots. Lifespan 10. Reward 100 low-grade spirit stones and 1 storage ring. Sume gave birth to a child with a medium-grade yellow spiritual root. It seems that as my bone structure improves, the probability of bearing offspring with spiritual roots also increases. Ye Kaishan thought to himself, but there was another crucial point. Whenever he shared intimacy with them, he secretly cultivated the supreme yin-yang primordial art. The women's physiques grew increasingly robust. Even after bearing children successively, their appearances and figures remained largely unchanged. However, Ye Kaishan knew that no matter what, he could not simply indulge recklessly with them. Thus, through the efforts of numerous matchmakers, Ye Kaishan carefully selected and took 3 more wives in one go. Each of these 3 women had just come of age, tender and delicate, like lotus blossoms rising from water, their beauty ratings hovering around 80 points. Their qualities were all orange and yellow grade. 2 years later, the master of the Yi family took concubines once again, this time 3 at once, delivering yet another minor shock to the people of Qingyun town. Congratulations on successfully taking concubines. Lifespan 5. Congratulations on successfully taking concubines. Following 3 consecutive prompts, Ye Kaishan felt a mighty surge of vitality flood into him, invigorating his spirits all at once. Next came the wedding night. The following day, Ye Kaishan pushed open the door refreshed and invigorated. It was enjoyable indeed, but unfortunately his bone structure had not improved. It seems I need a celestial woman or a partner of exceptionally high quality, otherwise my bone structure will be difficult to improve. At present, Ye Kaishan's cultivation was only at the 2nd layer of qi refining, advancing very slowly, mainly because his spiritual root quality was too low. Though he thought this way, Ye Kaishan understood deep down that at his current cultivation level, no ambitious cultivator woman would ever take an interest in him. 2 months later, all 3 newly taken wives conceived successfully. 3 months later, 3 children were born, none of whom possessed spiritual roots. A year later, all his wives had given birth. This time, however, Zhao Fian joyfully delivered a child with a spiritual root. Ding! Congratulations on bearing a spiritually rooted offspring. Reward lifespan 10, 100 spirit stones, and a spirit herb cultivation manual. Offspring count 20. Family prestige 289. Host is urged to continue nurturing and expanding the lineage. Offspring count has reached 20. Family scale elevated. Reward 1 vial of qi nourishing pills and true fire 9-fold pill art. Ye Kaishan examined the child's spiritual root and found it to still be medium grade yellow. The successive rewards, however, greatly delighted him. True fire 9-fold pill art was a top grade yellow level alchemy technique. Such an esteemed alchemy technique was considered extremely precious even within immortal sects. Cultivating this method allowed one to generate pill fire within the dantian for use in alchemy. Additionally, it encompassed all pill formulas below top grade yellow, as well as every formula for mortal grade pills. Wonderful treasure, truly a magnificent treasure. After a thorough understanding, Ye Kaishan became even more elated. With this, the spirit herbs in his backyard spiritual fields would finally be put to good use. Having mastered the art of alchemy, there would no longer be any need to worry about the Ye family's livelihood. Alchemists were among the wealthiest individuals in the cultivation world. Thus Ye Kaishan sprang into action immediately, first settling his wives and sowing seeds of hope. Only then could he peacefully cultivate, dedicating every moment except meals to studying the art of alchemy. His cultivation progress was not neglected either, thanks to the spirit stones and chi-nourishing pills rewarded by the system. Chi-nourishing pills were low-grade yellow elixirs specifically designed for the early stages of chi cultivation, capable of enhancing the speed of cultivation. A year later, Ye Kaishan's cultivation reached the third layer of chi refining. Before long, a slender red flame flickered at his dantian. Extremely faint, yet its aura was no trivial matter. This was the alchemical fire condensed from true fire ninefold pill art. Aside from refining pills, its power was equally formidable, perfectly capable of slaying enemies and seizing treasures. Finally, I've crossed the threshold, though alchemy still eludes me somewhat. Ye Kaishan did not rush to begin refining pills, for at his current cultivation level, alchemy would be exceedingly strenuous. Moreover, he lacked the necessary alchemy tools. He needed to find time to visit Baiyang City for procurement before launching his grand alchemy plan. 3 years later, Ye Kaishan's cultivation reached the fifth layer of chi refining. This was a watershed moment in the chi condensation stage, where spiritual energy flowed like a stream. The body secreted worldly impurities and hidden ailments, and old injuries gradually healed. It took him exhausting all his spirit stones and 1 vial of chi-nourishing pills to reach such a realm. Additionally, the alchemical true fire at his dantian had gradually formed into a red lotus, indicating that his grasp of true fire ninefold pill art had reached the level of genuine mastery. Only by mastering the fire in one's dantian at will could one refine pills. This was the fundamental requirement of alchemy. Yet this very requirement barred countless aspirants from entering the gate. Offspring count has broken through 30. Family scale further elevated. Reward: 500 low-grade spirit stones and 1 medium-grade yellow spiritual artifact. Over these 3 years, Ye Kaishan's 7 wives had not been idle. Although the frequency of childbirth had slowed considerably, his offspring count still exceeded 30. His eldest son Ye Fan was now 8 years old, having reached the initial age for cultivation. Ye Kaishan prepared to leverage an old acquaintance to send his eldest son to Yunlin sect. However, before taking this step, he intended to discuss it with Su Mei. Upon learning of this, Su Mei was deeply reluctant to part with her son, but for his future prospects, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Ye Kaishan summoned Ye Fan and spoke with a grave expression. Fan, her father offers you a choice. Would you prefer to remain with the family or go to Yunlin sect to train and cultivate to witness a broader world? Only 8 years old, yet Ye Fan's countenance was resolute, and his bearing steady, appearing nothing like a typical child of his age, for he was the elder brother of more than 30 younger siblings. Upon hearing his father's words, he nodded firmly, without the slightest hesitation. Father, I will go to Yunlin sect. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my son Ye Kaishan. Ye Kaishan praised him warmly, his face radiating deep satisfaction. He promptly wrote a letter and sent a messenger to Yunlin sect 500 li away. Shortly afterward, a reply arrived. Ye Kaishan immediately packed his belongings, accompanied by Ye Fan, mounted a swift horse, and rushed toward Yunlin sect. That evening they lodged at an inn at the mountain's base. The next day, father and son arrived early at the gates of Yunlin sect. Today was not a recruitment day for Yunlin sect, but rather a day when Ye Kaishan leveraged his connections, preparing to pull strings. After explaining their purpose, father and son waited quietly at the gate. Not long after, several women broke through the sea of clouds, descending gently from the mountain peak, like celestial maidens gracing the mortal realm. At the forefront stood a woman whose striking beauty commanded attention. Her phoenix-shaped eyes naturally seductive, yet radiating an aura of authority. Her long black hair was elegantly styled into an ornate coiffure, completing her magnificent and dignified appearance. She appeared to be in her late 20s, no longer carrying the youthful freshness of a girl. Years had graced her with a distinct and captivating charm. The woman was named Yan Shuetian, one of the elders of Yunlin sect. Accompanying her were several women at the chi refining stage, each possessing their own unique elegance and ethereal bearing, utterly unlike ordinary mortal women. They descended lightly before the mountain gate. Ye Kaishan, leading Ye Fan, hurried forward to greet them, his gaze never leaving Yan Shuetian. You are Ye Kaishan. Yan Shuetian regarded Ye Kaishan, who had come with a child, and let out a surprised question. Miss Yan, indeed it is I. Ye Kaishan replied with a playful grin, as though stepping back into the past. Miss Yan. A flicker of awkwardness passed through Yan Shuetian's eyes. She could scarcely believe that after all this time, at 80 years old, someone still called her Miss Yan. The title carried such a sense of bygone eras. It has been over 50 years since we last met. I never expected you to have aged so much. Yan Shuetian spoke with a touch of melancholy, then glanced at Ye Fan with a hint of envy. And you already have a child. Indeed, it has been a long time. Ye Kaishan gave a forced chuckle. He now looked merely in his 50s, a vast improvement from his former near-death appearance. Yet he was still being complained about for being old. Still, compared to the 30-year-old him from over 5 decades ago, he had clearly fallen short. Through a few simple exchanges, long-buried memories slowly began to surface. Over 50 years ago, when Ye Kaishan had already been transported to this world for 10 years, he was still struggling along, seeking immortality in all directions. One day he encountered Ye Shuitan, severely injured and on the verge of death, returning from a sect mission. As a young man from Blue Star raised with a strong sense of justice, encountering a beautiful woman inevitably led to a classic rescue. Thus Ye Kaishan rescued Ye Shuitan and cared for her for 3 months before her injuries gradually improved. During those 3 months, his meticulous consideration and a temperament that no man of this world possessed won her heart. Moreover, he roasted meat to perfection. His series of gestures quickly drew Ye Shuitan's affection and stirring of emotions. But by then Ye Shuitan was already at the 9th layer of Qi, refining an outstanding disciple of Yunlan sect. While Ye Kaishan was merely an ordinary martial artist, the gap in their status was insurmountable. In the end, that thin barrier was never broken. Ye Kaishan feared he could not penetrate an immortal maiden's defenses. Proud and ambitious, he resolved to first embark on the path of immortality before confessing his feelings to Ye Shuitan. With grand aspirations, he departed resolutely. What followed was a ruthless beating from life itself, crushing his confidence until he dared not even attempt to approach an immortal maiden again. Over these decades, they maintained only occasional correspondence through letters. Now, seeing Ye Shuitan once more, that bold thought long buried in his heart suddenly resurfaced. As they conversed, Ye Kaishan subtly activated his system function to examine Ye Shuitan. Instantly, a column of cyan light erupted from above the woman's head, a color transcending ordinary green. Holy crap! Cyan! Ye Kaishan's heart trembled. Looking more closely, Ye Shuitan's root bone had already reached the profound grade. Profound spiritual root combined with cyan. This means she can certainly bear a child with a profound spiritual root. That was his immediate thought. Ye Kaishan, I didn't expect you to have produced a child with a spiritual root. Ye Shuitan, unaware of Ye Kaishan's anomaly, fixed her gaze on Ye Shuitan's body beside her. Purely by chance, purely by chance. Ye Kaishan brushed it off with a laugh, then asked seriously, what do you think about having Fanner join your sect as a disciple? Although his aptitude is ordinary, our Yunlan sect can certainly take in one child. Ye Shuitan nodded gently, decisively. A wave of melancholy and sighing swept through her heart. Having not seen him in many years, the once spirited young man had bowed to life's demands, taken a wife, and raised children. Looking at this, he had also had a child late in life. Considering their past bond, why not give him a hand? The expectation buried deep in her heart gradually faded at this moment. That's wonderful, thank you for your trouble, Ye Kaishan said with a smile, though inwardly he mumbled, there may be many more troubles for you in the future. Fanner, listen to your Aunt Yin while I am away. Father will come see you whenever possible. Ye Kaishan turned to instruct his son. Father need not worry. Fanner will certainly not let you down. The merely 8-year-old Ye Fan said with grave seriousness, displaying a maturity beyond his years that left Ye Shuitan and the other female immortals quite astonished. Could this truly be the maturity of an 8-year-old child? The hour grows late. I shall take my leave. Ye Kaishan clasped his hands and offered the women friendly smiles, both to Ye Shuitan and those accompanying her. These women possessed extraordinary looks and demeanors, perhaps useful in the future. His current ambitions no longer extended merely to mortal women. Master, how do you know him? After Ye Kaishan had walked far away, a woman clad in white robes as pure as snow with hair like a cascading waterfall asked curiously from beside Ye Shuitan. She could feel that her master's feelings toward this man were extraordinary, profoundly unusual. Stop your prattling. Do not ask what you should not. You have already reached the peak of Qi refining. Focus on foundation establishment. Ye Shuitan rebuked sharply, attempting to appear dignified, yet everywhere she looked, she seemed merely flustered and embarrassed. When Ye Kaishan returned home, he had barely sat down before the matchmaker, Huagu, arrived at his door. Master, Ye, wonderful news. The moment they met, Huagu greeted him with a beaming smile. Cut the nonsense. Which family's daughter is it this time? Ye Kaishan said irritably, thinking to himself how dedicated this matchmaker truly was. This time I guarantee your satisfaction. Huagu smiled triumphantly. Do you know the mayor's daughter? After much persuasion on my part, her family has agreed. Ye Kaishan's expression shifted slightly. The mayor Su mentioned by the matchmaker was named Su Youwei, an official dispatched by the Yin Empire to Qingyan Town, responsible for maintaining order here. Previously, rumors had circulated that Su Youwei hailed from a cultivation aristocratic family, whose clan was one of the prominent families in the Yin Empire's capital. Excellent. You deserve a reward, Ye Kaishan declared loudly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Bring the girl here for me to see. Ah, very well. Huagu nodded repeatedly. Once she succeeded in matchmaking a couple, she would receive 200 taels of silver as a reward, making her work incredibly energizing. Not long after, Hua Gu returned leading a woman. Ye Kaishan's eyes flickered and he secretly observed her. Only when a yellow radiance emerged did he withdraw his gaze. Her quality was decent, but she lacked a spiritual root. This disappointed him somewhat. Nevertheless, the woman's appearance was remarkably refined, carrying the grace of a noble household. Judging solely by her face, she scored at least 85 points, especially those eyes bright and tender, utterly captivating. By the old rules, the date is set for 3 days. Ye Kaishan made his decision. 3 days later, the Yi residence hung red lanterns once again. Su Youwei's daughter was named Su Yueru, having just turned 19 this year. She was the most admired beauty in Qingyun town, and even the Ma family had attempted to court her, but to no avail. When everyone in Qingyun town learned that Su Yueru would marry Ye Kaishan, there was another wave of shock. Ma Delu was so furious that he nearly smashed his table to pieces. On the day of the concubine wedding, the Yi residence was bustling with activity, everyone busy as bees. This was Ye Kaishan's 8th concubine. The townsfolk had gradually grown accustomed to it. When the wedding guests caught sight of Ye Kaishan, they could not help but be taken aback. The man before them was far too youthful, a stark contrast from the figure who had married his first concubine. Most of his once white hair had turned black, and he carried himself with unmistakable vigor and commanding presence. At first glance, he was almost handsome. In contrast, Lu Jianghe and Ma Delu bore silvered temples and appeared aged far beyond their years. They had originally hoped to outlive Ye Kaishan, yet now they found themselves the ones being worn down by his longevity. Does this bastard eat longevity pills for every meal? Ma Delu cursed under his breath. A longevity pill can only be taken once, and its price is exorbitant. It simply cannot produce such an effect. I heard Ye Kaishan recently traveled to Yunlan's sect, Ma Delu said, jealousy gnawing at him. Could this fellow truly have embarked on the path of immortality? We have all aged normally. Why would you suddenly take up cultivation? It's hard to say. Lu Jianghe replied mournfully, his gaze distant and unfocused. Congratulations, host. Concubine acquisition successful. Lifespan reward 5. Ye Kaishan led Su Yueru into their bridal chamber, her delicate supple hand stirring feelings of longing within him. He lifted the red veil to reveal a face radiant with youthful vitality and breathtaking beauty. No matter my age, every bride I take remains forever 18. Ye Kaishan mused to himself, and naturally he was lost in bliss. Ding. Congratulations, host. Physique elevated to yellow tier mid-level. Hearing this notification midway, Ye Kaishan found himself even more invigorated. He remained by Su Yueru's side, tending to her with special care until she conceived, only then turning his attention to his other wives. Fertile land must not lie fallow. It requires the sowing of seeds for a bountiful harvest. Thanks to the Yin-Yang supreme primordial art, the women's constitutions did not deteriorate from bearing children. On the contrary, they grew ever more vigorous. Husband, you are so formidable. I am with child once again. Su Mei nestled against Ye Kaishan's chest, her voice dripping with sweetness. She now appeared far more mature, no longer the stubborn young girl she had once been. The remarkable one is you. I have not even unleashed my full strength, yet you have already conceived. Ye Kaishan pressed a fervent kiss to her cheek and laughed heartily. Rascal! Su Mei shot him a tender glare, but as she gazed at his ever-youthful features, a sudden worry settled in her heart. Husband, you grow ever more youthful while I grow old. What if one day you appear my peer, and I become nothing but a decrepit old woman? Fear not, my dear. I shall keep you ever young. Ye Kaishan said gently, his face soft with affection. With the seeding campaign concluded, Ye Kaishan departed Qingyun town at first light the following morning. He intended to travel to Baiyang City and exchange the spiritual artifact bestowed by the system for an alchemy furnace. His supply of spirit stones from the system rewards had been nearly exhausted. He rode hard toward Baiyang City, for only upon reaching the late stage of qi condensation could one wield sword flight. In truth, even cultivators at the late stage of qi condensation rarely engaged in sword flight, as it consumed spiritual energy at a tremendous rate. Thus, during the qi condensation phase, possessing a fine steed proved invaluable. A superior mount could carry one to safety even when pursued by a stronger opponent, for no ordinary horse could match the quality of his. There was nothing they could do to him. Giddy up. At that moment, a woman's cry rang out from afar. Ye Kaishan instinctively brought his horse to a halt and scanned his surroundings. He was positioned within a narrow mountain pass. A blood-stained woman on horseback thundered toward him, her pace exceedingly fast, the hooves nearly smoking from the exertion. Move aside quickly. Upon spotting a lone figure blocking the path, she cried out in desperation. Whoosh! Ye Kaishan narrowly avoided collision as the mounted woman shot past him. Only then did he notice 2 cultivators in black garments pursuing her with murderous intent. One was at the 6th layer of qi condensation, the other at the 5th. The fleeing woman herself was only at the 5th layer of qi condensation. No match for them. Run! Run like the wind. Once I catch you, I'll make you scream in pleasure. Haha, accept your fate. Your entire clan is dead. Why cling to this wretched life alone? The two men laughed wildly. Upon hearing these words, the fleeing woman shuddered, and her pace slowed. Another blind fool blocking the road. Die. The cultivator at the 6th layer spotted Ye Kaishan and flicked his wrist, sending a streak of dark light hurtling toward him, radiating a chilling gleam. It was a flying sword, and at such close range evasion seemed impossible. A chill seized Ye Kaishan's heart, and he instinctively dove aside, tumbling desperately from his saddle. The flying sword grazed past him, carving a deep gash across his arm and exposing bare bone. He had escaped death by a hair's breadth. Beasts! Filled with shock and fury, Ye Kaishan seethed. From start to finish he had not uttered a single word, yet they had immediately attempted to take his life. Such was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Hey, impressive. You actually managed to dodge my killing strike. The man smiled wickedly, summoning his sword back, and regarded Ye Kaishan with utter contempt. Die? I shall avenge my parents. In the blink of an eye the woman swung around and charged back with her sword drawn. That's the spirit. Behave yourselves, and we'll grant you a swift death. The two black-clad men erupted in raucous laughter, moving in unison to subdue the woman first. Ye Kaishan observed everything without expression, his left hand slipping behind his back to summon the green rainbow, sword, a yellow-tier, high-grade spiritual artifact. He watched and waited for the perfect moment. Now, seeing the woman on the verge of defeat and the two assassins exposing their openings, Ye Kaishan struck without hesitation. The green rainbow sword blazed with azure radiance, piercing through the chest of the 6th layer cultivator with the force of thunder. You? The man struggled to turn his head, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Ye Kaishan. Fool. Sometimes killing does not require decapitation. Ye Kaishan stated coldly. Channeling spiritual energy through his flying sword, he swiftly dispatched the second man while he remained stunned. The woman stood frozen, staring at Ye Kaishan in utter disbelief. What is your name? Ye Kaishan asked, already striding over to the corpses and beginning to search for loot. I am Shui Binger, she replied after a pause. Through their conversation, Ye Kaishan learned that she hailed from a prominent cultivation family, which had been wiped out by enemies not long ago. Only Shui Binger had managed to escape. Where do you plan to go from here? After learning of her predicament, Ye Kaishan asked. I do not know. Shui Binger shook her head, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Ye Kaishan stepped forward, facing her directly, and said with earnest sincerity, If you have nowhere to go, I will give you a home. Give me a home. Shui Binger was stunned and didn't immediately understand Ye Kaishan's meaning. After a moment, her face flushed crimson. This was ridiculous. They had only just met and he was already proposing marriage. Wasn't this progressing far too quickly? Ye Kaishan continued, Just now I used the system to check your quality. It emitted a green glow. Your foundation and bones have reached the upper grade of yellow rank. Such a spiritual root combined with this quality would easily produce offspring with spiritual roots. The color quality is a comprehensive assessment based on multiple factors of a woman, although Shui Binger was quite handsome, nearly comparable to Zhao Fian. Her foundation and bones also reached the upper grade of yellow rank. But her fortune was too poor, otherwise her entire family wouldn't have perished. Ye Kaishan found this acceptable and didn't want to beat around the bush, so he launched his attack, directly planning to bring Shui Binger home and marry her outright. After hearing Ye Kaishan's words, Shui Binger fell silent. Yes, her entire family was gone. Oh, where could she possibly go? I've heard there are many evil cultivators in Yen country who specifically capture beautiful women like you to serve as furnished tripods. Their fate is extremely miserable. Ye Kaishan sensed her interest and continued his offensive. Moreover, with your foundation and cultivation, even if you join an immortal sect, you can only be an outer disciple. Without resources or support, after a few years, if you don't make significant progress, you'll be expelled and become a rogue cultivator. Ye Kaishan wasn't speaking nonsense. Cultivation resources were limited and sects didn't sustain idle people. In the mortal world, most cultivation families were founded by those who had been expelled from immortal sects as failures. For instance, Shui Binger's family was exactly like that. Her father was a chi-refining peak cultivator who couldn't break through to foundation establishment for a long time, was eventually kicked out of the sect, and founded the Shui Manor. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could one establish a foothold in an immortal sect. After a brief silence, Shui Binger lifted her head and gazed at Ye Kaishan's mature face, asking, Can you truly let me rely on you? I can. I know alchemy, so at least your cultivation resources won't be a worry. I also have a family, our prosperity and wealth will equally not be lacking. Ye Kaishan was very straightforward, introducing his family background and showcasing the charm of a mature man. There was no romance or love, there was only strength. Hearing this, Shui Binger was truly swayed. She saw sincerity in Ye Kaishan's eyes. As someone from a cultivation aristocratic family, she knew the cruelty of the cultivation world. Without support, and without resources, it was simply impossible to move forward. I agree to go back with you, but in the future if there's an opportunity, I hope you'll join me in helping me avenge my parents. Shui Binger said solemnly. In the future, I definitely will. Ye Kaishan nodded heavily, his heart bubbling with excitement. Finally, I was about to start taking in immortal maidens. Wouldn't she give birth to a bunch of children with spiritual roots for him? Next, Ye Kaishan took Shui Binger to Baiyang City and exchanged a flying sword for a yellow-grade, mid-level alchemy furnace. In the cultivation world, common magical treasures like flying swords had relatively low prices, whereas rare and difficult-to-forge treasures, like alchemy furnaces, were much more expensive. Seeing Ye Kaishan exchange for an alchemy furnace, Shui Binger couldn't help but secretly nod in approval, thinking that Ye Kaishan hadn't deceived her and that he truly knew alchemy. The status of an alchemist in the cultivation world was indeed very high. I'm the one marrying up, Shui Binger thought to herself. A few days later, Ye Kaishan returned to Qingyan town. He had left alone, but returned with Shui Binger by his side. As soon as he arrived home, Ye Kaishan immediately announced the taking of a concubine and instructed his servants to prepare. When everyone learned that this time he was taking in an immortal maiden from a cultivation aristocratic family, the entire Qingyan town was in an uproar. Everyone was dumbstruck. Was an immortal maiden going to settle in their Qingyan town? The masters of the Lu and Ma families were so envious and jealous that they almost hammered their tables to pieces. Although Shui Binger was only at the 5th layer of qi refinement in the eyes of mortals, she was a lofty, immortal maiden. What virtue and ability does Ye Kaishan have to deserve the favor of an immortal maiden? Damn it, this is more painful than killing me. The two great families wailed. In the future, with the protection of an immortal maiden for the Yi family, how could they still compete with the Yi family? Zhao Gang, the clan leader of the Zhao family, secretly beamed with joy. 3 days later, the Yi family was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners. When Shui Binger appeared wearing a phoenix crown and embroidered robes, everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Actually, Shui Binger's beauty was on par with Zhao Fian's, but the ethereal temperament of a cultivator added considerable points. After paying respects to heaven and earth, the newlywed couple entered the bridal chamber. Husband, be gentle. I'm afraid. As the candlelight extinguished, Shui Binger's shy voice could be faintly heard. How old are you, still so shy? Ye Kaishan chuckled. The ensuing time was naturally indescribably delightful. In the following time, Ye Kaishan worked day and night, pouring his heart and soul into it. Cultivator's pregnancy was more difficult than that of ordinary people. 3 months later, Shui Binger's belly finally started to swell. Only then was Ye Kaishan fully satisfied. After sowing the seeds, he finally found some free time and began attempting to refine pills with the alchemy furnaces he had exchanged for. Starting from the most basic spirit pills. The most basic yellow-grade pills included the Qi-nourishing pill and the spirit-nourishing pill, which enhanced cultivation during the Qi refining stage. The longevity pill increased lifespan. The beauty-preserving pill was the white moonlight in the hearts of female cultivators. These 4 could be said to be the most common and the most popular pills. Ye Kaishan pulled up the few spiritual herbs from his backyard spirit fields, barely collecting enough for several pill formulas, and began attempting refinement. The first pill he refined was the Qi-nourishing pill. From 1 furnace of 9 pills, 5 succeeded, and 4 were failed. For this result, Ye Kaishan was already very satisfied. After all, he had little experience from his first attempt. This success rate could be considered that of a little genius. Next, he refined another furnace of spirit-nourishing pills. This pill acted during the later stages of Qi refinement, and could be considered an enhanced version of the Qi-nourishing pill. 4 pills succeeded, and 5 were failed. Then came the beauty-preserving pill, the favorite pill of women. Ye Kaishan didn't forget his promise to Su Mei to help her retain her youth. The beauty-preserving pill belonged to the upper grade of yellow-grade pills with greater difficulty. However, Ye Kaishan was incredibly lucky and refined 4 successful pills from 1 furnace. As for the longevity pill, he didn't refine it. His lifespan was relatively abundant for him, and he didn't need it temporarily. This refining process lasted for several months. When Ye Kaishan went out with the pills, the several women had already been giving birth one after another. Su Mei, Wu Nanchuan, Wang Shifeng, and Zhao Fian gave birth in succession, adding 4 descendants to the Yi family. Unfortunately, this time no children with spiritual roots were born. Ye Kaishan expressed his understanding. Even cultivation couples couldn't guarantee giving birth to children with spiritual roots. This matter was largely dependent on luck. Thus, he handed the 4 beauty-preserving pills to the 4 women as a postpartum surprise. Preservation elixir. Is this the pill my husband refined? When the 4 women received the pills, they were utterly stunned and dumbfounded. Indeed. After consuming them, you will forever maintain your youth, no longer needing to worry about growing old. Ye Kaishan smiled as he spoke. A mere casual smile was enough to make the women feel that he was extraordinarily handsome at that moment. Although he appeared to be around 50 years old and not particularly handsome, his charm was irresistibly radiating outward. The women, overcome with excitement, immediately threw themselves at him and showered him with passionate kisses. Take it easy, take it easy. You've just given birth and need to recover. No strenuous activity. Ye Kaishan called out loudly, urging the women to calm down quickly. The women released him and composed themselves. Husband, does this mean you've embarked on the path of immortality? Sume asked joyfully. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why Ye Kaishan continued to grow younger, reversing the aging process. That's correct. Ye Kaishan nodded slightly. Upon hearing his affirmative response, the women became excited, once more swarming toward him like water snakes coiling around their prey. Look at you rushing again. Ye Kaishan pushed them aside one by one and quickly retreated from the chaotic scene. He then turned and made his way to Shui Binger. Seizing the opportunity to visit the child, he took out several Yanqi Dan and Yunling Dan, handing them to Shui Binger. Though she came from a cultivation family, her father was only mediocre and possessed no alchemy skills, and the family's spirit stones were far from abundant. Spirit pills like Yunling Dan were something she had barely tasted in her lifetime. Thank you, husband, Shui Binger said gladly as she accepted the pills and pressed a kiss onto Ye Kaishan's face. Several months passed. Shui Binger finally went into labor and gave birth to a daughter. Ding. Congratulations to the host for birthing a child with a high-grade yellow spiritual root. Lifespan 10. Reward 500 low-grade spirit stones and 1 high-grade yellow spiritual weapon. Outside the delivery room, the moment the child was born, a system voice echoed in Ye Kaishan's mind. High-grade yellow spiritual root. Ye Kaishan couldn't wait to push open the door and saw Shui Binger cradling the baby, examining her as if nothing unusual had happened. As a cultivator at the 5th stage of Qi, refining her physique was far stronger than that of ordinary women. Husband, come look at our child. Shui Binger eagerly handed the baby to Ye Kaishan. Beautiful child. She's as lovely as her mother. From now on you shall be named Yi Dong. Ye Kaishan chuckled. After staying for a while, he left the delivery room to inspect the high-grade yellow spiritual weapon rewarded by the system. It was a crimson long blade named Hualing Dao, capable of releasing flames when infused with spiritual energy, making its destructive power astonishing. A few days later, Ye Kaishan took the 500 low-grade spirit stones from the system reward and hurried to Baiyang City to purchase a batch of spiritual herbs. They were used to refine Yunling Dan, and he could also process some popular pills for market trade. Through refining, he could earn double the profit. However, Ye Kaishan had no intention of doing so. As long as he had more children, he would have everything. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. While refining pills, Ye Kaishan cultivated through medicinal pills, reaching the 7th stage of Qi refining. This was a dividing line in the Qi refining stage. Beyond the 7th stage, spiritual energy within his body flowed like a lake, extremely abundant. Moreover, Ye Kaishan discovered that the spiritual energy he refined was exceptionally pure, containing not a single impurity. At first he thought he was a Qi refining genius, but later realized all of this was due to the Yuqing Lianqi Ju. He had assumed it was an ordinary Qi cultivation technique, only discovering the truth through communication with Shui Binger. The Yuqing Lianqi Ju far exceeded the Qi cultivation method Shui Binger practiced. Although Ye Kaishan was currently only at the 7th stage of Qi, refining the amount of spiritual energy he possessed surpassed that of others at the 8th stage, perhaps even more. Possessing spiritual energy beyond his current level granted him combat strength exceeding that of his peers. Additionally, when reaching foundation establishment, he could build a higher quality foundation with greater ease. During these 3 years, Ye Kaishan not only strengthened his cultivation, but also took in another concubine of yellow grade. He now possessed 10 concubines in total. Shui Binger's second pregnancy did not produce a child with a spiritual root, but her third delivered a son with a medium-grade yellow spiritual root. Ye Kaishan gained 10 years of lifespan, a substantial amount of spirit stones, and a gourd filled with longevity pills. In the past, he suffered from limited time, but now his lifespan rivaled that of a foundation establishment cultivator. The host's offspring count has exceeded 50. The family scale has increased. Reward, Qian Ranxue Gong low-grade protection formation, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ye Kaishan examined the rewards and couldn't help but light up. The low-grade protection formation, when deployed within the clan, could defend against attacks from cultivators at the peak of Qi refining. With Ye family now having more members, such a protection formation was quite necessary. As for Qian Ranxue Gong, it was a technique that burned lifespan to exchange for combat power. The more you burn, the greater the strength gained. What the hell does this think I'm living too long? Ye Kaishan was at a loss for words. Others paid with money, but he was paying with his life. Nevertheless, although this technique was ridiculous, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in dire situations. Moreover, with his abundant lifespan, burning a little was fine. Though he cursed aloud, Ye Kaishan secretly thought it was excellent, and quietly began cultivating. After some time, Ye Kaishan concluded his mundane cultivation period and began planting seeds of hope in fertile soil. With his 10 wives now, each cycle would yield 10 offspring. He intended to breed fiercely, reaching hundreds, thousands, even 10,000. For at every milestone, the system was certain to grant generous rewards. Through Ye Kaishan's tireless efforts, the women gradually conceived. Meanwhile, his children grew older, and his son, Ye Chen, born to Zhao Fian, had reached the age to begin cultivation. One day, after consulting with Zhao Fian, Ye Kaishan decided it was best to send him to Yunlan sect for cultivation. Ye Chen himself agreed, eager to train alongside his eldest brother Ye Fan at Yunlan sect. Thus, after sending a letter, Ye Kaishan set out with his son Ye Chen toward Yunlan sect, arriving at the sect's mountain gate the following day. After announcement, not long after, Yan Shuetian's figure emerged, followed by two women. Upon seeing Ye Kaishan, she paused slightly, clearly surprised by his youthful appearance. Now appearing merely 40 years old with his tall, elegant frame and distinguished bearing, Ye Kaishan was quite the distinguished gentleman. Compared to their last encounter, he seemed to have aged down an entire generation. Qi refining. 7th stage. Yan Shuetian's eyes narrowed as she sensed the spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from him, nearly gasping in shock. This was deliberate. The old man intentionally releasing his spiritual energy so his former acquaintances would understand. Previously, Ye Kaishan had been low-key, but this time, he needed to make an impression. He intended to win over Yan Shuetian as quickly as possible. When did you begin your path to immortality? Yan Shuetian hurried forward, her tone carrying urgency. Ye Kaishan smiled, faintly, a note of weathered experience in his expression. It has been a very long time. Why didn't you tell me? Yan Shuetian asked. What would it change even if I told you? Would you be willing to rekindle things with that rascal from the past? Ye Kaishan pressed his gaze, piercing, locking onto Yan Shuetian's eyes. That single look struck her like lightning, and she quickly averted her gaze, turning her head away. Is this your second child? Yan Shuetian suddenly shifted the subject, her eyes falling on the young Ye Chen. In such a short span, the fellow had already sired a second child. Ye Kaishan let out a forced laugh. I'm troubling you all again. I understand. You may go about your business if there's nothing else. Yan Shuetian waved a dismissive hand, a trace of irritation lingering beneath her composure. May I see Ye Fan? Ye Kaishan asked. Go ahead, he's in the back mountain. Find him yourself. Yan Shuetian had no desire to linger. With those words, she took Ye Chen and flew toward the sect entrance. Her heart trembled with agitation. Look at you getting so flustered. I can't do anything to you after all. Ye Kaishan murmured under his breath, watching her retreating figure as he made his way toward the back mountain. Soon he arrived at his destination. This area was dotted with numerous caves, each one the humble dwelling of ordinary disciples from the Yunlan sect, who came here to cultivate in solitude. Yan Shuetian never even bothered to tell me which cave my boy is in. Ye Kaishan grumbled to himself. He began making his rounds, checking cave after cave, calling out at each entrance, Ye Fan, your father's here. But this approach quickly incited widespread outrage. Some of the female cultivators took him for a lecher and began shouting for him to be seized, surrounding him in a hostile mob. A chorus of beautiful voices rose around him, dazzling and disorienting. Fair ladies, please don't misunderstand. I'm no cad. I'm simply searching for someone. Ye Kaishan raised his voice to explain himself, and after considerable pleading, the female cultivators finally lowered their flying swords, though skepticism still lingered in their eyes. To make amends, he produced a gourd nearly a foot tall and poured out a handful of pills, his own refined qi-nourishing pills. A modest token, nothing more. One for each of you, Ye Kaishan said with a smile. His ordinary gesture struck the women as extravagantly lavish. Ordinary disciples at the Yunlan sect received only 3 low-grade spirit stones per month, 36 annually. Even with task rewards, they might scrape together 100 at most. Yet a single qi-nourishing pill cost dozens of low-grade spirit stones. What are you standing there for? Take them. Ye Kaishan shook the gourd as if to say there's plenty more. Instantly the women's expressions shifted, their eyes gleaming with new light as they looked at him. This man was mature, wealthy, and remarkably generous. It was impossible not to feel drawn to him. In that moment, the women abandoned all restraint, each grabbing a qi-nourishing pill. Ye Kaishan distributed over a dozen pills in quick succession, yet he felt no regret. This was an investment. The women, now quite hospitable, escorted him to the cave where Ye Fan resided. Scarcely had they reached the entrance when the women began calling out eagerly. Ye Fan, your father's here. Junior brother Ye Fan, your father has come to see you. Hearing the commotion, Ye Fan emerged from his cave and immediately spotted his father, Ye Kaishan, surrounded by a group of chattering women, their laughter ringing through the air. Ye Fan had grown into a handsome youth, tall and dignified, carrying himself with quiet composure. Father, what brings you here? He asked, approaching swiftly. I brought your younger brother Ye Chen to the Yunlan sect, and thought I'd stop by to see you. Let's go inside and talk. Ye Kaishan strode into the cave dwelling, and father and son settled in for a long conversation. After some casual chat, they finally got to the matter at hand. Ye Fan had already reached the second stage of qi condensation. After a thorough assessment, Ye Kaishan passed down the jade pure qi cultivation technique to him, sternly warning him not to reveal it to anyone. He then left behind some spirit stones and pills before rising to depart. Once outside, Ye Kaishan bid farewell to each of the female cultivators individually. Fair ladies, I must be going. I entrust my son Ye Fan to your care. Should you ever need my assistance, simply come to Qingyan Town to find me. Ye Kaishan waved a hand, leaving behind a resolute silhouette as he departed with effortless grace. At that moment, on spirit elegance peak within the Yunlan sect, Yin Shuetian was engaged in conversation with a woman dressed in white. Tinglan, have you truly made up your mind? Though you failed at foundation establishment, there's still some hope. To leave the mountain now would be such a pity. Master, I've thought long and hard about this. It's not a rash decision. This is my second attempt at foundation establishment, and the chance for immortality in this lifetime has slipped away. Staying here would only bring further sorrow. The woman in white spoke with quiet sorrow. Yin Shuetian sighed deeply. A second failure at foundation establishment meant the odds of success were virtually gone. She could understand such feelings, yet after all these years together, she couldn't bear to let her favorite disciple go. Thank you, Master, for all your guidance. I must take my leave. Ren Tinglan bowed deeply, rising with no lingering attachment. With this parting, our teacher-student bond comes to an end. Yin Shuetian turned away, unable to watch anymore. Meanwhile, Ye Kaishan strolled leisurely, pausing along the way until he reached halfway up the mountain. The scenery was so captivating that he lingered. Suddenly a call echoed from behind him. Brother Ye, wait for me. Ye Kaishan turned to see a young woman in a pink dress hurrying after him. It was one of the women who had taken his qi-nourishing pills earlier. Miss, is something wrong? Ye Kaishan asked with a smile. Well, Brother Ye, I was wondering if I could accompany you back and see. Would that be all right? The woman spoke shyly. Ye Kaishan experienced as he was immediately understood her intentions. He discreetly activated his system function to scan her. A yellow glow emerged from above her head. She possessed a low-grade mortal spiritual root, unremarkable in every other aspect, with an appearance rating of just 80 points. But that didn't matter. He'd eliminate her regardless. What's your name? Ye Kaishan asked. I'm Xie Yue from Xining Town, the woman answered honestly. Ye Kaishan nodded and asked bluntly, will you marry me? Xie Yue froze, caught off guard by his directness. I will, she replied softly. Despite being a disciple of the Yunlan sect, she had only reached the 4th stage of qi condensation and was already in her 30s, though she still appeared youthful and untouched. She knew her chances of foundation establishment were gone. Even if she stayed at Yunlan sect, she'd eventually be sent down anyway, so she might as well secure her future sooner rather than later. Ye Kaishan was handsome and generous, exactly the kind of man she had in mind. Fearful of missing her chance, she had pursued him the moment he left. Then go home and wait for me. Once I've made proper preparations, I'll come marry you. Ye Kaishan smiled. Then I'll wait for you. Xie Yue was overjoyed and immediately dashed back to the mountain gate to bid farewell and pack her belongings. It seemed that even immortal maidens couldn't resist the power of wealth. Ye Kaishan watched the woman depart, lost in thought. Just then a white-clad figure caught his eye. The woman was clad in white, her ethereal bearing making her seem like an immortal descended from a painting. A flicker of recognition crossed Ye Kaishan's mind. He knew her. She was one of the fair maidens who had accompanied Yin Shuetian on that first journey when Ye Feng came to Yunlan sect. She had left a deep impression on him, for among all the maidens her beauty was unmatched, rivaling even Yin Shuetian's in its own distinct grace. He secretly activated his ability to observe and saw a green radiance fly above the woman's head, so dense it was nearly bluish in hue. Her beauty was exceptional, and her spiritual root reached the pinnacle of the yellow grade. Yet her other attributes were lacking, particularly her fortune, which was dark enough to be unmistakable. This confirmed that she was indeed an extraordinarily unlucky woman. Ye Kaishan slowed his pace, deliberately dawdling by the roadside, and only feigned surprise when Ren Tinglan came within reach. Oh, what a coincidence, fairy. Where are you heading? He asked with a warm smile, as though they were old acquaintances. Ren Tinglan was preoccupied and despondent, her spirit wandering all the way. It was only when someone spoke near her ear that she snapped back to reality, coming face to face with the distinguished features of a mature man. You are. For a moment she failed to recognize Ye Kaishan. Fairy, your noble status has made you forgetful. It is I, Ye Feng's father, Yin Shuetian's old friend. Ye Kaishan spoke carelessly, nearly letting slip something inappropriate. Oh, it's you. Ren Tinglan finally recalled, somewhat surprised by his transformation. Where are you heading, fairy? Would you like company? Ye Kaishan seized the opportunity. Ren Tinglan paused, then offered a bitter smile. I failed my foundation establishment tribulation, and my immortal path is severed. I am no longer of Yunlan sect. I intend to descend the mountain and find somewhere to settle. Ye Kaishan nodded slightly, finally understanding where her misfortune lay. No wonder her brow was clouded. If the fairy has nowhere to go, might I suggest accompanying me to Qingyan Town to clear your mind? Ye Kaishan hesitated briefly before speaking, nearly offering her a home once again. But the situation differed from that of Shui Binger. He could not be too direct. I wish to return home and see my parents first. Rin Tinglan said, indirectly declining. Unexpectedly, Ye Kaishan seemed to miss her subtle refusal and nodded enthusiastically. In that case, I shall accompany you. I have nothing pressing anyway. Where do you reside? Rin Tinglan fell silent for a moment before revealing the location of her hometown. Thus Ye Kaishan followed Rin Tinglan to her homeland, a small town 1,000 li from Yunlin sect. Along the way, Ye Kaishan did nothing but offer guidance and companionship. He knew that at this moment Rin Tinglan needed both more than anything. Several days later they arrived at their destination. Thanks to Ye Kaishan's eloquent encouragement, Rin Tinglan's spirits had lifted considerably. But shortly after she suffered another devastating blow. Having been away so long, her elderly parents had already passed on. Standing before the grass-overgrown graves, Rin Tinglan's expression was one of profound sorrow, her gaze vacant and distant. Once I entered the immortal gate, 30 years passed. Looking back, my parents at home have turned to a mound of yellow earth. Ye Kaishan stood beside her in silence, indignation swelling in his heart. Why must such a beautiful woman endure such relentless misfortune? Failed foundation establishment. Lost both parents. Found no home waiting upon descent. Determined never again to let pitiful female cultivators be left homeless, Ye Kaishan resolved to give them all a home. After a long while, Rin Tinglan's emotions gradually steadied. What are your plans henceforth? Ye Kaishan ventured cautiously. I will wander the world. Rin Tinglan replied quietly. Then it's settled. We head to Qingyun town first. Without another word, Ye Kaishan took Rin Tinglan's smooth, slender hand in his. Though Rin Tinglan was around 40 years of age, her cultivation at the peak of the 10th layer of qi condensation kept her appearance that of a woman in her early 20s, her skin naturally soft and supple. Rin Tinglan struggled briefly, but found his grip firm. Recalling their days together, something shifted within her, and unexpectedly, she stopped resisting, allowing him to lead. Thus they traveled at a leisurely pace, arriving at Qingyun town 10 days later. When Ye Kaishan appeared on the main street with Rin Tinglan by his side, every soul in the town was struck dumb. Rin Tinglan's bearing and beauty surpassed even that of Shui Binger, making her seem like a true celestial maiden. Mortals witnessing such splendor could only be overwhelmed. Word spread swiftly, and when everyone assumed Ye Kaishan intended to take the fairy as his concubine, nothing came of it. Instead, he settled Rin Tinglan into his home. Along the journey, deep feelings had quietly blossomed between them. All that remained was the right moment, and things would naturally unfold. Rather than rushing to conquer the fortress before him, Ye Kaishan turned his attention to preparing generous gifts. He was off to Xining town to wed Xie Yui. It had been nearly a month. He could not let another beauty wait any longer. Several days later, the Yi family once again decorated their gates with red lanterns and banners overflowing with joy. After a flurry of preparations, Ye Kaishan finally brought Xie Yui home as his bride. This eased Xie Yui's mind. She had grown worried that Ye Kaishan might renege after waiting so long at home. The wedding ceremony proceeded through every ritual. Ye Kaishan guided his bride into the bridal chamber, and once again they shared a night of bliss. It was said that a mature man knows how to cherish a woman. Xie Yui in her 30s gave Ye Kaishan an experience entirely unlike anything he had known with teenage girls. His only regret was that his spiritual root had not increased. Following that, Ye Kaishan devoted himself diligently to cultivating the fertile ground that was Xie Yui. After 3 months of tireless effort, Xie Yui finally conceived. Only then did Ye Kaishan find time to refine pills, cultivate his cultivation, and visit Rin Tinglan to nurture their bond. Life flowed with serene contentment. Months later, all the women went into labor. To Ye Kaishan's delight, Su Mei bore him yet another child with a spiritual root. Congratulations, host, on expanding your lineage. You have birthed a child with a mid-grade yellow spiritual root. Reward 10 lifespan, 1 mid-grade yellow treasure, 1 vial of yellow-grade spirit pill. Wu Nanchuan, Wang Shifeng, Zhao Fian, and the other women did not produce children with spiritual roots, but Ye Kaishan was equally satisfied. Quality had not improved, but quantity had after all. He intended to have both quality and quantity. As for Shui Binger, who possessed a spiritual root, she lived up to expectations and gave birth to a child bearing a spiritual root. Congratulations, host, on expanding your lineage. You have birthed a child with a high-grade yellow spiritual root. Reward 10 lifespan, 100 mid-grade spirit stones, 1 storage ring. After all the women had given birth, Xie Yui finally went into labor. Unexpectedly, however, she did not produce a child with a spiritual root. Ye Kaishan comforted her and encouraged her to try again. Once the women had recovered, he resumed his diligent sowing. Offspring count 61. Family prestige 896. Host, please continue expanding your lineage and create new glory. Unknowingly, the family prestige had nearly reached 1,000. The Yi family was now universally recognized as the foremost wealthy clan. With so many people at home, Ye Kaishan had no choice but to expand the residence, making it more than twice its original size. There was simply no shortage of wealth. After expanding the Ye estate, and with the introduction of the professional matchmaker, Ye Kaishan took several more concubines. All young maidens aged 18, all scoring above 80 in beauty. Nearly every renowned beauty in Qingyun town had joined the Ye family, flourishing under the care of their gardener lords, scattering branches and blossoms throughout the lineage. Though none bore children endowed with spiritual roots, they made enormous contributions in sheer numbers. Thus 3 years passed, and Ye Kaishan broke through to the 8th layer of qi refining. His descendants reached 90 souls mere steps away from the century mark. On this day, Xie Yui gave birth once again to a female infant bearing a spiritual root. Congratulations, host, for propagating your lineage and birthing an offspring with a yellow-grade low-tier spiritual root. Reward 10 years of lifespan. Reward yellow-grade mid-tier technique cloud-searching hands +1 low-grade spirit field. Congratulations, host, for accumulating 10 descendants with spiritual roots. Reward 10 years of alchemy experience, 10 years of spirit plant cultivation experience, and 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Kaishan already possessed 10 children blessed with spiritual roots. And the rewards had been generous. Aside from experience, 500 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 5,000 low-grade ones, a considerable fortune. He immediately set aside some and distributed them among his qi-refining concubines for their cultivation. Shui Binger and Xie Yui were overjoyed, since following Ye Kaishan, they never lacked resources with spirit stones and pills flowing freely. In those earlier days they had been too stingy, even to use spirit stones for their cultivation. A single pill of qi nourishment was something to celebrate like a festival. Hence Xie Yui could not resist boasting to her friend at Yunlan's sect, and before long a female cultivator arrived in Qingyun town. The woman was named Zhou Shui, a practitioner at the 5th layer of qi condensation, who had received Ye Kaishan's qi nourishment pills and became one of his key investment targets. Upon hearing of her arrival, Ye Kaishan hastened to welcome her with great ceremony. Zhou Shui stayed at the Ye residence for several days and observed her friend living quite splendidly. Aside from bearing children, there was little to do, and she had become so carefree that her cultivation had naturally broken through to the 6th layer of qi refining. Finally, one day Zhou Shui found Ye Kaishan and murmured shyly, "Big brother Ye, I wish to bear you a child." At the mention of bearing children, Ye Kaishan's eyes lit up immediately. Zhou Shui's constitution was yellow-grade mid-tier, which meant premium quality. Surely she would produce a child with a spiritual root every time. Zhou Shui, I was just thinking the same thing. Why don't you return home and prepare yourself, and in a month's time I will come to escort you, Ye Kaishan said with a smile. The woman nodded shyly. Zhou Shui returned to Yunlan's sect, bid farewell to her master and fellow disciples, and went home to await Ye Kaishan's wedding procession. A month later, the Ye estate was once again adorned with red lanterns and colorful banners. The people of Qingyun town had long grown accustomed to such spectacles. After paying respects to heaven and earth, the newlyweds were ushered into the bridal chamber. Another unforgettable sleepless night. Seizing the moment, Ye Kaishan worked diligently, and after 2 months of endeavor, Zhou Shui's belly finally swelled with child. Only then did he find time to visit Baiyang City, where he purchased a large shipment of spirit herbs and seeds. He also sold off some surplus pills he no longer needed. Because his pills were both affordable and effective, and because he was decisive and straightforward, he quickly built an excellent reputation. Certain merchant guilds, power factions, and cultivating aristocratic families began quietly taking notice of Ye Kaishan and investigating his background. This time, having finished his business, Ye Kaishan was preparing to pack up and leave when a woman appeared before his stall. An invisible aura caused the surrounding cultivators to give way in fear. Ye Kaishan, who had been bowing over his work, saw first a pair of straight, beautiful legs, the skin lustrous and flawless as carved jade. Looking up, he saw a woman of about 30, mature and radiant, exuding the commanding presence of a capable career woman. "I perceive you to be an outstanding alchemist. Would you consider joining Baodan Pavilion?" Seeing that Ye Kaishan had noticed her, the woman smiled and spoke, her voice measured and melodious. Who are you?" Ye Kaishan rose to his feet and discovered the woman was also quite tall, with a full bosom and a fertile frame. A fine prospect for bearing heirs. "My name is Qin Shan, and I am the Baodan Pavilion's representative in Baiyang City," the woman replied unreservedly. Baodan Pavilion, commonly known among the people as the Pill Workshop, was a merchant consortium jointly established by the Danding sect and the Yin Kingdom. "No problem, I accept." Ye Kaishan hesitated for only a moment before agreeing immediately. Qin Shan was slightly taken aback, though she had not expected such prompt compliance, and all her prepared persuasion fell unspoken. "Then come take me to register." Ye Kaishan assumed the role of host with surprising boldness. The woman suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having invited him, sensing his intentions may not have been entirely pure. Shortly thereafter, the registration was complete. Joining Baodan Pavilion imposed no restrictions on one's freedom. On the contrary, members could purchase spirit herbs at discounted prices. Overall, the benefits far outweighed any drawbacks. One day later, Ye Kaishan returned to Qingyun town and planted the purchased spirit herbs and seeds in his spirit fields. With 10 years of spirit plant cultivation experience, the task was effortless for him. After seeing to all this, he visited Rin Tinglan again to strengthen their bond. The two were already exceedingly close. Over the years of companionship, Rin Tinglan had come to accept Ye Kaishan from the depths of her heart. One day, Ye Kaishan was regaling Rin Tinglan with jokes and cheesy pickup lines to amuse her, when suddenly the woman lowered her head and whispered softly, "I wish for you to give me a home." "What?" Ye Kaishan paused in surprise. "Idiot. I want to bear you a child." Rin Tinglan's voice grew louder. Overcome with joy, Ye Kaishan sprang to his feet, gathered her into his arms, and kissed her fiercely. "I want you to bear me 100 children, 1,000. Just then a tremendous crash erupted from outside, and the entire room trembled. "Master! Master! 2 immortal cultivators have attacked." A hurried shout came from outside the door. "Immortal cultivators!" Ye Kaishan released the beauty in his arms and strode swiftly outside. Outside he saw nothing but ruins. The Ye estate's main gate had been destroyed, and several servants lay dying amidst the rubble. 2 gray-robed cultivators stood proudly aside, radiating an appalling killing intent that made all the servants of the Ye family cower in terror, regarding them with the reverence due to deities. "You are the head of the Ye household. We have heard that Shui Binger resides here. Send her forth at once, or we will exterminate your entire family, sparing neither man nor beast." Noticing Ye Kaishan's appearance, one of the cultivators regarded him with murderous intent. "Come for Shui Bing." A flash of killing light crossed Ye Kaishan's eyes. So the Water family's enemies had tracked him down. What manner of grievance was this? These 2 gray-robed cultivators were both at the 10th layer of Qi condensation. Sending 2 of them to eliminate a single Shui Binger was clearly excessive. "Why do you seek to kill Shui Binger? Are you enemies of the Water family? Or who sent you?" Ye Kaishan asked calmly. "Enough nonsense. We take payment to settle scores. I have no intention of repeating myself," the gray-robed cultivator declared. "Oh, in that case I will pay you double to turn around and kill your employers instead." Ye Kaishan smiled. "How do you take us for fools? We kill you, and your wealth becomes ours anyway," the other gray-robed cultivator sneered. "Just a mere Qi refining 8th layer cultivator, yet dares to bargain with us. Since we have been entrusted with this task, how could we possibly lack even that much principle?" The gray-robed cultivator spoke coldly, killing intent flickering in his eyes. "Attack!" Both released their aura of Qi refining perfection. Just then Rin Tinglan flew forth, preparing to join forces with Ye Kaishan against their foes. However, Ye Kaishan roared and charged ahead, first a terrifying presence surging from his body. Crimson flame, blood-burning art. 20 years of lifespan. Instantly, a crimson sanguine aura enveloped Ye Kaishan's frame, radiating scorching heat, as though he had clawed his way out from the very gates of purgatory itself. His cultivation level skyrocketed from Qi refining 8th layer straight to the peak of 10th layer, and were it not for the barrier of a major realm, it might have ascended even further. His berserk power was so immense that it caused the surrounding void to twist and distort. Ye Kaishan simply incinerated 2 decades of his lifespan without any lengthy preamble. After all, he possessed more than enough years to burn. Both cultivators had gone slack-jawed in shock, when suddenly a crimson silhouette blazed past. Ye Kaishan struck with his black tiger-piercing heart move, punching clean through one man's chest. The second cultivator, witnessing this, was terrified witless and spun around to flee. Cloud-searching palm. Ye Kaishan's hand shot out, manifesting a colossal blood-red hand, 3 zhang across, snatching the man into his palm and crushing him into pulp. The conflict was over. From start to finish, merely a handful of breaths had passed. Rin Tinglan stood paralyzed with astonishment, utterly speechless. This spectacle was observed not merely by the Ye clan, but by the entire gathering of onlookers from Qingyun town. An immortal. Ye Kaishan has achieved immortality. No wonder Master Yi grows ever more youthful. It's because he has already transcended the mundane world. The crowd was deeply shaken. Lu Jianghe and Ma Delu dropped their canes in sheer terror. They promptly resolved to disband their families and bestow upon the Ye clan all their assets throughout Qingyun town. Having dispatched the 2 gray-robed cultivators, Ye Kaishan collected their spoils, which amounted to a meager 2 low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapons and several dozen inferior spirit stones. He later learned from Shui Binger that these 2 were likely dispatched by Patriarch Tian, the bitter enemy of her father. Moreover, the annihilation of the Shui clan was orchestrated by this very person. The patriarch of the Tian clan is named Tian Wenjing, a foundation establishment stage powerhouse. Shui Binger stated. "You startled me," Ye Kaishan chuckled. "I expected a golden core or nascent soul patriarch, only to find it was merely a foundation establishment ancestor." Ye Kaishan laughed. Since he was known as the Qi refining ancestor, he resolved to confront this foundation establishment patriarch. After burning 20 years of his lifespan, Ye Kaishan entered a brief period of debility. After 3 months of recuperation, he finally set about his plans to take a concubine and wed Rin Tinglan. Lanterns were hung, and drums beat joyously. Following the wedding ceremony, the couple retired to their bridal chamber. Tinglan, are you prepared to give me an heir? Ye Kaishan asked with a mischievous smile within the chamber. Amen. Through the dim light came a woman's tender murmur. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your bone structure has been elevated to the pinnacle of the yellow tier. Exquisite. Ye Kaishan was elated, exclaiming with pure delight that it was most gratifying his body and spirit alight with pleasure. 3 months had passed before Rin Tinglan's abdomen began to swell noticeably. My lord, my belly has grown round with your child. Rin Tinglan murmured, softly gesturing to her distended lower abdomen with a tender coquettishness. All the better, for it proves the seed has taken root and begun to sprout, Ye Kaishan quipped playfully. Over the following months, his other consorts bore children in succession. Shui Binger subsequently bore him another offspring blessed with spiritual roots. Not long afterward, it was Rin Tinglan's turn. Her first child, a son, surprisingly, also possessed spiritual roots. Congratulations, host. You have expanded your lineage and born an offspring with a Xian-grade low-tier spiritual root. Reward: lifespan increased by 10 years, Xian-grade low-tier spiritual weapon, Xian Guang flying sword, and a Huang-grade supreme-tier movement technique manual titled 1000-Mile Soaring Light Art. A Xian-grade spiritual root. Ye Kaishan was utterly astonished upon receiving the system announcement. Rin Tinglan had delivered something truly remarkable with her firstborn. Furthermore, the rewards proved quite generous, a Xian-grade artifact paired with a supreme-tier Huang-grade movement technique. Possessing such treasures meant he would no longer endure the arduous plight of traversing great distances on horseback. This represented a true qualitative breakthrough. Lanner, you have worked so hard for me, Ye Kaishan exclaimed, enveloping her in an eager embrace and pressing a fervent kiss upon her lips. Oh, stop it, Rin Tinglan chided, casting him an affectionate sidelong glance. We ought to choose a name for our child. Very well. Ye Kaishan nodded thoughtfully. Given that the child possessed a Xian-grade spiritual root, he should name him. Let us call him Yi Xian. Congratulations, host. Your descendants have surpassed 100 and your family stature has risen once more. Reward: 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 10 years of alchemy expertise, 10 years of cultivation base, and 10 years of spiritual herb cultivation knowledge. Descendants 100. Family prestige 1786. With Rin Tinglan's delivery, Ye Kaishan's lineage had finally crossed the century mark. His family's renown had surged considerably as well. Ever since his triumph over those two gray-robed cultivators, the Yi clan had emerged as the preeminent house of Qingyan Town. In the spirit of winning victories without engaging in battle, Ye Kaishan had never launched offensive campaigns against rival families, allowing them to merely exhaust themselves through attrition. Word spread among the outside world that a cultivation dynasty had arisen in Qingyan Town. Meanwhile, rival cultivation houses quietly began probing into the Yi family's true strengths. On this particular day, Ye Kaishan absorbed the accumulated experience from his rewards and successfully broke through to the 9th layer of Qi refining. The decade-long cultivation accumulation he had received corresponded roughly to the natural progression rate of a yellow-grade spiritual root cultivator advancing without dependence on external aids. At the 9th layer of Qi refining, I need only one more breakthrough to achieve perfection and prepare for foundation establishment. Once accomplished, he would ascend from the title of Qi refining ancestor to the dreaded mantle of foundation establishment ancestor. Upon emerging from his secluded cultivation, Ye Kaishan departed for Yunlan sect alongside his third child, blessed with spiritual roots. Any Yi clan offspring possessing spiritual roots would be sent to immortal sects for cultivation, while those lacking such gifts would pursue careers in commerce or governmental service. For instance, Ye Kaishan's second daughter Yi Jing and his third son Yi Chongxing had already ventured to the imperial capital of the distant Yan kingdom, where they had carved out a modest name for themselves. Shortly thereafter, Ye Kaishan reached Yunlan sect accompanied by his daughter. Is this your third daughter? Yan Shuatian remarked with an exasperated expression. How many offspring do you actually have? Enough. Ye Kaishan chuckled evasively, reluctant to reveal the full count, lest he frighten Yan Shuatian. Have I caused you inconvenience? Not in the least, Yan Shuatian replied sharply, an unexplained restlessness stirring within her. You've already reached the 9th layer of Qi refining. Her eyes flickered with surprise as she sensed the spiritual energy radiating from Ye Kaishan's body. Indeed, I managed a fortunate breakthrough, Ye Kaishan responded with nonchalance. Yan Shuatian herself stood at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. A considerable chasm still separated them, demanding continued effort on his part. Inevitably, there would come a day when he shattered past Yan Shuatian's defenses. Very well, I accept this, disciple. You may depart if there is nothing more. Yan Shuatian gestured dismissively. Heir, I should like to catch a glimpse of my son as well, Ye Kaishan offered with a smile. Yan Shuatian chose silence, quietly escorting Yi Ling away. The female cultivators came fluttering out like a chorus of orioles and swallows gathering around Ye Kaishan. Fair ladies, I am deeply sorry for the intrusion. With that, Ye Kaishan took out a gourd filled with chi-nourishing pills and poured out a handful. 2 pills each, please do not stand on ceremony. He offered them to the women as gently as one might feed squabs. Instantly, all their eyes lit up brilliantly. Last time they had received only 1, now 2. This was worth half a year of their efforts. Chi-nourishing pills were only effective during the early stages of chi condensation. After the 5th layer, their effect diminished considerably. Since Ye Kaishan himself had no use for them, he simply chose to increase his investment. The women accepted the pills, their gazes falling upon Ye Kaishan shimmering with extraordinary light. To the eye, he appeared no older than 30, handsome, mature, and radiating charisma. Coupled with his generous spending, his allure was truly formidable. Next, he casually revealed the blissful days of Xie Yui and Zhou Shui, and the women grew all the more yearning. They were no longer young and knew their paths to immortality were closed. Finding a fine place to settle was the proper course. Ye Kaishan's cultivation was solid, his family was well off, and he spent lavishly. Any one of these qualities alone could stir the heart. Taken together, the 3 were truly extraordinary. Brother, you might go to Qingyun town to visit. Without hesitation, one cultivator spoke up, determined to strike first. You are always welcome. Ye Kaishan smiled, handsome, and indulged in further warmth, gathering words causing many of the women to waver. He knew when to stop. The women then cheerfully led Ye Kaishan to Yi Chen's cave dwelling and began calling out together. Yi Chen, your father has come. Junior brother Yi Chen, come out to see your father. After a short while, Ye Kaishan finally managed to meet his son. Seeing that the boy was well, he set his mind at ease. The father and son talked for some time. Before departing, Ye Kaishan left behind a quantity of spirit stones and pills and transmitted the Jade Purity Chi refining manual to Yi Chen, urging him to cultivate diligently and never reveal it to outsiders. He had intended to visit Yi Fan as well, but from the women's lips learned that Yi Fan had recently departed with a sect patrol team on a training journey, so he put the thought aside. With everything settled, Ye Kaishan left Yunlan sect accompanied by 2 female cultivators. One was named Gu Ying, the other Luo Zhenli. Both possessed yellow-grade mid-tier spiritual roots, and their cultivation rested around the 5th layer of chi condensation. Both were in their 30s, yet looked no different from women in their 20s, only possessing an additional inner maturity and grace. The 3 traveled together, talking and laughing as they drifted farther from Yunlan sect. Ye Kaishan kept bringing people from Yunlan sect, and in turn luring them away. Each time he brought one over, he took one away, or perhaps 2. At the same time, Yin Shuetian had settled Yiling and arrived at the main peak of Yunlan sect. Upon a cliff of sheer rock sat an exquisitely beautiful woman in loose blue Dao robes. Sect master, did you summon me for something? Yin Shuetian addressed the woman with a respectful salute. I have told you many times, when there are no outsiders present, there is no need to be so formal. Yang Menghua spoke coldly, her expression as though devoid of any worldly desire. She gave off an aura that screamed to be untouchable. Understood, senior sister. Yin Shuetian bowed again. What has been happening lately? Who is this person surnamed Yi? Yang Menghua asked in her usual faint tone. Merely an old acquaintance, Yin Shuetian said with a bitter smile, knowing nothing could escape his senior sister's keen gaze. An old acquaintance. I am not one to criticize, but if you could sever all worldly attachments, how would you still be stuck at the foundation establishment stage? From now on, you are forbidden from associating with that man surnamed Yi. Cut off such mortal entanglements at once. Yang Menghua's voice carried weight. Yin Shuetian possessed excellent bone structure and talent. If he could cultivate with the same pure heart and few desires as she, he would long ago have reached the golden core stage. However, he is not immortal. Today I saw him. He has already reached the 9th layer of chi condensation. Yin Shuetian explained, steeling himself. Oh, 9th layer of chi condensation. Yang Menghua's eyes shifted slightly. The next time he comes, have him appear before me. Senior sister, what do you wish to see him for? Are you concerned that I would take his life? Your senior sister is not such a person, Yang Menghua said coldly. Very well. Yin Shuetian nodded and said no more. On the other side, Ye Kaishan and his 2 companions returned to Qingyun town. Gu Ying and Luo Zhenli met their former sect sisters Zhou Shui and Xie Yui. After a lengthy conversation, both instantly resolved to marry Ye Kaishan. From the 2 women, they learned that they had an endless supply of spirit stones and pills, and cultivation never caused them to worry about resources. It was 100 times more comfortable than life at Yunlan sect. Endless spirit stones and pills. What sort of life was that? It was simply the life of immortals. Hearing that someone wished to marry him, Ye Kaishan naturally did not refuse and immediately ordered his servants to make preparations. The entire Yi family was already thoroughly accustomed to such procedures and performed them without a hitch. A month later, Ye Kaishan married Gu Ying and Luo Zhenli in succession. He briefly experienced the sensation of being a groom every night. Alas, the two women's spiritual roots were not particularly outstanding, so no critical hit occurred, and his own spiritual root did not leap to the Xian grade level. However, after a year, both women gave birth. Luo Xunli delivered a child bearing a spiritual root. Congratulations to the host on expanding his lineage by birthing a yellow grade high-tier spiritual root offspring. Reward lifespan, 10 years. Reward 1 yellow grade high-tier magical artifact, 1 gourd of youth-preserving pills. The matter of spiritual roots was profoundly mysterious, depending greatly on luck. That 1 in 2 children possessed a spiritual root was more than sufficient for Ye Kaishan. Time rushed on, and another 3 years passed. During those 3 years, Ye Kaishan took in another woman, a female cultivator who had fled from Yunlan's sect, and added her to his breeding ranks. Finally, I have reached the peak of qi condensation. It is time to prepare for foundation establishment. On this day, Ye Kaishan awoke from his cultivation. Throughout this period, he had been waiting for the Tian family's ancestral patriarch Tian Wenjing to come seeking vengeance. The man never appeared, but his own cultivation had broken through. Congratulations to the host. Offspring count has surpassed 150, and the family scale has increased. Reward 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 20 years of alchemy experience, 20 years of formation experience, 1 mid-grade spirit field. After absorbing and comprehending the rewards, Ye Kaishan's alchemy experience had reached 40 years with an additional 20 years of formation experience, a result he had not anticipated. Nevertheless, the path of formations was no less precious than alchemy. One skilled in formations could effortlessly toy with opponents. Even if an enemy's cultivation slightly exceeded one's own, there was still a chance to kill across a realm. Upon absorbing the 20 years of formation experience, Ye Kaishan immediately set about modifying the minor gathering array and expanded and fortified the protective formations. Once everything was in order, Ye Kaishan packed his belongings, mounted his flying sword, and sped 1,000 li toward Baiyang City. This time he went to purchase the spiritual herbs needed to refine foundation establishment pills, or alternatively, to buy the pills directly. This medicine was essential for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment meant laying the foundation. It was an extraordinarily critical realm in the journey of immortality cultivation and could even influence one's future accomplishments. Many cultivators fell at this very stage. Foundation establishment, building one's foundation within the body's Dan Lake with a 10,000 zhang radiant Dao platform spreading throughout the body, transcending the mortal vessel. One initially gains the ability to fly with a maximum lifespan of 300 years. During foundation establishment, if the spiritual foundation remains flawless without a single crack, it is called perfect foundation establishment. 3 cracks represent the highest quality foundation establishment, 6 cracks the superior quality, and 9 cracks the middle quality. The worst case has 18 cracks, classified as the lowest quality spiritual root. Such spiritual roots are unstable and precarious, leaving almost no possibility of forming a golden core. Ye Kaishan's goal this time is to pursue the most supreme spiritual foundation. He stepped on a flying sword, gliding 1,000 miles in an instant, arriving at Baiyang City in less than an hour. Which senior is this? What magnificent technique! Some scattered cultivators who had just begun their path of cultivation couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, their faces filled with envy. Times have changed, and now Ye Kaishan has become the senior that others speak of with envy. Landing in Baiyang City, Ye Kaishan went directly to the Treasure Alchemy Pavilion and produced his identity token. The one responsible for reception was a female cultivator at the early qi refining stage. Senior, how may I assist you? The female cultivator asked with a smile as radiant as flowers. Ye Kaishan was young, powerful, and an alchemist, a combination that held immense appeal for a cultivator just entering the sect. I need herbs for refining foundation establishment pills. 10 portions. Additionally, I want 10 foundation establishment pills. Ye Kaishan did not waste words. During foundation establishment, one might require many foundation establishment pills, so preparing more was wise to avoid emergencies. Some people fail to achieve foundation establishment simply because they don't have enough foundation establishment pills, yet without spare pills, they can only accept failure. The female cultivator's mouth fell open in shock. Foundation establishment pills were expensive. Some scattered cultivators needed to save for many years just to exchange for one. Yet Ye Kaishan casually requested 20, which truly gave her quite a shock. Thank you for your trouble. Ye Kaishan took out a gourd and poured out 2 nourishing qi pills, handing them to the female cultivator as a tip. Senior, please wait a moment, I'll get everything ready right away. The female cultivator accepted the pills excitedly and ran off to prepare. Halfway there, she secretly glanced back at Ye Kaishan, her eyes revealing a hint of shyness. A single gesture had already doubled her favorable impression of Ye Kaishan. Ye Kaishan sat aside, quietly waiting, his gaze sweeping around, searching for the big-bellied woman he had encountered last time. Just then Xin Shan appeared, walking in gracefully with elegant hip movements, followed by a group of men and women. This group wore distinctive robes and carried an uncommon aura clearly hailing from a cultivation sect. The leading man, appearing around 40 years old, wore an expression of arrogance and walked with his head held high. From Qin Chan's every word and action, it was evident that she held this person in considerable respect. Members of the Dingding sect. Ye Kaishan recognized this group's origins. Within the Yin Kingdom, there were 4 great sects: the Dingding sect, the Yunlan sect, the Hundred Flowers sect, and the Jushan Gate. Among them, the Dingding sect held the #1 position in both strength and reputation. Just then, Qin Shan noticed Ye Kaishan off to the side. Pausing, she walked forward and said, "Alchemist Ye, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" "I'm here to buy some spiritual herbs for refining foundation establishment pills." Ye Kaishan nodded. Their conversation immediately drew the attention of the middle-aged alchemist, who merely raised an eyelid and asked casually, "Qin Shan, which eminent senior is this?" As he spoke, his gaze swept over Ye Kaishan. "Allow me to introduce, this is Ye Kaishan, an alchemist at our Treasure Alchemy Pavilion. This is Master Zhentaihe from the Dingding sect." Qin Shan made the introductions for both men. "Ye Kaishan, I've never heard of him. Foundation establishment pills are crucial for cultivators to enter foundation establishment. If one fails to control the fire properly and diminishes the medicinal efficacy, it equates to harming others." Before Ye Kaishan could speak, Zhentaihe stated coolly. His words seemed like guidance, but they were more of an attack, questioning Ye Kaishan's abilities. Foundation establishment pills are classified as yellow-grade extreme-rank pills. Ordinary alchemists find it extremely difficult to refine them, and even if they succeed, the medicinal efficacy is often greatly diminished. Hearing these words, Ye Kaishan's expression turned cold. "Your confidence is remarkable. Tell me, can you actually refine foundation establishment pills with perfect medicinal efficacy?" He was sitting there peacefully when someone came up and ridiculed him. Anyone would have a bad temper under such circumstances. Ignorant fool. Go out and ask around. My master is the most popular alchemist in Baiyang City. The people waiting for him to refine pills line up from here all the way outside the city walls. One of Zhentaihe's disciples retorted, "No person is perfect, no pill is perfect. If one can make a pill exert 70 to 80% of its medicinal efficacy, that is already the ultimate pursuit of an alchemist's lifetime." Zhentaihe shook his head and smiled lightly, as if ridiculing Ye Kaishan for not understanding such basic common sense. Qin Shan offered an awkward smile. "Please calm down, both of you. Master Zhen, the items you requested will be ready shortly. Please rest in the private room for a moment." After saying this, she immediately guided Zhentaihe and his group to the elegant room upstairs. Only then did she come before Ye Kaishan. "You were a bit impulsive. Zhentaihe is a person from the Dingding sect, the most outstanding alchemist in Baiyang City. There's no benefit to offending him. As if he was the one who offended me first. What an arrogant attitude. I thought he was the most powerful alchemist in the entire Yin Kingdom," Ye Kaishan said with a derisive laugh. At this moment, the female cultivator responsible for reception, He Yue, returned. "Master Ye, here are the items you requested." Ye Kaishan took the items and paid without even blinking, spending a total of several hundred mid-grade spirit stones. One couldn't help but sigh. Foundation establishment pills were truly expensive. Qin Shan watched in astonishment, never expecting Ye Kaishan to be so generous. "May I borrow one of your alchemy rooms?" Ye Kaishan continued. Afterward, led by the female cultivator, He Yue, he arrived at the independent alchemy room specifically prepared for alchemists at the Treasure Alchemy Pavilion. It had everything essential for alchemy. Ye Kaishan possessed 40 years of genuine alchemy experience, though his experience was absolutely authentic. A 100-year-old alchemist doesn't necessarily have 100 years of alchemy experience, because one cannot be refining pills day and night every single moment. There must always be time for rest and relaxation. But the alchemy experience granted by the system is entirely genuine. 1 year equals several years for an ordinary alchemist. Therefore, Ye Kaishan, with only 40 years of alchemy experience, carried an unbelievably terrifying weight of achievement. No matter how remarkable foundation establishment pills were, they were still just yellow-grade extreme-rank pills. For the current Ye Kaishan, it was as easy as grasping something in his palm. After briefly familiarizing himself, he began the refinement. After a long while, the refinement was complete. Ye Kaishan carefully examined the pills, nodding in complete satisfaction. He packed up the pills and left the alchemy room to find Qin Shan. Handing her the refined foundation establishment pills, he said, "Trouble you, Immortal Qin, to put these Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills on the shelves for sale. For the price, just make it 10% cheaper than Zhentaihe's." Qin Shan looked at the pills in her hands with half doubt and half belief, then slowly nodded and ordered someone to put them up for sale. Zhentaihe burst into laughter upon learning that Ye Kaishan had listed foundation establishment pills on the market. After all, they were the pills he had refined the most and was proudest of. What difference would a lower price make? No one would gamble with foundation establishment. They would gladly pay more for pills of superior efficacy. Ye Kaishan left the precious pill pavilion and strolled through the nearby marketplace. Most here were scattered cultivators at the qi condensation stage with only the occasional foundation establishment practitioner. They were trading and selling the items they needed. Ye Kaishan deliberately sought out pretty female cultivators exchanging inflated prices for their goods. Frankly speaking, his ulterior motive lay elsewhere. It was merely a way to build rapport. Moreover, he had done this more than once and had long become known among the female cultivators as a wealthy patron. Senior Ye, I wish to purchase a spiritual tool flying sword, but I am short on spirit stones. May I borrow some from you? A female cultivore approached Ye Kaishan speaking awkwardly. This woman was named Lan Jingting, a qi condensation 6-stage cultivator from Baiyang City, who had crossed paths with Ye Kaishan a few times before. Born into an ordinary family whose parents possessed neither spiritual roots nor sect affiliations, earning spirit stones was an arduous task for her. Miss Lan, if you need a flying sword, I can gift you one. Ye Kaishan said with a smile, his words so startling that the woman froze in disbelief. Are you serious? How should I repay you? Lan Jingting stammered, genuinely overwhelmed by Ye Kaishan's extraordinary wealth. If possible, I hope you will marry me, Ye Kaishan said without mincing words. He had long assessed Lan Jingting. She was of green quality with a top-grade yellow spiritual root, a promising prospect indeed. Moreover, she was remarkably attractive with an innocent and lovely appearance, scoring at least 85 points. Hearing these words, Lan Jingting blushed crimson, though her gaze toward Ye Kaishan now carried a distinctly different quality. She truly did need someone to rely upon. I agree to your proposal, she whispered softly, unable to meet his eyes. Excellent. Ye Kaishan produced a top-grade yellow flying sword and handed it directly to her. Consider this my betrothal gift. Upon my return, I shall come to claim you. Ye Kaishan returned joyfully to Qingyun town, instructing his servants to begin preparations. The entire Yi household lamented that their master had started anew. It seemed he could not return home without taking another concubine. A month later, the wedding procession made its way straight to Baiyang City. Whose wedding procession is this? From the Yi family of Qingyun town. Is that not the newly risen cultivation clan? It is said their qi condensation patriarch single-handedly slew 2 opponents at the peak of qi condensation. Hiss. The qi condensation patriarch is terrifyingly formidable. The people of Baiyang City whispered amongst themselves as many prominent families turned their attention to the matter, further elevating the Yi family's reputation. Inside the precious pill pavilion, Xin Shan observed the passing wedding procession from above with an expression of utter exasperation. There was no way Ye Kaishan resembled a proper alchemist. Just then the server, he rushed in hurriedly, speaking with excitement. Foundation establishment pills are all sold out. So many people have come seeking them. Sold out. Hurry and notify Master Zhun to refine more. Xin Shan exclaimed loudly, though she muttered to herself that foundation establishment pills had been selling remarkably well lately. No, they specifically demanded Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills, claiming they possessed 9/10 efficacy. He shook his head repeatedly, his face flushed with excitement, unaware of why he felt so jubilant. As though the Kaishan brand pills had been refined by his own hands. What? Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills? Qin Shan suddenly rose to her feet, her tall and voluptuous figure resembling a queen as she looked down at He Yu from above. Is it true? Certainly the buyers are right downstairs, He Yu confirmed with a nod. I shall go see for myself. With those words, Qin Shan descended the stairs as swiftly as the wind. She indeed found the main hall packed with dozens of people clamoring to purchase Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills. What's this? Has the precious pill pavilion started playing scarcity games? There were only 10 pills of such excellent quality. If you cannot supply them, do not bother selling at all. A group of cultivators threatened the reception staff, pressing their demands relentlessly. Esteemed guests, please remain calm. The Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills are temporarily unavailable, but we do have foundation establishment pills refined by Master Zhentaya. The receptionist explained loudly. Master Zhen's pills are overpriced and only achieve 7/10 efficacy. How can they compare to the Kaishan brand? This is absurd. I traveled 1,000 miles solely to purchase Kaishan brand pills, and now you tell me they are sold out. They had all come on the recommendation of cultivators who had consumed the Kaishan brand pills. Upon hearing they were sold out, they grew immediately agitated. Seeing the situation spiraling beyond control, Qin Shan stepped in, at once promising to replenish the Kaishan brand pills as swiftly as possible. Only then did the crowd relent, unwilling to provoke Qin Shan further. The news spread quickly, reaching Zhentaiha as well. Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills. 9/10 efficacy. Find out who the devil refined them. Master Zhun was incensed, feeling as though someone was deliberately undermining him in his very stronghold. He had spent his entire life refining foundation establishment pills, and even at his peak he could only achieve 8/10 efficacy. Normally only 7/10. 9/10 was something he had only ever imagined. Oh master, I believe I know who this person is. His disciple's face suddenly lit up with realization as he spoke aloud. Who? It is the alchemist we encountered at the precious pill pavilion that day. His name is Ye Kaishan. Could the Kaishan brand pills not have been refined by him? The disciple stated with certainty. Zhentai's expression shifted. He finally remembered this person. Without his disciple's reminder, he would not have deigned to register Ye Kaishan as a threat at all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He sprang to his feet, his face contorted with shock and rage, utterly unable to accept this. Could it be that those people were all hired actors? His disciple understood his master's pain all too well and cautiously raised the question. Keep a close watch on this matter. If any Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills emerge, purchase them immediately and bring them to me. Zhentaiha commanded calmly. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the commotion, Ye Kaishan had already returned home with his beautiful bride. After the wedding ceremony, she was led to the bridal chamber. The following day, Ye Kaishan emerged comfortably from his room and stretched lazily when a servant reported in. Master, there is a woman named Qinshan seeking you outside. Ye Kaishan's expression shifted as he entered the reception hall, and indeed spotted a tall, stunningly beautiful woman standing there. What a rare guest indeed. How does Fairy Qin deign to visit my humble abode? He said, approaching with quickened steps. Master Yi truly enjoys remarkable fortune, Qinshan remarked with a smile. Having arrived at the Yi estate, she was even more convinced that Ye Kaishan was no genuine alchemist. True alchemists were men of detached minds and simple desires devoted entirely to the study of elixir arts. He, however, appeared to specialize in something far more base. Not at all what brings the Qin fairy to seek me. Ye Kaishan waved his hand with a smile, then silently examined the spiritual quality of the woman before him. Suddenly a ray of blue light shot forth, filling the entire living room. Blue quality foundation establishment 7th stage grade C spiritual root. Marvelous, she's almost on par with Yin Shuetian. Ye Kaishan was astonished in his heart. This was the second blue quality woman he had encountered. Though this woman was the manager of Baodan Pavilion, her cultivation was not weak. Master Yi, your Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills are very popular. I would like to ask you to refine some more. Qinshan came straight to the point, her gaze at Ye Kaishan somewhat complicated. She had never expected this man who didn't look like an alchemist at all to be capable of refining pills with 90% efficacy. Qin fairy, as you can see, I just got married. How could I possibly find time to refine pills? Ye Kaishan spread his hands. Name your conditions. Qinshan didn't waste words. The shrewd woman naturally understood that Ye Kaishan was just haggling, seeking benefits. Very well, since the Qin fairy is so sincere, I won't stand on ceremony. Ye Kaishan immediately nodded and stated his demands. After a round of bargaining, both parties were satisfied. Not long after, Baodan Pavilion delivered a large batch of spirit herbs, and Ye Kaishan immediately began refining pills. Soon he had refined nearly 100 foundation establishment pills. However, he didn't rush to send them to Baodan Pavilion. Instead, he decided to attempt foundation establishment first. In the Yi family secret chamber, Ye Kaishan adjusted his condition and swallowed a foundation establishment pill. Immediately, the spirit lake within his body began to boil, then grew viscous and slowly contracted inward. This was a sign that a spirit foundation was about to form. The spirit lake within his dantian contracted to a very small area, its movement slowing. This meant the medicinal power was insufficient. Ye Kaishan took out several more foundation establishment pills and swallowed them all at once. With a thunderous boom, an immense force surged forth again. A base platform, as if crafted from crystal, slowly emerged from the spirit lake, growing higher and thicker, until all the lake water was drained. The Tao platform appeared bumpy and rough. This was a critical step. Carelessness would leave cracks and scars. Ye Kaishan consumed foundation establishment pills as if they were worthless. Others would be extremely cautious with each pill, but he grabbed handfuls at a time. In the end, the spirit lake was completely drained, leaving only a crystal-clear, flawless Tao platform. Perfect foundation establishment. The moment foundation establishment succeeded, the meridians within Ye Kaishan's body expanded continuously, becoming more resilient. His bones shimmered with radiance as his physical body burst forth with powerful vitality. He appeared much younger, his stature had increased, and even his features had changed, becoming more handsome. Now he looked like a young man in his early 20s, exuding an otherworldly aura from head to toe. This was the transformation brought by perfect foundation establishment. Everything was evolving toward perfection. So handsome, so incredibly handsome. Ye Kaishan gazed at himself in the mirror, wanting to kneel before his own beauty. With such looks, wouldn't those little fairies be completely charmed? After Ye Kaishan emerged from seclusion, Rin Tinglan was the first to notice his transformation. Husband, you've achieved foundation establishment, she said with a distended belly, her face full of astonishment, a moment of fascination flickering in her eyes. That's right. Your husband is now a foundation establishment ancestor. Ye Kaishan smiled triumphantly. Rin Tinglan beamed with joy, though Ye Kaishan caught the fleeting dejection in her eyes. Don't worry, husband will help you achieve foundation establishment too. Ye Kaishan pulled Rin Tinglan into his arms and whispered in her ear. The yin-yang innate supreme ultimate art could enhance spiritual roots and repair hidden injuries and damage within the body. Over these years, Ye Kaishan's first concubine, Su Mei, had unknowingly achieved grade D spiritual root. Though the progress was slow, as long as one was willing to put in effort and practice diligently, spiritual roots would never be a problem. The hidden injuries left from Rin Tinglan's foundation establishment were trivial matters. The next day, Ye Kaishan tidied himself up, brought the refined foundation establishment pills, and went to Baodan Pavilion in Baiyang City to hand them to Qinshan personally. Here are 50 foundation establishment pills. Take them for now, Ye Kaishan said. Qinshan was overjoyed and immediately put the Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills on the shelf, spreading the news. It didn't take long before the entire Baiyang City learned of this news. Many people wanted to see for themselves whether the Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills were truly as amazing as the rumors claimed. Soon a wave of cultivators came to purchase foundation establishment pills. Among them, Lu Yang, a disciple of Zhen Taihe, also slipped in. After squeezing through the crowd, he finally managed to buy one. He immediately ran back and handed the pill to his master. Zhen Taihe took the pill, examined it carefully, then gently scraped off a layer of powder with his fingernail and placed it on his tongue. The next moment, his pupils dilated in shock and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. It's truly 90%. How is this possible? He muttered in a daze, nearly losing his sanity. I must return to the sect. Zhen Taihe snapped back to his senses, grabbed the pill, and rushed out. He stepped on a flying sword and soared out of Baiyang City. Ye Kaishan returned home and continued to attend to his newlywed wife Lan Jingting. Soon her belly finally began to swell. Several months later, Lan Jingting gave birth. Congratulations to the host for spreading your lineage. You have given birth to a descendant with grade B spiritual root. Reward: lifespan 10, grade B spirit artifact, 500 lower grade spirit stones, 1 divine travel talisman. A divine travel talisman. Excellent. Ye Kaishan's eyes lit up when he saw the reward. Besides Lan Jingting, Rin Tinglan and Shui Binger also gave birth to descendants with spiritual roots. Congratulations. The host has reached 20 descendants with spiritual roots. Reward: choose one from 3 grade B techniques, 10 years of alchemy experience, 200 middle grade spirit stones. Descendants 189. Family reputation 2766. Family scale has increased. Please continue your efforts, host. Oh. Ye Kaishan examined the rewards. The 3 grade B techniques were Heavenly Wrath Battle Chi, / Heaven Sword Draw, and Ming King Cold Flame. The first cultivated the body, the second cultivated the sword, and the third cultivated techniques. After careful consideration, Ye Kaishan dropped his pretense and chose the / Heaven Sword Draw. He already possessed a grade B flying sword, which could maximize the power of this technique. Moreover, as a cultivator, how could one resist the exhilaration of slaying demons and soaring freely across the heavens with a sword? Among the 3 techniques, / Heaven Sword Draw was the most fierce, the most decisive, and the one with the highest burst damage. After making his choice, Ye Kaishan began cultivating. He practiced for 3 full months before finally attaining rudimentary mastery of this sword technique. Next, he took out some spirit stones and pills, distributing them to his wives who could cultivate. He also distributed the spirit artifacts from the system, rewards to each of them. The women were naturally overjoyed, declaring in unison that they would bear Ye Kaishan another 100 children. You should give birth to the ones already in your bellies first. Ye Kaishan laughed heartily, then set off for Yunlan's sect with 2 children. Every so often, children would reach the age for cultivation. Descendants without spiritual roots would manage family businesses or venture out into the world. The division was clear and development was rational. Moreover, Ye Kaishan strongly advocated that all adult offspring should expand the Ye family lineage, taking wives and concubines bearing many children. He was not afraid of having too many children, only afraid that one would not bear any. Not long after, Ye Kaishan brought his son and daughter to the Yunlan sect. Looking at the 2 children behind Ye Kaishan, Yin Shutian felt a headache coming on. Excessive, truly excessive. First 1 child, now 2. What does he take the Yunlan sect for? She began to regret her earlier boast. If this continued, the Yunlan sect would surely be filled with Ye family offspring. This man is incredibly fertile. Miss Yin, have I caused you trouble? Ye Kaishan asked with a smile. Yin Shutian's expression faltered. She waved her hand and said, no trouble at all. We accept any child who possesses spiritual roots. She was still holding on. Wait, you've achieved foundation establishment. Suddenly, Yin Shutian's face showed shock as she stared intently at Ye Kaishan. The current Ye Kaishan was young and handsome, his entire being radiating an otherworldly, transcendent aura. He had clearly begun to shed his mortal body, having achieved foundation establishment. That's right. The distance between us has grown closer. Ye Kaishan offered a smile that even caused Yin Shutian to lose her composure. He was younger and more charismatic than when they first met. Smooth talking is always utterly improper. Yin Shutian retorted with displeasure. What does he mean the distance has grown closer? Where exactly does he think he's getting to? By the way, our sect master wishes to see you. Come with me. Yin Shutian continued. The sect master wants to see me. What for? Ye Kaishan was somewhat puzzled. You'll understand when you get there. Thus Yin Shutian led Ye Kaishan to Yunlan's main peak. Shortly after, Ye Kaishan caught sight of a woman in a loose Taoist robe sitting on the cliff's precipitous rocks. This woman possessed absolutely stunning features. Through the loose Taoist robe one could faintly discern her graceful figure. Perhaps this loose garment was worn precisely to conceal her alluring curves. Is this woman the Yunlan sect's sect master? Ye Kaishan wondered inwardly. At this moment, Yin Shutian stepped forward and clasped her hands in salute. Sect master, the person you requested has been brought. The woman seated on the boulder slowly opened her eyes. When she beheld Ye Kaishan, her gaze slightly contracted. Foundation establishment. This was different from what Yin Shutian had described. Ye Kaishan, are you willing to join the Yunlan sect? Without hesitation, Yang Menghua immediately spoke. She had intended to give Ye Kaishan a lesson, but upon seeing his cultivation level, she changed her mind. Even Ye Kaishan himself had not expected that at over 100 years old, he would still have the opportunity to join a cultivation sect. I am willing, but currently I have family business to attend to. I'm afraid joining the sect would be inconvenient. Ye Kaishan said with a dry laugh. No matter. As long as you are willing, I can grant you the position of nominal elder. It will not restrict your freedom. Yang Menghua smiled faintly, as if she had Ye Kaishan completely figured out. Then alright, I accept. Ye Kaishan hesitated briefly, then beamed with joy, his attitude undergoing a complete 180-degree turn. Thinking it through carefully, after joining the Yunlan sect, wouldn't it be even more convenient for his activities? Beside him, Yin Shutian stood frozen, watching helplessly as her senior sister bargained with Ye Kaishan. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined Yang Menghua would make such a decision. With the matter settled, Yang Menghua waved her hand, signaling for the two to leave. Before departing, Ye Kaishan secretly used the system function to glance at her. What he saw was extraordinary. A shaft of cyan spiritual light shot directly toward the heavens, faintly accompanied by a trace of extreme Yin energy. Ye Kaishan's eyes widened and his heart surged with waves. This is a special physique, the Xianyin constitution. In the cultivation world, spiritual roots generally represented cultivation speed. The better the spiritual roots, the faster one could absorb and circulate spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Special constitutions, however, bestowed unique abilities that could enhance cultivation speed or amplify the power of techniques and divine arts. Cultivators possessing special constitutions were often the cream of the crop at their respective levels. Yang Menghua's Xianyin constitution was inherently powerful, granting rapid cultivation advancement. But this constitution was also known as the furnace tripod constitution. Evil cultivators were especially fond of such female cultivators, because once one engaged in dual cultivation with a woman of the Xianyin constitution, she would transform into a spiritual energy funnel, draining away completely to benefit her partner. I never expected the Yunlan sect's sect master to be quite the big funnel. Ye Kaishan mused to himself as he followed Yin Shutian to process his identity token. Henceforth, he was a nominal elder of the Yunlan sect. With this identity, entering and exiting the Yunlan sect would be infinitely more convenient, requiring no formal announcements. Afterward, he was in no hurry to leave, turning instead toward the back mountain. Fair cultivators, Ye has come to see you all. The moment he arrived, Ye Kaishan called out loudly. Before long, he was completely surrounded by a crowd of female cultivators. Brother Ye, you've changed. You've become so handsome. One of the female cultivators swooned. Not all cultivators were blessed with handsome features or stunning beauty. Someone like Ye Kaishan was already considered outstanding. I've successfully achieved foundation establishment, so naturally I appear younger now. Ye Kaishan smiled, speaking casually, as if this were a matter of no consequence. But upon hearing these words, the female cultivators' reactions were varied. The previous Ye Kaishan had been generous with his spending, but he was older, and his appearance left something to be desired. But the current Ye Kaishan was like an immortal descended from the heavens. Combined with his exceptional cultivation and generous nature, he was the ideal Tao companion. Brother Ye, I'd like to visit Qingyan Town with you. Would you welcome me? One of the female cultivators plucked up her courage to speak, her face flushing crimson. Though they were all quite old in years, having spent their days in constant cultivation, they truly hadn't experienced much of love and romance. Welcome, certainly welcome. Ye Kaishan responded readily. When had he ever refused? He was both proactive and non-rejective, all in service of expanding the Ye family lineage. Hearing him say this, the other female cultivators also expressed their desire to join. Ye Kaishan immediately responded that he would welcome them one by one, all of them. Then he temporarily bade farewell to the women to visit his children. Yi Fan was now at Qi refining 4th stage. Through years of experience, he had become far more composed and understated, even appearing somewhat harmless. In contrast, Yi Chun and Yi Ling had become much more outstanding and remarkable. Leaving some treasures for his children, Ye Kaishan finally departed. This time he brought with him 4 women, each with a beauty rating around 80 of yellow tier quality. Though ordinary, they were at least cultivators. Upon returning to Qingyun town, the 4 women became even more resolute in their convictions. Before long, everything unfolded naturally as it should. Ye Kaishan told them to return home first. He would go to marry them one by one. Though taking concubines' proper etiquette could not be neglected. Soon the Yi family hung lanterns and decorated the manor, bustling with activity. The entire Qingyun town knew that the Yi family ancestor was at it again. I wonder which family's daughter has such good fortune marrying an immortal. The townsfolk sighed with admiration. The current Yi family head was no longer that old-timer with one foot in the grave, but a transcendent immortal being. Ye Kaishan swiftly and methodically brought 4 women into his household as wives. A month passed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your bone quality has improved, reaching the profound grade lower tier. Hearing this notification, a smile curved Ye Kaishan's lips as he let out a satisfied chuckle. His bone quality had finally reached the profound grade, and he could distinctly sense that his body absorbed spiritual energy much faster now. Over the next half year, he toiled tirelessly and unremittingly, finally seeing the 4 brides' bellies grow round. Such exhausting work it had been. Congratulations, host. Your descendants have exceeded 200. Family scale upgraded. Rewards 36 Heavenly Cycles, Dongxian True Scripture, 10 years of cultivation experience, 10 years of alchemy experience, 1 gourd of profound grade spiritual pills, 500 medium grade spirit stones. 200 children already. Ye Kaishan's mind stirred as he examined the rewards. The 36 Heavenly Cycles Dongxian True Scripture was a earth grade lower tier cultivation technique. Combined with the Jade Purification Qi refinement method to assist cultivation, it could greatly enhance cultivation speed. The profound grade spiritual pill was called Chongxian Pill, a profound grade lower tier elixir used in the mid to late foundation establishment stage to boost cultivation speed. Excellent. Ye Kaishan was quite satisfied. He absorbed the cultivation experience, and in a short while his aura suddenly transformed. Foundation establishment 2nd stage. In his Dantian, the 2nd Dao platform had been established, and his magical power had greatly increased. He then absorbed the alchemy experience and refined some pills suitable for the foundation establishment stage. That day, Su Mei gave birth once again, delivering a child born with spiritual roots. Congratulations, host. Your family branches have spread. You have given birth to a yellow grade top tier descendant. Rewards lifespan 10 years, 500 lower grade spirit stones, explosive talisman. Husband, I've given you another child with spiritual roots. Su Mei sat upon the bed, cradling the newborn in her arms, her face filled with joy as she spoke to Ye Kaishan. This was already her 4th child born with spiritual roots. After giving birth, she was full of vitality, showing no sign of weakness. Because 3 years ago she had given birth to a spiritual root child, and Ye Kaishan had personally guided her cultivation, providing various pills and spirit stones without restraint. Now she was a Qi refining 4th stage cultivator. Mayor is truly amazing. After all these years you haven't changed at all, still the same as when we first met. Ye Kaishan patted her head affectionately, speaking with deep tenderness. That stubborn girl from the beginning had long since become a mother of many children. What remained unchanged was her beauty. Not at all, it's all because you take such good care of me, husband, Su Mei said shyly. When you've recovered, husband will take even better care of you. Ye Kaishan smirked mischievously. Time flew and another year passed. During this period, Ye Kaishan guided the women in cultivation, and Wu Nanshan and Wang Shifeng successively entered the path of immortality. Occasionally, he refined foundation establishment pills for the treasure alchemy pavilion. In his spare time, he cultivated spiritual herbs and also took concubines. His range of concubine taking had extended beyond Qingyun town to neighboring towns. He even extended his reach to the cultivation families within Baiyang City. Because over this past year, relying on the reputation of Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills plus Zhentai's escape, Ye Kaishan had become the #1 alchemist in the hearts of many cultivators in Baiyang City. Every time he went to Baiyang City on business, he was inevitably addressed as Master Yi. Some cultivation families in Baiyang City, in order to get closer to Master Yi, took the initiative to marry their family daughters to Ye Kaishan. Everyone knew that this Master Yi's only hobby was taking concubines, and he accepted all comers. As long as you asked, he would never refuse. During this year, Ye Kaishan took concubines every month, and his career entered a period of explosive growth. 12 concubines in 1 year. Most of them were female cultivators with only a few mortal women. However, for Master Yi this posed no problem. As long as he was willing to put in effort, even those without spiritual roots could be cultivated to have them. This day Ye Kaishan brought the refined foundation establishment pills and came to Baiyang City once again. The moment he entered the city, he encountered Qian Lu, head of the Qian family, a cultivation family in the city. This was a foundation establishment, early-stage cultivator, once also a disciple of Yunlan's sect. Senior, do you have time to visit my Qian family for a chat? My cousin is also. Qian Lu nodded and bowed fawningly, not daring to show even a hint of arrogance before foundation establishment stage Ye Kaishan. He even recommended his own cousin with a lascivious grin. We can discuss your cousin later. I still have matters to attend to right now. Ye Kaishan walked with hands clasped behind his back, a glittering identity token hanging on his chest, making him the center of attention wherever he went. Numerous elegant maidens and noble daughters all waited with blushing faces, stealing glances at him, as vivid scenarios already played out in their minds. All right, Master Yi is busy. My Qian family will prepare our home and await your arrival anytime. Qian Lu nodded repeatedly. Master Yi not refusing meant there was hope. Ye Kaishan made his way to the Treasure Alchemy Pavilion, where the cute girl Guyu greeted him, as always. Seeing his arrival, the girl's eyes curved into happy crescents. Master Yi, please come quickly. Our shopkeeper has been waiting for you inside for quite some time, Guyu said warmly. Ye Kaishan's expression turned odd. How did this sound like some kind of transaction? Arriving on the second floor, he immediately spotted Qin Chan, standing by the window, her silhouette so breathtakingly stunning. Her curves seemed to have grown even larger. Ye Kaishan thought secretly. At this moment, noticing his arrival, Qin Chan turned around and came forward to greet him. Fairy Qin Chan, what's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. Ye Kaishan asked with a smile. What could possibly be on my mind? Qin Chan gave him an exasperated glance. I'm worried about you. Zhentai's master is an elder of the Dingding sect. I've received news that they'll be coming to Baiyang City soon. It's obviously for you. Hearing this, Ye Kaishan looked at Qin Chan in surprise. I didn't expect you to care about me. But there's nothing to worry about. Let them come. If they dare to cause trouble, I'll fight their master too. I warn you not to act rashly. That elder is from the Dingding sect. Qin Chan was furious. All right, here's your pills. If there's nothing else, I'm going to see that cousin. Ye Kaishan waved dismissively. Cousin. Qin Chan was stunned. Before she could ask, Ye Kaishan had already left. The Qian family head had been waiting. Knowing of Ye Kaishan's arrival, he immediately instructed servants to prepare a banquet. Master Ye's presence in my humble dwelling brings glory to my family. Qian Lu heaped flattery. Skip the pleasantries. Where's the cousin? Ye Kaishan never forgot his original intention. The family head's cultivation was not weak, so his cousin must certainly be extraordinary and not to be missed. Please this way, Master Yi. My cousin will be here shortly. Qian Lu was overjoyed, his mouth nearly splitting from his grin. Let me tell you, my cousin is from the 100 Flowers sect. Her appearance and temperament are both excellent, perfectly worthy of Master Yi. 100 Flowers sect. Ye Kaishan's interest deepened. The 100 Flowers sect only accepted women, and not only did one need spiritual roots, but the requirements for appearance were even more stringent. Every woman who emerged from there was an unparalleled beauty of the mortal world. At the Qian family estate, the banquet had been set, and Ye Kaishan sat at the head seat accompanied by Qian Lu. After several rounds of wine, just as Ye Kaishan was growing impatient, a woman of elegant bearing walked in. The entire hall seemed to brighten instantly, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance that delighted the heart. This woman was like a flower fairy, the enchanting scent emanating from her very being. Master Yi, let me introduce you. This is my cousin Zhu Man, an inner disciple of the Baihua sect. Cousin, this is Master Yi, the #1 alchemist of Baiyang City, whom I've mentioned to you so often. Qian Lu rose to make the introductions. This humble one is Zhu Man. Greetings to Master Yi. The woman named Zhu Man approached, and with a slight bow performed the proper courtesy. Her posture was graceful and her fragrance grew even richer. Ye Kaishan's eyes flickered with interest as he activated the system function to examine her. Green quality foundation establishment, 3rd stage appearance rated around 90 points, yellow grade superior spirit root. She excelled in every conceivable aspect. Though she was 50 years old, cultivators at the foundation establishment stage lived to 200 or 300 years, so 50 was merely equivalent to around 20 years for ordinary mortals. Thus she appeared in the bloom of youth, though her temperament had grown considerably more composed, a charm that only the passage of years could bestow. No need for such formalities, please rise. Ye Kaishan withdrew his gaze. Yes. Zhu Man rose and stole a glance at Ye Kaishan before quickly looking away, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. She had been struck by his handsomeness. Master Yi, my cousin has always admired you. She often loses sleep and appetite, unable to rest day or night. Perhaps you could find some time. Qian Lu said with a smile, already hinting at setting a date for the occasion. No problem, 1 month from now. Ye Kaishan nodded without the slightest hesitation. By the way, Master Yi, this maiden has another request. Zhu Man suddenly spoke, and through her explanation, Ye Kaishan finally understood. Zhu Man had been bitten by a highly venomous demonic beast while executing a sect mission some days prior. To this day, toxins remained in her body, impossible to completely purge. She implored Ye Kaishan to refine a barrier-breaking pill for her to cleanse the toxins from within. Hearing this, Ye Kaishan understood. The other party had an agenda. But having an agenda was actually convenient. Only having no purpose whatsoever would be truly alarming. The barrier-breaking pill was a mystic-grade spirit pill possessing the abilities to eliminate toxins, purify the marrow, and transform the flesh, reshape one's constitution, and repair wounds. Such a pill was extraordinarily expensive, truly burdensome for the average cultivator. No problem. This pill shall serve as the betrothal gift. After weighing the matter, Ye Kaishan spoke. For him, refining a barrier-breaking pill was not particularly difficult. 1 month later, Ye Kaishan successfully refined the barrier-breaking pill, and the wedding procession also arrived at Baiyang City. Master Yi is taking another concubine again. Master Yi is truly a man of passion. This is the first time I've encountered an alchemist so fond of taking concubines. What do you call this? Balancing work with rest. The people of Baiyang City spoke with both envy and admiration. Master Yi not only excelled at alchemy, but also possessed an iron constitution. It was said he had dozens of concubines. Ordinary people truly could not withstand such vigor. Even cultivators could not endure such exertion. Not long after, Ye Kaishan sat upon his horse in crimson robes, exuding both joy and elegance. He gracefully departed Baiyang City, and under the gazes of the crowd gradually disappeared into the distance. Just as the wedding procession was halfway on its journey, a cold laugh suddenly echoed from the horizon. Instantly, the horses beneath everyone began to rear and grow restless. What rat dares show itself? Appear immediately. Ye Kaishan's brow furrowed as he shouted loudly. A blood-red blade light suddenly hacked down, stretching fully 40 meters, striking into the procession. Men and horses were thrown into chaos with casualties on all sides. At the critical moment, the bride Zhu Man flew out of her sedan chair, narrowly escaping this strike. Ye Kaishan, I've been waiting for you a long time. The voice sounded again, and a middle-aged man appeared on a distant treetop, long blade in hand, his face twisted in a cold sneer. Foundation establishment, 7th stage. Ye Kaishan's eyes narrowed sharply. His first thought was that perhaps Zhu Man had conspired with someone to harm him. Who are you? Since you'll die, anyway, let me make it clear. This old man is Tian Wenjing. Now do you know who I am? The middle-aged man sneered coldly, looking down from above. So you're Tian Wenjing after all. Ye Kaishan suddenly realized. It had been too long, he had nearly forgotten this figure. Shui Binger had once told him that Tian Wenjing was a cultivator at the early Foundation establishment stage. Now he had become a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Clearly this fellow had encountered some fortuitous opportunity recently. Had I not been cultivating a divine technique recently, I would have come for your life long ago. Tian Wenjing coldly snorted, his blade in hand, suddenly launching an attack as blood-colored blade light pierced through the air. Husband, I'll assist you. Zhu Man flew into motion, preparing to help. Stay away, don't get in the way. Ye Kaishan bellowed. The radiant flight sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out lightly. All of this was completed in the blink of an eye. Sword light flickered like lightning, tearing through the void, instantly scattering the blade energy. My. Tian Wenjing's gaze shifted slightly, a flash of astonishment crossing his face. You've got some skill, but it's far from enough. His form blurred, descending from the treetop and rapidly closing in. Far from enough, you say? Ye Kaishan murmured, a hint of madness flowing through his eyes. Crimson flame, blood-burning art. 50 years of lifespan. With a thunderous boom, overwhelming energy erupted and swept outward from Ye Kaishan, forming a violent storm. Tian Wenjing halted in midair, staring at Ye Kaishan within the storm, as though beholding a ghost. This power was not inferior to his own. What in the world was going on? Had this fellow been concealing his true cultivation? Ye Kaishan's body rose straight upward, single-handedly gripping his sword, gathering a sword intent, before suddenly slashing down. A massive sword energy burst through the storm, extraordinarily sharp, and wherever it passed, the very sky seemed on the verge of being torn asunder. Heaven-severing sword draw. Tian Wenjing roared furiously, hacking out a blood-red blade light. Yet beneath the heaven-severing sword draw, it proved utterly ineffective. With a thunderous crash, as the sword light descended, a chasm 100 zhang long appeared upon the earth. Tian Wenjing stood motionless in the void, his gaze empty and hollow. The next moment, a bloodline appeared at his brow, and his entire body split cleanly in two before tumbling down. Ye Kaishan sheathed his sword and let out a long breath. This single strike had drained most of his strength, plus the 50 years of lifespan he had burned. He felt as though he had been completely wrung dry. Below, Zhu Man watched with her eyes wide open, nearly falling to her knees. Her husband was not only a superb alchemist, but also so overwhelmingly powerful in cultivation. Shortly after, Ye Kaishan brought Zhu Man, and using 1,000-mile light travel swiftly departed the area. And precisely at the moment of Tian Wenjing's death, within a certain dark cave in the Yen Kingdom, an elder in gray robes abruptly opened his eyes, murderous, intent fury, and various negative emotions filling those inhuman eyes. Ye Kaishan brought Zhu Man back to Qingyan town. Everything proceeded as usual. After the formal bows, they were escorted to the bridal chamber. Women of the Baihua sect naturally carried a body fragrance. Zhu Man possessed the scent of red amaranth flowers, rich, yet not overpowering. For Ye Kaishan, this proved to be yet another unforgettable night. 1 month later. Husband, you're so amazing. I think I'm pregnant. Zhu Man sensed the stir of life within her womb and gazed at Ye Kaishan with utter joy. Ever since she entered the 100 Flowers sect, decades passed like a single day. She never imagined she would one day be able to marry and bear children. As a woman of the 100 Flowers sect, though she appeared glamorous on the surface, there were untold hardships hidden behind. Without the nourishment of rain and dew, even the most beautiful flower will eventually wither. This was related to the cultivation technique they practiced. In the end, the women of the 100 Flowers sect had no choice but to descend the mountain, find a home, and spend their remaining years in peace. You're truly remarkable. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Ye Kaishan raised his thumb in praise. Generally speaking, cultivators found it difficult to conceive, yet after just 1 month Zhu Man was already pregnant. Indeed, she was a woman of extraordinary talent. How embarrassing. Zhu Man blushed and playfully struck Ye Kaishan's chest. After Zhu Man became pregnant, Ye Kaishan's other wives gave birth to children one after another. Occasionally 1 or 2 children would possess spiritual roots, but the vast majority did not. For wives who had given birth, Ye Kaishan began his maintenance care for them. That is, he operated the supreme yin-yang primordial art, practicing dual cultivation without conceiving children. Rest assured, husband, I will dissolve your with spiritual energy. This day Zhao Fian spoke to Ye Kaishan with a bashful, blooming expression. Now she possessed a Huang-grade middle-rank spiritual root, Qi refining 5th stage, and with the assistance of the beauty preservation pill and longevity pill, she looked exactly the same as when she first arrived. A slender waist, delicate as a willow, by no means resembling a mother of several children, appearing just like a young maiden. Ye Kaishan never played favorites. He meticulously cared for each and every wife. Even Ren Tinglan's damaged spiritual foundation was restored. This day, taking advantage of her postpartum state, an empty womb, Ye Kaishan decided to help her achieve foundation establishment. Her previous 2 attempts at foundation establishment had failed. First, because her cultivation was insufficient, and second, because she lacked foundation establishment pills. This time, Ye Kaishan prepared 10 to 20 foundation establishment pills, letting Ren Tinglan eat them like meals. This moved Ren Tinglan to both laughter and tears. Once foundation establishment began, Ye Kaishan stood guard beside her, watching for any mishaps. Ren Tinglan did not disappoint. After consuming 5 foundation establishment pills in succession, she finally established a superior grade spiritual foundation. This was far better than she had anticipated. Originally, she could not even form the lowest grade foundation, yet now she directly achieved superior grade, greatly exceeding expectations. Touched beyond words, Ren Tinglan expressed her gratitude to Ye Kaishan, pouring out her emotions. A long while passed before they finally ceased, utterly exhausted. Next, Ye Kaishan went to his other cultivator wives, helping them with maintenance and elevating their cultivation. Just as he was busy enjoying himself, someone knocked on the Yi family's gate. Where is Ye Kaishan? My master invites you to taste pills together. Zhen Taihe arrived at the Yi family's door with his disciple. During this time, Ye Kaishan had been occupied with maintenance and childbirth, never having gone to Baiyang City. Zhen Taihe, who had been waiting impatiently, came in person to issue the challenge. Oh, isn't this Master Zhen? After disappearing for so long, I see you've gone to fetch reinforcements. Ye Kaishan walked out with a teasing smile on his face. Nonsense. My master happened to pass through this place, and hearing of Master Ye's extraordinary skill, wished to witness it firsthand. Surely Master Ye isn't afraid. Zhen Taihe wore a grim expression and spoke in a heavy voice, even resorting to provocation, afraid that Ye Kaishan would refuse. Go back and tell your master to wait. I'll be right there. Ye Kaishan waved his hand. Zhen Taihe inwardly rejoiced and left with his disciples, satisfied and delighted. This wait lasted 2.5 years. While Ye Kaishan was occupied bearing children at home, Zhu Man astonished everyone by giving birth to a child with a Xian-grade lower-rank spiritual root on her very first delivery. Afterward, Ye Kaishan took in several more female cultivators who descended from the Yunlan sect. These women had all been swayed by Xie Yui, Zhou Shui, and the others. Having long contemplated descending the mountain, upon learning how comfortably those women lived in Qingyun town, they immediately bid farewell to their sect and descended elatedly. Others, leaving the immortal sect, were like souls departing, mournful beyond compare, yet they departed with radiant joy and beaming faces. Yin Shaodian grew increasingly restless. More and more female cultivators were leaving, and the trend was unmistakable. Moreover, each departure resembled families returning for New Year celebrations. The Yunlan sect was an immortal realm. Countless souls yearned for not some infernal abyss. Over these 3 years, Ye Kaishan's descendants multiplied explosively. Finally, in the last year, they broke through the 300 mark. Congratulations to the host for spreading your branches and leaves. Descendant count has reached 300. Family scale has further increased. Reward 1 mid-grade spirit field, 10 years of cultivation experience, 10 years of alchemy experience, 10 years of spiritual plant cultivation experience, compendium of Huang-grade formations, 1000 mid-grade spirit stones. Descendants 300. Family reputation 5642. Family scale increased. Please continue your efforts, host. Foundation establishment 4th stage. During this period, Ye Kaishan frantically consumed pills. His cultivation broke through to foundation establishment 3rd stage, and after absorbing the experience advanced another stage. 4 Tao platforms rose within his body. This frenzy of advancement filled him with exhilaration beyond measure. No wonder, when one possessed exceptional spiritual roots and endless spirit stones and pills at their disposal. Not only Ye Kaishan advanced in cultivation, Shui Binger, Xiaoyue Zhou Shui, and the other female cultivators by consuming pills with abandon also successfully achieved foundation establishment. Though most attained middle or superior grade foundation establishment, for them, it was already an inconceivable elevation. Had they not married Ye Kaishan, they would never have reached foundation establishment in their entire lives. Even forming the lowest sewage grade spiritual foundation would have been nearly impossible. With this, the Yi family now possessed several foundation establishment cultivators. Throughout the entire Yanghua kingdom, they could no longer be considered a poor cultivation family. After consolidating his cultivation, Ye Kaishan stepped out of the cultivation chamber, finally remembering. 3 years ago, he had made an agreement with Zhentaihe. Seems like I'm a bit late. I wonder if they're still waiting. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Kaishan immediately mounted his sword and flew toward Baiyang City. 3 years ago, after Zhentaihe left the Yi family, he immediately spread the word. Ye Kaishan was going to challenge the alchemy elder of the Dingding sect. When the people of Baiyang City learned this, anticipation immediately surged. However, this anticipation stretched for 3 long years. The people's excitement and anticipation cooled gradually, like boiling water left to stand. By the end, almost everyone had nearly forgotten the matter entirely. Zhentaihe and his master had waited so long they nearly went numb. They cursed Ye Kaishan for his broken promise. I'll be right there, yet never arrived in 3 years. Forget it. This man avoids battle, proving he fears me. Surely he will not come. The Dingding sect elder Zhou Lu said to his disciple with a sneering expression. What a pity, Zhentaihe lamented. No matter. Since he dares not come, you shall remain Baiyang City's premier alchemist. Zhou Lu stroked his beard and spoke with absolute confidence. Just then commotion arose outside the door. Master, he's here. Ye Kaishan has arrived. His disciple Lu Yang shouted from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lu and his disciple exchanged a knowing smile. Perfect timing. They had just been preparing to leave, and here he comes right to their door. One could only say the boy has terrible luck. The two rushed out, immediately heading for the treasure pill pavilion. At this moment, Ye Kaishan's sudden appearance had caused quite a stir. Master Yi has finally appeared. I've been waiting 3 whole years. Ye Kaishan made his way to the treasure pill pavilion, where he met Qin Chan, the woman who had achieved the great fasting. Ye Kaishan, you wouldn't really be challenging the elder of the Dingding sect to a competition, would you? Since I've already come all this way, wouldn't it make me look like a coward if I didn't show up? Ye Kaishan shrugged with a smile. Just then Zhou Lu and Zhentaihe arrived, one after another, their imposing aura preceding them. This must be Master Yi, I presume. Zhou Lu seized the initiative to speak first, his tone cheerful, though a hint of contempt flickered in his gaze. In his view, Ye Kaishan appeared far too young, barely past 20, looking more like a rogue than a dignified alchemist. Where was the presence befitting a master of pill refinement? Ye Kaishan glanced at the pair with practiced nonchalance, carefully observing the middle-aged man beside Zhentaihe. The man appeared around 50 with somewhat grizzled hair, his attire immaculately refined. May I ask how old Master Zhou is? Ye Kaishan's opening question left everyone momentarily stunned. Zhou Lu paused, then replied, this old man is over 150 years of age. 150 years. Far too young. Ye Kaishan nodded gently, an understanding dawning within. How many years of alchemical experience could a cultivator who had lived merely 150 years possibly possess? Yet the system had rewarded him with at least 70 to 80 years of alchemical experience, all genuine, without a drop of water diluted within. Upon hearing Ye Kaishan's words, Zhou Lu's expression immediately soured. I've heard that you can refine foundation establishment pills with 90% efficacy, but as an alchemist one must not confine themselves to a single path. A true master should embrace all knowledge with the breadth of the ocean. He spoke with gravity, his expression grave. Enough chatter, set your terms. However you wish to compete, I'll follow. Ye Kaishan cut him off. All this talk merely meant the man intended to challenge him in other areas of expertise. Very well, admirable courage in one so young. Zhou Lu broke into laughter. The two then proceeded to the central plaza of Baiyang City, where crowds had gathered on both sides. All were dignitaries of Baiyang city cultivation families and personages of considerable standing. At Zhou Lu's proposal, the two began their competition with yellow-rank spirit pills. The contest would test their breadth of knowledge, the speed of pill formation, and the potency of their medicinal effects. In Zhou Lu's assessment, Ye Kaishan was the type to specialize in a single path capable only of refining foundation establishment pills. His proficiency in other pills was merely superficial. Compared to Zhou Lu's decades of seasoned experience as a veteran practitioner, Ye Kaishan was simply no match. At the start of the competition, Zhou Lu immediately set to work demonstrating swift and decisive alchemical technique. Even the spectators below nodded silently, truly worthy of being an alchemical elder of the Dingding sect. His commanding presence during pill refinement was unmistakable. Yet when they witnessed Ye Kaishan's movements, they were instantly stunned. Ye Kaishan's motions were unhurried, flowing like water and clouds without a single superfluous gesture. He even found leisure to wave at the female cultivators below. He did not seem to be competing at all, but rather performing. Witnessing this, Qin Shan's expression shifted. Precisely when Ye Kaishan had waved at her, for reasons she could not explain, her heart suddenly raced, a peculiar sensation rising within her. Before long, while Zhou Lu was still frantically refining pills, Ye Kaishan rose from his seat and stretched lazily, smiling. "Master Zhou, I'm finished." "What?" Zhou Lu's heart lurched. "Already? This fast? Did you even finish refining, or not?" In that instant, a flicker of panic seized him. Ye Kaishan, perceiving his dilemma, graciously offered, "Master Zhou, no need to rush. Take your time. I'll have a cup of tea while I wait." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Lu's lips twitched. Enraged, he nearly overturned his furnace. What utter gall! Stay calm. Does finishing quickly necessarily mean the quality is superior? This man is deliberately trying to destabilize my mindset. I must not fall for his tricks. Zhou Lu, as a seasoned elder of the Dingding sect, quickly composed himself and continued refining with meticulous care. After a considerable while, he finally completed his work. For fairness's sake, they invited Qin Shan onto the stage to inspect the pill quality. Master Zhou's nourishing qi pill, 90% efficacy. Spirit gathering pill, 80%. Qin Shan examined each one and announced the potencies. Apart from 2 or 3 low-grade pills reaching 90%, the rest were all at 80%. Hearing this, the spectators below nodded in approval. Such ordinary pills could still achieve such medicinal potency. Truly commendable. After the inspection, Zhou Lu stroked his beard, a proud gleam flickering in his eyes. Next came Ye Kaishan's turn. Qin Shan picked up a pill for examination, and astonishment gradually filled her gaze. Nourishing spirit pill, 90% efficacy. Spirit gathering pill, 90%. A whole series of yellow-rank spirit pills, all reaching 90% potency. The spectators below were left utterly speechless. Zhou Lu cried out in disbelief, rushing forward to examine a pill himself. 90% efficacy, undeniably genuine. He stood frozen, his face a mask of shock, muttering incomprehensibly, "Impossible, impossible." Ye Kaishan packed up his equipment and prepared to leave. Passing by Zhou Lu, he paused. "Master Zhou, I have my doubts. Are you truly an elder of the Dingding sect?" Whether the opponent was simply too weak or he was too strong, Ye Kaishan couldn't help but feel this whole affair somewhat unreal. This fellow. Qin Shan watched him depart, her heart profoundly shaken. Just as Ye Kaishan stepped out of the plaza, he was stopped by a man in white robes. "Master Ye, I've long heard of your fame. I am Bai Xiong, and my daughter has long admired your mastery. Might I invite you to my residence for a conversation?" Bai Xiong. Ye Kaishan's heart stirred. He recognized this man's identity immediately. The patriarch of the Bai family, the foremost cultivation clan of Baiyang City. "Since you insist so graciously, I shall not stand on ceremony." Ye Kaishan smiled warmly and readily accepted the invitation. Pleased. Bai Xiong harbored intentions of marrying his daughter to Ye Kaishan, seeking a union between their families. Ye Kaishan naturally would not refuse such an offer. The two saw eye to eye immediately. Bai Xiong immediately summoned his daughter. "This is my daughter Bai Caiwei, paying respects to Master Yi." Shortly after, a woman in white robes appeared before Ye Kaishan. She was a woman of cold, almost austere temperament. The moment Ye Kaishan laid eyes on her, the image of Xialong instantly sprang to his mind. His gaze flickered and a green radiance emanated from the woman. 27 years of age, 9th stage of Qi refining, profound grade, lower tier spiritual root. Such talent was not inferior to Yen Shuetian. "Master Bai, you have truly sired an exceptional daughter." Ye Kaishan gazed upon her with evident satisfaction, then turned to Bai Xiong beside him. "Where indeed? My daughter has always admired Master Yi. If Master Yi is willing, how about 1 month from now?" Bai Xiong ventured with practiced subtlety, well versed in Ye Kaishan's temperament. "No problem, 1 month from now." Ye Kaishan agreed immediately without any hesitation. Then he took out another 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and 2 spirit artifacts as betrothal gifts. Bai Xiong's eyes brightened. He wished he could marry off another daughter. Although the Bai family was the premier cultivation clan in Baiyang City, they were still far inferior compared to the immortal sects. These betrothal gifts were no small sum. After leaving the Bai residence, Ye Kaishan visited the Treasure Pill Pavilion. He wanted to purchase some items and also reconnect with that alluring woman. Zhou Lu and his disciple have departed. They left in dejected spirits, and I'm not sure if they'll return. Qin Shan delivered this news. They won't go back to fetch reinforcements, will they? Ye Kaishan was somewhat uneasy. First they beat the small fry, then the bigger ones came. Now the bigger ones have been beaten. Surely they won't bring out the elders next. It was an endless cycle. That I wouldn't know. Qin Shan's beautiful eyes shifted as she gazed directly at Ye Kaishan, a faint smile playing on her lips. Even an elder from the Ding Cauldron sect couldn't match you. Your alchemical skills are truly extraordinary. Ye Kaishan's mouth curved upward as he waved dismissively and laughed. Nothing worth mentioning. Among all my skills, my alchemy is the most insignificant. Oh, then what is your most exceptional skill? Qin Shan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her noble and enchanting face revealing genuine interest. You'll find out in due time. Ye Kaishan smiled mysteriously. By the way, since you're so skilled at pill refinement, I want you to represent the Baiyang City branch of the Treasure Pill Pavilion in a competition. Qin Shan suddenly changed the subject. What are the benefits? Ye Kaishan asked pragmatically. As long as you achieve the ranking I desire, I'll agree to one condition from you. Qin Shan gritted her teeth, her expression utterly serious. Any condition? Ye Kaishan grinned mysteriously. What condition do you want? Qin Shan hesitated slightly before asking. Let's not beat around the bush. I want to marry you. Ye Kaishan was direct. Qin Shan possessed exceptional business talents. Taking her as a wife would be perfect. Hearing these words, Qin Shan immediately became flustered, her cheeks flushing warm. She feigned composure, replying nonchalantly, It's not impossible. I have no objections. Excellent. It's settled then. Ye Kaishan burst into laughter. He loved women who were straightforward like this. I'll notify you of the specific date in advance. Qin Shan rose, and leaving these words behind, walked up to the second floor. After that conversation, they were both feeling sticky from the interaction. 1 month later, Ye Kaishan's wedding procession arrived in Baiyang City once again. When people learned who Ye Kaishan was marrying this time, another wave of envy and admiration swept through. Especially when other cultivation clans learned that Ye Kaishan had offered substantial spirit stones and spirit artifacts as betrothal gifts. They couldn't sit still any longer. They began searching their clans for suitable female members, preparing to marry them into the Ye family. Someone like Ye Kaishan, handsome, talented in cultivation, and a powerful alchemist, was every female cultivator's dream partner. The wedding procession returned to the Ye family smoothly. The ceremony proceeded, and Ye Kaishan led by Kai Wei by her delicate boneless hand into the bridal chamber. She was like a cold goddess of the snowy mountains, yet under Ye Kaishan's relentless courtship, she melted into water. This was a woman of entirely different temperament from Zhu Man. A unique and equally unforgettable experience for Ye Kaishan. The system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your bone quality has improved, reaching middle grade of the mystery level. They remained awake through the night. The next morning, Ye Kaishan stepped out of the bridal chamber refreshed, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. The improvement in bone quality brought tremendous benefits. He could clearly sense that his speed of absorbing spiritual energy had increased yet again. Henceforth, he devoted most of his attention to Bai Kaiwei. 3 months later, a hint of bashfulness appeared on Bai Kaiwei's usually cold face. Husband, I think I'm pregnant. Haha, excellent. You shall be rewarded. Ye Kaishan was overjoyed. He immediately presented her with a top-grade mystery-level spirit artifact as a reward. Spirit stones and spirit pills, of course, were not lacking either. A man should dote on his own wife generously. When the child is born, husband will help you achieve foundation establishment. Ye Kaishan made this promise, then attended to his other concubines. By now his harem had grown to dozens. He had over 300 children. The entire Ye household now numbered over 2,000 people. Among them, over 40 children possessed spiritual roots. Now these children were gradually growing up. 5 children had already reached the age suitable for cultivation. On this day, Ye Kaishan tidied himself up, brought the 5 children along, and set off for Cloudwave Sect once more. As a nominal elder, coming to Cloudwave Sect felt like returning home. Ye Kaishan went directly to Spirit Beauty Peak and found Yen Shuetian. When she saw Ye Kaishan arrive, especially with several young boys and girls behind him, Yen Shuetian immediately couldn't hold back. Ye Kaishan, exactly how many children do you have? Yen Shuetian demanded loudly, her chest heaving with anger, magnificent and imposing. This was too much, each time more outrageous than the last. Miss Yen, this is a gift I brought for you. Ye Kaishan took out a spirit artifact and handed it to her, intending to silence her. I don't want it. Yen Shuetian refused, but before she knew it, Ye Kaishan had seized her hand and forced the gift into it. His speed was so swift that she hadn't even registered what happened. Your 4th stage foundation establishment. Yin Shuetian's pupils dilated in shock. She could barely breathe. She herself had only just reached full circle foundation establishment, unable to form a golden core despite repeated attempts. Unknowingly, Ye Kaishan was almost catching up to her. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Just cultivating for fun, nothing worth mentioning. Ye Kaishan waved modestly, though his posture was straight as a rod. Yin Shuetian had no words. If even his fun cultivation was this impressive, cultivators like them might as well bury themselves. Cultivation demands following one's heart and confronting one's true nature. Only then can one break through personal shackles and advance triumphantly. Ye Kaishan continued, his expression utterly serious. Hearing this, something stirred within Yin Shuetian. What was her true nature? Just as she was contemplating this, a female cultivator hurried in. Master disciples on patrol have sent word. Near the Blackwater Murky Pool, 8,000 li from the sect, they've discovered a spirit medicine of the mystery grade about to mature. Who sent this information? Yin Shuetian snapped back to attention, asking seriously. It was Senior Sister Bailing's team, the female cultivator replied. Yin Shuetian nodded slowly, then her expression suddenly changed as she thought of something. This is bad. I recall that there are 2 peak second-stage demon beasts in the Blackwater Murky Pool. Bailing and the others are likely in danger. Beside her, Ye Kaishan nodded silently. First-stage demon beasts corresponded to the Qi refining stage for humans, second stage corresponded to foundation establishment, and so on. Peak second-stage demon beasts naturally matched human, full-circle foundation establishment cultivators. These thick-skinned, heavy-hided beasts were more than ordinary people could handle. Immediately, Yin Shuetian prepared to set out for the rescue. Do you need my help? Ye Kaishan called out loudly. Yin Shuetian stopped and turned to look at him. You can't be of much help, but as an old friend there are some things I can't keep from you. Your son Ye Fan is also in that team. Is my son Ye Fan also there? Ye Kaishan paused for a moment, then immediately rolled up his sleeves and said with killing intent, I'll go with you and kill those 2 beasts. Ye Kaishan, I advise you to stay calm and not act on impulse. Yin Shuetian regretted revealing this news. What nonsense. Let's go. Ye Kaishan forcefully pulled Yin Shuetian up and headed out. Seeing this, Yin Shuetian no longer urged him further and immediately gathered the disciples to head to Blackwater Cold Pool. The group flew on swords, with Ye Kaishan desperately anxious to save his son, moving unusually fast and leaving only a graceful figure behind. The female cultivators accompanying him watched in awe. These female disciples were all inner sect members, their cultivation ranging from late Qi refining to early foundation establishment stage. Both their appearance and cultivation exceeded that of ordinary outer sect disciples. Ye Kaishan's simple actions left a deep impression in their hearts. Soon after, a lake like the Eye of Hell appeared before his eyes. It emitted a mysterious aura, as if it could absorb one's soul. The group landed to investigate, and the woman, named Bai Ling, was the captain of this training expedition. She was a woman with cultivation at the early foundation establishment stage, like an elf. At this moment, the group was huddled under a giant rock 1,000 zhang away from the cold pool, their chi scattered and expressions filled with terror. They had clearly just gone through a battle and were badly frightened. Seeing Yin Shuetian and the others arrive, Bai Ling and the others seemed to have found their savior, and they excitedly rushed over. Master, one of us was dragged into the cold pool by that black snake. Please save them quickly. At this time, Ye Kaishan did not see Ye Fan in the group, and his expression immediately darkened. Where is my son Ye Fan? Ye Fan. He was also dragged into the cold pool. Bai Ling paused and stammered. Boom. Ye Kaishan rose from the ground, his body like lightning shooting toward the black water cold pool. He shouted, Beast, come out. Ye Kaishan, do not act impulsively. Yin Shuetian shouted loudly. Seeing he wouldn't listen, she stomped her foot and followed. The black water cold pool was fully 100 zhang in size, bottomless, like a black hole filled with water. Ye Kaishan hovered above the cold pool, loudly provoking the black snake. This sight made Bai Ling and the other female cultivators tremble with fear, thinking he had lost his mind. Splash. Suddenly, the black water cold pool churned, the water surface bulging, and a giant snake thicker than a water barrel burst out. It opened its massive bloody mouth and bit toward Ye Kaishan. Careful. Yin Shuetian, seeing Ye Kaishan about to be swallowed by the snake, panicked and instinctively rushed to push him away. At the critical moment, Ye Kaishan moved as light as a swallow, like flying light, effortlessly dodging the snake's mouth. He pulled out a spirit talisman from behind and threw it into the black snake's mouth. This was the explosive talisman rewarded by the system with powerful effects capable of easily killing a foundation establishment cultivator. Boom. The explosive talisman detonated in the snake's mouth, blood and flesh spraying everywhere. The black snake was destroyed beyond recognition and struggled painfully to burrow into the water. Seeing the tide turn, Yin Shuetian joined the attack, preparing to deal a fatal blow. However, this black snake was female and it had a mate. Another male snake emerged from below and attacked. It opened its mouth and spat a black fog barrier enveloping Yin Shuetian. The black energy was about to enter her body through her nose and mouth. This is bad. Yin Shuatian cried out in alarm. This black energy contained a deadly poison, and as soon as it touched her, her body went weak. She couldn't fully exert her magical power. If this continued, she would never be a match for two black snakes. The hearts of the female cultivators tightened as the situation was too unfavorable for them. However, at this moment, Ye Kaishan, anxious to save his son, could no longer care about anything else. Crimson flame, blood-burning art. 100 years of lifespan. In an instant, a terrifying power emanated from Ye Kaishan, sacred and magnificent. At this moment, everyone present seemed to have seen a god from hell. Is this the core formation stage? Bai Ling's jaw nearly hit the ground. The aura suddenly erupted from Ye Kaishan, almost transcended the foundation establishment stage. In the eyes of the two black snakes there emerged a fearful expression, almost human in nature. Seeing the situation turning against them, they immediately tried to burrow into the water. Swish! A sword light shot forth, and the female snake was cut into two halves on the spot. Ye Kaishan held the mystic light flying sword, and the power surging within his body was about to burst his physical form apart. This indicated that he already possessed power beyond the foundation establishment stage, but his physical body was too weak to contain it, requiring an outlet. He sheathed the mystic light flying sword, extended his cloud-searching hand, and yanked the male snake that had dived underwater, holding it in his grasp. At this moment, he seemed like an ancient demon god enveloped in blood-red aura, his momentum so majestic that it shocked everyone. Did you eat my son, Ye Fan? Ye Kaishan forcefully pried open the snake's mouth and interrogated it coldly. No matter how the black snake struggled, it was all in vain. Gradually increasing his grip, he tore it in half, with blood spraying everywhere. Ye Kaishan remained expressionless and found nothing in the snake's belly. Could it be? His bad premonition grew stronger. When he named his son Ye Fan, he had hoped he would be like a protagonist bearing a portion of fortune. Could it be that he was cursed by his own fortune? Before he could think further, Yin Shuatian beside him suddenly swayed and fell. Ye Kaishan reacted quickly, catching her in his arms and flying toward the shore. In his embrace, Yin Shuatian felt dazed, as if returning to their first encounter, when Ye Kaishan had also held her this way. Unconsciously, she used all her strength to wrap her arms around Ye Kaishan's neck and buried her face deep into his chest. We've arrived. It wasn't until a voice reminded her that she came back to her senses. Ye Kaishan had no interest in sweet words. He was preparing to search the cold pool for Ye Fan to find him alive or dead. By now, all the women had long been captivated by Ye Kaishan, their gaze never leaving him for a moment. They naturally obeyed his every word. They hurriedly helped Ye Kaishan search for his son, standing around the cold pool and calling out Ye Fan's name. The remaining sect brothers and sisters seemed to have been forgotten. Soon after, just as everyone was about to give up, a figure emerged from the water. Ye Fan surfaced and immediately spotted Ye Kaishan. Father, why are you here? You brat, your father came to rescue you. Ye Kaishan was overjoyed and cursed as he approached. Seeing this, Ye Kaishan's heart stirred. Could this lad have some unspoken secret? Next, confirming no one else would surface, the group gathered the spiritual roots and returned to Yunlon sect. Father and son returned to the cave, and Ye Kaishan carefully set up a separation formation. Son, can you tell me now? Ye Fan nodded and carefully took out a small black tripod. Father, I found this tripod at the bottom of the cold pool. It was thanks to it that I didn't become food for the giant snake. I can sense that this seems to be an extraordinary treasure. This black tripod had 4 legs and 2 handles, standing just over a foot tall, faintly emanating a luster of black gold. Although it looked somewhat worn, it was extremely hard. When Ye Kaishan struck it with his hand, his fingers were actually numbed from the impact. Son, you're right. I also feel this is a treasure. Try dropping a drop of your blood on it now. It might have a miraculous effect. Ye Kaishan spoke up, remembering how it always went in dramas. Encountering a mysterious treasure required blood allegiance first. Father, I've already done that, said Ye Fan. Good lad. Self-taught. Ye Kaishan inwardly exclaimed in admiration. His son was truly gifted. What reaction did you have after dropping the blood? He couldn't help but ask. Well, it can grow and shrink. I haven't discovered any other functions yet, Ye Fan said with a serious expression. He had hidden beneath the enlarged tripod, which was how he avoided being devoured by the giant snake. Being able to enlarge and shrink is already quite good. Develop it well. Ye Kaishan looked gratified. His child had grown up. Although Ye Fan was only at the 5th layer of Qi refining, with this kind of fortune his future achievements would not be low. Next, Ye Kaishan didn't rush to leave. He stayed behind to guide Ye Fan's cultivation, giving him quite a few pills and spirit stones. Before they knew it, half a month had passed. The news of Ye Kaishan tearing apart the giant snake with his bare hands gradually spread throughout Yunlon's sect. Even the sect master Yang Menghua was left with her jaw on the floor. As for the female cultivators, they didn't even need mentioning. When they learned Ye Kaishan was at the back mountain, they quickly surrounded Ye Fan's cave dwelling. Until this day, when Ye Kaishan walked out of the cave, he saw a large group of female cultivators gathered before the entrance. The moment they saw him emerge, they immediately crowded around him. Brother Ye. Senior Ye. This disciple wishes to request guidance from Elder Ye. This lady's chest feels blocked when circulating qi with constant congestion. Among these female cultivators were ordinary disciples, some at the later stages of qi refining, and even intersect disciples at the early foundation establishment stage. All using the pretense of seeking guidance, wanting to get closer to Ye Kaishan. Of course Ye Kaishan accepted them all without refusal. Don't be impatient. One at a time. Ye Fan watched this scene speechlessly, helplessly rubbing his forehead. His father was good at everything except one thing. He loved the fair sex far too much. In just 10 or 20 years, he had already sired over 300 siblings. Simply outrageous. After a long while, Ye Kaishan descended the mountain with a dozen female cultivators. Their enthusiasm was difficult to refuse, and one couldn't bear to disappoint them. At the same time, Yang Menghua received resignation applications from a dozen disciples at once. Her head was pounding. After some investigation, she finally learned that all these female disciples had left with Ye Kaishan. Moreover, the female disciples who had left before had also ultimately gone to Qingyun town. Beast! Yang Menghua cursed secretly. Her beautiful face was covered in frost. Appointing Ye Kaishan as a nominal elder was meant to have him contribute to the sect, teach the disciples and such. Yet he, good as he was, had taught the disciples right into his home, onto his bed. A beast. Suddenly Yang Menghua felt tremendous regret. She shouldn't have appointed Ye Kaishan as a nominal elder in the first place, thereby encouraging such improper conduct. Thus, she summoned Yin Shuetian, wanting her to mediate. Senior sister, you summoned me. When Yin Shuetian arrived, her aura was rather depleted with residual black snake toxins still in her body, not fully purged. Yang Menghua vented endlessly, planning to ban Ye Kaishan from entering Yunlan's sect from now on. What do you think? Yin Shuetian was speechless. She hadn't expected Ye Kaishan to be so formidable. A dozen at once. Senior sister, have you noticed that Ye Kaishan's cultivation is progressing particularly quickly? Yin Shuetian answered a question with another question, speaking thoughtfully. He once told me that cultivation is about following one's heart and pointing directly to the true self. One should not suppress their emotions. Only in this way can one advance by leaps and bounds. What do you mean by that? Yang Menghua frowned. My meaning is that male and female love is simply human nature. Perhaps this is also the reason for his rapid cultivation. I think Yunlan's sect should relax its restrictions, allowing disciples to court and marry. One can still cultivate after getting married, can't they? Yin Shuetian was swayed, growing more animated as she spoke. Yang Menghua was so angry her phoenix eyes widened, nearly falling off her seat. What are you babbling about, Yin Shuetian? Senior sister, I've made my decision, Yin Shuetian said with a serious expression. What have you decided? My cultivation has always been unable to break through. I can't form a golden core. Perhaps it's because I can't face my true self, always escaping from the past. Denying my past self, doesn't that mean denying my entire being? Therefore, I've decided to go find Ye Kaishan. Yin Shuetian's expression was resolute. You've gone mad. Yang Menghua was shocked. You'll destroy yourself this way. Forming a golden core will become even more hopeless. Yet Yin Shuetian's mind was already made up and couldn't be swayed by her words. Very well, I won't stop you from going to Ye Kaishan, but under no circumstances can you withdraw from Yunlan's sect. Yang Menghua sighed, deeply, speaking seriously. On the other side, Ye Kaishan returned to Qingyun town and then launched his plan to take concubines. This time he brought back over a dozen female cultivators. At the rate of one per month, it would take over a year to marry them all. So he decided to speed up the process. What was a little extra effort for him? From then on, the red lanterns at the Ye family residence never came down. The wedding procession was endless. His legs nearly ran off. Ye Kaishan took several concubines each month. He was either marrying or on his way to marrying. After a full 3 months, he finally married off all the dozen female cultivators. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having over 50 spiritually gifted offspring. Family scale upgraded. Rewards: 24 elephants golden body art, 10 years of cultivation experience, 10 years of alchemy experience, 10 years of artifact refining experience, 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 1 plot of medium-grade spirit field. This day, as Zhu Man gave birth to a child with a spiritual root, Ye Kaishan's spiritually gifted offspring finally exceeded 50. An ordinary cultivation family would only have a few cultivators. Yet the current Ye family, including Ye Kaishan's concubines, already had nearly 100 cultivators. This was an extremely terrifying number. Ye Kaishan absorbed the experience rewards, and his cultivation broke through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment as naturally as water finding its course. The improvement in spiritual root certainly made a difference in speed. 24 elephants golden body art, a body refinement technique. Just what I need. Ye Kaishan examined the rewarded technique and was overjoyed instantly. This was a mystic-grade top-tier body refinement technique. When cultivated to its ultimate state, the physical body alone could rival a cultivator at the great circle of golden core. Next, he began cultivating the 24 elephants golden body art. Currently, the body was Ye Kaishan's weak point, tilling the fields day and night. Even iron would wear out. After all, his opponents were no ordinary folk either. They were all powerful immortals in their own right. Moreover, the power gained from burning lifespan also required a strong physical body to support it. Strengthening the body was urgent. The 24 Xiang golden body art does not refer to 24 elephants. Rather, Xiang means phenomenon, the manifestations that arise within heaven and earth. There are also powerful creatures referred to as Xiang, such as tiger elephant and dragon elephant. With each Xiang mastered, the physical body undergoes tremendous enhancement. Upon completing the final Xiang, the dragon elephant realm, this technique reaches grand perfection. Moving mountains and lifting peaks would be effortless. After a month, Ye Kaishan mastered the first Xiang, sensing his physical strength increase by at least 30%. His blood and chi surged with vibrant energy, his spirit brimming with vitality. This was merely the beginning. Excellent. Ye Kaishan murmured with satisfaction, a smile playing across his lips. He decided to test whether his prowess in farming had grown stronger. The trial lasted 3 days. Husband, I can't take any more. Go find your other sisters. Wang Shifeng, usually insatiable, finally succumbed and begged for mercy. Ye Kaishan grinned, triumphantly strutting about like a victorious rooster. He stepped out of the chamber ready to charge toward the next battlefield. Just then a servant girl rushed over with news. Young master, there's an immortal outside who wishes to see you. As she spoke, traces of wonder still lingered in her eyes, stunned by the celestial beauty at the door. An immortal? Ye Kaishan found it peculiar, though not particularly surprised. Recently, quite a few female cultivators from the Yunlan sect had been coming by. It was no longer a rare occurrence. Looks like another immortal is joining my household. Ye Kaishan chuckled to himself, hastening to the gate. In the distance, a graceful silhouette stood quietly, appearing somewhat at a loss, like a fairy who had just descended into the mortal realm. Is this Miss Yen? Ye Kaishan froze. Though the woman had her back to him, some figures were unmistakable. Even turned to ash, one would still recognize them. He had not only seen Yen Shuetian, but had held her, knowing every contour of her form. Yen Shuetian turned around and smiled awkwardly. I've been traveling lately and happened to pass through this place. I came to see you. That's wonderful. I've dreamed of your arrival. Ye Kaishan welcomed her warmly, ushering her inside. The female cultivators from the Yunlan sect, now Ye Kaishan's concubines, learned of Yen Shuetian's arrival and flooded out one after another to greet her. Tinglan, you're here too. Yen Shuetian's eyes widened with astonishment upon seeing Ren Tinglan. Greetings, master. Ren Tinglan curtsied obediently. Don't call me master. You forgot our master-disciple fate has ended. Yen Shuetian shook her head, refusing to acknowledge the disciple, intending to interact as equals. Foundation establishment, 3rd stage. You've succeeded in establishing your foundation. She perceived Ren Tinglan's cultivation level, her amazement deepening. Not only Ren Tinglan, but all the former disciples of Lingxiu Peak showed remarkable improvement in their cultivation. What kind of magic does Ye Kaishan possess? It's all thanks to my husband. Otherwise, I would never have achieved foundation establishment in this lifetime. Ren Tinglan said with pride and bashfulness. Yen Shuetian's heart grew more complicated, stirred by an unprecedented impulse. Ye Kaishan arranged lodging for Yen Shuetian, inviting her to stay at the Yi residence for some time. He did not rush to make advances, waiting instead for the opportune moment. In his idle moments, Ye Kaishan visited Yen Shuetian, reminiscing about old times. Do you remember what you said when you left back then? You said when you walked the path of immortality you would come. Yen Shuetian whispered softly, her cheeks growing flushed. Why did you stop speaking? Ye Kaishan laughed, looking mischievous yet handsome. I said when I walked the path of immortality, I would come to break through your defenses. Now I'm confident. Are you prepared? His expression turned serious. At this moment, it was as if they had returned to those days with not a trace of estrangement between them. Yen Shuetian gently lowered her head, emitting a barely audible of agreement. 3 days later, the Yi household was adorned with lanterns and decorations, as Ye Kaishan seized the opportunity to marry Yen Shuetian. On the wedding night, Ye Kaishan lifted the bride's red veil, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. She appeared to be in her late 20s, mature, elegant, yet somewhat shy. This was a mature charm that youth could never provide. Ye Kaishan said nothing, gently lifting her and extinguishing the candle. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. 3 months passed, with Ye Kaishan going nowhere, focusing entirely on caring for Yen Shuetian. Finally, he sowed the seeds of life into this fertile soil. Husband, I'm carrying your child. Yen Shuetian opened her heart, completely radiating maternal radiance. Ye Kaishan was overjoyed, pulling her close for a flurry of kisses. Young Master Mistress Kaiwei is about to give birth. A servant rushed to report. Ye Kaishan hurried over filled with anticipation. Bai Kaiwei possessed a blue-quality profound-grade spiritual root, and their child was sure to be remarkable. He rushed to the delivery room, waiting excitedly outside. For a foundation establishment cultivator, childbirth was a relatively easy matter. Shortly after, a robust infant's cry pierced the air. System notification: congratulations, host, on extending your lineage. You have sired an offspring with a profound-grade superior spiritual root. Rewards: 10 lifespan, 1 profound-grade superior spiritual artifact, soul-nourishing technique, 1 gourd of profound-grade spiritual pills, 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Holy crap! Ye Kaishan froze, then erupted in delight. Bai Kaiwei had given birth to a child with a profound-grade superior spiritual root. This was the finest spiritual root among all his children thus far. The rewards were extraordinarily generous. Beyond the profound-grade superior spiritual artifact and pills, what intrigued him most was the soul-nourishing technique. This was a special secret art dedicated to cultivating divine sense. Upon entering the immortal path from the Qi refining stage, cultivators begin generating divine sense, though at this stage, it is extremely weak, capable only of internal perception. By the later stages of Qi refining, divine sense extends merely a few zhang outside the body, practically useless. After achieving foundation establishment, divine sense undergoes a minor breakthrough, reaching a range of up to 4 li. Only after reaching core formation does divine sense experience a major breakthrough. At early core formation, divine sense reaches 10 li, mid-stage reaches 20 li, late stage reaches 30 li, and at completion 40 li. At this point, the importance of divine sense becomes evident. Whether in combat or tracking it is a crucial means for cultivators. Without special cultivation techniques, divine sense cannot grow. Divine sense cultivation techniques are exceedingly rare throughout the cultivation world. Even at the core formation stage, they are exceptionally precious, with very few possessing such methods. Ye Kaishan immediately pushed open the door to the delivery room, giving Bai Kaiwei a big hug and covering her with fervent kisses. Despite her usually cold temperament, the woman blushed deeply. Husband, shouldn't you look at our child first? She shyly pushed Ye Kaishan away, trying to change the subject. You are my treasure. The child is merely an accident. Ye Kaishan pulled her close again, passionate and unrestrained. Bai Kaiwei was mortified, yet her heart was filled with honey. How could she, who had lived so long, have ever heard such direct declarations of affection? After a bout of tender intimacy, Ye Kaishan took the child into his arms and smiled. Saiwei, our child has a spiritual root. Is that so? That's wonderful. She can go to Yunlan's sect to cultivate when she grows up. Bai Kaiwei was not particularly surprised, for both she and Ye Kaishan possessed spiritual roots of no small caliber. This spiritual root is extraordinary, a supreme Xin-grade spiritual root. What? Supreme Xin-grade? Bai Kaiwei was stunned. With a spiritual root of such caliber, barring any mishap, breaking through to core formation was merely a matter of time. Across all of Yin Kingdom, those who reached core formation were among the supreme powerhouses capable of shielding a cultivation clan for hundreds of years. A core formation cultivator's lifespan began at 500 years with a maximum of 800. Indeed, you are remarkable. You've given me a surprise with our firstborn. Ye Kaishan praised. Not at all. Without my husband, I could never have borne this child. Bai Kaiwei said, a faint blush gracing her delicate cheeks. Then consider this your reward. Give me 100 children, Ye Kaishan said with a mischievous grin. To her surprise, Bai Kaiwei did not protest, but instead nodded shyly. Enough, I was jesting. There's no rush for more children. Let your husband nurture and restore you first. We'll begin after you reach foundation establishment. Ye Kaishan spoke with genuine seriousness, and then named the child Ye Xiao. Afterwards, once Bai Kaiwei had sufficiently recovered, Ye Kaishan employed the supreme Yin-Yang primordial art to help her restore her constitution. Half a year later, she finally attained the peak of Qi refinement, her body reaching a state of perfection. Finally, after consuming 5 or 6 foundation establishment pills, she succeeded in establishing her foundation. 3 cracks, supreme grade foundation establishment, Ye Kaishan said, with visible satisfaction upon learning the result. With such a solid foundation, future core formation would prove far less arduous. After Bai Kaiwei's successful foundation establishment, Ye Kaishan turned his attention back to tending the land, watering, fertilizing, and sowing. 2 months later, the seeds finally sprouted. Meanwhile, his other cultivated concubines gave birth in succession, each bearing children with spiritual roots. Though not every child would possess a spiritual root, having mother cultivators significantly raised the probability. With some leisure, Ye Kaishan turned to cultivating the spirit-nourishing art. At his current mid-foundation establishment realm, his divine sense spanned only about 2 li, roughly enough to cover half of the Yi estate. Upon reaching peak foundation establishment, his divine sense could extend to 4 li, which was the standard capability for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Chanting the incantation silently, Ye Kaishan entered a meditative state. Instantly a needle-like pain pierced his mind. This cultivation session endured for half a year. 6 months later, Ye Kaishan's divine sense finally broke through expanding by a full li. He had preliminarily grasped the mysteries of the spiritual soul and gained a deeper understanding of how to wield his divine sense. Nevertheless, he did not devote himself wholeheartedly to divine sense cultivation. During the foundation establishment period, core cultivation should remain the priority. Taking out a gourd of spirit pills, Ye Kaishan began consuming them steadily. Several more months passed, and Yin Shuatian gave birth. Congratulations, host, on expanding your lineage and birthing an offspring with a superior Xian-grade spiritual root. Rewards: 10 years lifespan, a superior Xian-grade spirit artifact, the Earth Fire Profound Heart Pill Art, 500 mid-grade spirit stones, and 1 mid-grade spirit field. Ye Kaishan immediately received the system notification, a surge of delight rising within his heart. The Earth Fire Profound Heart Pill Art was a supreme Xian-grade alchemy cultivation technique. It could condense earth core fire, a flame that completely surpassed the fiery techniques of the true fire ninefold pill art. For alchemists, flame intensity was of utmost importance as it enabled far more rapid extraction of medicinal properties. It could even refine out the toxic elements within spiritual herbs at a deeper level, enabling pills to form quickly. Furthermore, this pill art came with several attached prescriptions. One particular formula especially caught Ye Kaishan's interest. That was the supreme Xian-grade spirit pill, the Yuan Gathering Pill, a rare elixir capable of increasing one's chances of core formation. It was similar to the Foundation Establishment Pill. However, what set it apart was that the Yuan Gathering Pill was far more precious and virtually unavailable on the open market. If one desired it, they could only commission a master alchemist to refine it personally. Refining the Yuan Gathering Pill required certain Xian-grade spiritual herbs, and the price of herbs at this tier was no small matter. It was beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. A single Xian-grade spiritual herb on the market demanded over 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Of course, for Ye Kaishan this posed no concern whatsoever. He next examined the rewarded spirit artifact and discovered it was a spirit ring. The ring he currently wore held only a few zhang of space, whereas the newly granted ring boasted a capacity of over 100 zhang. Ye Kaishan donned the ring and pushed open the door. Yin Shuatian, still recovering from childbirth, looked radiant, showing no sign of fatigue. Such was the enduring vitality of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. You've worked hard, my lady. Ye Kaishan approached the bed and leaned down to press a kiss upon her forehead. My lord, shall we give our child a name? Let us call him Ye Qiu. Ye Kaishan pondered briefly, then immediately provided the name. It posed no difficulty for him whatsoever. Time flew and a month passed. After Yin Shuatian had fully recovered, she wished to bear another child, but Ye Kaishan stopped her. My lady, there is no rush for more children. You have already reached peak foundation establishment. Let me first help you form your core. Once Yin Shuatian successfully formed her core, the Yi clan would gain a core formation ancestor, dramatically raising their security. Core formation. But Yin Shuatian's eyes lit up for an instant, then quickly dimmed. A flicker of fear crossed her mind. There is no need for, but, provided I am here, no mishap will occur. You need only cooperate with me well, and core formation will be effortlessly achieved. Ye Kaishan spoke with unwavering confidence. From then on, he devoted his spare time specifically to aiding Yin Shuatian. The supreme yin-yang primordial art could to a certain extent enhance one's constitution and unlock every latent potential. A year later, under Ye Kaishan's tutelage, Yin Shuatian appeared considerably younger. Her physique had reached a state of perfection, and even her spiritual roots had improved slightly. Ye Kaishan paused his cultivation and resolved to first assist Yin Shuatian with core formation. He personally set out for Baiyang City to purchase the spiritual herbs needed to refine the Yuan Gathering Pill. Just as he finished his purchases and was about to leave, he ran into Qin Shan, one of his concubines. Master Yi, regarding the competition I mentioned last time, the date has been confirmed. It will take place in 3 years. Qin Shan wasted no pleasantries and got straight to the point. She had, after all, wagered herself as the prize. In 3 years. No problem. Ye Kaishan nodded. This competition was jointly hosted by the Yin Kingdom royal family and the Pill Cauldron sect. Each city's treasure pill branch would send one representative to compete. Ye Kaishan would represent the Baiyang City branch. Across the entirety of Yin Kingdom, there were 28 cities in total. The contest tested the alchemy skills of each branch, and Qin Shan took it very seriously. As long as you place in the top 5, I will agree to any condition you set, Qin Shan said solemnly. Agreed. Ye Kaishan nodded, seemingly unbothered. Allow me one reminder, Qin Shan added. Historically, our Baiyang City branch has always finished last. This unfortunate record was entirely due to Master Xintaiha. Ye Kaishan returned home without delay and commenced his pill refining. Before long, a Zhu Yuan pill was successfully forged. For a master of his caliber, this posed no particular challenge. Ye Kaishan then escorted Yin Shuetian to a concealed sanctuary where she would attempt her golden core breakthrough. The golden core stage involved the dissolution of the Tao platform, paving the way for the formation of a Dan core, whose grade would depend on its quality, thereby consolidating one's primordial essence, spiritual energy, and divine sense. The grades of Dan cores ranked from lowest to highest are Impure Dan White, Dan Azure, Dan Crimson, Dan Purple Dan, and Golden Core Dan. The latter being the supreme grade is destined to endure the purifying trials of heavenly tribulation. My lord, I am prepared. Yin Shuetian spoke with serene composure, her voice steady as she settled into the lotus position upon the meditation cushion. Partake of this, and it shall augment your probability of forming the golden core by 3/10. Ye Kaishan cast the Ju Yuan pill toward her. With an emphatic nod, Yin Shuetian swallowed the pill in one gulp and commenced her attempt at golden core formation. Within her form, the Tao platform began its dissolution, rapidly drawing inward. As moments ticked by, a brilliant crimson radiance suddenly erupted from the crown of Yin Shuetian's head. A tide-like surge of power immediately welled up from within her. Her strength perpetually swelled, and the aura irradiating from her person caused Ye Kaishan, who stood nearby, to feel a profound shock. So this is the majestic aura of a golden core cultivator. Although the boundary between the peak of foundation establishment and the infancy of golden core might be but a thread's width apart, their magnitude of power and fundamental nature represent two entirely different realms of existence. The chasm between the two stages was starkly evident. Yin Shuetian gently parted her eyelids, and a gleam of triumphant elation danced across her irises. She had achieved her goal. Remarkably, the entire procedure had unfolded with an unexpected ease. Of what grade is the Dan? A Crimson Dan. Ye Kaishan ventured his assessment derived from the spiritual pressure enveloping Yin Shuetian. Indeed, my lord, I have successfully forged a Crimson Dan. Yin Shuetian declared with visible excitement. Since only Purple Dan and Golden Core Dan stood above the Crimson tier, achieving the former was an extraordinary feat for her. The mythical Golden Core Dan had not surfaced in countless years. Splendid indeed. A remarkable achievement. Ye Kaishan remarked with a warm smile, showering her with effusive praise. Ultimately, his wife was simply the finest. With a swift motion, Yin Shuetian launched herself forward and nestled into Ye Kaishan's embrace. Might you wish for a golden core cultivator to bear you offspring? A bewitching smile graced her features, and having transcended to the golden core stage, she radiated vitality, her complexion glowing with youthfulness. Ye Kaishan felt a surge of desire, gently tilted her chin upward, and chuckled. In that case, I shall graciously accept your invitation. I wonder whether my foundation establishment cultivation could breach the defenses of a golden core ancestor, she teased. A blush spread across her porcelain cheeks, yet she maintained a composed facade brimming with mock defiance. Go ahead and attempt it, provided you do not implore me to release you when the time comes. Mwah, we shall soon discover who among us will be the one beseeching the other. Ye Kaishan cackled with mischievous glee. With the arrow poised upon the bowstring, release was inevitable. After the passage of a single watch, Ye Kaishan retired, his countenance beaming with satisfaction and triumph. What matter was it that she held the status of a golden core cultivator? She had ultimately yielded to his masculine dominance, procreating faithfully. 3 months hence, Yin Shuetian's abdomen swelled once more with child. My lord, you are extraordinarily capable. I find myself with child once more. Yin Shuetian caressed her gentle belly, muttering in a tone that blended playful exasperation with bashful embarrassment. Ye Kaishan beamed with profound pride. That very day, Shui Binger underwent childbirth anew and welcomed into the world a descendant blessed with spiritual roots. System notification: congratulations, host, on propagating your lineage and giving birth to a low-grade Xian tier offspring. Your reward's lifespan increased by 10 years. A low-grade Xian class spiritual artifact, the Thunderclap Purple Lightning Fist, manual, and 500 mid-grade spirit stones. System notification: congratulations, host, on your spiritual root descendants surpassing the count of 50. Your family's prestige has risen. Rewards granted: the Miner's Cycle Sword Formation, 10 years of cultivation experience, 10 years of alchemical expertise, 10 years of formation arts mastery, and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. System notification: descendant count 337. Family prestige 11960. I urge you, host, to persevere and forge new glories. The triple notifications coupled with the lavish rewards caused a spark of delight to ignite in Ye Kaishan's eyes. The Thunderclap Purple Lightning Fist constituted a Xian tier martial art, granting its practitioner a nascent command over the elemental forces of thunder and lightning. By tempering celestial fury within his flesh, every movement would be accompanied by crackling arcs of electrical power, rendering its destructive force truly peerless. Among cultivators, the forces of thunder and lightning remain unequivocally among the most dread phenomena. To wield such primordial power was to inspire trepidation in all adversaries. The minor cycle sword formation employed aerial blades as its pivotal arrays. The quantity and caliber of these summoned weapons directly correlated with its lethal potency, capable of posing a genuine threat to cultivators in the Golden Core stage. This particular sword formation is exquisitely suited to my capabilities, Ye Kaishan mused to himself, offering an inward nod of approval. Possessing an arsenal of spiritual artifacts, including numerous aerial blades, he possessed the means to push this formation to its absolute zenith. Subsequently, Ye Kaishan carved out time for secluded cultivation, honing his fist technique and assimilating the accrued experience. Meanwhile, in the absence of any pressing matters, Yin Shuatian accompanied her son back to the Yunlong sect. She continued to serve as an elder within the Yunlong sect, thus this journey home was akin to visiting her natal family. Upon catching sight of her junior sister, Yang Menghua froze, momentarily taken aback. There stood Yin Shuatian, her belly conspicuously rounded, one small hand clasped within hers. Could it truly be so brief since their parting that she had already borne a child? Moreover, she had produced not one but two. Junior sister, have you truly wed yourself to Ye Kaishan? Yang Menghua's voice trembled with suppressed emotion, her countenance contorted with profound distress. Indeed, I have seen your sister. Is there something amiss? It is utterly ruined, completely destroyed. Yang Menghua cried out, rising from her seat in agitation, her expression one of exasperated disappointment. Senior sister, I comprehend your urgency, yet I implore you to exercise patience. Yin Shuatian offered a faint smile, consciously lowering her mental barriers to reveal her true spiritual pressure. Yang Menghua's features registered sudden astonishment, her irises widening in sheer disbelief. Junior sister, have you achieved Golden Core? That is correct. Specifically a Crimson Dan. Were it not for Ye Kaishan's assistance, I fear I would never have attained a Crimson Dan in this lifetime. Yin Shuatian spoke with evident pride, her words imbued with affection. Upon hearing these words, Yang Menghua fell silent, her eyes clouded with intricate emotions and a profound sense of existential doubt. She had long held the conviction that renunciation of worldly passions and detachment from secular concerns constituted the very bedrock of the cultivator's path. Now that steadfast belief flickered with uncertainty. Yin Shuatian had simply descended the mountain to bear children, yet in doing so had broken through to the Golden Core stage and forged a Crimson Dan, mirroring Yang Menghua's own achieved great. The ease with which this had been accomplished bordered on the absurd. In Yang Menghua's estimation, Yin Shuatian's innate talent and comprehension lagged behind her own. Ordinarily, achieving an Azure Dan would have represented her absolute ceiling. Senior sister, are you quite well? Observing Yang Menghua's prolonged silence, Yin Shuatian inquired with genuine concern. I am perfectly fine, merely somewhat fatigued. Yang Menghua's mental equilibrium was shaken, and she yearned for solitary contemplation. Senior sister, might I suggest you also seek a suitable partner? You may yet discover unforeseen benefits. Yin Shuatian remarked with a playful smirk. Although this senior sister of hers maintained an aloof, icy demeanor, her physique and beauty were truly exceptional. It remained uncertain which fortunate man might eventually claim her favor. Do you presume I share your constitution? Yang Menghua cast a withering glare at Yin Shuatian. Rather than succumb to matrimony, she would perish upon these cliffs. Very well, I shall cease my jests. Let us address pressing business. Yang Menghua composed herself and continued, recently our disciples have reported sightings of demonic cultivators operating within our sect's borders, specifically in the vicinity of the Blackwater Cold Pool. They appear to be searching for some object of significance. Demon cultivators. Could it be someone from the Mo Sha sect? Yin Shuatian's expression shifted slightly. What business could the Mo Sha sect have at the Blackwater Cold Pool? She had just returned from there recently and noticed nothing unusual. The only living creatures there were the two large black serpents which had been torn apart by Ye Kaishan. Lately, these demon cultivators have become bolder and bolder. I suspect the old demon of the Mo Sha sect never truly died and will eventually rise again. Yang Menghua's face was grave, her eyes filled with deep wariness. Hearing this, Yin Shuatian's expression also grew somber. The old demon of the Mo Sha sect was a nascent soul-stage existence. Over 100 years ago, he had brought carnage and chaos across the entire Yin kingdom. In the end, the ancestors of several major sects joined forces with the Yin kingdom's sovereign. After a 9-day and 9-night battle, they finally annihilated him. It was in that very battle that her master, the previous sect master of the Yunlong sect, was severely wounded in the fight and passed away shortly after. What should we do? Should we inform the other sects? Yin Shuatian asked. Not so fast. I've had people keeping watch in secret. The situation hasn't been confirmed yet. Yang Menghua said calmly, her robes billowing in the wind as she stood atop a massive boulder, gazing into the distance. 3 months later, at the Yi family estate. Foundation establishment, 7th stage. Ye Kaishan emerged from closed cultivation. Having absorbed experience, and with the help of some pills his cultivation had finally broken through to the 7th stage of foundation establishment. This speed was satisfactory to him. He was now within reach of forming a golden core. Additionally, the 24 elephants' golden body art had broken through to the 5th image. His physical strength had greatly increased, his essence, energy abundant and surging. After emerging from seclusion, Ye Kaishan remained true to his original aspirations. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he engaged in another round of diligent cultivation. On this day, Ye Kaishan held a beautiful maiden in his arms, taking a short break. Zhu Man leaned against his chest like a blooming flower stamen, her complexion rosy and radiant at its peak. By the way, husband, I have a senior sister from the 100 Flowers sect who wishes to trouble you to refine a gathering chi pill. I wonder if husband has the time for it. Zhu Man sat up straight and asked suddenly. By now, Ye Kaishan had become the #1 alchemist in Baiyang City. Especially after defeating Zhou Lu, his reputation had reached its zenith. He had gained considerable fame throughout the alchemical circles of the entire Yin Kingdom. Since it's your senior sister asking, of course I have the time. By the way, tell me, is your senior sister beautiful? Ye Kaishan smiled playfully with complete openness. Scoundrel. Zhu Man gave him a pointed look, though she wasn't truly angry. She knew Ye Kaishan's temperament. This was simply one of his interests. My senior sister is one of the 5 golden flowers of the 100 Flowers sect. Her looks are naturally impeccable. When I compare myself to her, I feel like a mere servant girl. Zhu Man said slowly. Nonsense. In my heart you will always be a princess. Ye Kaishan put on a stern face and spoke with perfect seriousness. Zhu Man's heart trembled. Having never heard such saccharine words of affection, her body immediately melted. 1 month later, a group of female cultivators who seemed like descending celestial maidens arrived at Qingyan Town. The leading woman appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, her skin crystalline, her features exquisite and otherworldly. A crimson flower mark between her brows added another measure of enchanting beauty. Behind the woman, the 5 or 6 female cultivants who followed were equally beautiful, each with their own distinctive charm, their looks rated at least 85 points or above. Their arrival filled the entire Qingyan town with a sense of immortal realms. Sigh. Where are these celestial maidens from this time? So beautiful, especially the leader. She's absolutely life-threatening. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. Perhaps only the concubines of the Ye family ancestor could barely rival them. I suspect they're heading to the Ye family again. I've noticed that not a single celestial maiden who visits the Ye family can escape. The people of Qingyan Town had grown accustomed to this. Their immunity and tolerance had greatly improved, otherwise they would have been left speechless long ago. This group of women was precisely from the 100 Flowers sect, Zhu Man's senior sister and junior sisters. Soon Ye Kaishan met this group of women in the reception hall. At first glance he was captivated by the leading woman. It wasn't that he was lecherous, but rather an innate appreciation for beauty. Everyone possesses eyes that can discover beauty, and Ye Kaishan was no exception. So this is one of the 5 golden flowers of the 100 Flowers sect. Truly deserving of her reputation. Ye Kaishan's heart was stirred. This woman was absolutely one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. Perhaps only Yin Shoutian, the sect master of the Yunlong sect, could rival her in terms of appearance. Bai Kaiwei possessed exceptional presence, but purely in terms of beauty, she fell slightly short of this woman. Senior sister, junior sisters. Allow me to introduce you. This is my husband Ye Kaishan. Husband, this is my senior sister Jiang Hongdo. Zhu Man served as the intermediary, introducing both parties. It's an honor to meet you, Master Yi. Jiang Hongdo returned the greeting with neither arrogance nor servility, though her gaze lingered on Ye Kaishan for a moment longer. The current Ye Kaishan appeared to be around 20 years old, tall, and elegant, stunningly handsome. He didn't look at all like what one would expect from an alchemical master. Had she not heard the information from Zhu Man, she would have found it difficult to connect this man before her with the legendary Master Yi. Fairy Jiang is too courteous. Since you are Zhu Man's fellow disciples, we are all family here. Please make yourselves at home and don't stand on ceremony. Ye Kaishan displayed a charming smile, and his words made the women of the 100 Flowers sect feel warmed. Generally speaking, alchemists who possessed some real skill tended to have aloof and peculiar temperaments. Someone as unbothered and warm as Ye Kaishan was truly rare. From just this first meeting, the women had already categorized Ye Kaishan as the warm and elegant type. Their favorable impressions continued to rise. Then, we'll address you as Brother Yi. Jiang Hongdo hesitated for a moment before smiling. Her smile instantly brightened the entire reception hall. That's more like it. Ye Kaishan nodded, secretly examining the qualities of the women. Jiang Hongdo was of blue quality with superior grade mysterious tear bone structure and cultivation at foundation establishment 10th stage. Among the remaining women, some were yellow quality, some green, their bone structures, all either superior grade or supreme grade yellow tier. Their cultivation ranged approximately from early to mid-foundation establishment. Brother Yi, these are the medicinal herbs I've prepared. As for compensation, please name your price. Jiang Hongdo took out the herbs she had prepared in advance and presented them. Junior sister is too polite. Refining a gathering chi pill is a trivial matter for me. Let us forego the compensation. I shall consider it a meeting gift for junior sister. Ye Kaishan naturally accepted the herbs. Ordinary compensation would only be a few dozen medium-grade spirit stones at most. For him this was a pittance. It was better to do someone a favor. True enough, after hearing his words the eyes of the 100 Flowers sect women brightened. Their favorable impressions of Ye Kaishan increased several more degrees. A man who was both handsome and powerful, as well as a talented alchemist, was hard not to admire. For a moment the women couldn't help but feel envious of Zhu Man having found such an ideal partner. Junior sisters, please stay at the estate for a few days. You may leave after I've finished refining the pills. Ye Kaishan continued. The women of the 100 Flowers sect nodded slightly, as this was precisely their intention. A few days later, Ye Kaishan finally handed the refined Jiyuan pill to Jiang Hongdou. The latter was once again filled with gratitude. When the time came to part, Brother Yi, we must be returning now. Farewell. The young women of the Baiwa sect bowed their hands in parting. Do come visit again when you have free time. It was quite a journey for you, yet I have little to offer as a gift. Ye Kaishan produced a pill gourd filled with Chongxian pills. He poured out a handful of pills with practiced ease. 2 for each of you, a token of my regard. The women's eyes widened in astonishment. The Chongxian pills were far from cheap, and he was simply giving them away. Such reckless extravagance. Suddenly the way they looked at Ye Kaishan carried a new depth of meaning. Senior sisters and junior sisters alike, just take them. Zhu Man interjected from the side, gesturing for the women to accept the pills. Very well. Then we shall accept with gratitude. Jiang Hongdou hesitated for a moment, but seeing the sincerity in Ye Kaishan's eyes, she could not bring herself to refuse and agreed. With her lead, the remaining women no longer hesitated. As they departed from Ye estate, an unmistakable reluctance lingered in the air. Hardly had the Baiwa sect women departed when cultivators from Yunlan sect arrived at the door. They claimed to have come for a visit and a tour, but in truth they all hoped to marry Ye Kaishan. These female cultivators had either left of their own volition upon realizing their path to immortality was blocked or been cast out by Yunlan sect. Regardless of the reason, most of them converged on Qingyun town after descending the mountain. Ye Kaishan naturally found no cause for refusal. He rarely took mortal wives these days. Only if they were exceptionally beautiful and outstanding would he make an exception. Otherwise, taking a mortal wife required considerable effort to cultivate her spiritual root. So marrying female cultivators directly was far more efficient. Before long, Ye estate was adorned with lanterns and colorful banners. In fact, such celebrations occurred almost monthly, sometimes twice or even 3 times in a single month. It was not merely at Yunlan sect that Ye Kaishan had earned such renown and magnetism. Across Baiyang City his reputation was equally formidable. Not only did roaming cultivators there seek his favor, but even the established cultivation families of Baiyang City hoped to forge connections with Master Yi. Thus Ye Kaishan had no shortage of women eager to become his consorts. There was no longer any need for matchmakers to scout about, as he had once been forced to do. Master Yi had become the most sought-after bachelor in town. Several months later, Yan Shuetian returned from Yunlan sect with an enormously swollen belly. She gave birth as soon as she arrived home. Ye Kaishan waited outside the delivery chamber. Though he had witnessed hundreds of births before, each one still carried something unfamiliar. Soon a piercing infant cry rang out, nearly deafening. Congratulations on expanding your lineage, host. You have given birth to an offspring with a low-grade Earth-tier spiritual root. Your reward includes 10 years of additional lifespan, a low-grade Earth-tier spiritual artifact, a 3rd-stage spirit beast cub, and 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Damn, an Earth-tier spiritual root. Ye Kaishan was utterly stunned. Yan Shuetian certainly knew how to bear children. She had produced offspring with an Earth-tier spiritual root. Could this be the terrifying power of a golden core ancestor? This was Yan Shuetian's first child born after she had broken through to the golden core stage, and her higher cultivation level clearly influenced the bloodline. What shocked Ye Kaishan even more was that the system had rewarded him with an Earth-tier spiritual artifact and a 3rd-stage spirit beast. A 3rd-stage spirit beast was roughly equivalent to a human cultivator at the golden core stage. Spirit beasts and demonic beasts were essentially the same. They differed only in whether they had been domesticated by humans. After checking on Yan Shuetian, Ye Kaishan went alone to the backyard, raised his hand, and silently recited within his mind. Whoosh! A silver light shot forth and struck the ground. In an instant, a giant eagle standing 10 feet tall appeared before him. Its feathers were entirely silver, crowned with a tuft of golden plumage, and its sharp eyes gleamed with fierce intensity. When it spread its wings, they spanned nearly 10 meters. 3rd-stage spirit beast, the lightning, void-piercing eagle. The moment it appeared, it recognized its master immediately and nuzzled affectionately against Ye Kaishan's head. This is a cub. Ye Kaishan was genuinely startled and quickly pushed its large beak away, fearing it might unintentionally crack his skull with its strength. The creature stood there like a fighter jet, and it was merely a cub. He could hardly imagine how massive it would become when fully grown. Nevertheless, despite being in its juvenile phase, the lightning void-piercing eagle was already far stronger than many peaked second-stage demonic beasts, its power rivaling that of early-stage golden core human cultivators. From now on you shall be called Silver Lightning. After learning more about the lightning void-piercing eagle, Ye Kaishan grew increasingly satisfied. The system was straightforward. It delivered exactly what it promised, never diminishing a third-stage spirit beast to a lower tier simply because it was young. A fully mature lightning void-piercing eagle would match the strength of a golden core peak cultivator. Having settled the void-piercing eagle, Ye Kaishan turned his attention to examining the earth-tier's spiritual artifact he had been rewarded. The demon-suppressing Four-Spirit Pagoda. Activating this treasure unleashed the power of the four spirits to subdue all evil forces. This artifact could pose a real threat to nascent soul-stage cultivators. However, it required a user with matching cultivation to wield it effectively. At his current state, Ye Kaishan could only harness 1/10 of its true power. An Earth-tier spiritual artifact, a third-stage spirit beast, a golden core ancestor. The Ye family has truly become a legitimate cultivation lineage. Ye Kaishan couldn't help but marvel. Though the Ye family still fell short of the four great sects, they far surpassed over 90% of the cultivation families within the Yin Kingdom. Yet this world was vast. Even the Yin Kingdom was but a drop in the ocean. Within the sprawling Lei province, one of the 9 provinces, they seemed insignificant. Beyond the Yin Kingdom's borders lay 6 other kingdoms, equally powerful, if not more so. And above them all stood the divine dynasty and the sacred lands. These were the true centers of Lei province. Yan Shuetian's child, whom Ye Kaishan named Yihan, had just completed her recovery when she couldn't resist bringing the baby to Yunlan's sect to show off. She had intended to give her sect leader sister a pleasant surprise. When Yang Menghua learned of Yihan's spiritual root grade, she was utterly stunned. She immediately asked Yan Shuetian to send the child to Yunlan's sect once he came of age to be trained as the next sect master. Senior sister, if you want one so badly, why not bear your own? My son will inherit the Yi family legacy. Yan Shuetian refused without hesitation. Sending him to Yunlan's sect for training was acceptable, but keeping him here was absolutely out of the question. Hearing this, Yang Menghua burst into anger and scolded her for prioritizing her natal family over her own sect. She used to dedicate herself entirely to Yunlan's sect, but after marriage her attitude had completely reversed. You foolish woman, how am I supposed to produce an heir on my own? Besides, an earth-tier spiritual root doesn't just appear at will. Yang Menghua railed, her frustration mounting. If you can't manage it alone, why not find someone to help you? Yan Shuetian said with a playful grin, seeming like nothing more than an innocent, carefree girl. She didn't look like a woman who had already borne 2 children at all. Nonsense. Your senior sister would never be so reckless. Exactly, she's never even touched a man's hand, let alone gone further. In that regard, she's worse off than a nun. Yan Shuetian teased, rocking the child in her arms as she deliberately played with her senior sister's emotions. Yan Shuetian stayed at Yunlan's sect for half a year and annoyed Yang Menghua just as long. During this half year, Ye Kaishan consumed pills relentlessly and reached the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Possessing the Jade Pure Qi refining art along with the 36 Great Circles profound true scripture, he could refine the medicinal effects of pills with remarkable purity without affecting his cultivation foundation. One day after completing his cultivation, Ye Kaishan as usual checked which plots of land were idle, always ready to sow seeds. His concubines were almost all cultivators, so they occasionally had to enter seclusion to cultivate and break through to higher realms. Fortunately, with nearly 100 concubines now, there would always be someone free. One day after finishing his tasks and resting, Ye Kaishan sat quietly like a diligent farmer, savoring a brief moment of leisure. At that moment, Zhu Man hurried over, her expression flustered. Husband, the Baiwa sect has summoned all disciples to return. I may have to leave for some time. Oh, summoned all disciples. Has something happened? Ye Kaishan asked curiously. Zhu Man made no attempt to conceal anything and told him everything. It turned out that Baiwa sect had recently encountered a crisis. Sect disciples had been going missing one after another, and they occasionally suffered unexplained attacks. Some disciples had already been killed. The sect master of Baiwa sect had activated an emergency response summoning all disciples to return. Although Zhu Man had married into another family, she was still a disciple of Baiwa sect, and thus was included in the summons. This matter is not simple, it seems. After listening, Ye Kaishan made a simple deduction and reached a conclusion. The disciples of Baiwa sect were all female cultivators with impressive cultivation levels and stunning beauty. In the eyes of those evil cultivators, they would be the perfect cauldrons for dark arts. Baiwa sect is tens of thousands of li away from here. Let me see you there. Ye Kaishan rose to his feet. As a righteous man, he could not stand idly by when such matters arose. Besides, his wife was also a member of Baiwa sect. Zhu Man nodded repeatedly, With Ye Kaishan by her side, her heart felt much more at ease. Next, Ye Kaishan summoned the lightning sky-piercing falcon and with Zhu Man departed from Qingyan town. The lightning sky-piercing falcon had grown noticeably larger than when it first appeared. Two people could sit one behind the other on its back, and there was still plenty of room. Husband, your falcon is so magnificent. How does it grow this large? Zhu Man had never ridden such a divine bird before. She was thrilled and excited, spreading her arms as though she herself were taking flight. Large. This hardly counts as large. It is still young and unripe. When it reaches adulthood, it will grow even bigger. Ye Kaishan wrapped his arm around Zhu Man's slender waist and whispered in her ear. The silver lightning soared through the void at tremendous speed. One day later, they entered the territory of Baiwa sect. When Ye Kaishan landed with Zhu Man before the sect gates, it immediately caused a tremendous commotion. A third-tier demonic beast. Activate the protective formation immediately. The female cultivators at the sect gate were startled, treating it as a grave threat. Many female disciples of Baiwa sect rushed out. Senior sisters and junior sisters, it is me, Zhu Man. The voice came from the sky, and only then did the female cultivators notice two figures seated upon the bird's back. Zhu Man, I heard she married an alchemy master. Is that him? Hiss. What a handsome alchemy master. Is that his tamed spiritual beast? Zhu Man has married into a good family. Instantly, the female disciples of Baiwa sect relaxed their guard and discussed with envious expressions. Throughout the entire Yin kingdom, those who could ride third-tier spiritual beasts for transportation were few indeed, and none of them were ordinary people. At this moment, the lightning sky-piercing falcon landed on the ground, and Ye Kaishan led Zhu Man as they stepped down. Zhu Man enthusiastically introduced him to the women, her face glowing with pride, as if returning home in splendor. Ye Kaishan seized the opportunity, took out his gourd, and began his investments. Esteemed junior sisters, though we meet for the first time, thank you for all your care of Zhu Man over the years. A small token of my appreciation. He poured out a handful of spiritual pills, smiling. 2 pills each do not stand on ceremony. This gesture was already very familiar to him. It was far from his first time. Elegant and extravagantly generous. The women's eyes lit up. At Zhu Man's gesture, they no longer hesitated. Even on this first meeting, the female cultivator's fondness for Ye Kaishan reached an astonishing height. Alchemy masters were not uncommon, but one who gifted spiritual pills upon first meeting was unheard of. How could such an open-handed alchemist fail to win people's goodwill? Furthermore, Zhu Man's cultivation had already reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment. It was evident that she had consumed many pills regularly, otherwise her progress would not have been so swift. Junior sisters, could I trouble you to take my falcon below and feed it? Don't worry, it is very well behaved. Having distributed the pills, Ye Kaishan pointed to the silver lightning and smiled. The women immediately crowded around, eager to feed the falcon. Junior sister Zhu, brother, Ye, please follow me. Just then a woman with a petal-shaped mark on her brow stepped forward, greeting them with a radiant smile. This woman was none other than Jiang Hongdo, one of the 5 golden flowers of Baiwa sect. Junior sister Jiang, you have broken through. Congratulations. Ye Kaishan immediately noticed that Jiang Hongdo's aura had changed. She had clearly reached the core formation stage. Thanks to brother Ye's Yuan gathering pill, otherwise how could I have broken through to core formation so easily? Jiang Hongdo said gratefully. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Hongdo led Ye Kaishan and Zhu Man to the main peak's great hall. Upon entering, Ye Kaishan saw a vast assembly of women, beautiful and enchanting beyond measure. Seated at the highest place was a graceful and dignified woman. With merely her presence, she exuded an aura of supreme nobility, sacred and untouchable, like a queen commanding reverence. This woman was Mi Yao, the sect master of Baiwa sect, and also one of the 5 golden flowers. Along the way, Ye Kaishan had already gathered considerable information from Zhu Man. Besides Jiang Hongdo and Mi Yao, there was another elder and 2 core disciples, together forming the 5 golden flowers. They respectively represented purity, nobility, charm, aloofness, and innocence. Ye Kaishan's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on a mature woman at the forefront, enchanting in posture and naturally alluring. Such a woman could awaken the deepest desires within any man. She made no deliberate attempt at coquetry, yet her every movement naturally conveyed captivating grace. This must be the charming flower, Ye Kaishan thought to himself. At that moment, the women also noticed the arrival of Ye Kaishan, this unfamiliar man. Their brows furrowed slightly with displeasure, for men were strictly prohibited from entering Baiwa sect. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar man made the women understandably uneasy. Sect master, let me introduce. Jiang Hongdo hurried forward. Upon learning that Ye Kaishan was Zhu Man's husband and the foremost alchemist of Baiyang City, the women's brows relaxed. However, they showed no excessive enthusiasm. Any ordinary man daring to step into this place would have been cast out long ago. Witnessing this, the great dealmaker master Yi began another investment. He took out the gourd he carried and poured out spiritual pills. Esteemed maidens, though we meet for the first time, a small token of my regard. Indeed, seeing Ye Kaishan produce spiritual pills, the usually stern-faced women's expression softened. Why did she suddenly find him so agreeable? He exuded an indescribable charm from head to toe. Ye Kaishan distributed pills to anyone he met, emptying the entire gourd. He did not even spare sect Master Miao of the 100 Flowers sect. Master Yi is too gracious. Miao forced a smile, and immediately had someone bring forth a chair for Ye Kaishan to sit. As the saying goes, he who accepts favors becomes beholden, and he who partakes of another's feast grows soft-spoken. Originally, as an outsider, Ye Kaishan would never have had the opportunity to attend the sect's high-level meetings. But Ye Kaishan ultimately remained sitting off to one side, leisurely sipping tea, while listening to the women discuss. All the recent crises facing the 100 Flowers sect ultimately pointed to a single target: the Yiming sect. This was an evil faction denounced and hunted by orthodox cultivators operating beyond the borders of Yan Kingdom. Its members were all dark cultivators engaged in murder, robbery, rape, and plunder. They either captured people to refine into human pills, or abducted female cultivators to serve as cauldrons. In short, they practiced everything that decent people condemned. Recently, female cultivators from the 100 Flowers sect had been disappearing with alarming frequency, and multiple clues pointed to the Yiming sect's handiwork. After the heated discussion concluded and twilight fell, Ye Kaishan became the first man to spend the night at the 100 Flowers sect. In the dead of night, a shadow slipped into his room. Smelling the familiar floral fragrance, Ye Kaishan's desire stirred. Early the next morning, the two, deep in slumber, were awakened by a sudden commotion. Oh no, I forgot to return. Zhu Man sat up abruptly. They had stayed up so late the night before and fallen into a deep sleep, forgetting to go back to her own room. What's there to fear? We're as good as an old married couple. Nothing improper. Ye Kaishan laughed. Before long, the two emerged from the room and encountered a female disciple approaching them. Zhu Man, what are you doing here? Hurry to the sect master's hall for the assembly. Oh, I'm going. Zhu Man blushed deeply and fled without raising her head. After a long while, she returned bearing troubling news. A scouting party had been ambushed and surrounded by the Yiming sect. Jiang Hongdo volunteered to lead a rescue party, with Zhu Man among them. Husband, wait for me at the sect. I'll be back shortly. Zhu Man bid farewell and turned to leave, but Ye Kaishan called out to her. Since I have nothing else to do, I shall accompany you. Zhu Man hesitated for a moment before nodding. Thus Ye Kaishan became part of the party. As Jiang Hongdo led the expedition, naturally no one objected. Aside from Jiang Hongdo, another brilliant flower graced this contingent, the innocent and carefree Ling Qiaoer. She was a petite woman with a delicate doll-like face. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, yet her true age was already in her 40s or 50s. Her cultivation stood at the 7th level of foundation establishment, ranking second only to Jiang Hongdo within the group. Ling Qiaoer was talkative and instantly familiar, coming across as a naive, sweet girl. Yet she was no fool. Beneath her outward carefree manner lay keen judgment and a strong sense of propriety. Ye Kaishan invited the women to ride Silver Lightning to hasten their journey, and eager to save time, they did not refuse. Thus 7 or 8 people crammed onto the bird's back and sped toward their destination. 2 hours later, the party arrived at a valley split by a massive chasm. Ye Kaishan dismissed the bird early, and everyone crept forward silently, careful not to alarm their prey. Intelligence indicates this is the Yiming sect's temporary stronghold. Junior sister Bu Tao and the others are likely held captive here, Jiang Hongdo said gravely, extending her divine sense to cautiously scout ahead. A core formation early-stage cultivator's divine sense could encompass 10 li, allowing them to detect any movement instantly. Soon they reached the cliff's edge, where an unfathomable abyss yawned below. They rode their flying swords and descended cautiously into the abyss. Unknowingly, the group had traveled 1,000 meters downward, yet found nothing. Strange. Could they have received advance warning and already departed? Jiang Hongdo said skeptically. The aura here is so chilling, but we should return quickly. Wait, there is an array below. Ye Kaishan suddenly spoke. At the late stage of foundation establishment, bolstered by the amplification of the spirit-nourishing art, his divine sense nearly equaled that of early core formation. Combined with his array expertise, he immediately detected traces of a formation beneath the abyss. Just then, with a hum, a ray of light flickered to life. Instantly, a razor-sharp blade of light slashed upward from the depths of the abyss. Its speed was astonishing. Within a blink, it was upon them, heading straight for Ling Qiaoer. Oh! The girl's mouth fell open, frozen in terror. At this critical moment, Ye Kaishan grabbed her by the back and yanked her aside just as the light blade sliced through the space where she had stood. Thank you. Ling Qiaoer clutched her chest, still trembling with residual fear. Instantly, the women took battle positions, summoning their magical treasures and flying swords as they warily eyed the abyss. Huh. Lady, sorry to keep you waiting. A maniacal laugh echoed from above. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen figures appeared. a group of black-robed cultivators whose faces were hidden. Huh, there's a man too. Bad omens. A black-robed cultivator spat disdainfully upon seeing Ye Kaishan. You beasts! What have you done to my junior sister? Hee, what do you think happens when you fall into our hands? A man in black robes let out a lecherous laugh. Enraged, the women immediately launched their attack. A core formation cauldron. Our lord will surely appreciate her. Surrender now, or your deaths will be far more miserable. The lead black-robed cultivator sneered, his form shrouded in darkness save for two ghostly eyes that seemed neither human nor demon. He too was a core formation cultivator, having reached the mid-stage, and from the first clash, he pressed Jiang Hongdo back. The women had not anticipated a core formation cultivator hidden among these dark cultivators. It was clearly a trap laid deliberately to lure them in. The array beneath the abyss continued unleashing its devastating light blades, potent enough that even a core formation cultivator would not dare withstand them directly. Within moments, the women found themselves in dire peril. Seeing this, Ye Kaishan no longer held back. His flying sword materialized in hand charged with sword intent, and he unleashed two slashes in one motion, one striking the array below, and the other aimed at the robed leader mid-combat. Clang! The abyss trembled as the array below shattered, struck directly at its core. The lead man sensed the crisis and dodged instinctively, but he was a moment too late. A deep gash opened across half his body. Cur, you seek death. The black-robed man snarled, abandoning Jiang Hongdo to hurl himself at Ye Kaishan. Watch out! Jiang Hongdo, Zhu Man, and Ling Qiaoer cried out in near unison. The women gasped in shock. How could Ye Kaishan, merely at the 8th level of foundation establishment, possibly match the black-robed leader who had reached the mid-stage of core formation? Yet in the next instant, an astonishing aura erupted from Ye Kaishan's body. Crimson flame blood-burning technique. 100 years of lifespan. He unleashed his full power, directly burning away a century of his life. Ye Kaishan possessed at least over 2,000 years of lifespan, comparable to a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. 100 years of lifespan was nothing to him, a mere trifle. Foundation establishment perfection. Early core formation. Mid-core formation. Ye Kaishan's power surged wildly upward, his entire body shrouded in a crimson miasma, as though a demon risen from hell itself. The black-robed leader was utterly stunned, his face frozen in horror. What in the world was this? Before he could even process the situation, Ye Kaishan struck, his accumulated power surging like an erupting volcano in desperate need of release. Boom! The thunderous purple lightning fist struck forth, illuminating the abyss of eternal night. 100 zhang-long strand of purple lightning tore across the void, raging relentlessly. Ah! The black-robed leader let out a shriek as half his torso was blasted to fragments. He stared in terror at Ye Kaishan, who resembled the thunder god incarnate. The sheer power of the purple lightning filled him with primal dread, nearly causing him to wet himself. Die! Ye Kaishan raised one arm, and the thick lightning coalesced into a purple thunder dragon that swallowed the black-robed leader whole in an instant. All that remained were a few scattered limbs and torn strips of cloth, slowly drifting down into the abyss. All present had been frightened into a stupor. Everything had unfolded with terrifying speed. In merely a few breaths, the black-robed leader had met his end. With their leader dead, the remaining minions were utterly no match. With casual gestures, Ye Kaishan sent several bolts of lightning flying, cutting down each black-robed cultivator one by one, until only a single man remained, his face drained of color and trembling uncontrollably. Brother Ye. You. Jiang Hongdo's face was masked in utter shock. Are alchemists this fearsome nowadays? The other women of the 100 Flowers sect stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed with astonishment. Only Zhu Man wore an expression of pride, her heart swelling with affection she could scarcely contain. Do not be alarmed. I merely consumed a spirit pill to enhance my magical power. Ye Kaishan explained, casually extending his cloud-reaching hand to seize the final figure in black. Speak. I'll give you time. Tell me everything you know. It's not my fault I was forced. The black-robed cultivator's face turned deathly pale, and before long tears streamed down his face. Crying. That still counts as time. Ye Kaishan narrowed his eyes, and a bolt of purple lightning flashed past in an instant. The captive is held in a cave 100 li away. We have a traitor within the 100 Flowers sect. Their true objective is to launch an attack on the sect. That's all I know, please don't kill me. The black-robed cultivator's composure shattered completely, spilling everything he knew in one breath. This is terrible. Does this mean the sect leader and the others are in danger? Jiang Hongdo's expression darkened, anxiety evident in her eyes. Let us return and investigate. Ye Kaishan twisted the black-robed cultivator's neck in one motion, killing him instantly, and tossed the body aside carelessly. Soon after, they located the abducted women of the 100 Flowers sect in a cave 100 li away. Then the entire group hastened back at full speed. Night had already fallen. Meanwhile, another large contingent of the Yiming sect had already arrived at the Hundred Flowers sect. Leading them were the left and right guardians of the Yiming sect, Yin Hun and Ming Pe. They were two elderly cultivators at the late stage of core formation. The remaining nearly 100 disciples of the Yiming sect were all at the foundation establishment stage. They surrounded the main hall of the Hundred Flowers sect, each face twisted with cruel, lecherous grins. Before the main hall, Mi Yao and a group of female cultivators huddled together, standing battle-ready at all times. Elder Mi, you have already been exposed to the Xianpin bone-softening fragrance. Within 2 hours you will be unable to channel any magical power. Surrender quietly, and come with us or suffer greatly when we take matters into our own hands. Yin Hun let out a sinister cackling laugh, showing no rush to attack, still waiting for the poison to fully take effect. Mi Yao was filled with shock and rage, feeling her body grow numb and her bones go weak. Her spiritual energy could not circulate properly, rendering much of her power unusable. A traitor within the Hundred Flowers sect had secretly released the Xianpin bone-softening fragrance, ensuring everyone was afflicted without raising suspicion. However, the traitor had not appeared and remained deeply concealed. She scrutinized the disciples around her, attempting to identify the spy. But everyone appeared equally listless and weakened, making it impossible to discern who the traitor might be. Yiming sect, how dare you act with such audacity? Are you not afraid of retaliation from the other sects of Yin Kingdom? Mi Yao forced herself to remain composed as she shouted, and even poisoned she maintained her elegance and nobility, inspiring awe that made others hesitate to profane her. Yet the more she held herself, thus the more striking the contrast became. Scorching predatory gazes rained down from all directions. The disciples of the Yiming sect swallowed hard, their eyes burning with ardor, as though they wished to devour her whole, leaving not a scrap behind. Even the calculating left and right guardians, whose virility had diminished with age, could not help but feel their hearts stir. Beyond Mi Yao, there was also Yin Ni, known as the bewitching flower, whose beauty was amplified by the effects of the drug. She radiated an atmosphere of fragile vulnerability, as though waiting to be plucked, and claimed stirring intense desire in all who beheld her. Elder Mi, you had best abandon such thoughts. Setting aside whether the other sects are even aware of this matter, even if they were, it is likely too late for them to arrive and rescue you. Ming Pe sneered coldly, wearing an air of fearlessness and complete confidence. He had accounted for every possible contingency. Everything was firmly within his grasp. Hearing this, Mi Yao's heart sank. If captured by the Yiming sect, every one of them would become a cultivation vessel. Enough. The time has come. Since the beauties refuse to cooperate willingly, we shall assist them. Men, reserve the key figures for the sect master and myself. The rest of you, enjoy the other women as you see fit. Yin Hun waved his hand broadly and declared in a loud voice. At these words, the Yiming sect disciples, long unable to restrain themselves, surged forward, as one like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, charging toward the women. Some were so impatient, they began unfastening their pants even as they ran. Kill them. Lung Aoshue, the last golden flower of the Hundred Flowers sect, commanded sharply. Drawing upon the last reserves of her strength, she summoned her flying sword and severed the head of a Yiming sect disciple. For a time the two sides engaged in fierce melee combat. But before long the Hundred Flowers sect found themselves on the back foot, the battle swinging decisively in favor of their enemies. Forced by circumstances, Mi Yao activated the formation protecting the patriarch's main hall. Ming Pe snarled triumphantly. An hour passed, and the formation finally could not hold any longer. At this critical moment, a resonant bird cry pierced the heavens. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning struck down into the ranks of the Yiming sect disciples, sending them into chaos. A third-tier spirit beast. Yin Ming's gaze hardened, but upon seeing Ye Kaishan astride it, his tension instantly eased. A mere foundation establishment cultivator, riding a third-tier spirit beast to throw his weight around. Was this truly a gift of a mount handed to him on a silver platter? Who dares meddle in the affairs of our Yiming sect? Yin Hun bellowed. The beasts of Yiming sect deserve to be slaughtered by all. Ye Kaishan stood upon the silver lightning, hands clasped behind his back, and shouted expressionlessly. Even before arriving, he had already begun showing off. The women of Baihua sect could only sigh helplessly, biting their lips. Even with a third-stage spirit beast, Ye Kaishan was no match for the left and right guardians. You have no sense of self-preservation. Choosing not to walk the path to salvation, but instead walking headlong into hell, die you wretch. Ming Pe sneered and launched his attack, reaching out toward Ye Kaishan directly. Not wanting to harm the spirit beast that had come voluntarily, he held back. Ye Kaishan's eyes flickered, and raising his hand, he formed a mystical seal before pointing downward. Small heavenly circle sword formation. Instantly countless spirit swords shot forth from his sleeves arranged in orderly ranks enveloping the heavens as they descended. The next moment terrifying killing intent erupted, trapping the left and right guardians along with all the disciples of Yinming sect in an instant. As the sword formation formed, each spirit sword multiplied endlessly under the array's power, unleashing astonishing sword aura and striking everyone within the formation. In no time, blood and chi filled the air as heads rolled about. Yin Hun and Ming Pu were instantly stunned. This sword formation could actually threaten them. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Kaishan descended and began administering antidotes to the women. As an accomplished alchemist, this poison was hardly difficult for him. Master Yi. Miao felt moved, experiencing an unprecedented sense of security. This bizarre feeling, however, vanished in an instant. Ye Kaishan brewed several antidote pills and personally administered them to powerful figures such as Miao and Yin and Yun. Then they joined forces to deal with Yinming sect's left and right guardians. Ye Kaishan had recently burned his lifespan, and a second combustion in such a short time would damage his body. He naturally would not recklessly sacrifice himself for Baiwa sect. Providing moderate assistance was enough. Thus, through everyone's combined efforts and the small heavenly circle sword formation working in unison, Yinming sect was immediately routed. Seeing the tide turn, Yin Hun struck the right guardian Ming Pu toward Miao and her companions with a palm strike, then used the opportunity to flee. Amid a chorus of venomous curses, Ming Pu met his demise. With the crisis averted, the gratitude of all Baiwa sect members toward Ye Kaishan reached an astonishing peak. Master Yi, we owe you so much this time, Miao said gratefully to Ye Kaishan. He smiled faintly and replied calmly, I did this only because Zhu Man is a disciple of Baiwa sect. She is my wife, and I do not wish to make her sorrowful. These words were spoken splendidly, neither humble nor arrogant, while indirectly revealing that he was a man who cherished his wife. Instantly, nearly all the female disciples looked at Ye Kaishan with newfound affection. At the same time, they envied Zhu Man even more for having such a husband, one whose alchemy skills and formation techniques were both superb and whose strength was equally exceptional. He was simply a perfect man, a peerless companion. Even the sect leader Miao, Yin and Yun, and the proud cold beauty Long Aoshua, those 5 golden flowers, all felt flustered, their hearts overflowing with admiration. If Ye Kaishan had rescued them merely for their beauty, it would prove he was no different from other men. But if he acted for the sake of his wife, it showed he was a man of integrity. Late at night, Ye Kaishan lay comfortably on his bed, relieving fatigue. Having burned 100 years of lifespan left him feeling thoroughly drained. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the door creaked open, and under the moonlight a slender figure tiptoed in stealthily. Ye Kaishan smirked and was about to embrace her when he realized this was not Zhu Man. Even in the darkness, he could clearly make out her features. She was the female cultivator who had been with him in a team that day. Though not quite as stunning as the 5 golden flowers, she was hardly inferior. After all, Baiwa sect had no unattractive women among its members. My lady, what are you? Ye Kaishan asked knowingly. Brother Yi, I wanna. Before she could finish, she threw herself at him. Ye Kaishan played along half-heartedly and did not refuse. An hour later, when I return, I will come marry you, Ye Kaishan promised. Thereafter, Ye Kaishan had no rush to depart. During the days when nothing happened, he bonded with the female cultivators of Baiwa sect. Occasionally at night, he continued exploring the mysteries of life. It was not until half a month later that Ye Kaishan finally decided to leave. The land at home also needed tending. He found the sect leader Miao and informed her of his intentions. Master Yi, have you been comfortable staying with our sect? Miao asked with a smile, as though her words carried hidden meaning. Very comfortable. I find myself lingering without wishing to leave. Ye Kaishan answered honestly and straightforwardly. He was simply being himself. Miao nodded slightly, and the next word she spoke left Ye Kaishan greatly astonished. Our sect's Ling Qiaoer has admired Master Yi for a long time. I wish to betroth her to you. What are your thoughts? Of course I have no objections. After the initial surprise, Ye Kaishan readily agreed, just as he always did. He simply never refused. If you were to also marry yourself to me, that would be even better. Ye Kaishan thought secretly as he gazed at the woman before him. Miao possessed a supreme grade spiritual root and had reached the peak of golden core cultivation, also of azure quality. The child born of such a union would surely possess an extraordinary spiritual root. With everything settled, Ye Kaishan informed Zhu Man and planned to stay one more night before departing the following morning. In the dead of night, Ye Kaishan's door was secretly opened again. Lying in bed, Ye Kaishan smiled. Every time felt like opening a blind box. The sensation was truly fascinating. The visitor was a woman with phoenix eyes, her gaze exceedingly alluring though her features were not exceptionally striking. She gave the impression that her eyes were mismatched with her face. Brother Yi, I have admired you for quite some time, the woman said shyly. What is your name? Ye Kaishan sat up and asked with a smile, then waved his hand, gesturing for the woman to come closer and pull her into his embrace. The woman tiptoed over answering as she walked. My name is Jean. This is my first time, brother. You please treat me gently. She bowed her head in shyness. Certainly, certainly. Ye Kaishan said, cheerfully reaching out to grasp the woman's arm. At that moment the woman, still bowing her head, smiled wickedly, and suddenly burst into motion, her jade hand flashing toward Ye Kaishan like lightning. For this Ye Kaishan was well prepared. With unbelievable speed, he grabbed her wrist. You are the mole who administered the poison? Ye Kaishan asked with a cold sneer. How dare you ruin this girl's plans? I'll gouge out your eyes. The woman was extremely ruthless, her 5 fingers resembling steel needles as they slashed straight toward Ye Kaishan's eyes. Startled, Ye Kaishan grabbed her palm with his other hand. The two immediately engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Ye Kaishan did not dare to be negligent. The demoness named Jean had reached the peak of foundation establishment, her attacks vicious and ruthless, targeting the lower body, with every strike proving fatal. The two clashed relentlessly, reducing everything in the room to wreckage. The disciples of Baihua sect residing nearby could sense the ferocity of tonight's battle. She could not suppress the waves of desire rising within her, biting her lip and gripping the bedsheet tightly. As the fight intensified, Ye Kaishan grew serious, seizing the perfect opportunity as terrifying purple lightning surged from his palm. He struck fiercely at the woman's chest, a soft sensation flashing across his hand in an instant. The woman emitted a muffled groan, spitting a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Ye Kaishan pressed his advantage, yet the woman's footwork was exceptionally sinuous. The moment she hit the ground, she rose like a wisp of black smoke and vanished. The tremendous commotion finally convinced everyone that a genuine battle had occurred, unlike what they had imagined. Master Yi, what has happened? Asked a female cultivator in charge with concern. I have found that spy. She was struck in the chest by my palm. If she remains within Baihua sect, we should be able to trace her. Ye Kaishan gazed at the place where the woman had disappeared, speaking calmly. To be honest, this woman had aroused his interest. During their recent combat, he had examined her attributes. This woman possessed a unique constitution, the heavenly fox charm body. Moreover, her true cultivation was not merely peak foundation establishment, but core formation. The reason she had not unleashed her full power was likely due to some restraint. That palm strike of his was sufficient to kill any foundation establishment cultivator, yet she not only survived, but managed to escape. This demonstrated her formidable strength. Upon hearing Ye Kaishan's words, the female cultivator immediately reported to the sect master and launched a search. However, by the next day the traitor remained at large. Ye Kaishan made no further delay, departing Baihua sect with Zhu Man. Ling Xiao'er had already returned home, awaiting his arrival to claim her in marriage. Shortly thereafter, Ye Kaishan returned to Qingyun town. He immediately set aside his affairs and began making arrangements for the wedding. Not only Ling Xiao'er, he had also made commitments to several other female cultivators from Baihua sect to wed them upon his return. A true gentleman would never break his word. Thus the Yi residence was adorned with lanterns and colorful banners. This time Ye Kaishan rode the silver lightning beast directly to Ling Xiao'er's home and brought her back as his bride. Having a third-order spirit beast serve as the wedding carriage was an immensely prestigious affair. Ling Xiao'er's family, being a mortal cultivation clan, naturally felt great satisfaction with a son-in-law like Ye Kaishan, who excelled in both literary and martial arts, and whose wealth knew no bounds. Brother Yi, do you know? When the sect master gathered us together and asked who was willing to marry you, I was the first to step forward. On the way back, Ling Xiao'er nestled against Ye Kaishan's embrace, happily recounting the events. Oh, then besides you, who else? Asked Ye Kaishan with curiosity. There was also senior sister Hongdo, but she was a bit slower than me. The sect master ultimately chose me to marry you. Ling Xiao'er said with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. So there is Jiang Hongdo as well. Ye Kaishan was somewhat surprised, secretly resolving not to disappoint any of these lovely women. He would definitely marry Jiang Hongdo sooner or later. Upon returning to the Yi residence, the newlyweds immediately performed the wedding ceremony before heaven and earth. Entering the bridal chamber, Ye Kaishan lifted the bride's red veil. Ling Xiao'er was exquisite, like a porcelain doll, shyly tugging at her sleeves like a little white rabbit. Ye Kaishan lifted her gently and placed her on the bed. When the candlelight faded, the faint moonlight cast a soft glow across the darkened room. Suddenly Ling Xiao'er sat up, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at her own arm. That's so big. Won't it really break? The following day, Ye Kaishan stretched comfortably, while Ling Xiao'er beside him lay in a deep slumber. Subsequently, Ye Kaishan honored his promises, marrying several other female cultivators from Baihua sect in succession. A total of 4 each at foundation establishment, with excellent appearances and bone structure. 3 months passed, and Ling Xiao'er, along with 2 of the others, finally showed visible pregnancies. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it became to conceive and bear children. However, once pregnant, the likelihood of giving birth to offspring with spiritual roots increased significantly. There was even a chance of bearing children with special constitutions. By now Ye Kaishan was over 120 years old. His eldest child was already 40 years of age. Among his descendants, those with spiritual roots pursued cultivation, while those without entered commerce or government service. Furthermore, he carried out the Ye family motto, spreading his branches and leaves extensively. Congratulations! Your descendants have exceeded 100. Reward: 1 gourd of longevity pills, 1 mid-grade spiritual field, 500 mid-grade spirit stones, and flame explosion talismans. Have my grandchildren already reached 100? Hearing this notification, Ye Kaishan was first astonished. After the children grew up, many had gone out to explore the world. Therefore, he was not clear about how many children his descendants had actually born. Hearing this message suddenly, he still felt quite delighted inside. Although the rewards for descendants were halved, there were simply too many of them. Accumulating small amounts into something substantial, each offspring provided a bit of lifespan plus rewards for reaching certain quantities. Following this trend to spread when reaching a sufficient number, he could reproduce freely. For months later, several concubines from Baiwa sect began giving birth one after another. The first was Ling Xiar. Ye Kaishan waited outside the delivery room as always. Congratulations! You have born a heaven-grade low-tier spiritual root offspring. Reward: plus 10 years of lifespan, a heaven-grade low-tier spiritual artifact, a heaven-grade spiritual root, and 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Not bad. Ye Kaishan nodded slightly and checked the rewards. The heaven-grade spiritual artifact was a breastplate capable of protecting vital areas. The spiritual root was named Twin Dragon Strange Flower, resembling 2 dragons coiling and intertwining. Ye Kaishan collected the rewards, entered the delivery room, and kissed Ling Xiar. Before long, the other 4 concubines from Baiwa sect also gave birth. Among them, only 2 bore spiritual root offspring. No matter how excellent the spiritual root, it could not guarantee 100% spiritual root offspring. Ye Kaishan was already quite satisfied with this. As the women gave birth one after another, his descendants finally surpassed 500. Congratulations! Your descendants have exceeded 500 and the family scale has expanded. Reward: the movement technique 7 stars, sword shield, 10 years of cultivation experience, 10 years of alchemy experience, 10 years of artifact refinement experience, and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 500. Ye Kaishan's eyes lit up. The 7-star sword shield was a heaven-grade mid-tier movement technique, far more precious than ordinary methods. It could transform into 7 stars in an instant, proving excellent for both evasion and combat. He entered his secret room, sat cross-legged, absorbed the experience, and cultivated the movement technique. Unknowingly, several more months passed. Ye Kaishan's cultivation had broken through to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Only 1 layer away from perfection, he stood on the verge of core formation. That day, Qin Shan sent an envoy to inform them that the alchemy competition was about to begin. Time flies so quickly. Ye Kaishan reflected in his heart as though everything had happened only yesterday. Before departing, he made time to properly attend to his concubines. Only then did he mount Silver Lightning and soar toward Baiyang City, a spirit beast at the core formation stage. As soon as they arrived at Baiyang City, everyone spotted a colossal bird flying through the sky. It was enormously large and overwhelmingly majestic. Master Yi has arrived. I heard this time Master Yi will represent Baiyang City at the Grand Alchemy Gathering of the 28 cities. Someone cried out, having long awaited this news. Ye Kaishan landed steadily before Baodin Pavilion, and Guyu hurriedly came out to greet him. After many days apart, she had grown even more enchanting. Master Yi, you finally arrived. At the entrance, the voluptuous Qin Shan spoke leisurely. I was beginning to think you might renege on your word. Ye Kaishan smiled wryly, his gaze sweeping over the woman. After so many days apart, he couldn't help but notice her figure had grown even more impressive. There's no time to waste. Let us prepare and set off. I am already impatient to see you fulfill your promise. Ye Kaishan urged, his words brimming with confidence. It seems you are quite confident, but I must still remind you not to let your guard down, Qin Shan said. Rest assured, I know exactly what I am doing. Ye Kaishan grinned. Next, the group set out for the capital of Yin country. The competition was held at 2 venues, the capital and Danding sect. After half a month of journeying, Ye Kaishan and his companions finally arrived at the capital of Yin country. Gazing at the towering city walls and magnificent architecture, Ye Kaishan marveled inwardly. Truly a first-rate city. Its prosperity far surpassed Baiyang City by more than 10-fold. Upon entering the city, foundation establishment cultivators could be seen everywhere. The vast majority of the passing crowd were cultivators. Guided by Qin Shan and presenting their identification tokens, they soon arrived at the residence arranged by the host Yin country, where they waited for the competition to begin. A few days later, the competition finally commenced. All participating teams gradually gathered in the plaza before the imperial palace. The ruler of Yin country, princesses, representatives of all major cultivation families, and other prominent figures were all present. They had long been waiting in the stands, eagerly anticipating the start of the competition. All contestants, please enter. With a voice like thunderous drums, the representative alchemists from the 28 cities ascended their respective alchemy platforms. Number 27. Second to last. Ye Kaishan gazed at the number on the alchemy platform, and his admiration for Master Zhentaiha deepened even further. Fortunately, the master had worked hard enough, or otherwise he would have been the one standing on the very last platform. The alchemist from Baiyang City is so young. What cultivation family does this young master belong to? In the stand, some observers noticed Ye Kaishan and couldn't help but wonder. He was too handsome, too elegant, possessing an aura as refined as jade, hardly resembling an alchemist at all. Looking at the other alchemists, most were middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. They all wore beards, and those with sufficient means had also cultivated prominent bellies. Only then could they exude an air of dignity and reverence. Soon after the competition, host appeared at the center of the square, issuing instructions. Without any delay, the competition began immediately. Initially, the pills were relatively basic. The competition tested speed and quality. This was not particularly difficult. All the alchemists present could accomplish it with ease. However, as time elapsed, the quality of the spirit pills increased, and so did the difficulty. This was when true mastery would be revealed, and alchemists lacking sufficient skill would quickly expose their shortcomings. From his peripheral vision, Ye Kaishan noticed that the alchemist on platform number 28 beside him had already grown flustered and was beginning to act frantically. It was obvious that he was unfamiliar with the pills he was refining and lacked confidence. Watching his peers in such a state of disarray, nearly overturning their furnace pots in their panic, Ye Kaishan shook his head. No wonder this fellow could not even surpass Zhentaiha. His techniques were indeed severely lacking. While his peers were anxious, he remained completely composed, operating with calm precision and unhurried rhythm. Meanwhile, on another VIP viewing platform, Qinshan gathered with all the managers of the branch pavilions. Qinshan, is this the alchemist you selected? He appears somewhat absent-minded, said a woman a few years older than Qinshan with a smile. Her concern was seemingly genuine, but in truth thinly veiled mockery. The two had always been at odds. Qinshan glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps it is because the task is too simple. He finds it uninteresting. Su Ruoyan, you would do better to concern yourself with your own alchemist." The woman's smile faltered slightly, and she snorted coldly before falling silent. She had intended to tease, but unexpectedly found Qinshan to be so aloof. Outsiders might have assumed they were already securing the championship. The competition continued, with each alchemist's refined pills being evaluated and scored by designated officials. Those who failed in their refinements were eliminated immediately, and at the conclusion of each round, the lowest scoring alchemist would also be eliminated. The alchemist on platform number 28 was the first to be carried away. Gradually, more alchemists were eliminated one after another. Ye Kaishan remained quiet and unassuming, never revealing his true capabilities. In the end, only 12 alchemists remained on the field. By this point, the spectators in the stands and the various figures present finally took notice of the alchemist who looked least like an alchemist. Seeming casual and carefree, yet quietly advancing to the top 12. This was no feat that could be achieved by luck alone. In the VIP area, Su Ruoyan's face had turned nearly green as her alchemist had been eliminated. Meanwhile, Qinshan's alchemist smoothly advanced into the top 12. His previously seemingly absent-minded movements now appeared exceptionally graceful. Su Ruoyan, why was your alchemist eliminated? Did you lose interest in refining? Qinshan leaned over with a puzzled expression, sounding like an innocently curious child. You? Su Ruoyan's chest rose and fell with barely contained rage. After the top 12 were determined, the first day of competition concluded. After a brief rest, they quickly welcomed the second day's competition, which would be the final one held in Yin country's capital. The top 4 would be decided advancing to Danding Sect, the alchemy holy land of Yin country. The competition began promptly, requiring participants to refine the 3 most common, yet most demanding pills among the Xian-grade spirit pills, Chongxian pill, Pazhang pill, and Lingsha pill. This time, Ye Kaishan finally steeled his spirit and took the matter seriously. Time ticked away slowly. These 3 pills were not particularly difficult for alchemists who had reached the top 12. The true challenge lay in refining them to excellence. After an extended period, an elderly man with white hair but a youthful complexion concluded his pill refinement. He was the capital's premier alchemist and the previous competition's champion. The nobility in the stands all nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the elder's prowess. After inspection, the elder had produced 3 pills, one reaching 90% quality, the other 2 at 80%. The crowd was astonished by the elder's strength. The remaining alchemists could at best achieve 3 pills at 80% quality, with none reaching 90%. When it was finally Ye Kaishan's turn, after careful examination, the evaluating alchemist astonishingly announced the pill qualities. Again, 1 at 90% and 2 at 80%. Once again, 1 at 90% and 2 at 80%. The entire audience erupted in astonishment. Such quality was comparable to Gu Li, the premier alchemist of the Yin Kingdom's capital. Is this person an alchemist from Baiyang City? to rival Master Gu Li. Who would have thought that Baiyang City, which finished last in the previous tournament, would produce such an extraordinary alchemist? In the stands, the crowd's opinions shifted once again. Although Ye Kaishan appeared to be a young master from a prestigious family, his skills were undeniably genuine. In a VIP section, a woman dressed in Taoist robes, but possessing natural beauty, spoke calmly to those around her. My master has not yet exerted his full strength. This is not his usual standard. The woman was named Shun Miao, Gu Li's sole disciple, and also the daughter of the Yin Kingdom's current prime minister, holding an exalted status. Presider Shin speaks with perfect clarity. Master Gu Li has undoubtedly held back his true strength, while that alchemist from Baiyang City has moved at an unusually sluggish pace, clearly exhausting his reserves. The outcome is already evident. The third prince smiled and concurred, his gaze toward the woman revealing undisguised appreciation and an imperceptible trace of lust. Though she wore plain Taoist robes, her graceful figure remained impossible to conceal. Her skin was as pale and lustrous as mutton fat, delicate enough to burst at the slightest touch. Her features were refined and natural, unadorned by makeup, yet her innate beauty rivaled that of any woman present. Upon hearing the third prince's words, Shun Miao gently shook her head and replied softly, "This man is not as inadequate as you suggest. Even if his alchemy does not surpass my master, the gap between them is minimal. He will be my master's greatest rival in the pursuit of the #1 position." She made no effort to agree with the third prince or belittle Ye Kaishan to elevate her own master. The third prince felt somewhat embarrassed, as though his warmth had been met with cold indifference. He forced a laugh and added, "Presider Shin possesses truly discerning eyes. For laymen like us, the subtleties of alchemy remain invisible. I shall certainly seek your guidance on another occasion." His words were warm and cordial, yet Shun Miao merely offered a perfunctory nod. For a man like the third prince, who had never even touched an alchemical furnace, she found no common ground whatsoever. The smile gradually faded from the third prince's face, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. He sat there in silence, nursing some dark scheme. With Ye Kaishan's pill emerging from the furnace, the final four were at last determined: Gu Li, Ye Kaishan, and the alchemists representing the second city and the fifth city. With this result announced, Ye Kaishan undoubtedly became the center of attention. Many began whispering privately, eager to learn the identity of this extraordinary alchemist from Baiyang City. Even the ruler of Yin Kingdom displayed evident interest. Meanwhile, Ye Kaishan returned to the sidelines where Qin Chan had been waiting eagerly. "Fairy Qin, I have reached the top 4. Are you prepared to fulfill your promise?" Their original agreement had specified the top 5, and he had even generously provided an extra qualification. Qin Chan seemed to have anticipated his words perfectly, showing no surprise, merely offering a gentle smile. "Of course, I, Qin Chan, always honor my word." "Then let us return. I want you to marry me." Ye Kaishan was straightforward, neither a gentleman nor a villain, simply stating his desires directly. From the moment he had laid eyes on Qin Chan, he had resolved to take her as his wife. "Wait." Qin Chan sounded somewhat flustered. "What is it? Are you planning to break your promise?" Ye Kaishan asked. "Certainly not. If you dare marry me, I will marry you. What reason would I have to refuse?" Ye Kaishan laughed incredulously. If he dared not even take a wife, what purpose would there be in cultivating immortality? "Then very well, I agree." Qin Chan hesitated briefly, then nodded firmly, as though making a momentous decision. "But you intend to leave immediately?" She nearly laughed in exasperation. Ye Kaishan's intentions were too pure. He had achieved the top 5 and wished to depart at once. "And what else would you have me do?" Ye Kaishan shrugged. "The reward for first place is exceptionally generous. I believe you should compete for it. You have come this far, you cannot abandon everything now," Qin Chan said persuasively. Upon hearing of the reward, Ye Kaishan reasoned that since he had already arrived, he might as well linger a while longer. As the two conversed, a mature woman of captivating charm and somewhat unrestrained elegance approached. Her voice arrived before she did. "Master Yi, it is an honor to meet you. I am Su Ruoyan." Ye Kaishan's gaze flickered. This woman's figure was strikingly voluptuous, her demeanor somewhat bold and uninhibited, entirely different from Qin Chan's refined and reserved style. "Miss Su, the pleasure is mine." Ye Kaishan returned a friendly nod. "Master Yi, do visit Feihe City when you have the opportunity. I would be honored to entertain you properly." Su Ruoyan's face glowed like peach blossoms, her brows and eyes brimming with a playful smile, her luminous gaze seeming to speak for itself. She was a woman whose eyes could convey everything without words. Ye Kaishan felt momentarily distracted, about to accept, when Qin Chan pulled him away sharply. "Master Yi, you still have competition to attend to. It is getting late. We must depart." Leaving Su Ruoyan behind, stamping her foot in frustration. The semi-final matches were held at Danding Sect. A month later, competitors and spectators began arriving one after another. On that day, the plaza before Danding Sect's main peak was fully prepared. The 4 competing contestants made their way onto the alchemical platform amid thunderous applause. "That fellow actually made it to the top 4. In the stands, Zhou Lu and Master Jin Taihe seethed with frustration, especially Jin Taihe, who felt both enraged and deeply humiliated. When he had represented Baiyang City, he could only finish last. Yet with Ye Kaishan's arrival, he immediately claimed a top 4 spot. The difference was unmistakable. Never mind. Master Gu Li will teach him his place. Zhou Lu spoke with composure and confidence, certain that the gap between him and Gu Li was no different from the gap between Jin Taihe and himself. Soon the competition was about to begin. A beautiful woman clad in white entered quietly, serving as the MC. With her arrival, everyone instantly caught a faint medicinal fragrance. This aura of spiritual herbs emanated from the woman herself. She was as though a living embodiment of refined medicine. This is the Pill Fairy of Danding sect. It is said she possesses a special constitution naturally drawn to spiritual herbs and is being groomed as the next sect leader. Everyone in the stands could not help but display expressions of amazement. This woman not only held noble status, but was also hailed as the future pill sage, a paragon of both talent and beauty. Meanwhile, Ye Kaishan on the alchemical platform was also drawn by the woman's unique aura. Unable to resist, he activated his system ability to examine her discreetly. Instantly, a brilliant blue radiance shot toward the heavens. Damn, blue. Ye Kaishan was deeply shaken. This was the first woman of blue-grade quality he had ever encountered. The pill fairy Yao Xiao was 38 years old with a lower-grade earthly spiritual root and had reached the peak of foundation establishment cultivation. More importantly, she possessed a special constitution, the physio-spiritual body. This constitution not only granted immunity to all poisons, but also allowed her to maximize the efficacy of spiritual herbs during alchemy. She was a natural-born alchemist material. After Fairy Yao Xiao took the stage, she began announcing the competition rules. The first round tested the contestants' mastery of medicinal herbs and extraction techniques. This was Ye Kaishan's moment to showcase his skills. He not only possessed over a century of alchemy experience granted by his system, but also decades of expertise in spiritual plant cultivation. Most alchemists rarely dedicated themselves to herb cultivation, focusing their energy primarily on the refining process. Consequently, Ye Kaishan answered every question with ease, sharing his knowledge freely. This left Yao Xiao genuinely surprised, her gaze toward Ye Kaishan softening considerably. Fairy Yao, I have always harbored a fondness for flora and medicine. Perhaps we could explore spiritual plant cultivation and care together sometime. Having passed the trial, Ye Kaishan offered a gentle smile and addressed Fairy Yao with refined elegance. She nodded slightly, her countenance brightening like a snow lotus blooming atop a mountain peak. The spectators could not help but call him a beast. For being men, they understood Ye Kaishan's true intentions. Was he truly there to study? Was it the spiritual herbs he tended to, or the woman herself? After a series of trials, only Gu Li and Ye Kaishan remained on the alchemy platform. The final face-off required crafting the Gathering Origin Pill, the dream of every foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing this challenge, Gu Li smiled, faintly confident, as the foremost alchemist in Yin Kingdom's capital. The Gathering Origin Pill was naturally no stranger to him. Elder Yi, please. Gu Li gestured gracefully, addressing Ye Kaishan with the title of Master. Having reached this stage, he genuinely recognized his opponent's prowess and offered full respect. Master Gu, after you. Ye Kaishan returned the courtesy with a smile. Both then focused their minds and began the refining process. The audience grew tense, daring not to make a sound. Shen Miao, the Prime Minister's daughter, sat composed in the VIP section, her heart remaining steady. She believed in her master's abilities. Time ticked by slowly. Finally, Ye Kaishan ceased his movements. The refinement was complete. The unexpected speed drew amazed glances from the crowd. They wondered why he had suddenly accelerated. With the process finished, Ye Kaishan produced his small tea set and calmly sipped his tea. He waited in silence for Master Gu. After the length of time it takes for one incense stick to burn, Gu Li too brought his hands to a halt. The Gathering Origin Pill belonged to the upper echelon of spiritual medicines, requiring considerable skill to forge, a far cry from the low-tier pills that came effortlessly. As both men finished, Yao Xiao approached to assess the pill's quality. Following Ye Kaishan's signal, she examined Gu Li's creation first. After a moment, she set the pill down. Master Gu Li, the Gathering Origin Pill, 80% quality. Upon hearing this, many cultivators from the Yin Kingdom capital in the stands chuckled knowingly. For a pill like the Gathering Origin, achieving 80% quality was nearly as daunting as reaching 99% on a foundation establishment pill. For most alchemists, let alone 80% quality, merely completing the refinement was a distant dream. As expected of Master Gu Li, Ye Kaishan is certain to lose, Zhou Lu remarked with a slight smile to his apprentice. Based on his past encounters with Ye Kaishan, there was no way the man could refine a Gathering Origin Pill beyond 80% quality. Even achieving 80% efficacy would be a struggle. At this moment, Yao Xiao approached Ye Kaishan and examined the Gathering Origin Pill. The next instant her previously composed expression revealed astonishment. Ye Kaishan the Gathering Origin Pill, 90% quality. Her words sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. Shun Miao Zhou Lu Zhen Taiha, all the capital's cultivators and nobility wore expressions of utter disbelief. Gu Li too struggled to believe it, but after examining the pill himself his expression became truly remarkable. In the end he set the pill down, bowed to Ye Kaishan, and wore a face full of genuine admiration. The competition concluded. Ye Kaishan had claimed first place in this grand tournament. Below the stage, Qin Shan's face flushed with excitement, her gaze toward Ye Kaishan now heavy with tender affection. Next came the prize ceremony for the victor. First and foremost was a premium-grade Xian-class alchemy furnace. This reward caught Ye Kaishan's eye, for it was precisely what he currently lacked. A premium-grade Xian alchemy furnace held value comparable to any top-tier spiritual artifact. Alongside the furnace came several precious pill recipes along with rare spiritual pills and herbs, all of considerable worth. After the ceremony, spectators from the stands came forward to congratulate him and establish connections. Others quietly gathered information about Ye Kaishan, hoping to win his favor. Even the Crown Prince of Yen Kingdom extended an olive branch. Elder Yi, should you wish to establish yourself in the capital, please do not hesitate to ask for my assistance. The Crown Prince was a formidable man in his 30s with an authoritative bearing, his cultivation having reached the core formation stage. He was the reigning monarch's designated successor. By his side stood the eldest princess, her dark hair elegantly coiled and her eyebrows delicately drawn. Behind her lingered a spirited young girl who was surreptitiously studying Ye Kaishan. She was the 9th princess of Yen Kingdom. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Ye Kaishan gave a slight nod and replied with measured composure. When the opportunity arises, certainly. His words carried the same hollow promise as sure next time, a perfunctory deflection. After seeing off the Crown Prince, Ye Kaishan casually managed the remaining well-wishers. In contrast, Gu Li stood isolated with only his disciple Shun Miao nearby, a sight that seemed unusually bleak. He shook his head slightly and turned to leave when Ye Kaishan's voice called out from behind. Master Gu Li, would you care to visit my home in Baiyang City sometime? He asked with genuine warmth. Gu Li turned and nodded emphatically, saying, when the chance arises, I shall certainly take you up on that. His words carried absolute conviction, far from empty courtesy. Ye Kaishan waved goodbye as the master and disciple departed. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhou Lu and his student attempting to slip away unnoticed. Master Zhou, Master Zhen, long time no see. Both men started visibly and turned slowly, offering smiles that looked more like grimaces. Congratulations, Elder Yi, on taking the crown, Zhou Lu said, awkwardly surreptitiously nudging his disciple beside him. Zhen Taiha finally snapped out of his daze and quickly offered his respects, saying, Congratulations, Elder Yi, congrats. Without a single word of mockery from Ye Kaishan, both men were already consumed by shame. With the grand event concluded, Ye Kaishan and Qin Shan mounted Silver Lightning and departed from the Danding sect. From the main peak, Fairy Yao Xiao waved farewell. Fairy Qin, shall we pick a date? On the back of the snow eagle, Ye Kaishan held Qin Shan's delicate hand as he spoke with a smile. This woman who had kept him at arm's length for so long had finally, after all, fallen into his grasp. I will not choose, you choose. Qin Shan rolled her eyes at him in playful reprimand, revealing a rare moment of girlish vulnerability. Very well then, by tradition 1 month from now it shall be, Ye Kaishan declared decisively. A month later, the Yi family hung lanterns and festive decorations throughout their estate, and the entire Qingyun town buzzed with excitement. The wedding procession, accompanied by the thunderous beating of drums and gongs, made its way to Baiyang City to bring home the bride. Damn, Master Yi is taking another concubine. The townsfolk erupted into excitement upon spotting Ye Kaishan. News of the 28th city alchemy competition had already begun to spread. Ye Kaishan's first-place victory had sent shockwaves through Baiyang City, and his reputation quickly spread, making the city far more lively than usual. Numerous cultivators flocked to Baodian Pavilion in Baiyang City to purchase pills. In reality, the pills at Baodian Pavilion were all the same, a very few were actually refined by Ye Kaishan himself. Master Yi is going to marry shopkeeper Qin. A powerful alliance, truly a match made in heaven. Sigh. My heart aches, my dream goddess is getting married. With Master Ye's status now, not only marrying shopkeeper Qin, but even a princess would not be inappropriate. Along both sides of the street, a group of cultivators spoke with envy and admiration. Not long after, the wedding procession picked up the bride and returned to Qingyun town. This concubine taking was extremely sensational. Every prominent figure in Baiyang City came to offer congratulations. Even Duan Xiefeng, the city lord of Baiyang City, personally brought generous gifts to congratulate him, humbling himself greatly. City lords like him were numerous and easily replaceable, but alchemists like Ye Kaishan were few and irreplaceable. The lively wedding banquet continued for a long time, deep into the night. After seeing off the guests, Ye Kaishan finally pushed open the door to the bridal chamber. Qin Shan sat there gracefully with a red veil over her head. My dear wife, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Ye Kaishan approached, lifted the red veil, and revealed her breathtakingly beautiful face. He gently lifted Qin Shan and placed her on the bed, the exciting moment about to arrive. As the candlelight faded, Ye Kaishan, experienced and confident, went straight to the main goal. Suddenly the woman raised her hand to stop his pressing chest and whispered in his ear, "Husband, there's something I haven't told you yet. Actually, I already have a marriage contract." Marriage contract? You've already married me, why bring this up? Ye Kaishan smiled lightly and casually asked, "Who is that person?" "Someone you've met," Qin Shan's voice softly sounded. "Who?" Ye Kaishan became curious. "The Crown Prince of Yen State." Thud. Ye Kaishan fell silent, utterly speechless. Qin Shan actually had a marriage contract with the Crown Prince of Yen State. Just not long ago, he had been laughing and chatting with the Crown Prince. In the blink of an eye, and already being a cuckold. Seeing Ye Kaishan remain silent, Qin Shan hesitantly asked, "Are you afraid to marry me?" "I've already married you, what's there to fear?" Ye Kaishan snapped back to reality and said firmly. With the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to release it, pressing down hard. Another sleepless night, one that no immortal would trade. In the days that followed, Ye Kaishan spent almost all his time with Qin Shan, working diligently for the family's future and to continue the lineage. During his rare leisure time, he occasionally received visitors who came to call on him. During this period, Ye Kaishan's fame spread rapidly, nearly reaching every corner of the Yen State. Many people traveled thousands of miles bearing generous gifts to visit him, some hoping to forge connections, others seeking alchemy services. Some astute individuals got ahead of the curve, inquiring about Ye Kaishan's preferences. Upon learning that his greatest passion was taking concubines, they immediately brought their daughters or granddaughters to his doorstep. Given Ye Kaishan's nature, he naturally did not refuse. As long as they met the requirements, he would promptly arrange a date. The promising daughters of Baiyang City were no longer enough, so his search expanded to the nearby major cities. Moreover, they were mostly female cultivators from cultivation families. Not only did they possess spiritual roots, but they were also remarkably beautiful. Over the following months, Ye Kaishan took 6 women from cultivation families at a rate of 1 per month. Most of these women were Qi condensation stage cultivators, young, in age comparable to 18-year-old girls in the mortal world. Ye Kaishan was able to experience that vibrant energy and youthful radiance of 18-year-old maidens. Half a year later, on a certain day, Qin Shan's belly finally began to swell. "Husband, I'm with child," Qin Shan said with relief, having been nearly exhausted over these past 6 months. Heaven had finally rewarded his persistence. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ye Kaishan was overjoyed upon hearing the news. Female cultivators had many advantages, but pregnancy was not easy. It became even more difficult the higher one's cultivation level. Often it required a bit of luck. After Qin Shan's pregnancy, Ye Kaishan made time to attend to his other concubines, gradually planting the seeds of life in the wombs of the 6 newlywed female cultivators. They were considerate and conceived easily. Next, Ye Kaishan turned his attention to caring for his other concubines. After years of nurturing his first concubine, Su Mei finally reached the peak of Qi condensation. Her spiritual root had also reached the top grade of the yellow level. Ye Kaishan refined a batch of foundation establishment pills to help her break through. Besides Su Mei, women such as Wu Nanchuan, Wang Shifeng, Zhao Fian, and Su Yuru also slowly advanced to the late stage of Qi condensation. Though all over 50 under the effects of youth-preserving pills, they still appeared as elegant women in their 20s. Meanwhile, female cultivators such as Shui, Bing Xie Yui, and Zhou Shui gradually began their foundation establishment. "Husband, I successfully established my foundation," Su Mei said with delight, awakening from her meditation in the cultivation room. After achieving foundation establishment, she had partially shed her mortal physique, her essence of life elevated, and her lifespan extended. This made her look entirely renewed, full of vitality. "That's good," Ye Kaishan said with a smile, happy for Su Mei. "Husband, I want to continue bearing you children." Su Mei threw herself at him. Due to her cultivation, she hadn't conceived in a long time. "Very well, as long as you're willing, we can have as many as you like." Ye Kaishan held Su Mei tightly in his embrace, speaking softly into her ear. When passion reached its peak. After a long while, Ye Kaishan left the cultivation room and came to Yan Shuetian. Yan Shuetian's second child was a daughter, and the third had just been conceived still in her womb. The two shared an intimate moment discussing matters related to cultivation. "Husband, I sense you are about to reach the peak of foundation establishment. Is it time to form a golden core?" Yan Shuetian had keen eyes and could perceive Ye Kaishan's condition. "Indeed, I am on the verge of completion. Once I prepare, I will begin forming my golden core." He was now at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. A few pills would push him to the 10th layer and complete his foundation. "With your talent, husband, you might even form a purple golden core." Yan Shuetian said this with longing in her view. With Ye Kaishan's astonishing cultivation speed, forming a purple golden core was truly not a dream. Purple golden core. I'll give it a try. Ye Kaishan chuckled softly. His goal was not merely a purple golden core. If he were to form a core, he would form the best one. Ye Kaishan left Yanshui Tian and soon arrived at Ling Xiao'er's side. This young woman had not yet conceived after giving birth to her first child. Ye Kaishan, burdened with an obsession for lineage continuation, could not bear such a situation. Thus he devoted himself with unremitting effort. Finally, 3 months later, on an ordinary day, Ling Xiao'er confirmed she was with child. She curled into Ye Kaishan's embrace and coquettishly shared the news. Only then did Ye Kaishan nod with evident satisfaction. He then proceeded to the cultivation chamber, preparing for pill formation. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, he swallowed a pill, and before long the 10th Dao platform rose within his dantian. At this moment his foundation establishment reached perfection. Having stabilized his realm, Ye Kaishan produced a yuan-gathering pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly a powerful surge of energy coursed through him, and the Dao platforms within his dantian began to melt and converge. Behind, Ye Kaishan vortexes appeared, and the 36 cycles of the profound mystery spun furiously. The next moment, he produced a variety of spiritual herbs and pills, swallowing them all. Pill formation required an enormous supply of spiritual energy, otherwise it would either diminish the pill's quality or cause complete failure with irreversible damage. Since the spiritual foundation had already melted, restoration was no longer feasible. As vast power flooded in, a radiant pill slowly formed within Ye Kaishan's dantian. The pill spun rapidly, its color growing increasingly pure with each rotation. After a few breaths, a purple gold pill appeared. Still not pure enough, Ye Kaishan thought, urgently cycling through the jade clarity, chi refining art, the 36 cycles of the profound mystery, true scripture, and the supreme yin-yang primal art in rapid succession. The several techniques shone in harmony. After a short while, the colored pill finally transmuted into a golden core. It's done. A golden core ancestor. Ye Kaishan exclaimed with excitement. At the very moment he formed his core, the sky above Qingyun town suddenly darkened. Day slipped into night as fierce winds howled and thunder rumbled persistently. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. What's happening? Looks like rain, time to go home and collect the laundry. The storm is here, pack up the stalls. The people of Qingyun town had no idea what was occurring and simply rushed home. Only the female cultivators of the Yi family seemed to sense something amiss. This is a lightning tribulation. How strange. Could a monstrous talent be born from our Yi family? Su Mei gazed at the sky, her expression grave. A lightning tribulation does not necessarily signify a demonic presence. Unless... Yanshui Tian's eyes flickered with realization, as though she had just understood something crucial. Meanwhile, within the cultivation chamber, Ye Kaishan had already sensed the heavenly tribulation outside. Just as he was about to rush forth to undergo the tribulation, his golden core suddenly darkened, then emitted a brilliant white light. The two forces intertwined, and the original golden core transformed into a black and white yin-yang pill. At first glance it resembled the Taiji symbol. What in the world? What kind of heart pill is this? Ye Kaishan was utterly baffled, unable to determine the quality of this yin-yang pill. Could it be a mutant pill, eh? He suddenly recalled that ancient texts mentioned the existence of mutant heart pills aside from the conventional mixed white, green, red, purple, and golden pills. Mutant heart pills varied in strength with both advantages and drawbacks. Some mutant pills were even stronger than a golden core, while others fell short of it. Their potential depended entirely on personal development. But my heart pill must be extraordinary. The image of yin-yang Taiji suggests it should surpass a normal golden core, right? Ye Kaishan smiled confidently and moved swiftly, bursting out of the cultivation chamber. Above the Yi residence, the sky was now completely shrouded in a sea of lightning. Husband, have you formed a golden core? Yanshui Tian called out loudly. Yes. Ye Kaishan hesitated briefly and nodded slightly. Hearing this, the women erupted in excitement. Their husband had actually achieved golden core formation. A golden core ancestor, a phenomenon unseen in 100 years. Boom. By this moment the lightning tribulation had fully gathered and finally descended. Ye Kaishan watched with a disdainful gaze, prepared to endure it directly. Using tribulation lightning to temper the body. Wasn't that a standard practice for protagonists? Boom. A deafening crash echoed as a bolt of lightning struck Ye Kaishan squarely. Instantly his body convulsed violently, his skin splitting and flesh tearing as blood splattered everywhere. A faint fragrance of cooked meat wafted through the air. Ling Xiao'er sniffed delicately and sighed. Husband smells so wonderful. Ye Kaishan, what on earth are you doing? Yanshui Tian shouted anxiously, so desperate that she nearly rushed forward to help withstand the lightning. I'm fine. I'm merely testing the intensity of the lightning tribulation. Snapping back to reality, Ye Kaishan retorted stubbornly. From then on he dared not harbor even the slightest recklessness. He swallowed a handful of pills and summoned his spiritual artifacts, resisting with full force. Lightning was the most violent force in heaven and earth, and enduring it with the physical body was no trivial matter. Fortunately, he possessed numerous magical treasures, and once he unleashed their full power, the threat of the lightning tribulation diminished considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Kaishan formulated another plan to harness the power of lightning to cultivate the 24 manifestations golden body technique. Within this art existed one manifestation, the natural thunder of heaven and earth. This is promising. Feeling a wisp of electric arc strike his body and convert into power, Ye Kaishan's eyes lit up. Come, let the thunder rage even harder. Before long, Ye Kaishan pressed forward with renewed vigor, advancing to the 18th manifestation. Only 6 manifestations remained before the technique could reach perfection. However, the lightning tribulation had already concluded. Ye Kaishan wore an expression of regret, still craving more. At that moment, a tremendous transformation was underway within his body. Around the Taiji pill, wisps of lightning arcs began to form. Ye Kaishan shifted his focus, and his divine sense spread outward like a rising tide. 10 li, 12 li, 15 li. It only ceased at 20 li. A typical early-stage core formation cultivator possessed only 10 li of divine sense, yet Ye Kaishan, having just entered core formation, had already reached the divine sense of a mid-stage cultivator. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successful golden core formation, achieving the golden core ancestor milestone. Your family has been promoted to a 9th rank cultivation family. Note: possessing a golden core patriarch is the most fundamental requirement for a cultivation family. Achievement rewards puppet refining technique and 1 golden core puppet. Hearing the system's continuous announcements, Ye Kaishan, who had been indulging in the moment, jolted back to awareness. Only now did he realize that the Ye family had truly become a legitimate cultivation family in the fullest sense. From 1st to 9th rank, reaching the 9th rank marked the true entry threshold for a cultivation family. Other families with only Qi refining or foundation establishment ancestors could be considered substandard. By this criterion, 99% of the cultivation families in Yin country failed to meet the requirement. Instantly, Ye Kaishan's ambitions grew clearer and sharper. The requirement for a 9th rank cultivation family was that the patriarch must reach core formation. For an 8th rank cultivation family, the entire family needed to possess 10 core formation cultivators. The standard for 7th rank was that the patriarch must reach nascent soul stage. And so on. Having understood the advancement standards, Ye Kaishan began reviewing his rewards. The puppet refining technique was akin to mechanism crafting, belonging to the branch of artifact refinement, but was even more difficult to master than conventional artifact refining. Its scarcity surpassed that of alchemists, artifact refiners, and formation masters alike. Besides the puppet refining technique, there was also a ready-made puppet with the strength of mid-stage golden core. Good, this one can be hidden in the shadows as a guard. Ye Kaishan nodded silently to himself. At this moment, all 100 of his concubines surrounded him, their faces adorned with smiles as radiant as blooming flowers. Husband, only those who form the golden core face the thunder tribulation. Did you truly achieve the golden core? What else could it be? It is undoubtedly the golden core. I have heard that for centuries no golden core cultivator has been born in all of Yin Kingdom. Husband is truly a divine being descended to the mortal realm. The women chattered among themselves, their gazes upon Ye Kaishan brimming with adoration. Even Yin Shuetian was no exception, for she better understood the weight and rarity of what the golden core represented. Even her senior sister Yang Menghua, far more accomplished, had only reached the crimson pill stage, and not yet the purple pill. The golden core not only grants the strongest power within its realm, but also holds extraordinary potential and boundless promise for the future. Within all of Yin Kingdom, a golden core cultivator stood as a first-rate powerhouse, a standout figure among the great immortal sects. Even the imperial family counted but a handful. To ordinary mortals, a golden core cultivator was nothing short of an omnipotent immortal. The women swelled with pride and joy, while the descendants of the Yi family felt an overwhelming sense of honor. The people of Qingyun town had already knelt facing the Yi estate, praying for blessings. To them, Ye Kaishan's recent tribulation resembled an ascension to immortality. The skies over Qingyun town cleared, returning to their former tranquility. Ye Kaishan retreated to his cultivation chamber to stabilize his breakthrough, discovering that the Taiji pill within his body had grown noticeably larger. This indicated his power had increased further. In the golden core realm, advancement was measured by the size of the core itself, continuing until one shattered the pill to form the nascent soul. A flicker of concern crossed Ye Kaishan's mind. Would his nascent soul become some grotesque hybrid if this trend continued? That would be rather unsightly. With a helpless smile, he retrieved the puppet from his system rewards and refined it, commanding it to find a secluded post and guard the safety of the Yi family. Days later, with his cultivation stabilized, Ye Kaishan emerged from the chamber to find Yin Shuetian awaiting him. Husband, since your promotion to golden core, many have come from afar to offer their congratulations. Would you consider hosting a banquet? She offered the suggestion gently. He paused thoughtfully before nodding. As the head of the household, it was indeed necessary. Only lone cultivators hid their breakthroughs in secrecy. A patriarch of a cultivation family like his needed to act with openness and honor, to display the family's prestige and forge alliances with friends across the land. These were essential for the family's development, except in rare cases requiring concealment. Besides, the thunder tribulation that marked his golden core breakthrough made any attempt at discretion impossible. The news spread quickly. For cultivators, the mention of a thunder tribulation revealed everything immediately. The master of the Ye family has formed a golden core. A golden core ancestor, a rarity not seen in a century. Was he not merely an alchemist? How did he also form a golden core? Across Baishan City, the great cultivation families were stunned into disbelief. Yet the dominant feeling among most families was one of satisfaction, for their daughters had married into the Ye family. Ye Kaishan's growing strength meant greater security and prosperity for them as well. They had secured a powerful ally to lean upon. Soon after the Ye family sent out their invitations, the notables of Baishan City prepared generous gifts and set off for Qingyun town without delay. Even the city lord hurried along with eager haste. Word traveled fast, reaching not only Baishan City, but all 28 cities across Ye Kingdom and the 4 great immortal sects. All now knew that a golden core ancestor had emerged from the modest town of Qingyun. In the imperial palace of Ye Kingdom, the reigning monarch Li Fengtian received a secret memorial from his shadow guards. The report detailed the Ye family's affairs, including Ye Kaishan's personal background. After reading it, Li Fengtian sighed in amazement. Though appearing to be in his 40s or 50s with a resolute countenance hinting at youthful vigor, he had already lived for hundreds of years. In truth, he had already survived several centuries. The crown prince Li Xian stood below, and seeing his father's sigh, he stepped forward with clasped hands. Father, we must decide quickly. If the Ye family grows too powerful, it will inevitably threaten our royal lineage. By then it would be far too late to act. The crown prince's expression darkened, for just recently, he had received news that disturbed him deeply. His betrothed Qin Shan had married Ye Kaishan not long ago. Suddenly the prince felt an unbearable weight upon his head, as though something unwanted were sprouting there. As the rightful heir apparent of Ye Kingdom and its future sovereign, no man could endure such humiliation. Let me consider, Li Fengtian said gravely. The situation had unfolded with alarming speed. He had never imagined Ye Kaishan could break through to the golden core stage, so swiftly forming a core in such a brief span. It was as though an ant had instantly grown into a mighty dragon. Moreover, after further investigation, his astonishment only deepened. Ye Kaishan not only possessed formidable strength, but also maintained mysterious ties with the Yunlan sect and the Baiwa sect. Among his concubines were an elder from Yunlan sect and the flower queen of Baiwa sect. Reading this, Li Fengtian could not help cursing inwardly at how much more capable Ye Kaishan was at taking concubines than he himself. Not only could he take them, but he could also produce offspring. The Ye family already boasted hundreds of descendants, while the ruler of Ye Kingdom himself had fewer than 100. As a cultivation-oriented emperor, Li Fengtian devoted the majority of his energy to his own cultivation, for should his power fail, to keep pace his throne would be imperiled. Now it was clear that Ye Kaishan held significant connections with both the Yunlan sect and Baiwa sect. Any hasty action against him would inevitably provoke trouble. The relationship between the 4 great immortal sects and Ye Kingdom was one of partnership, not subordination. Ye Kingdom primarily maintained order among mortals, governed its vast territory, and supplied talent to the 4 great immortal sects. The sects in turn focused their energies on cultivation, and with detached hearts had no desire to meddle in mortal affairs. Direct governance by the sects would demand enormous resources of both manpower and material wealth. Thus their relationship with Ye Kingdom was fundamentally one of mutual cooperation. The imperial court lacked the authority to command the sects outright. At times they were forced to tread carefully to avoid offending them. Should they displeasure the sects, the 4 great immortal sects possessed ample power to replace Li Fengtian as king entirely. After careful deliberation, Li Fengtian finally made his decision. Xian'er, we cannot recklessly move against the Ye family. You shall go in my stead to visit them. Upon hearing his father's arrangement, the crown prince's complexion darkened further with resentment. 1 month later, the golden core celebration for the Ye family ancestor officially commenced. The modest town of Qingyun gathered figures from every direction. Throughout the Ye family's estates spanning over 1,000 acres, lanterns hung bright and festive banners fluttered everywhere. The chorus of guests lining up to present gifts and offer congratulations rang ceaselessly. Ye family servants tirelessly accepted celebration gifts from visiting guests, their hands never still. The grandeur of the occasion surpassed any of Ye Kaishan's previous wedding celebrations. The Qian family of Baiyang City congratulated Master Yi on his achievement of the golden core, wishing him eternal immortal fortune and longevity equal to heaven. The Yin family of Ao City offered their respects, hoping the patriarch would soon break through from golden core to nascent soul. The Wang family of Jinbei City bowed in homage to the patriarch's golden core attainment and his renowned fame spreading far and wide. Ye Kaishan sat in the place of honor, receiving blessings from all directions. The vast majority of those present were members of cultivation clans, either family patriarchs or important figures within their lineages. Ye Kaishan carefully noticed that beside many of them stood young and beautiful women, some single, others pairs. The looks these women cast upon him were filled with boundless affection. Meanwhile, Ye Kaishan's descendants had all received the news and rushed back from across the land. The eldest son Ye Fan had already reached the late stage of qi refining. Though his progress was slow, it remained solid. Other descendants blessed with superior spiritual roots enjoyed somewhat higher cultivation bases. Those without spiritual roots had achieved considerable success in commerce or officialdom. Some now in their 30s or 40s appeared far older than Ye Kaishan himself. Such was the gap between mortals and cultivators. A long voice rang out. The Qin family of Yin Kingdom's capital city presented a top-grade yellow-level spiritual artifact. The Qin family of the imperial capital had arrived. This was Qin Chan's maternal family. The Qin family patriarch was simultaneously the vice pavilion master of Baodan Pavilion, a man of high status deeply favored by Li Fengtian. When the Qin family had learned that Qin Chan secretly married Ye Kaishan, they were so frightened that they erased her name from the clan genealogy overnight. Upon learning that Ye Kaishan had become a golden core patriarch, they immediately restored her name and placed it near the top. Furthermore, Qin, when the lord of the Qin family and Qin Chan's father, had personally come to congratulate his son-in-law. Ye Kaishan could only shake his head and smile, showing no concern, as though nothing had ever happened. The Su family of Yin Kingdom's capital city presented a 1,000-year ice soul snow lotus. Accompanying the announcement, a woman of captivating charm walked in, none other than Su Ruan. Master Yi, congratulations. We are, it seems, relatives. Su Yueru is a member of our Su family, so I am her aunt. Su Ruan said with a smile, having only learned of this connection not long ago. Su Yueru's father had once been cast aside by the Su family, which was why he had gone to Qingyun town to serve as the town magistrate. But after learning of Su Yueru's relationship with Ye Kaishan, he was immediately recalled to the Su family to assume important responsibilities. Everything was so pragmatic. Ye Kaishan wore a strange expression as suddenly so many relatives appeared. This was the saying, when poor, even a bustling market cannot summon a visitor; when wealthy, even deep mountains attract distant kin. Qingyun town was merely one of many small towns beneath Baiyang City. In the past, few would have known of its existence. After the Su family's congratulations, both Yunlan sect and Baiwa sect sent representatives to present gifts. This only deepened the astonishment of the assembled guests. What great face it took to earn greetings from immortal sects. Yet upon reflection, Ye Kaishan's concubines included no fewer than female cultivators from both sects, so there was a clear explanation. However, what surprised Ye Kaishan most was that Master Guli and his disciple Shin Miao had also come to offer their congratulations. Ye Kaishan immediately ordered that they be treated with the highest hospitality. Just as the guests began to think no great dignitaries would arrive, the first crown prince, Li Xian, finally appeared. Instantly, surprise flashed across the faces of all present. Some expressions grew complicated, especially Qin, when lord of the Qin family. The crown prince and Qin Shan were once betrothed. Was he here to steal the show? Tension rippled through the atmosphere. The crown prince strode forward with the bearing of a dragon and the grace of a tiger, radiating authority without need for anger. He struggled to maintain composure. Yet upon seeing Qin Shan heavily with child standing behind Ye Kaishan, he nearly lost his composure altogether. He drew a deep breath and forced himself to steady his racing emotions. I represent the Yin Kingdom in congratulating Master Yi on his golden core achievement. Brotherly, you are far too kind. Ye Kaishan replied with a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had married another man's betrothed. Hearing these words, Li Xian stiffened slightly. Indeed, he had been too polite. His betrothed had been given away to another. Next, he produced a golden scroll. By order of the current kingdom sovereign, Qingyun town is hereby established as the 29th city of Yin Kingdom, and Master Yi is in effect as the lord of Qingyun city. Upon these words, astonishment flashed across every guest present. Yet it did not end there. The crown prince then announced the remainder of Li Fengtian's decree. The 9th princess of Yin Kingdom would be bestowed in marriage to Ye Kaishan. At this, Ye Kaishan recalled the quirky and spirited girl he had encountered that day at Danding sect. The 9th princess possessed no inferior spiritual root, her beauty outstanding her overall quality, reaching the green tier, a truly rare match. Thus Ye Kaishan nodded and accepted. As for the Yin King's thoughts, he had no intention of caring. His ambitions extended far beyond a mere kingdom. The celebrations concluded and the feast began. Ye Kaishan partook only ceremonially, for what followed was the entertainment of each cultivation family. Master Yi, my daughter has long admired you. Please consider. Many took the opportunity during toasts to introduce their daughters. They knew that the Ye patriarch favored such arrangements, and securing a marital alliance would solidify the relationship. Ye Kaishan naturally accepted all who came. City Lord Duan of Baiyang Duan Xiefeng approached with his own introduction. Master Ye, this is my daughter Duan Lingshan, who has long looked upon you with admiration. Beside him stood a girl of about 18 with a melon-seed face, large eyes, and cherry lips extraordinarily alluring. Ye Kaishan subtly observed the young woman, 19 years old, top-grade yellow-level spiritual root, at the 5th layer of Qi refining. So youthful. Had she been born specifically for me? Ye Kaishan thought with amusement, struck by her tenderness. He had assumed she only appeared young, but she truly was young. At his level, Ye Kaishan of course did not refuse. The surrounding guests buzzed with envy and regret, cursing themselves for having no daughters, or sisters or nieces. How infuriating. The banquet continued for 3 full days, before finally concluding. From that day forward, there would be no more Qingyun town, only Qingyun city. Ye Kaishan immediately ordered the expansion of the residence, making it as large as possible in preparation for the future. As the Ye family population expanded rapidly, Qingyun town's own population had already swollen several times over. Merchants selling children's goods near the Ye estate had grown exceedingly wealthy. The wedding with the princess was set for 3 months hence. Ye Kaishan departed ahead of time, taking several companions aboard the Silver Lightning vessel toward the capital. The journey was long, everything kept simple. Half a month later, Ye Kaishan arrived at the capital. With his arrival, the great clans of Yan Kingdom's capital immediately set to work. They eagerly invited Ye Kaishan to various grand gatherings. It was undeniable that the capital's diversions far surpassed those of any other city. With the wedding still some time away, and under the invitation of several clan lords, Ye Kaishan made no refusals. Master Ye, I will show you something wonderful tonight. You will surely delight in it. The Su family patriarch whispered mysteriously, his expression tinged with ambiguity. Oh, then I shall take a look. Ye Kaishan took an interest. Next, everyone arrived at a massive venue. This is the largest auction house in the capital, gathering mystical treasures from across the land. I received advance notice that excellent items from Tianlang Kingdom will be available today. Su Jun enthusiastically led the way, speaking tirelessly. Tianlang Kingdom. Ye Kaishan's heart stirred slightly. Tianlang Kingdom was a nation bordering Yan Kingdom. Its people were beastmen possessing demonic beast bloodlines, naturally cruel and bloodthirsty, fond of killing and combat. They had been clashing with Yan Kingdom for years, engaging in constant conflict, numerous battles large and small. What good items could Tianlang Kingdom possibly have? While pondering, Ye Kaishan followed the patriarchs of several great families to the premium VIP room overlooking the entire venue. Soon the hall filled completely with high-ranking officials and members of cultivator families from Yan Kingdom. Soon after, the auction began. Initially, there were only Demon Core's magical artifacts and talismans, followed by bizarre and unusual exotic beasts. They had strange yet cute appearances, and some possessed special functions, making them very popular among female cultivators. During this time, the patriarchs of several great families also couldn't resist and bid on certain items. But Ye Kaishan remained motionless, not finding anything that caught his interest. Just then, the auctioneer suddenly raised his voice with an unmistakable undertone of excitement. Next up are the treasures from Tianlang Kingdom. I believe everyone has been looking forward to this for a long time, so let us begin. With his booming announcement, staff pushed forward a massive iron cage. Inside was unmistakably a beast woman. She snarled and pounded against the iron bars, revealing sharp fangs, her pupils a scarlet crimson, with a pair of pointed beast ears atop her head. She wore crude animal skins that barely covered her, exuding a fierce wildness. Seeing this, the male cultivators present could only silently swallow their saliva. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a member of the Rabbit clan from Tianlang Kingdom. If you wish to experience exotic customs, she can fulfill all your fantasies. The auctioneer began his pitch, his words passionate and full of temptation. Beast ear girl. Ye Kaishan looked at the beast woman in the cage, his expression peculiar. He finally understood what Su Jun meant by good items. So cultivators had their own second-dimensional preferences as well. How about it, Lord City Master? Are you satisfied? Su Jun approached eagerly, clearly seeking praise. Everyone knew that Master Yi liked taking concubines and appreciating beauties. By inference, he must also like this. Had to admit his judgment of people was truly accurate. For the first time since entering the venue, Ye Kaishan showed interest. He nodded slightly and spoke his mind. Shall I help you acquire her? Su Jun was overjoyed and asked tentatively. Ye Kaishan did not rush to answer, but secretly checked the rabbit beast woman's quality. Red grade, Qi condensation 7th layer, yellow grade spiritual roots. Apart from her cultivation being mediocre, she was otherwise worthless, especially in terms of intelligence. More beastly instinct than wisdom. No hurry, let's keep watching. Ye Kaishan said calmly. His standards were now quite high, he was not without criteria. Next, beast women were brought out one after another, each quite different. Ye Kaishan witnessed with his own eyes a cultivator eagerly purchasing a minotaur. That massive build, that barrel-like waist, was almost suffocating. Yet the man seemed to delight in exactly this, his face full of satisfaction. During this process, Ye Kaishan continuously checked the quality of each beastwoman in secret. None met his standards. Next is the final beastwoman. It is said she is a tribal princess. Capturing her required considerable effort. The auctioneer continued speaking loudly. As his words fell, a massive iron cage was pushed out. In one corner of the cage crouched a silver-haired beastwoman. Though dirty, her delicate features remained undeniable, and a pair of fluffy beast ears atop her head made her look utterly adorable. Seeing this, the venue erupted into commotion. Everyone was captivated by this beastwoman. Many eyes revealed overt longing, their desire thick. As you can all see, this is a feline clan maiden. Her body is remarkably supple and her temperament is rather docile. Moreover, her cultivation has reached the peak of chi condensation, and she can assist you in your cultivation. The auctioneer spoke euphemistically, but the smile on his face revealed everything. Catgirl. Ye Kaishan's mind stirred as he checked the catgirl's quality. Instantly, a green light erupted from her body. Green grade, lower tier, mysterious spiritual roots, foundation, establishment. Perfected. This catgirl has concealed her cultivation. Ye Kaishan's expression grew peculiar as he carefully examined the catgirl cowering there. She appeared frightened, looking utterly pitiful. But through her lowered eyelashes, those gem-like eyes revealed no panic at all, only calm composure. Could it be that? Ye Kaishan chuckled. This was a catgirl with a story. She was likely captured deliberately. Thus, as everyone bid frantically, Ye Kaishan slowly spoke. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The starting price was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. After bidding, it had reached 3,000, but he immediately offered 5,000. In Ye Kaishan's view, a foundation establishment perfected catgirl, who was a pleasure to behold, was worth acquiring, even if only as a henchwoman. Once the offer of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones was made, many immediately withdrew. Yet some still competed. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. A voice emerged from a VIP room. It belonged to the third prince of Yen Kingdom. 7,000. Ye Kaishan calmly stated his price. At this point, the nearby patriarchs grew anxious. Sujin cleared his throat and spoke loudly. This bid comes from Lord City Master Yi. I urge everyone to remain composed and avoid self-incrimination. He directly leveraged his status to suppress regardless of who the competitor was. They had barely managed to bring Ye Kaishan out. How could they tolerate blind fools courting misfortune? True to form, the venue fell into brief silence after his words. Lord City Master. Wasn't he the ancestral patriarch of the Yi family? The sole golden core ancestor of Yen Kingdom? How would anyone dare compete? They would have happily placed bids on Ye Kaishan's behalf. The third prince's face turned green, but considering the other's identity, he could only choose to endure. There were many princes, but only one golden core ancestor. Not to mention him. Even his own father would likely yield this courtesy. Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer could only reluctantly bring down the hammer and declare the sale. Patriarch Su. That was a bit excessive. Ye Kaishan shook his head and smiled. He had somehow become a villain who abused his position. Not at all, I merely feared these youngsters might inadvertently offend the ancestor. Sujin grinned apologetically. The other patriarchs also nodded repeatedly, saying, it is proper for juniors to show respect to their elders. Then, escorted by the auction house, Ye Kaishan returned to his residence together with the catgirl. With no one else around, Ye Kaishan gazed at the catgirl in the iron cage and asked directly, why are you concealing your cultivation? Do you intend to assassinate the Yen Kingdom prince? At his words, the catgirl, who had been curled up, immediately raised her head, looking at Ye Kaishan in astonishment. How do you know I was hiding my cultivation? The catgirl asked in surprise, her voice enchanting, carrying a languid allure. Clack. Ye Kaishan unlocked the cage and said casually, that's not for you to know. Answer my question. Was it the Wolf Kingdom Lord who sent you? The catgirl hesitated for a moment, then like a phantom, she surged forward and lunged at Ye Kaishan. Foolish human, since you dared to release me, let me show you what I'm capable of. Clack. Before she could finish speaking, Ye Kaishan struck like lightning, seizing her by the throat, and asked with a smile as he stared into her eyes. What exactly can you do? The catgirl's pupils contracted and immediately felt an invasive force penetrate her body, sealing her power. Are you at the Jedon stage? She asked with difficulty, nearly exhausting all her strength. Of course, otherwise why do you think those people treat me with such deference? Ye Kaishan laughed, flicking her ear with his finger. It was his first time encountering a beast-eared girl in the flesh, so naturally, he couldn't resist the urge to tease her. You? The catgirl gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with humiliation. Ye Kaishan sensed her body tremble, as if triggering some kind of switch. Had she wet herself? Since you refuse to speak, it doesn't matter. I'm not particularly interested in your objectives anyway. Be obedient and come back to warm my bed. As he spoke, Ye Kaishan produced a pill, pried open the catgirl's mouth and forced it down her throat. Behave yourself or your life is in danger. What did you give me? The cat girl panicked. Ye Kaishan didn't answer, simply tossed her back into the iron cage and walked away. Reflect well on your behavior here. A few days later, under the send-off of numerous royal relatives and nobles, Ye Kaishan set out on his return journey with the 9th princess. Accompanying them was also a cat girl. After several days of Ye Kaishan's discipline, she had become much more obedient. Even when outside the cage, she dared not cause any trouble. Soon the group returned to Qingyan City. The Ye family residence was already decorated with red lanterns everywhere. Guests who had traveled from afar were already waiting to attend this grand wedding. Since he was marrying a princess, this time the ceremony was particularly grand. The imperial family had to preserve their dignity. On the wedding night, Ye Kaishan lifted the royal princess in his arms and gently laid her upon the bed. Another extraordinary night. 1 month after marrying the princess, Ye Kaishan once again donned his red robes and led the bridal procession toward Baiyang City. This time he was going to marry Duan Lingshan, the city lord's daughter. Even though he was a golden core ancestor of noble status with countless people at his beck and call, he still had to come personally for a wedding. No one could do this on his behalf. The Ye family ancestor has come again, this time to marry the city lord's daughter. Master Ye truly stays true to his convictions. Even after forming his golden core, he remains tirelessly devoted to taking wives. The people of Baiyang City were astonished. They had thought that after achieving golden core status, Ye Kaishan would become detached from worldly desires and pursue the path of immortality. Who would have expected the opposite? He had become even more relentless. Having just married the princess, he now came to court the city lord's beloved daughter. He had nearly taken all the immortal maidens of Baiyang City as wives. Duan Lingshan, at just 19 years old, was as fresh and tender as dew. On the wedding night, Ye Kaishan once again savored the preciousness of youth. In the days that followed, he pressed on vigorously and married female cultivators from several cultivation families in Aoqing and Jinbei City. He married 4 in one breath. These 4 cultivation families possessed considerable strength and enjoyed no small reputation throughout the Yan kingdom. Their daughters were naturally beauties among thousands with excellent bone structures. After marrying the daughters of these 4 families, Ye Kaishan finally stopped. He decided to consolidate things first. He couldn't just keep marrying. There was also the crucial matter of sowing seeds. Even with more land than one can handle, it must be put to good use right. And so Ye Kaishan transformed into a diligent gardener, plowing, tilling the soil, watering, and sowing. On this day, Qin Shan, who had been pregnant for nearly a year, was finally going into labor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spreading your lineage. You have given birth to an offspring with inferior grade spiritual roots. Rewards: 1 inferior grade spirit tool, 1 medium grade spirit field, superior spiritual herbs, 500 medium grade spirit stones. Ye Kaishan, waiting outside, heard the system's notification, and a smile spread across his face. His first wife hadn't disappointed him. She had indeed given birth to an offspring with spiritual roots. As for Yin Shui Tianbai Tsawei Ling Xiaoer and other female cultivators, not every child they bore had spiritual roots. However, their probability was much higher than ordinary female cultivators. On this day, as Ye Kaishan emerged from one of his concubine's chambers, he encountered Yin Shui Tian. Husband, I need to return to the Yunlan sect for a while. Would you like to come with me? Is there something wrong? Ye Kaishan asked casually. The children have grown up, so I'm sending them to the Yunlan sect for training. I also want to visit my senior sister. Yin Shuetian replied. In the past, she had strongly opposed such arrangements, but now she was abetting him. All right, I'll go with you. I want to see the children and take a look at your senior sister. Ye Kaishan nodded in agreement. He had almost forgotten. He was still a nominal elder of the Yunlan sect. Shortly after, the two made preparations, took 5 or 6 children, and rode the silver lightning toward the Yunlan sect. Soon the silver lightning descended upon the mountain gate of the Yunlan sect. The gathered disciples gazed in amazement. Elder Yin and Elder Yi are back. I heard Elder Yi has achieved golden core. Is that true? Elder Yi is so handsome, and he's a golden core ancestor now. I really want to bear his children. One female disciple swooned, gazing fondly at that tall and straight figure. Now Ye Kaishan appeared to be 18 or 19 years old, handsome and extraordinary, with an otherworldly temperament. He was the very picture of an elegant young noble, full of vigor and promise. Even throughout the entire Yan kingdom, few could match his looks. Ye Kaishan dismounted from the spirit bird, and as was his custom, took out his gourd and began distributing pills, as smooth and practiced as greeting old acquaintances with cigarettes. However, this treatment was exclusively for female cultivators. In this manner, he distributed pills all the way to the main peak, where he met sect master Yang Minghua. Senior sister, we've come to see you. Yin Shuadian said with a radiant smile, a group of half-grown children trailing behind her. Seeing this, Yang Minghua's mouth twitched, her expression darkening. Here they come again. Here they come again. These two were at it again, delivering people to the Yunlan sect. Over the years, countless female disciples of the Yunlan sect had run off, nearly all whisked away by Ye Kaishan. Then after 10 or so years those departed female disciples gradually began returning. But they didn't return to rejoin the Yunlan sect. Instead they came to send their children for enrollment. And precisely because these children had decent spiritual roots, Yang Minghua, though displeased, had no choice but to reluctantly accept them. To fill the gaps in disciples. Now Ye family disciples could be seen everywhere in the Yunlan sect. It had practically become a subsidiary immortal sect of the Ye family. Yang Minghua was greatly offended, yet powerless to act. The current Ye Kaishan had already reached the status of a golden core ancestor. Despite her displeasure, there was nothing she could do but let it go. Who could have imagined that this fellow would reach such a peak in so brief a time? Could it truly be what Yin Shuitian had said, that only by following one's heart and seeking the true self could one achieve rapid advancement? Sect Master, it has been too long. Ye Kaishan waved his hand and greeted her with a smile. Yang Minghua snapped back to attention, gave a slight nod, but immediately resumed her dignified posture and instructed, Ye Kaishan, although you have formed a golden core, you must not grow arrogant. The foundation establishment stage is not merely about comparing magical power. Divine sense is equally crucial. You must learn to wield it. I have some experience I can share. She spoke with a composed expression, as steady as a seasoned driver. As sect leader, she had to demonstrate something to maintain authority. Cultivation advancement alone was useless without substance. At the foundation establishment stage, the utilization of divine sense was vitally important, so Yang Minghua intended to impart some of her knowledge and teach Ye Kaishan a lesson. Otherwise people might think she knew nothing as sect leader. Sect master, you speak of divine sense. I understand that well. Ye Kaishan released his divine sense, suddenly expanding outward. 10 li, 20 li, until it reached 30 li before stopping. Your divine sense extends 30 li. Yang Menghua's expression changed. A cultivator who had just entered the foundation establishment stage possessed divine sense comparable to someone at the late stage. Even herself at the peak of foundation establishment could only reach 40 li. After Ye Kaishan broke through to foundation establishment, his divine sense had already grown to 20 li. He later cultivated the nurturing spirit art, and after another breakthrough his divine sense tripled. Therefore, although he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, his divine sense was already equal to that of ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Husband, you are far too formidable. Not only have you formed a golden core, but your divine sense is also this powerful. Yin Shuitian exclaimed in delight, feeling a sense of shared glory. Madam flatters me. I still need to learn from sect master regarding divine sense cultivation. Ye Kaishan was quite humble. Yang Minghua was utterly speechless. What was there to learn? With 30 li already at the early stage, what would he reach at the peak? Surely 120 li. This was the kind of divine sense range only seen at the nascent soul stage. She had intended to show off her divine sense to Ye Kaishan, but before she could even begin, she was the one who had been outdone. With such an expansive divine sense, there was no doubt about whether he knew how to use it. Excellent. With such a powerful divine sense, I can rest assured. Yang Minghua coughed lightly, hiding her embarrassment. She could not compete with Ye Kaishan at the foundation establishment stage, and must break through to the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. Senior sect master, I noticed many people are missing from the sect, including the elders. Have they gone on missions? Yin Shuitian suddenly asked. She had noticed this on the way here. Upon hearing this, Yang Menghua's expression turned serious. You are correct. They have all been dispatched. Recently, the Mo Sha sect has become extremely rampant. The Juxiang sect in the northern lands was attacked, and our Yunlan sect naturally had to send reinforcements. The Juxiang sect, located in the far north of Yin country, was a sect specializing in beast taming. The region they inhabited was plagued by demons and monsters, the most perilous of all. The situation has been unstable lately. Tianlang Kingdom is making moves, and I suspect they have allied with the Mo Sha sect, planning to strike against Yin country. Yang Minghua continued recounting the recent developments. Hearing this, Ye Kaishan thought of the Catwoman. Perhaps this too was a catalyst, one that had just happened to fall into his hands. When I return, I will interrogate that Catwoman thoroughly. The Mo Sha sect searched the black water cold pool. What were they looking for? Ye Kaishan suddenly overheard the two women's conversation and asked with confusion. I do not know the specifics, but I speculate it is an extremely important treasure. Yang Minghua replied. Ye Kaishan fell silent, and suddenly remembered the small black tripod that his son Ye Fan had shown him. Could it be that very object? What was the function of that small black tripod? Why would the Mo Sha sect seek it? Ye Kaishan made an excuse to leave and went to the rear mountain to find Ye Fan, only to be told by the female cultivators that Ye Fan had gone out for tempering. This son truly loved tempering too much. He had returned once after the last golden core gathering and disappeared again. I can only hope there is no danger. Descendants have their own fate, and Ye Kaishan no longer pressed the matter. He decided to wait until Yi Fan returned next time to examine the small black tripod more carefully for its extraordinary qualities. Thus, to thank the female cultivators, Ye Kaishan informed them of Yi Fan's whereabouts and gave each of them 2 pills. Soon after, he returned to Qingyun City accompanied by 2 beautiful young female cultivators. These were recently recruited female disciples of the Yunlan sect, fresh and tender, their cultivation journey just beginning. Although their cultivation was low, their spiritual roots and appearance were both excellent. With a few well-chosen words, Ye Kaishan won them over. After bringing them back, a ceremony was held shortly thereafter. A month later, the 9th princess Li Xian became pregnant, and Duan Lingshan, along with several other female cultivators from cultivation families, also fell pregnant in succession. That evening, after dining with his consorts and reeking of wine, Ye Kaishan pushed open the door to the Catwoman's room. The Catwoman's name was Miao Cha. Miao was the surname of her feline clan. Why you? What are you doing? Seeing Ye Kaishan enter her room suddenly at night, Miao Cha was naturally flustered. Her cultivation had been sealed, leaving her with nothing but a slightly more agile body, no different from an ordinary mortal. During this period, she had been confined here, not even allowed to step outside. Without sunlight or sky, her mental state had deteriorated over time. Have you come to your senses, eh? Ye Kaishan approached the Catwoman and asked from above. Come to my sense about what? Miao Cha asked, feigning composure. At night, she had no idea what needed to be figured out. Where exactly was she supposed to figure things out? Tell me everything you know. Has the Mo Sha sect colluded with Tianlang Kingdom in secret? What are they plotting? Ye Kaishan paced slowly and asked calmly. In truth, he did not wish to concern himself with the friction between Yin country and Tianlang Kingdom. But if it could threaten him, or even the entire Yi family, then excuses were not an option. I know nothing. Miao Cha hesitated and slowly shook her head. No, nothing. Ye Kaishan walked around behind the Catwoman and stood still, then suddenly grabbed that fluffy tail. Instantly, Miao Cha's pupils dilated, her entire body tensed as if electrocuted before slowly going limp. I truly do not know. The Tianlang King sent me to Yin country to assassinate the royal family and disturb the local situation. Miao Cha spoke breathlessly, her voice barely squeezing through clenched teeth. Oh, in that case you will stay here and behave yourself from now on. Ye Kaishan played with the fluffy tail and smiled. What do you want to do? Miao Cha asked, panically, constantly on edge. Ye Kaishan walked around to the front, grabbed her ear, and softly whispered one character. You? Miao Cha was completely flustered, her eyes like those of a startled rabbit. Though she was wild and untamed, she had never experienced anything like this in her entire life. Just thinking about it made one's heart race. Ye Kaishan was stroking her ear, about to take the next step, when suddenly he froze and looked toward the window. The family's protective formation had been triggered. Someone had secretly infiltrated. Ye Kaishan released the cat girl, extended his divine sense, and slowly probed outward. The Yi family estate had arrays set up by his own hand, not merely one. Any trespasser would be detected the moment they triggered them. As his divine sense extended outward, Ye Kaishan quickly spotted a dark shadow weaving through the mountain villa, nearly leaving no trace whatsoever. Had it not been for the arrays, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to detect. This figure seems familiar. It's her. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Ye Kaishan. The shadow was none other than the spy he had encountered back at the 100 Flowers sect. The demoness possessing the heavenly fox charm physique, Jean. What business does this low-cunning demoness have here? Does she still harbor designs seeking revenge against me? Ye Kaishan's thoughts stirred, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He quietly opened the door and slipped out. A gift-wrapped opportunity like this, one must not let it escape. He could not allow her to flee. Meanwhile, Ji Yin's figure flickered from courtyard to courtyard, seemingly in search of Ye Kaishan's whereabouts. However, to her disappointment, after prowling through nearly 100 concubines' chambers, she had found nothing. She couldn't help but wonder, just how many concubines did this fellow keep? She had not anticipated the Yi family estate to be so vast before arriving. Just as Ji Yin was struggling in her search, a voice suddenly sounded beside her ear. What are you looking for? Shall I assist you in your search? Ye Kaishan stood atop the courtyard wall, wearing an enigmatic smile. The sudden appearance nearly made Ji Yin leap from fright. So elusive and unpredictable was he. Ye Kaishan, Ji Yin ground out through clenched teeth, fury blazing in her eyes. That previous palm strike had nearly cost her half her life. Her chest had almost been caved in. Purple bruises still lingered to this day. In the very next instant, she struck directly, unleashing her full strength in a ferocious pounce, her cultivation already reaching mid-foundation establishment. Yet after merely a few exchanges, Ji Yin was struck by a palm blow, this time on the opposite side of her chest. As expected of a golden core ancestor, Ji Yin wiped the blood from her lips, her expression thoroughly grim. Although she was a minor realm higher than Ye Kaishan, whether in the depth of her power or the breadth of her divine sense, she was no match for him. Demoness, since you have come, you had best submit and remain. Ye Kaishan laughed. The opponent was not merely a foundation establishment cultivator, but also possessed a special physique. The child born of such a union would surely be extraordinary. True admiration stirred within his heart. Keep dreaming. Ji sneered, transforming into a streak of black light, as she fled at breakneck speed toward the distance. At that moment the other women were awakened by the commotion of battle and rushed out. Husband, what has happened? You need not concern yourselves. I shall return shortly. Ye Kaishan left these words behind, his figure flashing like a meteor as he sped across the heavens. This was the seven-star sword shield endowed with both the swiftness of a meteor and the razor's edge of a blade. In the sky, starlight surged rapidly toward the dark streak, the distance between them visibly closing. Soon the pursuit led them into the desolate wilderness. Ye Kaishan exerted his power abruptly, leaving 7 shimmering sword reflections in midair before materializing instantaneously before Ji. Witnessing this, the demoness's countenance shifted, and she halted as though resigning herself to fate. Why have you ceased your flight? Ye Kaishan asked with a smile. Your speed is too formidable. I cannot outrun you. Ji pouted with dissatisfaction, then burst into laughter, enunciating every word deliberately. You have been duped. As soon as the words fell, 2 dark shadows emerged from the distant gloom, appearing before them almost instantaneously through teleportation. They resembled 2 spectral wraiths summoned from the very depths of hell. Ye Kaishan's pupils contracted slightly. Teleportation, a technique only graspable by those who had reached the nascent soul realm. Of these 2 figures he had encountered one before. Inhun, a guardian of the Yinming sect who had escaped from the Hundred Flowers sect. Beside him stood an emaciated old man whose dark, glimmering eyes resembled ghostly fires in the night, sinister, chilling, and inscrutable. Sect Lord. Ji greeted with utmost reverence. The newcomer was none other than Li Hua Yuan, master of the Yinming sect. This old man is the sect master of the Yinming sect, a powerhouse at the nascent soul stage. A tremor passed through Ye Kaishan's heart. Upon reaching the nascent soul realm, one could begin to partially comprehend the laws governing heaven and earth. Haha, boy, do you still remember me? Inhun roared with a malignant laugh, radiating the visceral satisfaction of long-awaited vengeance. Originally, because of Ye Kaishan's interference, he had not only failed his mission, but nearly lost his own life. I remember you, as much as one remembers a stray dog. Ye Kaishan replied coolly, his composure entirely unruffled. So you orchestrated this ambush to lure me here, hoping to assassinate me without leaving a single trace. Inhun was enraged, but before he could act, the Yinming sect master spoke. Speaking of which, I bear some grievance with you. You once slew my servant Tian Wenjing, and I have never forgotten it. Now that you have achieved golden core cultivation, the time has come for you to compensate me. A cold, sinister smile played upon his lips as his gaze fixed upon Ye Kaishan with boundless greed. Over the years, Li Hua Yuan had secretly cultivated certain individuals to serve his purposes and seek medicinal catalysts. One of them had been Tian Wenjing, head of the Tian family. The Shui family met annihilation simply because they had stumbled upon this secret. Li Hua Yuan had remained stagnated at mid-nascent soul for far too long, unable to advance further. With his days numbered, he desperately needed a fine vessel for possession. If he could successfully possess Ye Kaishan, he would not only gain a new lease on life, but could potentially transcend the nascent soul realm entirely. Thus, the moment Ye Kaishan broke through to golden core, Li Hua Yuan learned of the news and began his covert schemes. You intend to possess me, eh? Ye Kaishan perceived Li Hua Yuan's intentions. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one gains the capability for body possession. Some nascent soul cultivators, when their natural lifespan wanes, would seek out a suitable vessel for possession. Once successful, they would be reborn anew. If the possessed body was superior, one could even surpass their previous achievements and advance further. However, this was a desperate last resort, for possession carried too many uncertainties. For Li Hua Yuan, failure to possess meant certain death. Ye Kaishan was a golden core cultivator, and though possession carried risks, he had no choice but to attempt it. Cooperate with me quietly, and I shall grant you a swift end. Li Hua Yuan cackled eerily. The mere thought of Ye Kaishan's golden core set his blood racing with excitement. All of this would soon be his. Rest assured, after your death, I shall live in your stead. Your wife, your children, all things belonging to you, I shall care for them well. He spoke in a congenial tone, attempting to soothe his prey's emotions to prevent Ye Kaishan from mounting fierce resistance or detonating his core. If the target offered no resistance, possession would proceed far more smoothly. Hearing this, Ye Kaishan snorted derisively. Old ghost, you are lost in fantasy. Do you truly believe you can possess me? Then do not blame me for being merciless. Li Hua Yuan roared coldly, unleashing the oppressive pressure of the nascent soul realm to briefly immobilize Ye Kaishan. Then his nascent soul emerged, carrying his divine sense, and shot toward Ye Kaishan's body. At this critical juncture, Ye Kaishan instantaneously burned a century of his lifespan to break free from the restraint. Immediately thereafter, he unleashed the four-spirit demon pacifying tower. Old fraud, I have been waiting for you. Yield to my suppression. The four-spirit demon pacifying tower released a resplendent radiance, instantly expanding in the void until it reached 100 zhang in height. An immense oppressive pressure erupted outward, instantly suppressing Li Hua Yuan's nascent soul to the point of near immobility. You? How do you possess an Earth-grade spiritual artifact? Li Hua Yuan bellowed in outrage, terror vividly reflected in the eyes of his nascent soul infant. This diminutive tower exerted an overwhelming suppression upon him, arousing primal fear at a visceral level. I have possessed it all along, specially prepared for you, Ye Kaishan sneered. He had deliberately never employed the demon pacifying tower until now, keeping it as a concealed trump card to confuse and mislead his enemies, to strike his adversaries off guard at the decisive moment. Arf! Li Hua Yuan let out a prolonged roar, struggling desperately to break free from the tower's constraining power. However, possessing only a nascent soul form, he was utterly incapable of resisting an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Moreover, the four-spirit demon pacifying tower was exceptionally potent in suppressing the divine soul, precisely its forte. It was as though he had run straight into his kryptonite. What are you two standing idle for? Come save me. Realizing escape was impossible, Li Hua Yuan bellowed at Yin Hun and Ji Yin. Both figures shuddered and snapped out of their daze, yet instead of intervening, they turned and fled without the slightest hesitation. Sensing the dire situation, they recognized that retreat was the wisest course. The 36 stratagems taught that flight was preferable. What mattered to them was their own survival, not the sect master's safety. If even a nascent soul realm sect master had fallen, what chance did they have remaining? Staying would be certain death. Li Hua Yuan stared in utter dismay, his features gradually contorting, his roar growing increasingly shrill. Cease your howling. Depart in peace. I shall inherit all your possessions and manage your disciples in your stead. Ye Kaishan sneered, drawing a flying sword from his hand. A brilliant arc of sword light slashed forth, bisecting Li Hua Yuan's nascent soul. Even if a nascent soul cultivator's physical body were destroyed, as long as their nascent soul remained intact, they could survive for some time. Provided they could locate a suitable vessel for possession, within that window there remained hope for rebirth. But once the nascent soul was utterly destroyed, all was truly beyond redemption. For added assurance, Ye Kaishan also destroyed Li Hua Yuan's physical body, conveniently pilfering a storage ring in the process. He retracted the four-spirit demon pacifying tower, and riding the residual power from burning his lifespan, turned once more to pursue Yin Hun and Ji Yin. Ye Kaishan scoured for traces of the two, his divine sense enveloping the surrounding territory. Yin Hun and Ji Yin were both cunning, choosing to flee in opposite directions. This way, at minimum, each had a 50-50 chance of escape. Ye Kaishan stowed away the four-spirit demon-suppressing pagoda, paused hesitantly, then chose to pursue Ji Yin. Yin Hun had reached the peak of Golden Core realm and was fleeing with desperate urgency. Catching him would not be easy. In comparison, Ji Yin, only at the mid-stage of Golden Core, would prove far simpler to pursue. His figure darted forward, transforming into streaks of starlight as he gave chase at breakneck speed. Soon, sensing the menacing radiance of starlight closing in behind her, her expression darkened with dread. Between her and Yin Hun, Ye Kaishan had ultimately chosen her. You cannot escape my grasp. I will grant you one chance. Do you wish to live or die? Ye Kaishan's voice echoed through the air as he summoned the resplendent demon-suppressing pagoda, showering it in tin-hued auroral radiance and bearing down upon Ji Yin. Wait! Ji Yin immediately halted, finally surrendering. I want to live. As long as you spare me, I will obey any command. Her face wore an expression of abject humility, pitiful and fragile, her will to survive palpable. Open your mouth. Ye Kaishan appeared before her, his tone icy and cold. Huh. Ji Yin hesitated, instinctively parting her lips before a large pill was shoved inside. Taken completely by surprise, she choked and coughed violently, nearly retching. Ye Kaishan lifted her chin, noticing a faint trail of tears glistening at the corner of her eyes. She possessed fox-like eyes, narrow, alluring, and haunting. Yet her face appeared rather ordinary, creating a jarring disconnect. This is not your true visage. Reveal your original form. Ye Kaishan stated calmly. Hearing this, Ji Yin gritted her teeth and peeled away a layer of human skin from her face, exposing her true countenance. It was a breathtakingly beautiful face, a peerless countenance no man could overlook. The moment he laid eyes on it, a certain figure flashed through Ye Kaishan's mind. Su Daji, the femme fatale who had brought ruin upon a dynasty. Excellent. From now on I am your master. Obey me faithfully, or I shall send you to meet Li Hua Yuan. Ye Kaishan hooked his finger beneath her chin, his threat spoken with vicious intent. Though Ji Yin harbored 100 unwillingnesses, she had no choice but to submit. Yes, master. Whatever master commands, Ji Yin shall do. Good. Come with me first, and bear me hundreds of children. Ye Kaishan was straightforward in his intentions. Ji was at the mid-stage of Golden Core, possessed a top-tier heavenly-grade spiritual root, and bore the celestial fox charm physique. In terms of qualifying traits, she was exceptionally well-equipped, and any child she bore would undoubtedly be extraordinary. For those possessing special physiques, there existed a certain probability of passing such traits onto their offspring. Much like how individuals carrying twin genes could produce twin children, the lineage carried forward similar potentials. Upon hearing these words, Ji fell momentarily, stunned, her heart swelling with terror. Hundreds of children. Was he not trying to kill her? Especially since these words came from Ye Kaishan without a trace of jest. Before arriving, she had already investigated him. The man already had hundreds of children. Evidently, when it came to procreation, he harbored a frenzied obsession. She was beginning to feel genuine fear now. To bear hundreds of children. She couldn't even imagine such a scene without dread overtaking her. You cannot do this. Ji plucked up her courage to protest. What? Have you already forgotten what I just said? Ye Kaishan's face hardened. No. I said I would obey you, but I truly cannot bear hundreds of children. Ji spoke dejectedly, her strong survival instinct still driving her words. She truly did not wish to die. But she certainly did not wish to bear so many offspring. Dislike the number. Then let us begin with 10. Ye Kaishan smiled, and without further discussion seized Ji in his arms and returned to the Ye residence. At that moment, all the concubines at home waited anxiously. Upon seeing Ye Kaishan return, they immediately surrounded him. Husband, are you unharmed? What happened just now? The women chattered excitedly, all displaying deep concern. Ye Kaishan waved his hand dismissively and replied casually. Someone attempted to possess my body, but I have already slain them. He briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Yen Shuetian and the others immediately showed expressions of shock and horror. Husband, you killed the sect master of Yinming's sect. Yen Shuetian gasped in surprise. As an elder of Yinlan's sect, she knew Yinming's sect all too well. It was an evil sect on par with Moshe's sect. I never expected Li Huayuan to still be alive. He is a nascent soul expert, yet husband has slain him. Yen Shuetian marveled. Long ago, several immortal sects had jointly besieged Yinming's sect, inflicting grievous wounds upon Li Huayuan. They had presumed the old wretch perished, never expecting him to have secretly survived until now. Purely by luck. If he had not sought to possess me, slaying him would not have been so simple, Ye Kaishan explained. Li Huayuan was a cultivator at the mid-stage of nascent soul. In open combat, even with the four-spirit demon-suppressing pagoda, killing him would have been exceedingly difficult. Moreover, burning one's lifespan had its limits. A great disparity in cultivation base could not be easily overcome by sheer power alone. If Ye Kaishan's opponent had been an immortal, even burning 1,000,000 years of his lifespan would have been futile. The gap in life essence and mastery of power between them was simply too vast. Fortunately, Li Huayuan had chosen the easiest path to death, allowing Ye Kaishan to dispatch him with relative ease. Regardless, in the eyes of the women present, Ye Kaishan was like a god among men. Next, Ye Kaishan brought Ji into the secret chamber, sealed all her magical energy, and left her standing motionless like a wooden stake. He then began experimenting upon her, not with lewd intentions, but rather to study and test. He attempted to employ array formations and puppet refinement techniques to inscribe control seals upon Ji Yin's body, thereby restricting her movements. After numerous trials, he eventually succeeded. With merely a thought, he could effortlessly make Ji Yin assume various poses, effectively controlling her every movement. After all, facing a mid-stage golden core cultivator, one needed to take extra precautions, otherwise she would easily escape. Ye Kaishan grew thoroughly delighted, manipulating Ji Yin to strike various bizarre poses before him. One moment the Statue of Liberty, the next the golden rooster stands on one leg, then Lin Dayu, uprooting the weeping willows. The whole scene possessed a strange artistic beauty. Ji Yin's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could simply dash her head against the ground and perish. She was after all a golden core cultivator, yet now she was being handled at someone's whim like a mere puppet. Excellent. Already showing results. Ye Kaishan ceased his experiments and clapped his hands in satisfaction, while Ji Yin remained frozen mid-pose, one leg raised high, utterly motionless. It was not that she did not wish to move, but rather that she physically could not. Stripped of her magical energy, she was profoundly weakened, and maintaining such a difficult posture was no trivial matter. In short, it was extraordinarily tormenting. Her entire body was on the verge of cramping. Practice with me for 3 months, and I shall restore you a devilish figure. Ye Kaishan smiled, and spoke those words before turning to leave. In truth, Ji Yin already possessed a devastatingly alluring figure. Slender limbs and generous curves. She was truly a stunner. Ye Kaishan entered another cultivation chamber, and took out Li Huayuan's ring to break through its protective formations. A nascent soul cultivator's legacy would surely contain some fine treasures. He emptied the ring's contents. Amidst a jumble of miscellaneous items, there were several hundred medium-grade spirit stones along with a scattering of lower-grade ones. 2 Xian-grade spiritual artifacts, several Huang-grade ones. Scattered about a few bottles of pills. Nascent soul cultivators are truly poor, Ye Kaishan thought incredulously. With merely this wealth he was poorer than even a foundation establishment stage expert like himself. Apart from spirit stones there were also materials for artifact refinement, dark iron copper essence, 1000-year ironwood, and more. These were quite useful, and could be employed to forge puppets. Ye Kaishan stored the materials and spirit stones into his ring, then extracted a manual from the scattered debris. Blood Shadow Escape. A fleeing technique that burns one's vital essence in exchange for burst speed. Mediocre at best. Ye Kaishan felt somewhat disappointed. He had harbored hopes of finding fragments of a peerless cultivation art, but there was nothing of note. Still it stood to reason that if one truly possessed a peerless technique one would master it, and destroy the manual long ago. Who in their right mind would carry such a treasure about? Next Ye Kaishan set to work with the available materials attempting to forge a puppet. After a considerable time, he finally succeeded in forging a functional puppet though its power was rather low. At least it worked. Ye Kaishan rubbed his temples, expending so much mental energy had left him with a headache. He decided to set research aside for now. Producing heirs was the priority. Puppets were useful, but one must not confuse the means with the end. Alchemy formations and puppet crafting were all side pursuits and should not consume excessive energy. Thus Ye Kaishan conceived a plan to pass a portion of these techniques on to his wives and children, establishing dedicated departments within the family to oversee them. As the saying goes, every talent has its purpose. Some may lack aptitude in cultivation, but could excel in alchemy formations or puppet crafting. As long as the family produced a large number of individuals skilled in these techniques, both their wealth and combat strength would increase dramatically. And so Ye Kaishan summoned his wives, Yan Shui Tianxin, Chan, Su Mei Bai Caiwei and others to convey his vision. Husband, this is a fine idea, but doing so will inevitably place us in competition with Yin Kingdom and the Pill Cauldron sect in terms of business. Qin Chan analyzed calmly, demonstrating keen insight in this area. No matter. Fair competition. Ye Kaishan replied indifferently. He would not let the displeasure of others deter him. Now he had 2,000 or 3,000 people depending on him upon opening his eyes, and such a vast household required immense resources to sustain. Therefore establishing a merchant guild belonging to the Yi family was essential. Ye Kaishan deliberated with the women, at length finalizing the details, then tested them on their aptitude for alchemy formations and puppet crafting. By delegating these responsibilities, he would have more energy for taking concubines and fathering children. Producing heirs remained, and would always remain, the Yi family's top strategic priority. A month later, Ye Kaishan identified those among his over 100 concubines who possessed talent in these areas. He first taught them the techniques, then had them pass the knowledge on to their children. The 3 major departments of alchemy formations and puppet crafting were established. Next, to gain rapid momentum, Ye Kaishan personally traveled to the capital and invited Master Gu Li. He intended for Gu Li to serve as the chief alchemist in his stead. Since losing the competition, previously Gu Li's status had plummeted, and he had fallen out of favor among the imperial nobility. Ye Kaishan's personal invitation deeply moved him, and combined with his admiration for Ye Kaishan's alchemical prowess, he accepted without hesitation. He immediately arrived at Qinyan City with his disciple Shen Miao. With Gu Li's addition, Ye Kaishan had little need to intervene. Soon the first pill workshop of the Yi Clan Merchant Guild opened its doors in Qinyan City. News slowly spread, and the workshop's business officially commenced. During this period, Ye Kaishan devoted himself wholeheartedly to attending to his idle concubines. Congratulations, host. Your descendants have reached 600, expanding the family scale. Rewards: 20 years of cultivation experience, 20 years of alchemy experience, 20 years of artifact refinement experience, 1 medium-grade spiritual field, and 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. On this day, Ye Kaishan suddenly received a system notification. His children had surpassed 600. That number could essentially fund an entire elementary school. After absorbing all the experience, Ye Kaishan's cultivation base surged, reaching mid-stage core formation. The yin-yang pill within him nearly doubled in size. His divine sense also expanded to 60 li, surpassing ordinary core formation peak cultivators. Ye Kaishan felt that now, even without burning his lifespan, his raw strength alone was enough to contend with a standard peak stage core formation expert. This was still a conservative estimate. With his cultivation consolidated, Ye Kaishan left the cultivation chamber, and as was his custom, went to inspect the operations of the family merchant guild. As soon as he entered the pill workshop, he saw Master Gu Li and his disciple engaged in discussion about alchemical matters. Ye Kaishan joined in and casually offered a few guiding remarks, leaving Gu Li utterly stunned. He exclaimed inwardly that this fellow's alchemy skills had grown even stronger. Even Shen Miao, standing nearby, wore an expression of astonishment, shocked by Ye Kaishan's profound knowledge. She had assumed Ye Kaishan's alchemy was only marginally superior to her master Gu Li's. Now it was clear that was far from the case. The main reason was that Ye Kaishan had just absorbed 20 years of alchemy experience, and his technique was naturally incomparable to before. Miss Shun, if you ever encounter problems that even your master cannot solve, do not hesitate to consult me. Ye Kaishan said with a smile, his ambition to take another talented concubine stirring once more. Shun Miao possessed excellent alchemical talent, and her appearance, figure, and spiritual roots were all outstanding. Naturally beautiful, her unadorned countenance ranked among the finest even within all his existing concubines. Shun Miao offered a gentle smile and nodded. She naturally harbored good feelings towards someone so masterful in alchemy. She did not stand on ceremony and immediately began posing her questions. Ye Kaishan shared everything he knew, holding nothing back. For several consecutive days the two discussed matters in the pill workshop, and their rapport warmed rapidly. It was only when someone informed him that guests had arrived at the residence that he rose to leave. Returning home, he found to his surprise that the visitors were Jiang Hongdou and Lung Aoshue. Upon inquiry, he learned that Lung Aoshue intended to attempt breaking through to core formation and wished to request his help in refining a gathering essence pill. Please make yourselves at home while I finish up. I will be with you shortly. Ye Kaishan agreed immediately. In the days that followed, Zhu Man, Ling Xiaoer, and the other female cultivators of the 100 Flowers sect warmly hosted the two guests. Ling Xiaoer in particular, who was close with Jiang Hongdou, kept whispering in her ear, hoping to persuade her to remain at the Yi estate, and explaining all the considerable benefits. Here one could enjoy an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources, far superior to exhausting oneself with missions in a sect. Senior sister, you spent years saving for a single gathering essence pill, but here whenever I want one my husband gives it to me freely. Ling Xiaoer wore a triumphant expression, then shifted her tone like a cunning fox. Didn't you also wish to marry Ye Kaishan last time? It was simply that the sect leader chose me. This relentless barrage of persuasion left Jiang Hongdou, who already harbored enormous affection for Ye Kaishan, instantly shaken in her resolve. Under Ling Xiaoer's matchmaking, everything fell into place naturally, and Jiang Hongdou finally agreed. Upon hearing this news, Ye Kaishan was overjoyed, embracing Ling Xiaoer and showering her with passionate kisses. He kissed her until she hung limply upon him like a lifeless serpent coiled around his body. The wedding was set for 1 month later. Lung Aoshue was left speechless. They had come together, yet now she would return alone. With no alternative, she could only make the solitary journey back, carrying the gathering yuan pill. 1 month later, the Yi household was adorned with festive lanterns and banners, with everyone from top to bottom bustling about in frenzied preparation. The Yi family now commanded great prestige, a stark contrast to their former obscurity. As the family ancestor, Ye Kaishan's momentous occasion of taking a wife and concubines naturally drew congratulatory well-wishes from all corners. The immortal families connected to Ye Kaishan through marriage alliances arrived early with generous gifts waiting in Qingyan City. Although this ancestor took concubines frequently, the congratulatory offerings remained obligatory and could not be slightest bit neglected. Some family heads could not help but sigh. Ever since forming kinship ties with the Yi family, their household expenses had skyrocketed. Simply purchasing congratulatory gifts represented no small expenditure. Unbearable, simply unbearable. The grand celebration concluded, and the newlyweds were escorted to the nuptial chamber. Ye Kaishan lifted Jiang Hongdou's crimson wedding veil. She bashfully bowed her head, the flower-marked brow upon her face glowing even more vividly, as if in full bloom. It is getting late. Let us rest. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your bone quality has improved, reaching supreme grade of the Xian level. Ye Kaishan's heart surged with emotion. Finally, he had reached supreme grade. Only one step remained before achieving earth grade bone quality. Each breakthrough across a major cultivation realm represented a fundamental qualitative transformation. The Xian grade bone quality's limit was roughly the nascent soul stage, requiring considerable effort and time to transcend. But with an earth grade spirit root, breaking through to nascent soul would be as effortless as drinking water. As long as one did not court death, advancing even to divine transformation would be far from impossible. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ye Kaishan leaned close and gently kissed Jiang Hongdou once more, then carried her to the clouds. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your offspring has been born with a lower grade Xian level spirit root. Rewards: lower grade Xian level spirit weapons, startled clouds, sword technique, 500 medium grade spirit stones. On this day, Ren Tinglan gave birth to a spirit root child. After following Ye Kaishan for so many years, her spirit root had transformed beyond recognition, now elevated to the Xian grade, meaning the quality of spirit root she could pass on had become far superior. The startled clouds, sword technique. Excellent. Ye Kaishan examined the reward and nodded with satisfaction. This was an upper grade Xian level sword art. It emphasized continuous, unbroken momentum, each move stronger than the last. unlike the devouring heaven sword draw, which decided victory in a single strike. Husband, please give our child a name. Rin Tinglan sat calmly upon the bed, as though nothing had happened, her eyes brimming with tenderness. By now she had reached foundation establishment 5th stage, so giving birth was naturally no difficult feat. Ye Kaishan nodded, and spoke the child's name. Ye Jingyuan. Excellent. What a wonderful name. Rin Tinglan was overjoyed, thoroughly delighted. Shortly after, Ye Kaishan presented a Xian-level spirit weapon to Rin Tinglan as a gift for giving birth. He did not play favorites. Every concubine with sufficient cultivation received a Xian-level spirit weapon. Not long after, Ling Qiaoer finally reached the peak of foundation establishment and began her advancement to Golden Core. Ultimately, under Ye Kaishan's protection, she succeeded in breaking through. From this point, the Ye family welcomed its 4th Golden Core elder. Ye Kaishan, Yin Shui Tianzhong Hongdo, and Ling Qiaoer. If one included the puppet that made 5 Golden Core elders. Beyond this, there were also 2 or 3 dozen foundation establishment cultivators and over 100 Qi refining practitioners. A cultivation family of such caliber was second to none throughout the entire Flame Country. Only the 4 great immortal sects could claim superiority. Looking back on the journey, Ye Kaishan had risen from a dying man on death's doorstep to this point. None of it would have been possible without bearing children. Stay true to one's original aspirations, and only then shall one obtain what one seeks. I must bear more children. Ye Kaishan reaffirmed his resolve, suddenly remembering Ji Yin, the demon woman still locked in the secret chamber, striking a pose. He hurried to the secret chamber, where he found Ji Yin in agonizing torment, balanced precariously on one leg with the other hoisted upon her shoulder. Release. Ye Kaishan uttered a single word, lifting the restriction. With a thud, Ji Yin collapsed onto her buttocks, her entire body seized by violent spasms and tremors. Maintaining a single posture for so long, even immortals could not endure it. How do you feel? Ye Kaishan felt a twinge of guilt, though his expression remained stern and fierce. Ji Yin glanced at him with genuine fear. She truly had been frightened. Master. Owner, I swear hereafter to obey your every command, and dare never to scheme against you again. Was bearing children not the same as paradise? Compared to this torment, childbirth was absolutely heavenly. Excellent. Ye Kaishan nodded with satisfaction. As long as he could subdue Ji Yin, the Yi family would gain another Golden Core elder. He tilted Ji Yin's chin upward and planted a firm kiss upon her lips, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Are you prepared? Everything shall be as my master commands. Ji Yin nodded emphatically. Suddenly it was as though she had grown accustomed to this feeling, without resistance, even finding some measure of enjoyment. What was happening? She felt flustered desperately, trying to summon feelings of revulsion, yet her heart spoke honestly. Before long, the Yi household once more adorned itself with festive lanterns. Another Golden Core elder was about to welcome the joyous occasion of taking a concubine. Upon receiving this news, many family heads of cultivation families fell silent. They had only recently contributed their congratulatory gifts, bleeding a considerable sum. Now again, could they not be allowed to recover somewhat? I understand now. The Yi family ancestor built his fortune through this. Someone suddenly realized. Every time Ye Kaishan took a concubine, he received congratulatory gifts. Over time, accumulating bit by bit, would not the household grow wealthy? However, ordinary people seeking to emulate this would find it difficult. After all, that man was handsome to boot, not to mention being the sole Golden Core elder in the entire Flame Country. Qingyun City bustled with activity as guests came and went, carrying generous gifts toward the Yi household for the wedding. Night fell, the wedding night with candles burning bright. Ye Kaishan returned to his chamber reeking of alcohol. Master, allow me to attend to you. Ji Yin took the initiative, stepping forward to greet him. The night passed in silence. Another night that even immortals would not trade. Several days later, Ye Kaishan reluctantly departed the chamber with lingering satisfaction. One day a servant girl approached. Ancestor, you must hurry and see the young mistress. She appears to be nearing her end. Ye Kaishan's heart jolted. Could his daughter-in-law be about to? He hastened his steps to a secluded courtyard. Entering the room, he found Mu Wanqing lying weakly upon the bed. Ye Kaishan's gaze sharpened, perceiving her physical condition. Her life force was nearly exhausted. Her life approached its final end. Mu Wanqing was already 80 or 90 years old, but because she had consumed the beauty-preserving pill, she still appeared as a beautiful woman in her 30s. Yet her physical vitality had already failed. Though she had taken longevity pills that extended her years somewhat, reaching 80 or 90 was essentially the natural limit of mortal life. When Mu Wanqing saw Ye Kaishan approaching, she immediately struggled to sit up. Don't move around. Just lie down properly. Ye Kaishan stopped her. These past days he had been busy taking concubines, neglecting his care for his daughter-in-law. It was also because of the face-preserving pill that she always appeared in the prime of life, looking perfectly fine, when in reality, she was rotting from within. Mu Wanqing forced a bitter smile and obediently lay back down. She never dared to disobey Ye Kaishan. Gazing at his face that appeared 18 or 19 years old, his straight back that could not be hidden, and the otherworldly aura emanating from him, the woman could not help but sigh. Father, I have grown old, yet you have become younger than before. In the future, I may no longer be able to serve by your side. She spoke with a face full of regret, her eyes filled with an indescribable melancholy. Don't speak nonsense. I won't let you die. Ye Kaishan immediately took out many life-extending spiritual medicines and fed them to Mu Wanqing. Ordinary pills and herbs had no effect, but as long as they reached a certain quality, many spiritual medicines could have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Using them to extend the lifespan of mortals was certainly possible. Ye Kaishan fed Mu Wanqing all the earth-rank spiritual medicines capable of extending lifespan that he had on hand. Slowly her body began to regain vitality, radiating life force from within. Her lifespan had been extended, renewed. Mu Wanqing was overjoyed. She wouldn't die after all, and could continue accompanying her father. However, Ye Kaishan remained worried. Although Mu Wanqing's lifespan had increased, it was ultimately limited. Without spiritual roots, she could not cultivate, and sooner or later she would reach the end of her life. At that time, no spiritual medicine would have any effect. Therefore, if he wanted Mu Wanqing to live forever, he had to give her spiritual roots for cultivation. Ye Kaishan was troubled, pondering solutions. Fortunately, his daughter-in-law had been given several decades of extended life, so it wasn't that urgent. After sitting for a while, Ye Kaishan stood up and left, arriving at the catwoman Miao Cha's place. You? Why are you here? Miao Cha lay lazily there, basking in the sun, her tail swaying like a spirit serpent. Upon seeing Ye Kaishan's arrival, she sat up with a start. This is my house. Why can't I come? Ye Kaishan smiled lightly, then repeated the same technique, placing a restriction on the catwoman and manipulating her freely. You are now at the peak of foundation establishment. Tell me, do you want to form a golden core? He tempted, waving his hand a few times as the catwoman was involuntarily made to strike a white crane spreads its wings pose. Of course I do. The catwoman was very honest, her expression a spectacular mix of humiliation and anticipation. Following this, Ye Kaishan subjected her to another round of interrogation from which he gleaned some information. Simply put, the Wolf Kingdom's ruler had long been plotting in secret, uniting with Wu Kingdom and the Demon Slayer sect to prepare an attack on Yin Kingdom. Under the Wolf Kingdom's ruler were 13 tribes, and the Cat Demon tribe was one of them. As the most outstanding warrior of the tribe, the Catwoman had been the first to infiltrate Yin Kingdom for assassination missions. However, she happened to be intercepted by Ye Kaishan. I never expected Wu Kingdom to get involved. Hearing this, Ye Kaishan slowly realized the situation had become far more complicated. Wu Kingdom, as one of the 7 kingdoms, possessed strength no less than Yin Kingdom, and was a nation primarily inhabited by humans. All along, Wu Kingdom and Yin Kingdom had enjoyed amicable relations, even having intermarried in earlier years. Who would have thought that the seemingly friendly Wu Kingdom would now ally with the feral Wolf Kingdom against Yin Kingdom? There must be some cat in the grass here, or a condition Wu Kingdom could not refuse. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? The Catwoman asked, tentatively, small, weak, and helpless. Ye Kaishan snapped his fingers, releasing her, but not before leaving her with these words. Come to my room tonight. I'll help you form a golden core. At night, the Catwoman truly mustered her courage and went. With Ye Kaishan's help, she broke through to the golden core stage. However, Ye Kaishan did not touch her. He merely gave her a simple lesson in discipline. Even if he were to touch her, it would only be after taking her as a concubine. Ye Kaishan was not in a hurry. He was still diligently tending to his other concubines. Hard work pays off. Through his efforts, Jiang Hongdo's belly finally grew big. A few days later, Jiyin also became pregnant, which surprised even herself. She never expected to get pregnant so easily. After all, she was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Could I have a fertile constitution? Jiyin was speechless. The grand plan of 100 children had finally begun. After giving birth to this one, there would still be 99 to go. Meanwhile, Ye Kaishan received news sent from the Yunlin sect. The Wolf Kingdom is attacking Jinbei City. The giant elephant gate has suffered an ambush by demon sect disciples with heavy casualties. They have lost a golden core stage elder and a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Yin Kingdom instantly entered a state of emergency. The Dingding sect, the 100 Flowers sect, and the Yunlin sect summoned their disciples to hurry north and reinforce the giant elephant gate. Many of Ye Kaishan's concubines were from the 100 Flowers sect and received the news at the same time. Yin Shuetian, as an elder of the Yunlin sect, was naturally no exception. Husband, if the giant elephant gate and Jinbei City fall, the entire Yin Kingdom will become a slaughterhouse. I've decided to return and lend support. Yin Shuetian said with a serious expression. That can be arranged, but you're still pregnant. Ye Kaishan looked at her belly, saying helplessly. As luck would have it, Yin Shuetian had only recently become pregnant, yet such a situation had arisen. It wasn't just her. Jiang Hongdo was also pregnant. In the end, for the safety of all the women, Ye Kaishan decided to go with them. As Yin Shuatian said, if Yin Kingdom's north was breached, the Wolf Kingdom's army would surely march straight through. By then the Yi family would inevitably be drawn into the conflict. For the safety of his wives and children, he had to keep the danger beyond their doors. And so Ye Kaishan settled things at home, and set off with Yin Shuatian for the Yunlin sect. Jiang Hongdo and the other female cultivators departed first for the Hundred Flowers sect. The Demon Slayer sect comes with a fierce momentum. A golden core stage cultivator has already fallen. You must be very careful when going to support them, especially you junior sister. Take good care of the child in your belly. Yang Menghua said with a grave expression. Besides Ye Kaishan and Yin Shuatian, there were 9 other elders of the Yunlin sect present. Among them 8 were at the golden core stage with cultivation levels ranging from early to late stage, and the majority were female cultivators. After discussion they divided into 2 groups. Ye Kaishan, Yin Shuatian, and 5 elders would go to reinforce the giant elephant gate. The rest would go to reinforce Shinbei City. Only Yang Menghua would remain at the sect to guard against any demon sect sneak attacks. Before leaving, the sect master especially instructed Ye Kaishan to be extremely careful. Although you are a golden core ancestor, your cultivation is still weak. If you encounter danger, be sure to flee. Don't fight desperately. Yang Menghua said as such. A golden core ancestor had immense potential. As long as they didn't die, anything was possible. She feared that Ye Kaishan would act rashly out of pride and make a senseless sacrifice. Yang Menghua still did not know that Li Huayuan had died at Ye Kaishan's hands. For the sake of junior sister Yin Shuatian's happiness, she could only offer such advice. Sect master, don't worry. If there's danger, I'll be the first to run. Ye Kaishan smiled. Ye Kaishan and his companions left Yunlin sect and made their way toward Juxiang sect. Among the 5 accompanying elders, 4 were women who, though slightly older than Yin Shuatian, looked no different from glamorous ladies in their 30s. The elder with the highest cultivation was named LV Xian, a late-stage golden core cultivator. She was strikingly beautiful, barely inferior to Yin Shuatian, clad in a simple pale cyan Taoist robe, with her waist cinched a long lock of hair, casually gathered at the back, exuding an unparalleled elegance. A flying sword rested on her back, making her resemble a female sword immortal roaming freely between heaven and earth. Through Yin Shuatian's account, it was learned that this elder excelled in swordsmanship and was the finest swordsman of Yunlin sect. Juxiang sect lay in the far north of Yin country. Several days later the group finally arrived. In the distance a massive sect gate loomed amid the mist with various spiritual beasts dwelling among heaven and earth. First stage and second stage spiritual beasts were commonplace. Even the aura of third stage spiritual beasts could be felt. Juxiang sect was a beast-taming sect and boasted the strongest combat power among the 4 great immortal sects. When fighting Juxiang sect disciples, one would often have to face a spiritual beast of equal strength. 2 against 1. Most people stood no chance. Upon learning of Ye Kaishan's arrival, the high-ranking members of Juxiang sect immediately came out to welcome them. We are deeply grateful for the help of our Taoist friends from Yunlin sect. A middle-aged man with a square face radiating righteousness bowed his hands and spoke with heartfelt gratitude. His name was Tu Gang, the current sect master of Juxiang sect, whose cultivation had reached the peak of golden core. Master Tu is too kind. As fellow immortal sects of Yin country, we should support each other. Elder LV Xian replied with courtesy. Among the 4 great immortal sects there was always an agreement: when one faced disaster, the other 3 were obligated to provide unconditional assistance. Thank you ever so much, thank you. Tu Gang nodded repeatedly, his gaze suddenly catching sight of Ye Kaishan standing to the side. May I ask, who is this Taoist friend? He asked, hesitantly, unaware of Ye Kaishan's identity. This is Ye Kaishan, our newly promoted elder of Yunlin sect, LV Xian explained. Hearing this, Tu Gang's expression shifted, astonishment flashing in his eyes. So this must be the golden core ancestor of our Yin country. I have long admired you. Ye Kaishan's name had long spread across Yin country, though few had ever seen his true face. Master Tu flatters me, your empty reputation is nothing worth mentioning. Ye Kaishan responded with a smile. He was merely a golden core ancestor, not some rare creature. The way these people regarded him was as if he were an alien. Master Tu, what is the current situation? Has the demonic Sha sect retreated? Yin Shuatian spoke up. The moment she did, all eyes of Juxiang sect fell upon her, and she couldn't help but feel strange about the attention. She had even come despite her swollen belly. Wasn't that a bit too much? Since the last incident, the demonic Sha sect has not reappeared. However, I speculate they are preparing for something even greater. Tu Gang's voice rang out, explaining the recent situation. These demonic culprits are elusive and cunning. Please enter and rest. Once the disciples from the other 2 sects arrive, we shall deliberate together on the strategy to eliminate the demons. Tu Gang eagerly invited them in. Due to Ye Kaishan's swift travel, they had arrived early, while representatives from the other 2 sects were still en route. 2 days later, representatives from Danding sect and Baiwa sect finally arrived, one after another. Ye Kaishan looked toward Baiwa sect's group and noticed that besides the sect master, all 4 golden flowers, Ling Xiaoer, Jiang Hongdo, Lung Aoshua, and Yinan Aiyun, had come. In addition, 2 elders and several disciples accompanied them. This time Baiwa sect had mobilized 6 golden core cultivators, almost half of their reserves. On the Danding sect side, 5 golden core experts had also arrived, including one who had reached the peak of golden core. It was Danding sect's 3rd elder, known by the elegant Taoist name Danyangzi. Ye Kaishan scanned the crowd, feeling slightly regretful that the herb fairy Yao Xiao had not accompanied them. Husband, Ling Xiaoer, and Jiang Hongdo hardly touched the ground before rushing over eagerly. Master Yi embraced them both, kissing each on the lips. The remaining concubines of Baiwa sect stood behind, waiting their turn. Good heavens! Are they all his Taoist companions? The people of Zhuxiang sect watched in stunned silence, cursing inwardly at his debauchery. In Baiwa sect, a female cultivator being content with one partner was already remarkable, yet this man had gathered a whole group. He's an absolute beast. Some muttered enviously, their scalps tingling with jealousy, their eyes nearly red with envy. Thank you all, esteemed friends, for coming to our aid. Please enter and rest. Tu Gang warmly welcomed everyone. The group proceeded to the main hall of Zhuxiang sect's central peak and took their seats, preparing to discuss strategies against the demonic Sha sect. Master Tu, have you discovered any hideouts of the demonic sect? With all of us present, a joint assault will surely wipe them out. Danyangzi spoke first. He looked to be around 40, impeccably dressed and vigorous. No rush. Tu Gang waved his hand, smiling. Before that, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you all. Oh, what matter? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. That is. Tu Gang paused, his expression hesitant, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. Let me have a friend explain instead. His words fell, and he turned toward the entrance, his voice booming. Young Master Chaoang, you shall be the one to speak. At these words, everyone's gaze turned. A man with sinister features appeared from somewhere unknown, idly playing with a folding fan embroidered with a beauty, slowly walking in. Esteemed friends, I sincerely invite you all to join our ranks. The man smiled wickedly. Behind him followed a group of powerful cultivators with over a dozen reaching golden core realm alone. One of them, a woman clad in black, radiated an even more eerie aura, seemingly ignoring space as she teleported forward. Nascent soul. Everyone's expressions shifted violently, and they all rose to their feet, summoning magical artifacts in preparation for battle. Demonic Sha sect. How dare you appear here? Danyangzi shouted fiercely, his face dark with fury. Master Tu, could it be that you? Even a fool could sense what had transpired. Zhuxiang sect had betrayed them. If there were no prior collusion, how could the demonic Sha sect members have appeared so quietly right beneath their eyes? Clearly this was premeditated. Brilliant. This is a classic trap to catch turtles in a jar. Ye Kaishan thought to himself. It seemed the earlier intelligence had been fake. All of this was orchestrated by the demonic Sha sect and Zhuxiang sect in collaboration. They deliberately lured the strong forces of the other 3 sects here, intending to sweep them all away at once. Tu Gang, may your ancestors rot in hell for this treacherous setup. Foolish. I am granting you a path to salvation. Tu Gang sneered coldly, as though he had become a completely different person. Give yourselves a chance to join us or face nothing but death. Chaoang sneered, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. When he caught sight of Yan Shuetian, Jiang Hongdo, and the others, his eyes paused briefly. But upon noticing their swollen bellies, a flash of wonder suddenly lit up his expression. Join you. In your dreams. Lu Xian shouted, summoning the flying sword at her back into her hand, ready for battle at any moment. It seems you still do not grasp the full might of this young master. I shall tell you plainly. My father's injuries have healed, and he will emerge from seclusion at any moment. When that happens, the entire Yin kingdom shall bow beneath our Mo Sha sect. Chaoang declared proudly, turning to the woman in black beside him. Senior sister Yao Xing, show them some discipline. The woman in black nodded with a cold expression, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. In the next instant, she unleashed the oppressive pressure of a nascent soul cultivator blanketing the entire grand hall. Everyone's hearts trembled, hope fading further. This was the sheer dominance of the nascent soul realm. Even at its early stage, it was beyond the reach of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Fight to the death. Lu Xian roared, slashing her flying sword downward in a brilliant arc of sword chi aimed straight at Chao, on the young master of the demonic sect. However, before the sword chi could descend, the woman in black raised her hand and effortlessly intercepted it. You wretch, you dare attempt to harm me. This young master will make you suffer shortly. Chaoang let out a scornful, sinister laugh and struck Lu Xian with a palm blast from a distance, sending her flying. After all, he had reached the peak of foundation establishment, far from being mere showmanship. This demoness is too ferocious. Fellow cultivators, flee if you can. Spread the word that the giant elephant sect has betrayed us. Danyangzi shouted loudly, summoning a red pill furnace, a mid-grade mystical artifact. Boom. The furnace erupted with a torrent of powerful flames that crashed toward the Mo Sha sect disciples like a surging river. Advance. Kill anyone who resists. Qiaolong bellowed. The two sides collided in violent combat. Yan Shuetian and Jiang Hongdo were about to intervene, but Ye Kaishan stopped them. Both of you rest here and do not strain yourselves. The babies could come at any moment. Leave the rest to your husband. Ye Kaishan pressed gently on their shoulders, guiding them to sit. It had been several months now, and they were nearly due. He would not allow even the slightest harm to come to them or their unborn children. He turned around, all gentleness vanishing from his face. Without hesitation, Ye Kaishan burned 100 years of his lifespan, summoned his flying sword, and unleashed a devastating strike. Those engaged in battle had no idea what had happened before they felt a streak of sword light pass by. Crash. The grand hall of the giant elephant sect split open and brilliant sunlight flooded in. What? The young master is dead. Suddenly disciples of the Mo Sha sect shrieked in terror. Qiaolong lay motionless, a crimson wound running vertically from his glabella down to his chin. Split cleanly in two by a disciple's aid, he collapsed onto the ground. Everything had unfolded too swiftly. Even the demoness Yao Xing had no time to mount a rescue. No one could have anticipated Ye Kaishan unleashing such devastating power all at once. It left her completely unprepared, for she had dismissed him as an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. You actually killed Qiaolong. Yao Xing's face turned to ice as she fixed a murderous glare on Ye Kaishan. The young master of the Mo Sha sect had died right under her very eyes. How would she explain this upon return? Dan Yangzi Tu Gang and the other powerhouses from the four sects stood utterly dumbfounded. Qiaolong, a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment, had been cleaved in a single strike by Ye Kaishan. Was this the true caliber of a Golden Core ancestor? No, there was no reason a Golden Core ancestor should be this formidable. So he's dead. What will you do about it? Ye Kaishan stared straight at Yao Xing, secretly activating his system to gauge her strength. Early stage nascent soul. Lower grade, earth spiritual root. Her age was roughly his own, both over 100 years old. An excellent prospect. He mused inwardly. Without a doubt, she was perfectly suited for bearing children. Then give me your life. Yao Xing cried out coldly, pointing a finger toward Ye Kaishan. That single strike seemed to carry the power of space itself, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Ye Kaishan immediately summoned the four spirits' demon-suppressing pagoda to shield himself. Clang! Her fingers struck the pagoda's surface, sending it trembling violently, resonating like a massive bell being struck. Yao Xing's expression shifted slightly. She had not expected this strike to be blocked. Be crushed! Ye Kaishan roared, launching the four spirits' demon-suppressing pagoda toward the demoness to pin her down. You think a single spiritual artifact can suppress me, eh? Yao Xing sneered contemptuously. However, Ye Kaishan's arsenal clearly extended far beyond this. Minor heavenly cycle sword formation. In an instant, countless spirit swords erupted, continuously stabbing toward the demoness. Startling cloud, 13 swords. His flying sword shifted through a dazzling array of techniques, now fierce and piercing, now fluid and graceful, attacking from every conceivable angle. Yao Xing's expression darkened. She finally realized how formidable her opponent truly was. The relentless variety of techniques constantly shifting left her struggling to keep up. With 100 years of lifespan burned, Ye Kaishan's strength had risen to match that of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. If anything, his explosive power surpassed even that of a typical nascent soul expert. Yao Xing's robes were in tatters, her body riddled with wounds from the ceaseless barrage of flying swords. Is this truly Master Ye's full power? The alchemists of the Dan Ding sect watched utterly entranced. As fellow alchemists, they wondered how someone could fight so brilliantly. The women of the 100 Flowers sect's eyes sparkled with wonder and fascination. Even Lung Aoshue, whose nature was cold and aloof, gazed at Ye Kaishan with a newly awakened warmth in her eyes. Yin and I Yun, the enchanting blossom, felt the same. What woman could resist such a man? Masterful in alchemy, formidable in cultivation, extraordinarily wealthy and handsome. Who would not be drawn to him? Tu Gang. You traitor! Regretting this now, an elder shouted. Tu Gang's face darkened, a swarm of curses galloping through his mind. What manner of monster had appeared? He could suppress even a nascent soul cultivator. Even a Golden Core ancestor shouldn't be this terrifying. Sensing the tide turning against them, Yao Xing blasted open a gap and fled. Where do you think you're going? Ye Kaishan bellowed, giving chase. Wretched fool, I'll remember this. Next time this demoness will make you suffer. Yao Xing spat out in humiliation and fury before darting away. She was half naked from the relentless assault. Ye Kaishan did not pursue for long. His ability to hold enemies was limited, and the combat power from burning his lifespan was rapidly expiring. If he were counter-killed by the demoness at that point, it would be disastrous. Returning to the giant elephant sect, he began arranging matters concerning Tu Gang and the others. Soon under the overwhelming might of Ye Kaishan the entire sect surrendered. Thus their punishment became a dilemma. To the assembled onlookers, while these people had committed crimes, extermination of the entire sect seemed excessive. After extensive deliberation, Ye Kaishan made the final decision. He forced the elders of the giant elephant sect to ingest poison pills, compelling them to atone for their sins through meritorious service. Having settled the matter, Ye Kaishan proceeded to the treasure vault of the giant elephant sect. It was after all an immortal sect, and its vault contained no shortage of fine treasures. All of this is ill-gotten wealth. I'm taking it, Ye Kaishan declared with a straight face, then swept away 90%, leaving a mere tenth to be divided among the other witnesses. Next, the three great sects each left a portion of their people to guard Elephant Sect, while the rest followed Ye Kaishan and rushed toward Jinbei City. It was suffering attacks from the Tianlang Kingdom and hanging by a thread. Furthermore, the immortal sects of the Wu Kingdom had also dispatched their formidable experts to interfere behind the scenes. Within Jinbei City resided two of Ye Kaishan's affiliated families, and for that reason alone, he felt obliged to pay a visit. Half a day later, the group arrived at Jinbei City. Li Fengxian, the Prince of Jinbei, was the younger brother of the Yan Kingdom's sovereign and had reached the peak of golden core cultivation. Upon hearing of Ye Kaishan's arrival, he came far out to welcome them. In addition, disciples from various major sects and the Yan Kingdom's princes and princesses had also arrived some days prior, each contributing their share of effort. Their motivations were twofold: to protect their homeland and to accumulate merit. Lord Yi, why have all of you come? What of Elephant Sect? The moment they met, Li Fengxian eagerly demanded answers. With Elephant Sect targeted by the Mozhan sect, the situation there was likely grimmer than in Jinbei City. Yet Ye Kaishan and his companions had abandoned Elephant Sect to reinforce them instead. Could it be that Elephant Sect has already fallen? Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened. If true, the situation would become even more dire. Elephant Sect betrayed us and submitted to the Mozhan sect, but they have been subdued by us, Ye Kaishan replied, dragging Tu Gang forward with him. Only then did everyone notice the strange demeanor of Elephant Sect's people. One after another, they stood there with looks of shame and awkwardness, as uncertain as children who had committed a wrongdoing. Traitors, you dared to betray us at such a time. Once they learned what had transpired, everyone seethed with righteous fury, cursing and spewing vitriol, as though their very saliva could drown Tu Gang alive. As sect leader of Elephant Sect, this was exactly what he deserved. This time we owe everything to Master Yeo. Without him, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Dan Yangzi stepped forward, extolling him with utter reverence. He had been thoroughly subjugated by Ye Kaishan. Just as he was about to recount the glorious tale of Master Ye's battle against the demonist, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Disaster! The Tianlang Kingdom's beast army is upon us. A thunderous shout rang out, carrying from the guards atop the distant city gate. Assemble! Defend the walls! Li Fengxian roared, and the resting soldiers immediately sprang into action. It was evident they had faced such situations more than once. Ye Kaishan climbed onto the Tianzhonghai city wall and beheld a vast dark horde of beasts surging toward them like an endless tide. The earth-shaking roars of the beasts grew ever closer, ever louder. Most of these were Tier 1 and Tier 2 demon beasts, yet their staggering numbers made them no less than a relentless war machine. Among them were also 7 or 8 golden core cultivators seated cross-legged upon beast backs, weaving intricate hand seals. Soldiers, kill them all. Upon the city wall, the 13th princess of Yen waved her flying sword and shouted loudly. She was the most gifted princess of Yen, renowned for her bravery and battle prowess tempered by years of combat experience. Her commanding shout caught Ye Kaishan's attention, and he fixed his gaze upon her. Li Shungying, 38 years old, possessing a grade Xian upper-grade spiritual root at the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Suddenly Ye Kaishan's eyes narrowed. This princess harbored a concealed physique, the flame's spiritual body, naturally attuned to fire attributes since birth. He suddenly recalled that Yan Kingdom had once produced an exceptionally formidable sovereign capable of commanding the flames of all directions, single-handedly matching an army of millions. That power must have stemmed from a special physique. Now that very lineage had manifested within the 13th princess. An excellent talent. Ye Kaishan murmured, inwardly unable to help but observe this princess with increased interest. At this moment, the golden core cultivators on the city gate had already moved into action, soaring outward to engage the beast tide. Some erected earthen barriers upon the ground. Others spat forth trails of fire dragons. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. It's time for your contribution, Ye Kaishan said calmly to Tu Gang and the others. Perform well, or I'll detonate the restrictions implanted within you and turn you into living bombs. We won't dare. We shall certainly spill our blood for the Yan Kingdom. Tu Gang nodded frantically, a surge of heroism radiating from him before charging headlong into battle alongside his subordinates. Husband, shall we go as well? Yin Shui Tian and Zhang Hongdo, along with the other women, were already growing restless. Not yet. One must know when to hold back. If the enemy is nothing more than this, there'd be no need for us to act. Ye Kaishan spoke with quiet composure. Do you mean the main forces of the Tianling kingdom have not yet appeared? Yanshui Tian discerned the hidden meaning in his words. As Ye Kaishan had predicted, another portion of the Tianling kingdom's combat strength was already in motion. Within the seemingly tranquil Jinbei city, bursts of formidable aura suddenly erupted from all directions. Ha! You've walked right into our trap. A man bearing tiger stripes across his face burst out from within the city, laughing arrogantly. He was a beast man from the Tiger clan, serving directly under the Tianlang king. With those words, all the beast men hidden throughout the city poured forth. The snake clan, the cat clan, the deer clan. Nearly 10 among them had already reached golden core cultivation, including 3 who had attained the peak. The Yin kingdom's experts were visibly shaken. Li Fengxian's face turned grim. He never anticipated that these beast men had infiltrated Jinbei city without detection. This was his grave failure. Today Jinbei city shall cease to exist. The leader of the snake clan laughed loudly. She possessed a classic oval face, narrow elongated eyes, and rose-red lips. Her slender waist was gracefully gripable, truly a water snake's figure incarnate. However, from the waist down stretched a thick serpent tail. Seeing this snake woman, Ye Kaishan couldn't help but sigh in regret. She was quite beautiful, unfortunate that she bore a tail. The leader of the cat clan resembled Miao Cha, closely fitting the standard template of a beast-eared maiden, though her cultivation was considerably higher, having reached the late stage of golden core. In an instant caught between external and internal assaults, the Yin kingdom's experts quickly lost their composure. Yet at moments such as these, misfortune rarely arrives alone. The demoness Yao Xing appeared upon the battlefield, this time fully prepared, seeking to atone for her sins through service. The young master of Mozhan's sect had died before her eyes, and if she failed to accomplish something noteworthy, she would face severe consequences once the sect master emerged from seclusion. The emergence of a nascent soul expert sent everyone into despair. The already unfavorable situation now faced an additional grandmaster of nascent soul cultivation. How could they possibly hope to prevail? So you're the one called Ye Kaishan, are you? This time let's see how you can defeat me. Yao Xing stood suspended in the sky, her black hair dancing in the wind, the corners of her mouth curling upward to reveal a pointed fawn. Add a pair of wings, and she would look like a demon summoned from hell itself. In the next instant she produced a black banner and began to wave it. The Mozhan sect's precious treasure, a grade earth lower tier magical artifact, the soul-calling banner. As she waved it, everyone's vision blurred, and an inexplicable hostility surged within their hearts, accompanied by an unprecedented bloodlust. The soul-calling banner could summon the inner demons within one's heart, the deepest negative emotions. Depart. Ye Kaishan activated the Four Spirits' demonic suppressing pagoda and commanded loudly, "Everyone lend me your swords." Ye Kaishan's voice carried the profound mystery of thunder resonating within everyone's ears. In that split second of daze, the experts from Yin country snapped back to awareness. Without hesitation, they swiftly summoned their flying swords. Another sword formation. How futile. Yao Xing sneered contemptuously, shaking her demon-summoning banner. Instantly shadowy figures burst forth. They roamed recklessly across heaven and earth, launching attacks upon all. Ye Kaishan paid them no mind, his lips moving in rapid incantation as he swiftly formed a magic seal and pointed toward the sky. Swords come. Screeching through the air, over 1,000 flying swords descended in orderly formation. The little heavenly cycle sword array was built upon swords. The more swords, the stronger the array. Ye Kaishan had reinforced it further. An array amassing over 1,000 flying blades could rightly be called the Great Heavenly Cycle Sword Array. The moment it took shape, it enveloped a radius of 10 miles. Heaven and earth shifted color, and ferocious winds howled. What a terrifying formation. Could Master Yi also be a master of arrays? Some were so frightened they nearly wet themselves, having never witnessed Ye Kaishan deploy formations before. Yao Xing's gaze froze. The same formation as before, yet far more powerful than ever. How could anyone withstand 1,000 spiritual swords thrusting at them? Even those with invulnerable flesh would surely lose layers of skin. With a wave of his sleeve, Ye Kaishan sent all the flying swords surging forth like a tidal wave toward their enemies. Even standing within the array itself, he remained completely unharmed. Blood splattered through the air as soldier after soldier from Tianling country fell beneath the flying swords. Even cultivators at the golden core stage were forced to dodge with all their strength. One careless moment meant the possibility of decapitation. The pressure on Yin country's cultivators lifted almost immediately, for the flying swords showed no intent to harm them. It was as though they possessed eyes capable of distinguishing friend from foe. They couldn't help but marvel at how masterful and unfathomable Master Ye's technique was. Such precise control was made possible by Ye Kaishan's extraordinarily powerful divine sense. However, this approach was extremely draining on the divine sense and could not be sustained for long. Ye Kaishan knew he had to end this quickly. So he made the ultimate sacrifice, burning a century of his lifespan. His body swelled with power surging just beneath the surface. Ye Kaishan raised his hand and pointed, sending the four spirits' demon-suppressing tower crashing toward the demoness once more. Yao Xing was ready, swinging her demon banner to strike against the tower. Earth-grade spiritual weapons collided, sending waves of magical force exploding outward that scattered everyone within the sword array. The demon star descends. Yao Xing raised one hand, and the sky instantly darkened as a star bearing incomparable pressure plummeted down. Destruction, destroy everything. The demoness threw her head back and laughed wildly, bearing a pair of sharp fangs with madness across her face. Purple thunder strike. Ye Kaishan clenched his fist, thunder surging around him, with lightning arcing in all directions. With a single punch channeling all his power, he unleashed a thunder dragon spanning 10,000 meters. At that moment, he seemed like a god of thunder descending upon the battlefield. Boom. The massive star shattered into fragments under that blow. Holy crap, it's blinding. Master Yi destroyed the meteorite. Someone shouted with wide eyes trembling. The primal instinct of cultivators held a deep fear of thunder. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the figure bathed in lightning stood like a deity. They could only call him an absolute monster. After shattering the meteorite, Ye Kaishan swung his thunder-infused fist directly at the demoness. The two clashed instantly. Yao Xing discovered that the man was clad entirely in treasures. Even his boots were heaven-grade spiritual artifacts. Long before entering the battlefield, Ye Kaishan had prepared all of this, carefully safeguarding his own life. Only after a prolonged struggle did Yao Xing grow desperate enough to unleash her secret techniques. Witnessing this, Ye Kaishan sacrificed another 20 years of his lifespan, swallowing spirit pills without hesitation. No good, this person is strange. I must retreat quickly and summon the sect master to slay him. Yao Xing sensed the tide turning against her and considered retreat, gathering her demon banner to flee. However, Ye Kaishan was already prepared, drawing upon the lessons from their previous encounter. He rapidly formed a binding seal into a hexagonal star-shaped talisman, pressing it against the palm of the demoness during their clash. By the time Yao Xing attempted to escape, she realized something was wrong. Her arm refused to obey, refusing to follow her will. In such a brief moment, he could not control the entire body of the demoness, but binding one arm with a seal was entirely feasible. Take this punch. Ye Kaishan pressed his advantage, landing 2 consecutive strikes upon the demoness' chest. Splatter. Yao Xing suffered grave injuries, spraying a mouthful of blood as she glared at Ye Kaishan with shock and fury in her eyes. Speaking of one punch and delivering 2, that was no martial honor. But Ye Kaishan cared not for such things. He flashed behind the demoness and struck again, slapping her from behind. Seizing the moment when she opened her mouth, he produced his prized possession, a toxic pill, and stuffed it inside. Surrender peacefully, or your life is forfeit. Your cultivation journey has not been easy. You do not wish to perish here, do you? The demoness was consumed with rage, preparing to struggle desperately. Yet Ye Kaishan's voice echoed in her ears. Let me go. Yao Xing screamed in fury. The pain coursing through her body and the humiliation weighing upon her heart left her barely lucid. She had never imagined that one day she would fall to someone at the foundation establishment stage. Are you speaking nonsense? After all this effort to capture you, why would I release you? Ye Kaishan sneered as he layered multiple binding seals across her body to suppress the demoness' magical power. As long as you cooperate with me properly, I will consider sparing your life. He had no intention of killing the demoness. Primarily, her utilitarian value was far too great. Killing her would be a waste. The sudden attack by the Demon Abyss sect and Tianling Kingdom upon Yen country must hide deeper secrets possibly connected to his son, Yi Fan's small cauldron. Thus Ye Kaishan resolved to uncover the truth. When Yao Xing continued struggling, Ye Kaishan struck with a single slap, knocking her unconscious. It's over. Master Yao Xing has been captured. Below, the Tianling Kingdom cultivators still engaged in battle saw Yao Xing collapse into Ye Kaishan's arms and erupted in shouts of alarm. If even a nascent soul demoness could be defeated, what use were they? Soon Tianling Kingdom's morale disintegrated, and they began fleeing. Kill them all. Execute the men, the women. Capture a few. I need to interrogate them. Ye Kaishan commanded the battlefield. The fierce battle against the demoness had taken a considerable toll upon him, particularly upon his divine sense, leaving him utterly exhausted. He had no choice but to dismantle the formation. Should he continue, it would cause irreparable damage to his divine sense. Kill. Yen country's cultivators surged forward as if pumped with adrenaline. Ye Kaishan struck without warning, eliminating a beastman from a distance who was preparing to make a last stand alongside the 13th princess. Coming to her senses, Li Xingyin gazed up at Ye Kaishan high above. Her cheeks flushed, and she whispered her gratitude. Thank you, brother-in-law. The defeat cascaded like a collapsing mountain. With the serpent woman and feline woman leaders captured, the battle was declared over. What remained was the grim task of cleaning the battlefield. Li Fengxian thoughtfully gathered all the spoils of war and handed them to Ye Kaishan to decide their distribution. He understood perfectly well who had brought about this victory. Ye Kaishan claimed 9/10 for himself and instructed Li Fengxian to take the remainder and distribute it. The war spoils consisted mainly of rings and spiritual artifacts, their quality modest, yet still useful to Ye Kaishan. With hundreds of children under his care, these items would serve the younger ones well. Master Yi, how shall we deal with these two demon kin? Just then Li Fengxian arrived, escorting the captured leaders of the snake tribe and the cat tribe. Their spiritual power sealed and limbs bound, they had lost all their former majesty. Ye Kaishan surveyed them, his attention drawn to the snake woman's thick tail, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Can your tail transform into legs?" At this moment, he was simply a biologist filled with curiosity about life. Hearing this, the snake woman paused, let out a cold snort, and raised her chin to reply no. Then execute them. Ye Kaishan gestured for Li Fengxian to proceed. Li Fengxian drew his broadsword, raising it as though to strike. Wait! Panicked, the snake woman's survival instinct kicked in as she hurried to explain, the snake tail is merely a combat form. Normally, I can transform it into human legs. How interesting. Ye Kaishan smiled and began a brief interrogation. The snake woman leader was named Shi Qianrao, and the cat woman leader was named Miao Huan. I have a cat at home named Miao Cha. You should know her, Ye Kaishan said with a smile to the cat woman leader. Upon hearing this, a flash of horror crossed Miao Huan's eyes. No wonder the mission had failed, there was a traitor among them. Please have Lordly deliver them to my residence, so I can interrogate them thoroughly and uncover Tianlang Kingdom's next moves. Ye Kaishan sobered, turning to Li Fengxian with a grave expression, and added, know your enemy, and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger. Understood, I'll arrange for it promptly. Li Fengxian knew exactly what was expected of him. It was no secret that Master Yi harbored certain appetites. In all of Yin Kingdom, who didn't know that the Yi family's golden core ancestor had an insatiable fondness for taking concubines? Beyond the cat women and snake women, the tiger men had been utterly defeated and stripped of their virility. Ye Kaishan sighed in regret, muttering that such a waste was shocking. But these weren't true tigers. They merely carried some demonic bloodline and lacked even a demon core. Afterward, Ye Kaishan prepared to depart with his concubines, growing homesick as his waiting consorts were left behind. Master Yi, what shall we do if you leave? If Tianlang Kingdom attacks again, then? Realizing Ye Kaishan intended to depart, Li Fengxian grew anxious, as though his pillar of support were crumbling away. There is no cause for concern. Once I've departed, spread word to the Mashua sect that if they wish for Yaoxing to remain unharmed, they should bring the head of the Tianlang Kingdom's lord as ransom. At that point, we need not lift a finger. They'll be in disarray on their own. Ye Kaishan remarked with a faint smile, his words carrying the weight of a master strategist. Beyond Yaoxing, the leaders of the snake and cat tribes served as additional leverage. Both were among the Tianlang Kingdom's finest warriors, and their ruler would certainly not disregard their capture. Hearing this, Li Fengxian's eyes lit up. Master Yi, brilliant. Ye Kaishan waved his hand dismissively. It hardly required genius, just basic intelligence. Any casual knowledge of Sun Tzu's art of war would suggest this approach. I'm taking my leave, the rest falls to you. Without lingering, Ye Kaishan gathered his belongings and set out for home alongside the disciples of Yunlan's sect and Baiwa sect. The crowd gathered on the walls to watch him depart, while citizens below chanted his name in celebration. The eldest and third princes observed their uncle Li Fengxian, waving enthusiastically like an admirer, leaving them momentarily speechless. Following this battle, Ye Kaishan's renown was destined to spread far and wide. Several princesses watched his retreating figure with admiration, etching the moment deeply into their memories. After departing Jinbei City, Ye Kaishan returned to the giant elephant sect, accompanied by Tu Gang and the other elders, leaving behind several core formation cultivators to oversee matters. I've placed restrictions on each of you that even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to remove, and you harbor poison pills within. Should I detect any irregularity, I will detonate those restrictions and reduce you to dust. Rest assured, Lord Mayor, we dare not act recklessly. From this day forward, the giant elephant sect shall follow your leadership unquestioningly. Tu Gang made his declaration, immediately understanding the current situation clearly enough. If even a nascent-souled demonic woman couldn't stand against Ye Kaishan, who in all of Yin Kingdom could possibly oppose him? Submitting at this moment proved the wisest choice. The era of the four great immortal sects was over. Henceforth, only the giant elephant sect, now vassal to the Yi family, would endure. Ye Kaishan nodded, slightly pleased with Tu Gang's pragmatic understanding. Though appearing crude, Tu Gang possessed both sharpness and subtlety in his thinking. Nearby, LV Xian Nai Cloud of the Baihua sect and other female cultivators from both sects pretended nothing unusual was happening. Right before their eyes, Ye Kaishan annexed the giant elephant sect, an act that clearly showed disregard for the other three great immortal sects and all of Yin Kingdom. Yet it mattered little. Nearly half of them were already Ye Kaishan's concubines. The rest, indebted to him, could only turn a blind eye and pretend nothing had occurred. They saw nothing, truly nothing at all. Once everything was settled, Ye Kaishan and his group departed from the giant elephant sect. When Tu Gang learned that his treasure vault had also been taken, he collapsed painfully onto his chair. After leaving the giant elephant sect, they parted ways. When Ye Kaishan returned to Yunlan's sect with Yaoxing, Yang Menghua was instantly astonished. The battle had concluded too swiftly for news to fully spread, and Yang Menghua remained unaware of what had transpired. How did you capture her? Yang Menghua examined the demonic woman from head to toe, unable to contain her curiosity. A nascent soul cultivator. If she had encountered one, she would likely have been forced to kneel. Since the previous sect master's death, no nascent soul cultivator had emerged from Yunlan's sect. Across all of Yin Kingdom, only Danding sect and the royal family possessed such power. Pure luck. The demonic woman gritted through her teeth, her expression defiant. Still playing tough. Ye Kaishan seized her soft cheek in a painful grip, glaring fiercely before turning to explain to Yang Menghua. And so on. After hearing the full account, Yang Menghua fell silent, questioning everything she thought she knew about the world. How much time had truly passed since she first met Ye Kaishan? He was already capable of matching nascent soul experts. With this demonic woman in our possession, the Mashua sect likely won't make any rash moves in the near term. The crisis has been temporarily resolved. Ye Kaishan continued, we must not become complacent. You've captured one of their women, and that old demon of the Mashua sect will certainly not let this go. Yang Menghua's expression turned grave. No one understood the old demon's power better than she did. Her master had fallen to his hand. What cultivation level does this old demon possess? Ye Kaishan asked. At minimum late-stage nascent soul, possibly even at its peak, Yang Menghua replied. Nascent soul complete. Ye Kaishan's expression shifted slightly. Truly impressive. However, from the enchantress, he had learned that the old demon had yet to emerge from seclusion. Perhaps another few decades would pass. By the time the old demon emerges, he would have already broken through to nascent soul. At that point, crushing him would be effortless. No rush. No need for haste. With that, Ye Kaishan brought Yaoxing back to Qingyan City. He sealed Yaoxing's cultivation and placed restrictive formations on her body, arranging her into an exceedingly challenging pose before tossing her into the secret chamber with no intention of paying her any further attention. Stand there for me first. We'll see when you're ready to confess. Ye Kaishan tossed out those words and departed the secret chamber, leaving Yaoxing utterly bewildered. Confess what? Did you even ask? She couldn't move, standing there questioning her very existence. In truth, Ye Kaishan hadn't asked anything at all. Punishment first, questions later. He entered the other two secret chambers, and following the same procedure Li Fengxian had dealt with the snake woman, Shi Qianrao, and Miao Huaner. No rush to ask anything. First, let his artistic inclinations flow freely. The poses grew increasingly exaggerated, surpassing any statue worthy of historical remembrance. Particularly these two demon women, snake and cat, renowned for their supple forms, as if boneless. Resting a leg on one's shoulder was merely the foundation. Having completed all this, Ye Kaishan still didn't ask a single question. Confess, that's what they should do. The two bewildered women were now completely dumbfounded. Upon his return, Ye Kaishan remained true to his original aspirations, watering when needed, sowing when appropriate. He busied himself with inexhaustible joy, and during his rare moments of leisure, he gazed upon his efforts growing day by day, that intoxicating anticipation of an imminent harvest. Meanwhile, the news of the Battle of Jinbei City had thoroughly spread. The Tianling Kingdom's grand army retreated in defeat, their high-ranking leaders either slain or captured. Even the nascent soul stage cultivators from Mo Sha sect were not spared, captured by Ye Kaishan. When this intelligence reached the capital, Li Fengtian, lord of Yin Kingdom, was so alarmed that he could no longer remain seated. Has this man's combat prowess already reached the nascent soul level? Li Fengtian murmured to himself, deep shock evident in his eyes. He found it difficult to accept. Could this fellow be so obsessively focused on taking concubines and siring children, yet also fight with such prowess? How does he manage his time? How does he achieve mastery in both procreation and cultivation? At this moment, Li Fengtian couldn't help but want to seek advice from Ye Kaishan. Teach me, please. I want to learn too. However, this was no time for learning. He was more worried that if things continued this way, Yin Kingdom would change hands. Logically speaking, any captured prisoners should at least be consulted with their monarch's opinion, seeking guidance. Yet Ye Kaishan from beginning to end showed no regard whatsoever, simply bringing the captives back directly. This demonstrated that not only was this man madly obsessed with taking concubines, but he also held their sovereign in utter contempt. No, I must keep him appeased. Li Fengtian gritted his teeth. Only by making Ye Kaishan aware of the benefits of Yin Kingdom could he be kept in line. Thus, he ordered the messenger guard to recount every detail of the incident without omission. When he heard about the 13th princess, Li Fengtian's expression stirred an idea forming in his mind. Ye Kaishan's preferences were now public knowledge. Catering to his tastes was the way to secure his loyalty. Summon someone. Order the 13th princess to return. Li Fengtian immediately commanded. The 9th princess had already been promised. One wasn't enough, so he would add another. With such a connection, even if Ye Kaishan harbored ambitions in the future, he would have to consider this relationship. When the noble families of Yin Kingdom learned of the Battle of Jinbei City, they were left absolutely stunned. Is this the terrifying Golden Core ancestor? Capturing a nascent soul cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, truly extraordinary. I can already foresee the Yi family's rise unstoppable as it is. So spoke the various powerhouses. At the Foundation establishment stage 1 was already a first-rate expert in Yin Kingdom. Nascent soul cultivators were even rarer, seldom seen, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Quick. Bring every unmarried woman in the family here. Immediately certain family heads began scheming. If they could form ties with the Yi family, wouldn't they soar to greatness? They bustled about urgently. Not just one family thought this way. Many cultivation families were already setting out for Qingyun City, afraid that if they were late, the Yi family ancestor wouldn't have enough capacity to take in any more concubines. Those without daughters paced about frantically in despair, filled with regret. At 100 Flowers Sect Mi Yao likewise recognized the need to build a good relationship with Ye Kaishan. From the very beginning, she had held this conviction. Otherwise, she wouldn't have personally arranged for Ling Qiaoer to marry Ye Kaishan. Later, she had added Jiang Hongdou as well. It seems 2 golden blossoms are no longer enough. She began contemplating how to further strengthen ties with the Yi family. Thus, she summoned Leng Aoshue and Yin Miyun. Ding. Congratulations, host. Spiritual root descendants have exceeded 100. Family scale upgraded. Rewards Heaven's Wrath Battle Chi Soul Refining Technique, 20 years of cultivation experience, 20 years of artifact refining experience, 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. That day with the birth of 1 spiritual root descendant, Ye Kaishan's children with spiritual roots finally exceeded 100. Still too few. Such was Ye Kaishan's evaluation. Among the children he had sired early on, far too many lacked spiritual roots. Only gradually over time had the numbers improved. However, as his concubines' cultivation and spiritual roots improved, the probability of bearing spiritual root children would greatly increase. He felt that 100 was meager, yet compared to other cultivation families, it was already an astronomical figure. The vast majority of cultivation families in Yin Kingdom had at most a mere handful of members with spiritual roots. Even within Yin Kingdom's royal family, many princes and princesses possessed no spiritual root whatsoever. Such is life, perfection is rare. Ye Kaishan examined the rewards. Heaven's Wrath Battle Chi was quite familiar to him. Back then, among 3 cultivation techniques, he had chosen Heaven Severing Sword Art, and did not select this one. Who would have thought it would come around again? This was a profound grade superior technique. While its rank wasn't particularly high, its effects made Ye Kaishan's eyes light up. After cultivating Heaven's Wrath Battle Chi, once activated during combat, it would generate an indestructible armored chi outside the body. Not only was its destructive power formidable, it could also deflect incoming attacks. Most importantly, this technique could amplify combat prowess by up to 3-fold. Unlike the Red Flame Blood-Burning Art, which required burning one's lifespan to boost strength, Heaven's Wrath Battle Chi can replace Red Flame Blood-Burning Art. Ye Kaishan mused to himself. Once one's realm grew higher, the Red Flame Blood-Burning Art would begin to fall short. At higher cultivation levels, invincibility couldn't be achieved through mere lifespan burning alone. Of course, these 2 techniques could be used together, finding a balanced point. As for the other rewarded technique, Soul Refining Technique, it was an enhanced version of the Spirit Nurturing Art. This secret art could amplify Divine Sense by up to 5-fold, and included numerous Divine Sense attack methods. At Foundation Establishment, complete one's Divine Sense extended 40 li. With this secret technique, it could be expanded to 200 li. A spiritual sense range of 200 li was already equivalent to mid-stage nascent soul. Ye Kaishan was overjoyed, for in his view the importance of the Soul Refining Technique even exceeded that of the Heavenly Gang Battle Chi art. Although Xian-grade cultivation techniques were precious, they were not entirely uncommon. However, secret arts like the Soul Refining Technique were truly rare. Even nascent soul cultivators would go mad with desire upon seeing such a technique. Moreover, the enhancement of his soul allowed Ye Kaishan to manipulate sword formations with even greater ease. Be it formations, alchemy, or artifact refinement, everything would benefit immensely. Combat, escape, pursuit, all aspects would see comprehensive improvement. Beyond the techniques themselves, the rewarded cultivation insights could also be invested into them, accelerating comprehension. However, for Ye Kaishan at present, cultivation realm was clearly the more pressing matter. As long as one's cultivation was superior and one's realm higher than the opponent's, even lacking techniques, one could still overwhelm adversaries. Immediately, he began his seclusion to absorb the insights. Several days later, with all the comprehension fully integrated, Ye Kaishan's cultivation advanced once more. He was nearly on the verge of breaking through to late core formation. He went one step further, consuming a handful of pills to push his realm to the later stage. The yin-yang inner elixir within his body swelled again, growing several times larger than when he first formed it. Once he reached a certain threshold, and his cultivation approached perfection, he could then shatter the pill and transcend to infanthood. I am too strong. After consolidating his cultivation, Ye Kaishan couldn't help but exclaim. Now, even without burning his lifespan, he could dominate any core formation cultivator, possibly even take on 10 at once. Next, he departed from the cultivation chamber. The moment he stepped outside, maidservants were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Ye Kaishan emerge, they immediately approached. Family head, there have been many visitors lately. It turned out that during his brief seclusion, cultivation families from all directions had arrived one after another. Their numbers were so great that they nearly trampled the Yi family's doorstep into dust, while simultaneously driving the development of Qingyan City. I understand. Arrange the schedule, and let them come one by one. Learning of the situation, Ye Kaishan took it upon himself, without hesitation accepting all visitors. As long as they met his criteria, he didn't mind how many there were. He consistently upheld the principle of giving female cultivators a home under the sun. Even if they already had one family, he could still provide a second home. Next, Ye Kaishan personally conducted brief interviews. Although he wouldn't refuse anyone, there had to be some limit. Having low standards didn't mean having no standards at all. After a simple round of screening, Ye Kaishan initially settled on 10 betrothal arrangements. Among them, 2 female cultivators from prominent cultivation families particularly satisfied him. One was the Yin family's daughter Yin Ryu from the largest cultivation family in the second city. She was a young lady of exceptional breeding, proficient in the 4 arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This was truly rare after all in this world of cultivation. Women willing to immerse themselves in such refined pursuits were indeed few and far between. Moreover, her spiritual root and cultivation were not low either. She grade lower tier spiritual root mid-stage foundation establishment. The other was the daughter of the 7th city lord named Xia Qingyo, a female sword cultivator. Having heard of Ye Kaishan's formidable swordsmanship, she fell deeply for him and voluntarily sought to marry into the Yi family. With everything settled, Ye Kaishan planned to marry Yin Ryu first. Thus, the Yi family's long-idle wedding department sprang into action once more. During these days, while Ye Kaishan was away, they had been thoroughly bored. The wedding preparations proceeded at a brisk pace. Seizing this time, Ye Kaishan attended to his other concubines. Ji-yin had been pregnant for several months, now her belly growing larger each day. When Ye Kaishan gently stroked her abdomen, expressing his paternal affection, Ji-yin couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, not long ago she had been shouting about battle and killing, and now she was carrying someone else's child. Work hard. After you give birth, I will reward you handsomely. Ye Kaishan smiled as he spoke. This demoness, who specialized in attacking the lower meridians, had become docile far beyond her former self. I don't want your reward. Ji-yin retorted stubbornly, her final show of defiance preserving her remaining dignity. Whether you want it or not, you're going to give birth to 100 of them. Ye Kaishan grinned wickedly, tilting her chin up to face him directly. Admittedly, no matter how many times he looked, Ji-yin's beauty was absolutely top tier, perfectly matching his ideal image of a Su-daji or fox spirit. Especially those eyes of hers, soul enchanting and spirit stealing. Any mortal man who glimpsed them could have half his life force stolen away. Fine, I'll have them then. Who do you think you're talking to? Ji-yin grew defiant. Old one, is that how you speak to your master? Ye Kaishan's expression darkened sternly. Ji-yin's heart quivered, looking small, weak, and helpless as she lowered her head. Ye Kaishan pulled her possessively into his embrace. After their intimate moment, Ye Kaishan went to visit Jiang Hongdo. Finally, he arrived at the Catwoman Miao Cha's quarters. Your clan leader has already been captured by me. Go and persuade her presently. You know what must be done without my instruction, I assume. Ye Kaishan said to her. Rest assured, I won't let her do anything foolish. Miao Cha nodded emphatically, her expression full of confidence. Ever since Ye Kaishan helped her break through to core formation, her attitude had undergone a complete 180-degree transformation. Particularly upon hearing that Ye Kaishan had slaughtered his way through the Battle of Jinbei City, his might unstoppable, her reverence and faith had risen to yet another level. By the way, Miao Huan isn't your mother, is she? Ye Kaishan suddenly asked, worried that a mother-daughter pair might come causing trouble for him. No, I have no relation to her whatsoever. Miao Cha nodded. Even if there were a connection, she would still uphold righteousness over family bonds. Good. Work diligently. Once I finish this batch of business, I will give you a proper status. Ye Kaishan dangled the promise before her. Spreading his branches and leaves required following the proper system. first taking concubines, then producing offspring, otherwise it wouldn't count toward the rewards. He had far too many concubines to formally accept recently, leaving him with no time to spare. Miao Cha beamed radiantly, then scampered off gleefully. Half a month later, the Ye household was decorated with lanterns and banners. The wedding procession was ready. Ye Kaishan mounted Silver Lightning, summoned his flying artifact, and led the team forth to claim his bride. After a period of travel, he finally brought Yin Ryu back as his bride. The guests had long been waiting. Throughout the Ye family's manor, banquet tables were filled with feasting guests. A golden core ancestor taking a concubine. None would dare show disrespect. This feast was certainly not complimentary, every guest had prepared lavish gifts and bled quite profusely for the occasion. From this wave of contributions, after deducting expenses, the Ye family profited handsomely. Whether it was a great fortune or a small one, profit was profit. After the ceremony concluded, Ye Kaishan led Yin Ryu by the hand into the bridal chamber. She was a temperamentally gentle and refined young lady bearing a certain resemblance to Lin Daiyu. But this was merely her outward appearance. Beneath lay a foundation establishment cultivator. Far from being a damsel who couldn't pull up a willow sapling, she could uproot a small hilltop without breaking a sweat. One night of spring was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Only when dawn broke did Ye Kaishan step out of the chamber refreshed and invigorated. Since attaining cultivation, sleep had become a legend. He had no idea what exhaustion felt like. Before long, he began making arrangements for the next ceremony, welcoming Xia Qingyu as his bride. Life was short, one must not keep a beautiful woman waiting. Life is short, one must not keep a beautiful woman waiting. That day the Ye family was once again bustling with preparations for another wedding. The matchmaker's mouths were cracked from smiling so much, though exhausted the rewards were generous. Master Yi was never stingy with his own people. However, just at that moment the crown prince arrived at the Yi residence, bearing Li Fengtian's imperial decree. Oh, what a rare guest. Is the crown prince also coming to drink wedding wine? In the reception hall, Ye Kaishan teased. Li Xian gave an awkward smile, daring not to act presumptuously, appearing even more subdued than before. As for the matter of the hat on his head, it had long been buried deep within his heart. City Lord Yi, I come today with joyous news. By imperial decree, His Majesty wishes to betroth the 13th princess to you. I wonder what City Lord Yi thinks. The crown prince asked, tentatively seeking Ye Kaishan's opinion, fearful he might refuse. Evidently his understanding of Master Yi was still insufficient. How could Ye Kaishan ever refuse such a thing? No problem. Set the date. Ye Kaishan waved his hand magnanimously, without a hint of hesitation. As for the Yin Kingdom king's intentions, he had no desire to ponder them. It was nothing more than fear that the Yi family might threaten the Yin royal lineage. But some things are destined to happen, inevitable as the tide. They cannot be stopped. As long as he kept taking concubines and fathering children, any problem could be resolved. Besides, the 13th princess possessed a special constitution. Even if the Yin king had not spoken, he would have found a way to marry her. Master Yi never disguised his preferences. Then let us say, 1 month from now. The crown prince was overjoyed, unexpected at how readily Ye Kaishan agreed. This way he could return and report success. 1 month is a bit tight, but with urgency, it can be managed. Ye Kaishan said with a thoughtful expression. He was already preparing to wed Xia Qingyu at this time. However, tightening the schedule posed no real problem. One would only need to endure a bit of hardship. Overcome it. Once everything was settled, both parties were satisfied, each obtaining what they desired. After the crown prince departed, the Yi residence immediately plunged into busyness. Everyone stay alert. The workload is heavy recently, so push harder. The ancestors' wedding tolerates no carelessness. The Yi family's wedding procession leader shouted to those below. Soon the Yi family grew lively, once more swarming with activity. Invitations drifted in all directions like snowflakes. Many guests had barely returned home from the previous wedding feast when they received another invitation from the Yi family. Everyone was utterly overwhelmed. No one had ever imagined that social obligations would plunge the clan's finances into dire crisis. When they learned there were still 7 or 8 weddings ahead. Many simply found inns in Qingyun City and resolved to endure to the end. They did nothing but drink wedding wine. Some went even further, seizing the opportunity to relocate their entire families to Qingyun City. These were mostly the Yi family's relatives by marriage, thinking it convenient to live nearby. No more long-distance travel back and forth. Since we're already at your doorstep, drink us to exhaustion. From then on, the clan's foremost duty became hosting these events. Several days later, everything was ready. Ye Kaishan led his procession and welcomed Xia Qingyu. This woman who never parted from her sword had set it aside today, donning a crimson wedding robe. Xia Qingyu was like a lone lotus blooming in solitude, aloof and proud, revealing only shy tenderness before her beloved man. She had heard of the Battle of Zhunbei City, where Ye Kaishan commanded countless flying swords, slaughtering enemies on all sides. Coupled with the legends that spread through rumor in her heart, Ye Kaishan was like a sword immortal. On their wedding night, this woman skilled with the sword set aside her flying blade and wielded a different instrument. They continued until dawn. On this side, Ye Kaishan immersed himself in tenderness. Far beyond the borders of Yin Kingdom, in the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, great shockwaves rippled through the land. No one expected that their elite forces, even allied with the Fiend Sha sect, could not breach Yin Kingdom's gates. A prodigious powerhouse had appeared out of nowhere and repelled them at the doorway. Not only that, but leaders such as Yao Xing, the Cat Demon Clan, and the Snake Demon Clan had all been captured. Especially upon hearing the news released by Li Fengxian, if they wished to retrieve Yao Xing, they would need the Heavenly Wolf King's head as ransom. This shattered the Heavenly Wolf King completely. He could neither eat nor sleep, nearly driven mad. Terrified that the Fiend Sha sect master would come seeking his head himself, investigate, find out who this Ye Kaishan truly is. The Heavenly Wolf King roared in commands, his composure shattered. Not only the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom, but several neighboring states surrounding Yin Kingdom also began investigating Ye Kaishan. After all, a combatant at the nascent soul stage could sway far too many things. This could even affect their own security, so they dared not treat it lightly. The Wu Kingdom King immediately issued orders to halt all covert actions against Yin Kingdom, awaiting the investigation's conclusions before making further plans. In an instant, because of Ye Kaishan, the already restless seven great kingdoms grew even more turbulent. Meanwhile, Ye Kaishan knew nothing of this, nor did he care. His heart held only one objective. The time had come to wed the 13th princess. This time the ceremony was even more magnificent, for she was a royal princess. Elder Yi has taken another princess, and the one with the finest talent at that. His Majesty truly went all out this time. How could he not invest heavily? Elder Yi of the Yi family can overpower a nascent soul cultivator. At this rate, Yin Kingdom may soon change its surname. It is difficult, far too difficult. If I were the king, I would be at a loss. Elder Yi is not only powerfully strong, but his descendants are scattered everywhere. His roots have grown deep and firm. Some onlooker cultivators discussed freely. Elder Yi of the Yi family not only possessed formidable cultivation, his descendants numbered in the masses, not only within the immortal sects, but even within the imperial court. The entire Yi family was like a towering tree, its roots already deeply embedded underground. Even if the Yin royal family desired to move against the Yi family, setting aside whether they could win the aftermath alone, would be a headachesome burden. They could understand the Yin King's approach. Unable to fight or scold, marriage alliance was the only option to stabilize the situation. One princess was insufficient, so add another. After all the commotion, Ye Kaishan finally welcomed the 13th princess back to Qingyan City. The process went remarkably smoothly. Li Shungying, upon learning she would marry Ye Kaishan, was so overjoyed she nearly ran there herself. Her straightforward personality made her the type of heroine who matched men in valor. Guests had long awaited, not only from prestigious families, but also envoys from the four great immortal sects. The respect shown was thorough and complete. On their wedding night, Ye Kaishan experienced yet another kind of enchantment. It was said he would not trade it even for the position of an immortal. After taking the princess as his wife, Ye Kaishan gathered momentum and successively took several female cultivators from other immortal clans. In matters of taking concubines, he was never hesitant, nor did he grow weary. Finally, upon taking the 5th concubine on that wedding night, Ye Kaishan at last heard the long-awaited system voice. His spiritual root had finally achieved a major breakthrough. Ye Kaishan's body trembled as he felt an inexplicable power surging from within him, having reached the lower grade of earth-level spiritual bones. This left him refreshed and elated, as if floating in paradise. His spiritual root had broken through from the profound grade to the earth grade, a qualitative leap, a comprehensive enhancement from inside out. The speed at which he absorbed heavenly and earthly spiritual energy increased dramatically. Throughout the entire Yin Kingdom, Huang-grade spiritual roots were plentiful, and while Xin-grade roots were not uncommon among cultivation families and immortal sects, Earth-grade spiritual roots were a different matter entirely. Up to now, the Earth-grade roots Ye Kaishan had ever encountered could be counted on one hand. Of course, his son Yi Han, with Yin Shui Tian, also possessed an Earth-grade root. This concubine was truly not taken in vain. The spiritual root improved overnight. Ye Kaishan was overjoyed and immediately showered rewards upon his beloved beside him. For the following days, he poured all his energy into his newly wedded concubines. Princess Li Shungying, the 13th princess, was his primary focus. She possessed the flame spirit physique, which carried a certain chance of producing offspring with special constitution and rare roots. Through Ye Kaishan's relentless efforts, the 13th princess finally conceived. Though cultivators found it difficult to produce heirs, Ye Kaishan broke this rule through sheer persistence. When quantity accumulates, qualitative change occurs. While the 13th princess had just conceived, Ji-in was about to give birth. Amidst his busy schedule, Ye Kaishan made time to personally wait outside the delivery chamber. His heart raced with anticipation and excitement. After an indeterminate amount of time, a baby's cry suddenly rang out. Born. A child with mid-grade, Earth-level spiritual roots had been welcomed into the world. Congratulations, host, for expanding your lineage. Reward: 10 years of lifespan, mid-grade, Earth-level magical artifact, 1 upper-grade spirit field, Earth-level spiritual plants, and 500 upper-grade spirit stones. Blast! Ye Kaishan was startled, then burst into laughter. Who would have thought Ji-in would fire the first shot and directly produce a child with an Earth-grade spiritual root? Did the firstborn carry a bonus to critical success rate? He hurriedly pushed open the door. Ji-in sat on the bed, cradling their newborn and gazing at the child, when Ye Kaishan swept her into his arms and kissed her fiercely. She had no idea what had happened. You've worked so hard, you're amazing, my wife, Ye Kaishan said emotionally. Wife? Ji-in was bewildered. What was this nonsense? Was he implying she was old, calling her old wife? Wife means spouse, Ye Kaishan explained casually. He then examined the child. It was a girl with no special constitution. After some deep thought, Ye Kaishan named her Ye Xiling. Our child actually has an Earth-grade spiritual root. When Ji-in learned of her child's spiritual root, she was utterly stunned. She herself found it unbelievable. They had produced a spiritual-rooted child on the very first try, and not just any root, but an Earth-grade one. With proper cultivation, she could become a nascent soul cultivator as easily as eating a meal. Then, does a child with an Earth-grade spiritual root count as 10? No. Whatever is owed shall be paid. Ye Kaishan shook his head, believing one must maintain principles. Master Yi had said 10, so 10 it was. He claimed 100 children should be sired, so 100 it must be. Oh. Ji-in's face fell, her expression pitiful and delicate. She deployed both the strategy of suffering and the arts of beauty, attempting to crack the man's iron will. To no avail. Here, this is your reward. Ye Kaishan immediately produced 200 upper-grade spirit stones freshly granted by the system. Even a single upper-grade spirit stone contained enough spiritual energy to sustain cultivation for a long time. For Ji-in, a foundation establishment cultivator, it was perfectly suited. She usually cultivated with lower-grade spirit stones. Upper-grade ones were rare luxuries. Taking the spirit stones gratefully, Ji-in suddenly felt that birthing 100 children wasn't entirely impossible. One child brought 200 upper-grade spirit stones, 100 children would yield 20,000. Watching Ji-in's delighted face, Ye Kaishan thought inwardly, this must be what they call offering flowers to the Buddha with borrowed blossoms. If she had not borne a child with Earth-grade spiritual roots, there would have been no upper-grade spirit stone reward. Soon after, Ye Kaishan left the delivery room and hurried back to his cultivation chamber to inspect the rewards. Mid-grade, Earth-level magical artifact, Fire Dragon Armor. When activated, it could unleash 9 sky-reaching fire dragons capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. It could also engulf enemies, reducing them to ashes. What a treasure! Ye Kaishan praised enthusiastically. With the Fire Dragon Armor, he now possessed 3 Earth-grade magical treasures. The 4 spirits, Demon-suppressing pagoda, the Fire Dragon Armor, and the Demon-beckoning banner seized from the Demoness. He then examined the Earth-grade spiritual plants, his eyes brightening. This was a plant that could increase lifespan. It was called the Longevity Fruit Tree. 3 years to flower, 3 years to fruit, 3 years to maturity. A total of 9 years, yielding 18 fruits. Consuming 1 fruit added 50 years of lifespan, but it could not be eaten repeatedly. Additionally, it could be used to refine a lower-grade, Earth-level spirit pill, the Longevity Pill. 1 Longevity Pill could add 100 years of lifespan. This was a super-enhanced version of the life-extending pill. While the life-extending pill added only a few years, the Longevity Pill granted a full century. For mortals, it was equivalent to living another lifetime. For cultivators, 100 years could accomplish much. Often it was merely a matter of insufficient lifespan that prevented one from breaking through to a higher realm. Ye Kaishan was overjoyed. With the Longevity Fruit Tree, he could help extend the lifespans of some of his descendants. Even if immortality remained unattainable, adding a century of life was incredibly precious. As an Earth-grade spiritual root plant, the Longevity Fruit Tree required rather demanding spirit soil. However, Ye Kaishan was not worried at all. He had a reward of upper-grade spirit fields at his disposal. The Yi family now possessed several acres of spirit fields alone. To manage them, Ye Kaishan had established a dedicated spiritual plant cultivation department with specialists responsible for planting, nurturing, and guarding the spiritual flora. Ye Kaishan went to the back courtyard, dismissed the guarding clansmen, and then spread forth the spirit field to plant the Longevity Fruit Tree. It was a sapling about 3 meters tall. Though small, its vitality was astonishing. After planting the tree, Ye Kaishan reinforced several layers of formation arrays, instructed the clansmen to tend to it carefully, and then left the back courtyard. He finally remembered there were 3 women in the secret chamber awaiting his interrogation. Recalling this, Ye Kaishan quickened his pace and arrived at the secret chamber. During this period, Miao Cha had been caring for the 3 women, working to break down their resistance. The progress had been excellent. Master, ask whatever you wish. We shall speak without holding anything back. From this day forth we shall do whatever you command. The snake woman Shi Qianrao surrendered the moment she saw Ye Kaishan arrive. Confess everything. Trapped in a single posture for months like a specimen, anyone would have lost their mind. From now on, Master is the leader of the Catkin clan. Please bestow your commands upon us. The Catkin clan leader said with devout sincerity. Shi Qianrao, the snake woman, and Miao Huan, the cat woman, were utterly convinced. There was no choice in the matter. Their lives hung by a thread, and with just a displeased mood, he could snuff them out in an instant. Good, it seems you've come to your senses. Ye Kaishan nodded in satisfaction. He had always admired straightforward people. Take his approach to taking concubines, for instance. He never bothered with love or romance. Cultivating feelings was something to be done after marriage. With a casual gesture, he released the binding techniques on the two women. Thud! The women collapsed heavily to the ground. Their magical powers sealed away, they could only rely on their physical bodies for support. Having stood for so long, they had not an ounce of strength left, completely drained to the last drop. Next, Ye Kaishan proceeded to another secret chamber. At a glance, he saw Yaoxing striking a provocative pose resembling a statue. Well, have you thought it through? Ye Kaishan approached her with a playful grin. The demoness felt like breaking into tears. Here we go again. Without any context, he immediately asks if she's made her decision. If there's an issue, why not just say it directly? Slap. Ye Kaishan delivered a heavy resonant strike to her round posterior. A wave of flesh rippled outward. Tell me, why did the Demon Slaughter sect form an alliance with the Wolf King to attack Yin Kingdom? What lies behind this purpose? Ye Kaishan inquired. From the previous clues, this matter likely concerned his son Ye Fan's small cauldron, so he needed to get to the bottom of it. I truly don't know the specifics. Ye Kaishan narrowed his eyes, raising his hand for another strike. The texture was quite pleasant. He was getting addicted. I only know that the Demon Slaughter sect master once met with a mysterious person seemingly searching for something. Yaoxing quickly changed her tune, not daring to waste another word. If he kept striking like this, she would lose her mind. Searching for something. A thought struck Ye Kaishan. He could be fairly certain. This item was Ye Fan's small black cauldron. Do you know the identity of that mysterious person? Ye Kaishan continued his questioning. I don't know. Since when has a mysterious person revealed their identity? Yaoxing said resentfully. You think I don't know that? I was just asking. Ye Kaishan stared wide-eyed, his voice rising. The mysterious person had not revealed their identity, which proved this matter was highly covert, and they wished to remain unknown. Anyone capable of commanding the Demon Slaughter sect master would be impossible to find throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Therefore, this mysterious person's identity likely came from beyond the Seven Kingdoms. Since the other party hadn't acted brazenly, it meant they had reservations. This opened up considerable room for maneuver. It seems your heart still isn't convinced. Then stand for another 2.5 years. Ye Kaishan had already formed a clear picture. He needed to summon Ye Fan back at the right time and thoroughly examine that small black cauldron. The answer would naturally reveal itself. Don't. Yaoxing panicked. Just these past few months had nearly driven her mad. Another 2.5 years, and she would explode on the spot. Maintaining such a humiliating posture not only caused immense physical strain, but also inflicted deep psychological damage. I submit. I'm willing to submit to you. I'll agree to any condition as long as you release me. She hastily declared her allegiance, fearing Ye Kaishan would simply walk away and she'd lose her chance. Any condition? Ye Kaishan smiled meaningfully. Yaoxing was somewhat frightened, but she forced herself to nod. All right, then my condition is simple. Marry me and bear me children. Ye Kaishan stated it directly. He never beat around the bush in such matters, embracing pure authenticity. Huh. Yaoxing's face turned ashen. Though she was a demoness, she had absolutely no experience in this regard. She was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. I'm afraid I cannot accept this condition. Can you change it? Yaoxing shook her head, unwilling to agree. It seems you still cling to your arts. Continue standing here then. Ye Kaishan smiled as he spoke, tossing out the remark before departing. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. There were still many concubines awaiting his attention. The demoness was devastated, grinding her silver teeth in frustration. Ye Kaishan left the secret chamber and had someone summon Ye Fan back. Simultaneously, he prepared for another round of taking concubines. Around this time, another batch of concubines had successively given birth. Several spiritual root descendants were born at once. Notably, Zhang Hongdo gave birth to a child with a profound superior spiritual root. Each spiritual root descendant birth warranted a spirit weapon reward. From rewards alone, Ye Kaishan had accumulated over 100 spirit weapons. He took out some to distribute among the concubines with higher cultivation as rewards for their childbearing contributions. However, one couldn't keep reproducing endlessly. There was a time for nurturing oneself too. Now Ye Kaishan had around 200 concubines. Under the effects of the Yin Yang's supreme innate art, nearly all of them had acquired spiritual roots, and as time passed this number would continue to grow. These concubines were either in seclusion or giving birth, supported by the Ye family's massive resources. Their cultivation speed was several times faster than when they were in their sects. After all, sects couldn't let them use pills as food and have spirit stones flow endlessly. Today, Rin Tinglan finally reached foundation establishment perfection and began attempting to form her golden core. She was among the first batch of female cultivators to follow Ye Kaishan, and her spiritual roots were not weak. Through accumulated cultivation, she had already reached middle grade profound. With abundant resources piled on, cultivation naturally progressed quickly. Under Ye Kaishan's guidance, Rin Tinglan swallowed the gathering yuan pill and began her golden core breakthrough. After a long while, with a surge of powerful spiritual pressure erupting, she finally succeeded. "Husband, I've formed my golden core." Rin Tinglan excitedly threw herself into Ye Kaishan's arms, telling him with agitation. She had never imagined that one day she would also be capable of forming a golden core. In the past, she had struggled even to reach foundation establishment. Forming the golden core is good. Now it's time to form your nascent soul. Ye Kaishan caressed her abdomen, smiling wickedly. Upon hearing this, Rin Tinglan's face flushed red. Recently, to form her golden core, she had been in seclusion, so it had indeed been a long time since they had formed a nascent soul. Thus, Ye Kaishan graciously imparted his teachings to help Rin Tinglan form her nascent soul. An hour later, it was done. Master Yi was far from satisfied, as if he had rediscovered his former glory. One could only say that golden core cultivators were indeed different. Exceptionally smooth. With Rin Tinglan's advancement to golden core, the Yi household now had 5 golden core cultivators: Ye Kaishan, Yinshui Tianling, Qiaoer Jiang Hongdou, and Jiyin. If Miao Cha and the others were included, the number approached 10. Other concubines like Qin Shan, Bai Caiwei, and Zhu Man had also reached late foundation establishment, ready to break through to golden core at any moment. By then, the Yi household would have 10 golden core cultivators, qualifying for elevation to an 8th grade immortal cultivation family. I wonder what rewards will come this time. Ye Kaishan was already looking forward to it. Next, he began nurturing Qin Shan, preparing to help her advance to golden core. At the same time, he didn't forget to take new concubines. To Ye Kaishan's pleasant surprise, Lung Aoshue from the 100 Flowers sect suddenly arrived, claiming she had come to marry him by the sect master's order. Just as one wishes it comes. Lung Aoshue was a golden core stage cultivator. Ye Kaishan would naturally not refuse Lung Aoshue, who had come to him willingly. He immediately ordered preparations for the ceremony. With gongs and drums resounding, the wedding ritual was completed. On their wedding night, this woman, as cold as ice, gradually thawed under Ye Kaishan's tender care. By this time, Ye Kaishan had already won over 3 of the 5 golden flowers from the Baiwa sect. Only Yin and Yun, the enchanting flower, and patriarch Mi of the Mi clan remained. These two proved to be the most formidable obstacles. With Lung Aoshue and now his wife, Ye Kaishan drew another step closer to achieving his goal of 10 foundation establishment cultivators. 2 months later, Lung Aoshue's belly began to swell. Several months passed, and 13th Princess Li Shengying finally went into labor. Ye Kaishan set aside his affairs early and waited at the delivery room door. Before long, the child was born. Ding! Congratulations to the host on birthing a child with a top-tier prodigy-grade spiritual root. Reward plus 5 years of lifespan, a top-tier prodigy-grade spiritual artifact, Red Lotus Demon Fire, and 500 middle-grade spirit stones. Note: this child possesses a hidden constitution. Please observe carefully. Hidden constitution. Ye Kaishan's mind stirred, and he burst through the door to examine the child up close. The infant in swaddling clothes lay like a tiny bean sprout, docile in its mother's arms. Deep within its soul, a flame seemed to slowly grow. This flame resembled a divine bird, radiating scorching heat that could burn the heavens and forge the earth. The undying divine phoenix body. My son actually possesses a divine physique. Ye Kaishan's pupils contracted slightly, his heart stirred with amazement. Across heaven and earth, numerous special physiques exist, generally categorized into spiritual bodies, divine bodies, and immortal bodies. Most exceptional physiques fall under the spiritual body category, including the medicine fairy of the Danding sect. Li Shengying's flame spiritual body also belongs to this classification. Above spiritual bodies stand the peerless divine physiques, one in hundreds of millions. The undying divine phoenix body is among them. This physique carries legendary phoenix bloodline. Upon reaching full cultivation, even a single spark of flame grants immortality. However, his child's undying divine phoenix body remains in an unawakened state. Only after awakening does it truly become a divine physique, otherwise it remains an illusion. In this vast cultivation world, amid countless beings, hidden divine physiques and even immortal bodies are not uncommon. Yet most perish before they can awaken, a cruel reality. The power of a divine physique is tremendous, which is precisely why such extraordinary constitutions remain hidden. The mortal vessel cannot initially contain such overwhelming energy. Unable to break free from these constraints, the physique lies dormant and inactive. Once awakened, it will transform completely, ushering in a true rebirth. Ye Kaishan cradled the infant, studying him intently, as though he were a rare treasure. Dear husband, it's a boy. Shall we give him a name? Li Shengying spoke gently, rarely showing such affection. Let's call him Ye Kai. Ye Kaishan paused before naming the child. With so many children to name, it was quite a challenge, though fortunately his knowledge was sufficient. A month later, at Li Shengying's insistence, they held a celebration for the baby's full month. Ye Kaishan initially declined, as there was too much to manage with all his concubines. But Li Shengying suggested it was an opportunity for her natal family to contribute financially. With the royal family of Yin guaranteed to attend the celebration, Ye Kaishan couldn't help but laugh at how brilliantly she had maneuvered things, turning the family's obligations to serve her own interests so shamelessly. She was even more ruthless than Zhao Fian. Since Li Shengying was determined, Ye Kaishan let it happen. But this celebration extended beyond the Yin royal family. It also ensnared all the major cultivation clans connected to the Yi family. What? The ancestor Ye's offspring is throwing a celebration. Some clan heads nearly jumped from shock. Given the ancestor's prolific nature, they would be ruined within 3 years if this continued. These cultivation families, supposedly devoted to simplicity and detachment, were now bogged down by worldly obligations, either attending banquets or en route to them. How could they possibly find time for cultivation? The Yin royal family took this celebration extremely seriously, hoping to strengthen ties with the Yi family. Li Fengtian invested heavily, bringing forth treasures stored in the imperial treasury for years. What he did not anticipate was that this display would catch the 9th princess's attention. She was already plotting how the next child would warrant an even grander celebration. After the festivities settled, the eldest son, Yi Fan, who had been training outside, finally returned. Upon hearing the news, Ye Kaishan's face broke into the warm smile only a father could muster. His heart swelled with joy at his child's return, and soon father and son met in private chambers. The mysterious atmosphere puzzled Yi Fan. Father, what's so serious about this? He asked in confusion. Years of training outdoors had darkened his skin, making him appear to be in his early 20s. His cultivation had reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Though the progress was not rapid, it was steady and solid. Ye Kaishan then recounted the matters involving the Mo Sha sect and the mysterious figures. He harbored no suspicion toward his father. It is merely an initial guess, I am not certain. Ye Kaishan took the cauldron and examined it closely, yet after a thorough inspection, he could discern nothing. Facing his son, he could not let the matter drop without explanation. System, do you know the origin of this black cauldron? Ye Kaishan murmured internally, hoping the system might offer more than just guidance on expanding his lineage. The system can only detect the quality of treasures. Then proceed, check this cauldron for me. Ye Kaishan nodded, inwardly satisfied that this function alone would suffice. Detection in progress. Detection successful. This cauldron's quality is a damaged immortal artifact. It had been sealed by an unknown force, losing its original power. An immortal artifact. Ye Kaishan was startled, never having expected such an ordinary-looking black cauldron to hold such value. Though damaged, the mere title of immortal artifact was impressive enough. The sole regret was that its power remained sealed, leaving only prestige behind. Otherwise, even a wisp of its immortal aura could lay waste to the 7 great kingdoms. Ye Kaishan returned the cauldron to Yi Fan and gave him a solemn warning. Son, remember never to reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Father, is something wrong? Yi Fan asked in confusion. Is this truly what the Mo Sha sect seeks? Most likely, Ye Kaishan confirmed, continuing. Based on my observation, this cauldron may well be a damaged immortal artifact struck by some force and reduced to this state. Immortal artifact. Yi Fan gasped, staring at the small cauldron in disbelief. Could the very pot he used for cooking meat when he was hungry actually be an immortal artifact? Father, perhaps I should give you the small cauldron. Yi Fan suddenly said, feeling that he lacked the ability to control such an item. Hearing this, Ye Kaishan paused for a moment, then smiled with gratification. If it has chosen you, there must be its reasons. How could I take what belongs to you? Keep it safe yourself. Do not reveal it to outsiders under any circumstances. He continued his admonitions. Yi Fan nodded, firmly imprinting every word into his heart. Oh, by the way, you are no longer young. It is time for you to marry and start a family. Ye Kaishan changed the subject with a smile. Many of his children had married and had offspring after coming of age, but a few troublemakers remained unmarried. Yi Fan was among them. Yi Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. Wherever he went, he could almost always run into relatives from the Yi family. This was especially true at the Yunlan sect, where he kept encountering his young mothers. No matter where he went, he received special treatment. If he mentioned his name, people would greet him with smiles. He could not experience even a hint of the danger and thrill that true tempering should bring. Father, I should focus on cultivation for now. I am not ready to start a family yet. Very well. You are grown now and have your own plans. I respect your decision. Ye Kaishan was open-minded and did not press the matter further. He then passed down the soul-nourishing technique along with several lower-level cultivation methods to Ye Fan. At his current cultivation level, he could not master advanced techniques anyway. As for the crimson flame blood-burning art that consumed one's lifespan, he had no intention of teaching it. Ye Kaishan's lifespan was practically endless, easily lasting thousands of years. But his descendants did not share such longevity. One careless move with those techniques would burn through their remaining years in an instant. Next, Ye Kaishan established a department dedicated to cultivation techniques. They made available various foundational methods for clan members to practice. These included not only his own techniques, but also some acquired from other sources. A month later, after Ye Fan departed for his training journey, Ye Kaishan entered the secret chamber to meet with the celebrated artist Yao Xing. What is your decision? If you find 100 too many, then bear 10 first. Let me tell you the truth. Ji-in, who suffered the same fate as you, gave birth to 100 without sparring any. Hearing this tempting voice, Yao Xing, still fuming with anger, suddenly thought this deal seemed rather favorable. Others were required to bear 100 children, while she only needed 10. This wasn't just a winning proposition, it was an absolute gain. So she cautiously asked, if I bear 10 children, you will let me go? Of course. Ye Kaishan nodded emphatically. Yao Xing fell silent. Under his relentless pressure, she finally began to relent. In truth, when she considered it, throughout the entire 7 kingdoms, it would be difficult to find a man as exceptional as Ye Kaishan. He was a golden core ancestor, a master alchemist, and equally skilled in formation arrays. With his core formation cultivation, he had suppressed nascent soul experts. Setting aside everything else, Yao Xing felt deep down that he was genuinely a charismatic man. Especially after spending time together during these past days, he seemed less difficult to accept than she had initially feared. Ye Kaishan raised his hand and tapped, dissolving the restriction. However, the magical seal binding Yao Xing's powers remained intact. Otherwise, if a nascent soul cultivator went into a rampage, the entire Ye family would suffer. Yao Xing collapsed onto the floor, taking some time to regain her composure. Half a month later, the Ye family decorated their premises with lanterns and banners. The patriarch was taking another concubine once again. When everyone learned that the woman was a nascent soul cultivator, they were utterly astonished. With this, won't the Ye family have a nascent soul ancestor guarding them? A nascent soul ancestor. 2. Don't forget that the Ye family patriarch can suppress nascent soul experts. The patriarch is incredible. He has even subdued a nascent soul ancestor from the demon sect. Those who heard the news marveled in amazement, calling it a strategic approach to securing alliances, turning enemies into allies. This was an extraordinary level of wisdom. How did he do it? I want to learn this. An elder from a cultivation family slapped his thigh in enthusiasm. He was eager to advance. If he could also marry a concubine of higher cultivation, there would be no reason his family could not flourish. Not just him. Even Li Fengtian, upon hearing this news, wanted to bring gifts and seek instruction from Ye Kaishan. If he could marry several nascent soul female cultivators, Yen State would have risen to prominence long ago. Father, what will become of us if this continues? The crown prince also wanted to seek discipleship, but feared the Ye family would threaten Yen State's royal position. He was already designated as the next ruler, and he worried the throne might pass to another before he could inherit it. Li Fengtian fell silent for a moment, then waved his hand decisively. Someone go invite the eldest princess immediately. Father, this won't solve our problems, the crown prince urged anxiously. What use was offering a princess in marriage when they could simply take a wife faster? Then what do you suggest? Do you have a better plan? Li Fengtian demanded with raised brows. The crown prince choked on his words, realizing after careful thought that he truly had no alternative. The Ye family had grown too powerful to challenge their strength, rivaling even the immortal sects. Moreover, their network of connections ran deep. At least 2 of the 4 great immortal sects maintained close ties with them. Within Yen State's borders, numerous prominent cultivation families had intermarried with the Ye family. If conflict arose, he doubted these families would truly side with the royal court. After careful consideration, the crown prince drew in a sharp breath. Without realizing it, the Ye family's influence had grown so vast. Through marriage alliances alone, they had forged close ties with every major cultivation clan, without shedding a single drop of blood. Could this be the patriarch's true strategy? The crown prince suddenly understood that this was the real purpose behind the Ye family patriarch's actions. From start to finish, the patriarch never raised a weapon against him, yet through marriage alliances alone, he had encircled the royal family. By the time one realized what had happened, everyone surrounding him belonged to the Ye family. For now, I must stabilize the current situation. When time permits, I will visit the Ding Ding sect, Li Fengtian said with a grave expression after a moment of contemplation. By now the wedding feast at the Ye family was drawing to a close. That night, after seeing off his guests, Ye Kaishan pushed open the bridal chamber door. Yao Xing, seated by the bed, trembled slightly. This approaching moment filled her with fear. Yet beneath that fear she sensed an unexpected hope stirring within her. She felt herself growing ill, harboring emotions that she knew she should not possess. "Wife, it is time to rest." Ye Kaishan extinguished the candlelight and slowly approached the bedside. What followed was an unforgettable period. For many consecutive days Ye Kaishan devoted himself entirely to Yaoxing, knowing that the higher one's cultivation level the more difficult it becomes to bear children. He could not afford to be idle. Every drop of effort would nourish the seeds of hope. Heaven rewards those who strive. 6 months later, on an ordinary day, Yaoxing suddenly felt a faint pulse of life within her womb. In that instant, her face miraculously softened with the radiance of maternal love. "Ye Kaishan, I'm with child," Yaoxing told him, her expression filled with conflicting emotions. Over the course of half a year, she had unknowingly begun to accept this man. Yaoxing also discovered something peculiar. After her intimate exchanges with Ye Kaishan, her physical constitution seemed to have undergone a transformation, becoming remarkably enhanced. Thus, from her initial resistance, she gradually came to embrace it. Everything had shifted imperceptibly. Upon learning of Yaoxing's pregnancy, Ye Kaishan was overjoyed. "Your womb is truly extraordinary, having consumed half a year of my effort," he teased with a smile, gently stroking Yaoxing's belly. "Oomph." The demoness turned away with a proud huff, grinding her sharp silver teeth. During these 6 months, Ye Kaishan's grandchildren had exceeded 300, and he received rewards including pills and various materials. Shortly after, his offspring surpassed the milestone of 1,000. Congratulations to the host. Offspring have exceeded 1000. Family scale upgraded. Rewards: Divine Sense, Spirit Communication, 4th grade Spirit Beast Cub, 20 years of cultivation experience, 20 years of artifact refining experience, 500 superior spirit stones. Incredible. The rewards from bearing children oneself are far more generous. Upon seeing the rewards, Ye Kaishan's face lit with delight, feeling the rewards from descendants were incomparably inferior by comparison. Divine Sense Spirit Communication is a secret technique that allows one's divine sense to attach to objects or spirit beasts, enabling full control as if they were extensions of oneself. The extent of control correlates with the strength of one's spiritual soul. In this aspect, Ye Kaishan was exceptionally adept. Though only at the core formation stage, his divine sense had long rivaled that of a nascent soul stage. The 4th grade Spirit Beast Cub, the dual pupil spirit fox, skilled in illusions, possessing astonishing talent in pupil techniques. Ye Kaishan's mind stirred, releasing the dual pupil spirit fox. A snow-white ball of light descended to the ground before him, and a white fox merely the size of a palm appeared. So tiny. Ye Kaishan was stunned. This was the complete opposite extreme compared to silver lightning. One enormous, one minuscule. However, spirit beasts are not judged by size. When the dual pupil spirit fox matures, a single gaze can subdue 3rd grade spirit beasts. The moment the dual pupil spirit fox appeared, it recognized Ye Kaishan as its master. It hopped onto his palm, affectionately nuzzling against his thumb. "How amusing." Ye Kaishan laughed. This creature was like a miniature hound. After playing with it for a while, the little thing grew hungry. He produced some spirit fruits for the dual pupil spirit fox and let it eat to one side. With Ye Kaishan's offspring exceeding 1,000 plus 300 grandchildren and his concubines, the Ye family clan had surpassed 1,500 members. Including servants, laborers, and guards, the total population exceeded 5,000. Though the number of grandchildren was not large, his descendants were working diligently. Once more of them matured, they would enter a period of rapid growth. Otherwise, if 1,000 offspring couldn't outpace him in reproduction, they would be far too lacking in ambition. He must urge them on. Ye Kaishan entered the secret chamber to practice the Divine Sense Spirit Communication technique. Although this secret technique sounded unremarkable, it was absolutely one that could achieve extraordinary effects. He needed to cultivate it thoroughly. He first absorbed the rewarded cultivation experience. After absorption, he was merely one step away from reaching the peak of core formation. Next, he devoted himself entirely to cultivating Divine Sense Spirit Communication. This cultivation lasted half a year. However, Ye Kaishan did not remain sequestered in the chamber the entire time. He emerged for necessary activities as required. Over 6 months, he finally achieved preliminary mastery of the Divine Sense Spirit Communication technique. Feeling sufficiently prepared, Ye Kaishan decided that bearing children was the most urgent matter. Subsequently, he refined the Red Lotus Demon Fire rewarded by the system, and after several attempts successfully forged a Huang-grade spirit sword. He then selected clan members with talent in artifact refining and assigned them to handle refining, establishing commercial shops. Once artifact refinement was mastered, not only would wealth flow abundantly, but it would also be exceptionally important for enhancing the clan's overall strength. At equivalent power levels, the grade of spirit artifacts often played a decisive role. He intended for every Ye family member to wield the finest spirit artifacts. Having arranged the artifact refining affairs, Ye Kaishan resumed taking concubines. Since marrying a nascent soul ancestor, the Ye family's prestige had risen to another level. Many cultivation families felt that the Ye family's rise seemed unstoppable. Seizing the opportunity to build relations had become urgent. The target of his next concubine was not unfamiliar to him. She was Su Ruoyan of the Su family from the imperial capital. This woman had appeared at the Golden Core banquet. With a voluptuous figure and a pair of eloquent expressive eyes, though somewhat mature in age, Ye Kaishan did not mind. After all, she was no older than him. What he valued more was this woman's business talent. Looks and age mattered far less. And so another round of taking concubines began, with invitations raining down across every region. The major families who had just recovered somewhat immediately prepared gifts and rushed over without rest. On the wedding night, Ye Kaishan experienced what could truly be called passion like fire. Su Ruoyan's charm was indeed incomparable to that of an 18-year-old girl. Just after marrying Su Ruoyan, what surprised Ye Kaishan was that the first prince arrived once more. Once again, he came to offer a princess in marriage. This was the eldest princess of Ye Kingdom. This princess had a story. She had once been the betrothed of a valiant and skilled great general. Later, that great general fell in battle, devoured by beasts. The eldest princess was deeply devoted, always dressed in a married woman's style, with hair elegantly pinned up. In truth, she had never married and remained untouched. First prince, why don't you go back and ask how many princesses are left? Please send them all to me at once. Ye Kaishan teased. This eldest princess he had met. She was a refined and elegant beauty. Moreover, her spiritual roots were not poor either. In short, she was worth marrying. Hearing Ye Kaishan's words, the first prince smiled awkwardly. There were many princesses, but few with spiritual roots. Including the eldest princess, Ye Kaishan had already married 3. The Ye Kingdom imperial family was no longer wealthy. I will report the city lord's intentions to the national sovereign. The first prince managed to utter. A month later, Ye Kaishan took the eldest princess as his bride. In truth, during the previous alchemy conference, the eldest princess had already developed favorable feelings toward Ye Kaishan. As Ye Kaishan's reputation grew, those feelings only intensified. On their wedding night, the eldest princess with her elegantly pinned hair finally became his in every sense. Afterward, Ye Kaishan attended to his 2 new brides with care. Just as he was about to take a third concubine, news that shook the 7 kingdoms suddenly spread. The Wolf Nation's sovereign had been decapitated. The kingdom plunged into chaos as various tribes vied for the throne. Hearing this news, Ye Kaishan was instantly stunned. Could it be? Back then he had declared that to redeem Yao Xing, they must bring him the head of the Wolf Nation sovereign. Immediately another piece of news arrived, confirming Ye Kaishan's suspicions. The Mo Sha sect declared they wished to exchange hostages with the Ye family ancestor. Upon learning this news, Ye Kaishan could not contain himself. Are these people idiots? This person actually wanted to exchange a dead wolf's head for my concubine. Time has changed. The former captive has long become Ye Kaishan's concubine. She is already several months pregnant. At this moment, the demon spirit sect wants him to hand over Yao Xing. This is simply impossible. In truth, Ye Kaishan never expected that his casual remark to sow discord would actually work. He never took it seriously. Yet the demon spirit sect actually beheaded the Wolf Nation lord. Brother, I was just joking. Upon receiving this news, Yao Xing rushed over with her swollen belly, her expression grave. Ye Kaishan, what do you plan to do? The demon spirit sect master has probably emerged from seclusion. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. If that old demon saw her like this, carrying a big belly with the enemy's child, wouldn't he rage himself to death on the spot? Originally, Yao Xing was the personal disciple of the demon spirit sect master, raised to become his daughter-in-law, prepared to marry his son Chaoong in the future. But Chaoong had been sliced in 2 by Ye Kaishan's sword, and he had turned around to marry the man's unwed bride. The Chao family never imagined they would end up like this. Yao Xing could already imagine the demon spirit sect master's fury upon learning all this. The old demon came out rather early. But there's no way I'm handing you over. Ye Kaishan spoke with unwavering resolve. Hearing such firm determination, an unexpected wave of emotion surged in Yao Xing's heart. However, this sentiment did not last long before being shattered by Ye Kaishan's following words. You promised to bear me 10 children, and not even one has been born yet. You scoundrel. Yao Xing gritted her teeth, wanting nothing more than to bite him. At this critical moment, he was still obsessing over having children. By the way, how did this old demon treat you? You wouldn't betray me, would you? Ye Kaishan suddenly asked, eyeing the demon woman with scrutiny. The hearts of demon cultivators are unpredictable. He must be cautious. Upon hearing this, a flash of hatred flickered in Yao Xing's eyes before quickly returning to calm. When I was young, my clan was exterminated. It was Chao Wanxia who rescued me. It was only later that I learned. Every single one of my clan, nearly 100 people, was killed by him. She spoke with chilling tranquility, as if recounting something utterly unrelated to herself. Yet Ye Kaishan could still sense an bone-penetrating chill emanating from her words. A family's destruction by their enemy, yet for a long time she regarded that very enemy as her benefactor. This would shatter anyone's sanity. Rest assured I will help you avenge this wrong. But after revenge you must bear me 100 children as repayment. Ye Kaishan spoke as if jesting, unable to resist bringing up children once again. Yao Xing's teeth ached with frustration. Why couldn't this man say something remotely touching? He always had to add a remark about having children. Chao Wanxia was at nascent soul perfection long ago. When he emerges this time he'll be at least at the greater perfection stage. You may have defeated me by chance, but you are absolutely no match for him. Yao Xing warned him, still convinced that Ye Kaishan had defeated her merely by luck. Hearing this, Ye Kaishan couldn't help but laugh. You speak reason. However, I am no longer the same person I was. With these words, Ye Kaishan slightly revealed a trace of his aura. Yao Xing's expression froze, staring at Ye Kaishan in astonishment. You've already reached golden core perfection. Wrong. It is golden core perfection. Ye Kaishan corrected her. Not long ago his cultivation had finally reached perfection. Upon hearing his affirmative answer, waves surged in Yao Xing's heart. The last time she clashed with Ye Kaishan this fellow was only at the mid-golden core stage. To think that in merely 2 or 3 years he had broken through to golden core perfection. What an absurd cultivation speed. Even the chi refining stage wasn't this fast. And what was even more important, according to her knowledge, during these 2 or 3 years Ye Kaishan was either taking concubines, or preparing to take concubines, or waiting for his concubines to give birth. Most of his time was wasted on these matters. With such a laid-back attitude, how could he possibly progress so rapidly? Are you a reincarnated immortal? Had Yao Xing not had intimate exchanges with Ye Kaishan, she would truly suspect this man was secretly cultivating some yin-draining, yang-supplementing demonic art. Don't get too cocky. Even at golden core perfection, there is still an entire major realm between you and him. Yao Xing calmed her churning emotions and spoke defiantly, unable to stand Ye Kaishan's smug expression. Are you worried about me? Ye Kaishan smiled. Umph. The demon woman turned her head away, acting proud and aloof. Yet Ye Kaishan simply pulled her into his embrace. Who do you think you're putting on airs with? Nevertheless, Ye Kaishan did not take the situation lightly. As Yao Xing had said, the old demon was a full major realm above him, not someone easily dealt with. Minor breakthroughs are easy, but crossing major realms is difficult. If he were now at the early nascent soul stage, the situation would be entirely different. However, Ye Kaishan had just reached perfection, and breaking through again so soon would be inadvisable. As for the demon spirit sect's demands, Ye Kaishan naturally would not agree. But he could not simply ignore them either. If he waited passively for disaster, should the old demon suddenly arrive at his doorstep, the entire Ye family would be doomed. A nascent soul perfection cultivator lurking in the shadows was like a time bomb. Once detonated, it would bring catastrophic devastation. Therefore, he had to find a way to eliminate this hidden danger. Meanwhile, outside, the news of the Wolf Nation Lord's execution had stirred up waves of commotion. This is getting interesting. That nascent soul demon woman has been married by Ye Patriarch, probably already with child. How are they supposed to return her? Buy one get one free. Demon Spirit Sect is making a killing. The old demon who once swept through Yin Kingdom in a tempest of blood and carnage. Is he about to make a comeback? Pity his former opponents are no longer of this world. Someone sighed, sensing the gravity of the situation. To suppress Chao Wanxia back, then the old sect master of Cloud Surge Sect had perished. The nascent soul great cultivator of 100 Flowers Sect was also gravely wounded in that battle and passed away shortly after. And now not only is the old demon still alive, but apparently he has grown even stronger. Wasn't this a disaster? In the Yin Kingdom royal capital, Li Fengtian sat on his throne with a grim expression, anxious and uneasy, fearing the old demon would come behead him too. Originally, the death of his arch-rival, the Wolf Nation Lord, should have been a cause for celebration. But he couldn't feel happy at all. He only sensed an enormous crisis closing in around him. Unfortunately, the old demon did not fancy taking concubines, so he couldn't use a princess to appease him. However, at this critical moment, a disturbance emerged from Cloud Surge Sect. Brilliant rosy clouds blotted out the skies above Cloud Surge Sect, while terrifying waves of energy rippled in all directions. This was the celestial phenomenon that accompanied a nascent soul breakthrough. At this moment, after years of effort and exploration, Yang Menghua had finally taken the crucial step. She had finally broken through to nascent soul. This was undoubtedly a shot in the arm. Upon hearing the news, the cultivators of Yin Kingdom felt a glimmer of hope dawning. In the Yi family residence, upon learning of Yang Menghua's breakthrough, Ye Kaishan was genuinely astonished. This woman is quite impressive. She achieved nascent soul all on her own, without my intervention. Ye Kaishan nodded with evident satisfaction. Ye Kaishan sighed, remarking that although Yang Menghua and Yin Shuatian came from the same sect, the gap in their cultivation was quite significant. Shortly after, Ye Kaishan and Yin Shuatian immediately set off for Yunlin sect. Yang Menghua's breakthrough to nascent soul at this critical moment was nothing short of a timely grace. Upon arriving at Yunlan's sect, Ye Kaishan soon caught sight of Yang Menghua. This woman still wore loose Taoist robes, yet her aura had grown even more transcendent. At this time, Yunlan's sect was bustling with activity, with representatives dispatched from the other three immortal sects and the Yin Kingdom royal family, celebrating Yang Menghua's nascent soul formation. This was a momentous occasion. Master Yi, it has been a long time. At that moment, a clear and pure voice rang out from behind Ye Kaishan. Fairy Yao Xiao of the medicinal herbs arrived and immediately spotted Ye Kaishan offering a greeting. She did not know many people well, but Ye Kaishan was one of them. From the previous alchemy conference, Ye Kaishan's outstanding performance, masterful technique, and refined demeanor had all won Yao Xiao's fond regard. In her eyes, Ye Kaishan was like a kindred spirit, a fellow traveler on the same path. Fairy Yao, you have come as well. Ye Kaishan gazed at the approaching Yao Xiao with a warm smile, while elder Dan Yangzi walked beside her. The young woman resembled a herb-gathering maiden descended from the heavens, pure and ethereal, radiating extraordinary spiritual essence from head to toe. The two exchanged pleasantries with ease, finding much to discuss. Ye Kaishan warmly invited her to visit the Yi family estate, which Yao Xiao graciously accepted. Master Yi, would you mind if this old man joins you as well? Dan Yangzi shamelessly inserted himself into the invitation, as Ye Kaishan had not originally asked him. You are always welcome. As the saying goes, one does not strike away a friendly gesture, and Ye Kaishan did not refuse. This old man had been thoroughly captivated by his charm. There was no reasoning with him. Before long, the celebration concluded. The congratulatory guests gradually departed, leaving only the core elders of Yunlan sect present. Senior Sister Sect Master, have you heard? The old demon of Demon Sha sect has emerged from seclusion. Yen Shuetian spoke first, for among the four great immortal sects, the old demon was also their enemy. I am already aware. Yang Menghua nodded slightly, her face grave. She then fixed her gaze upon Ye Kaishan. Elder Yi, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Ye Kaishan immediately spoke without a hint of hesitation. Rather than sitting idle and awaiting destruction, we should take the initiative and strike first. Take the initiative? Against us alone. Yang Menghua paused, taken aback by Ye Kaishan's forthrightness. Even her own master had perished at the hands of the old demon. As for herself, newly entered into nascent soul, what chance did they stand? Even if Ye Kaishan possessed the combat prowess of a nascent soul expert, he likely could not match the old demon. Just then, a disciple requested an audience, bringing the latest news. Demon Sha sect has already seized Tianling Kingdom and renamed it Mozhua Kingdom, and has begun launching attacks upon other nations. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the Great Hall fell momentarily stunned. What does Demon Sha sect intend? Do they wish to annex all 7 kingdoms? Elder LV Xian's face showed utter astonishment. The old demon's ambition is far too vast. Yang Menghua's expression grew grave. I fear there is someone supporting them from behind. Ye Kaishan remarked, thinking of that mysterious figure. The 7 kingdoms lay in a corner of Lizhou, bordered by sea on 3 sides and backed by the boundless ocean. Traveling inland past the 7 kingdoms led to the Tianluo wasteland. This wasteland was extraordinarily vast, containing desert swamps and every manner of demonic beasts and monsters. Not only mortals, but even Qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators would find crossing the wasteland as difficult as ascending to heaven. Beyond the wasteland lay the true heart of Lizhou. Due to the barrier of the Tianluo wasteland and the barrenness of the 7 kingdoms, outsiders rarely disturbed them, granting them a measure of peace. The 7 nations were Yin Kingdom, Tianlang Kingdom, Wu Kingdom, Tianshui Kingdom, Baishou Kingdom, Linyuan Kingdom, and Baiwei Kingdom. Among them, Baiwei Kingdom, also known as the Woman's Kingdom, was the strongest of the 7. This nation carried considerable lineage, being a vassal state of the Yinmun dynasty on the far side of the Tianluo wasteland. The ruler of this nation hailed directly from the Yinmun dynasty's royal bloodline. However, as time passed and the distance from the dynasty grew, ever greater governance became increasingly difficult. Gradually, Baiwei Kingdom had grown complacent, drifting through each day without purpose. Yet if Demon Sha sect sought to annex the 7 kingdoms, it would amount to provoking the Yinmun dynasty itself. Even Demon Sha sect remained insignificant before the might of the dynasty. Thus the answer was clear. The mysterious figure behind Demon Sha sect possessed tremendous backing, harboring no fear of the dynasty at all. If Demon Sha sect dares to do this, then it becomes rather simple, Yin Shuetian said with bright eyes, a smile on her lips. Baiwei Kingdom has more than one nascent soul powerhouse. Dealing with a single old demon should not prove difficult. So you are saying Demon Sha sect is courting death? The elders in the Great Hall laughed, feeling considerably relieved. Regardless, we must monitor Demon Sha sect's movements closely for now, Yang Menghua said solemnly, then waved her hand, signaling the other elders to depart, leaving only Ye Kaishan and Yen Shuetian. After a brief silence, she slowly spoke, her gaze fixed upon Ye Kaishan. Elder Yi, I hear you have taken many concubines recently. With so much to attend to, I imagine your cultivation has suffered, has it not? Even during her seclusion, it had not affected her awareness of affairs, as she had learned of the recent major events. Ye Kaishan had taken concubines one after another, hardly ever pausing. Without exaggeration, he was almost entirely immersed in the pleasures of the boudoir. In this manner, he inevitably had no time for cultivation. Ye Kaishan possessed the sole golden core not only in Yin Kingdom, but across all 7 nations. With such extraordinary talent, to squander it thus was truly wasteful. Therefore Yang Menghua felt it necessary to urge Ye Kaishan to encourage him to devote more energy to his cultivation. Sect Master, in truth, I have not fallen behind in my cultivation. Ye Kaishan once again revealed his cultivation base, unleashing the formidable pressure of golden core perfection. Feeling this aura, Yang Menghua's pupils contracted slightly. You have already reached golden core perfection, she exclaimed, her words brimming with disbelief. The speed of his advancement was simply outrageous. Indulging in concubines and children all day, yet achieving such rapid progress. Could it truly be, as Yin Shuetian had said, that only by following one's heart could one advance, without obstacles surging forward with every step? For a moment Yang Menghua found herself questioning everything she knew. The speed of Ye Kaishan's cultivation was something she had deeply experienced firsthand, shattering her understanding of the world. It was truly inhuman. Remembering this, and embarrassed to lose face, Yang Menghua forced herself to remain composed as she advised. Well, if you had devoted more of your energy to cultivation, you would likely have already stepped into nascent soul. The future of the 7 kingdoms will not be peaceful. Return and cultivate diligently to strengthen yourselves. Then we shall take our leave first. Ye Kaishan pulled Yin Shuetian along, waved, and departed. As soon as they exited the great hall, they spotted Elder LV Xian standing at the doorway, appearing utterly unruffled. Seeing Ye Kaishan emerge, she immediately walked over. Elder Yi, last time at Giant Elephant Sect, I owe you my gratitude. I have not yet thanked you properly. It was a trivial matter, nothing worth mentioning. We were about to return. If Elder LV has no pressing matters, would you like to accompany us to stroll through Qingyun City? Ye Kaishan smiled, extending the invitation straightforwardly. That is exactly what I had in mind. In response to Ye Kaishan's invitation, LV Xian agreed, without hesitation. Recently she had encountered a cultivation bottleneck, and perhaps venturing out might provide some enlightenment. Let's go. Ye Kaishan led the 2 women away from Yunmon's sect. His standards had risen considerably. He no longer bothered with ordinary female cultivators. LV Xian was a formation completion cultivator after all. If he could bring her back to the Yi family, they would gain another formation completion cultivator, drawing them closer to becoming a grade 8 cultivation clan. Learning that LV Xian had left with Ye Kaishan, Yang Menghua could only pinch her brow in frustration. It seemed her earlier advice had fallen on deaf ears. The fellow remained unchanged in character, yet his ambitions had grown bolder. His sights now set on elders, while ordinary disciples no longer satisfied him. Yet Yang Menghua remained confident in LV Xian's resolve. A cultivation fanatic second only to herself would never be swayed by Ye Kaishan's tricks. Upon returning to Qingyun City, Ye Kaishan had Yin Shuetian accompany LV Xian on a tour of the Yi clan's grandeur. Meanwhile, he summoned Yao Xiao and Dan Yangzi to discuss the art of alchemy. Fairy Yao, have you ever refined a paying pill? Ye Kaishan suddenly inquired during their discussion. Once one achieved perfection at the formation completion stage, the paying pill required for breaking through to the nascent soul became the next consideration. This pill, like the foundation establishment pill and Jiyuan pill, was a spiritual medicine essential for major realm breakthroughs. Ye Kaishan planned to refine it himself, hoping that exchanging insights with Yao Xiao would spare him considerable detours. It wasn't that he lacked the ability to refine it. This approach would simply be more efficient. I've never refined a paying pill myself, but I once witnessed the sect master do so, and I gained some experience from observing. Yao Xiao stated with complete sincerity. The paying pill was reserved for advancing to the nascent soul stage, yet across the entire Flame Kingdom few had actually reached nascent soul cultivation, so such pills were rarely refined. Still, one could learn from observation even without direct experience. Yao Xiao shared everything she knew without any reservation. After listening, Ye Kaishan gained considerable insight and felt more confident. Fellow Taoist Yi, if you need a paying pill, I can ask the sect master to refine one for you. Yao Xiao offered helpfully. Though Ye Kaishan's alchemy skills were formidable, she doubted he could successfully refine a paying pill on his own. Moreover, the spiritual herbs required for this pill were extremely costly, and any failure would result in complete waste. No need to trouble you. Let me attempt it first. Ye Kaishan smiled. Had it been before, he truly couldn't have refined the paying pill, but with all the alchemy experience he'd recently acquired, there was no reason he shouldn't succeed. In the following days, Ye Kaishan showed Yao Xiao around his family's spirit fields. The 4 great immortal sects all maintained their own spirit fields, so this was hardly a secret. Yao Xiao had a deep affection for spiritual plants. Upon seeing the spirit field's suboptimal conditions, she immediately set to work tending them. Ye Kaishan stood nearby, sighing at the considerable commotion she was creating. It would be wonderful to have a capable helpmate like Fairy Yao. Hearing this, Yao Xiao, who had been crouching while tending the spirit plants, felt her pale cheeks flush slightly. Shortly after, she discovered the lifespan fruit tree, and an expression of astonishment immediately crossed her face. This is a earth-rank spiritual plant. As one with a Yao Ling physique, powerful spiritual medicines could accelerate her growth, bringing numerous benefits. Likewise, under her care, the spiritual medicines would flourish as well. They complemented each other perfectly. If you enjoy this place, you're welcome to visit often. Consider it your second home. Ye Kaishan understood the value of the Yao Ling physique, so he readily invoked the concept of a second home. After all, if he couldn't offer every female cultivator under heaven a home, the least he could do was provide a second one. He would decide based on circumstances. Yao Xiao nodded, her face wearing a pleased smile. Thus, for a considerable time to come, the Yi clan's spirit fields gained an additional unpaid worker. Meanwhile, accompanied by Yanshui Tian, elder LV Xian broadened her horizons considerably. In the Yi household, it turned out pills could be consumed as meals and spirit stones used as beds for sleeping. Nearly all the former female disciples of Yunlan sect had reached foundation establishment. Their cultivation levels grew higher and higher, especially Rin Tinglin, who had already achieved formation completion. This was someone who had once struggled even to reach foundation establishment. At that moment, Elder LV Xian felt deeply shaken, as if a door to an entirely new world had opened before her. If she stayed here, would there even be such a thing as a bottleneck? Cultivation fanatics harbored an almost obsessive passion for spiritual advancement, willing to abandon much for its pursuit. She was swayed. Several days later, however, LV Xian felt that staying any longer would be shameless. She pretended to take her leave, though her heart was reluctant. This little scheme was immediately transparent to Ye Kaishan. As LV Xian was about to turn and leave, he called out to her. There are many paths of cultivation. If possible, I hope you would join this family. This was essentially a confession, though expressed rather obliquely. One couldn't simply offer someone a home right away. Sometimes subtlety was required. LV Xian's delicate form trembled, and ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to leave. However, certain necessary formalities couldn't be omitted. Ye Kaishan told her to return first, and that he would come to marry her. LV Xian departed happily. However, just as Ye Kaishan was about to embark on a new round of taking concubines, that very day the Jinbei city of the Flame Kingdom fell. The concubine taking ceremony could only be postponed for the time being. The fall of Jinbei city came with startling suddenness, utterly without warning. Only through subsequent reports did they learn that the Mo Sha sect had not only conquered Jinbei city, but had also devastated the neighboring Baishou kingdom connected to Tianling kingdom. The Beast King was decapitated overnight, and countless fierce beasts ran amok. In an instant, the surrounding kingdoms plunged into a state of dire crisis. Consequently, several major nations decided to dispatch forces to encircle and eliminate the Mo Sha sect. The Daughter's Kingdom took the lead with 5 major powers: Flame Kingdom, Linyuan Kingdom, Tianshui Kingdom, and others, sending their strongest cultivators. In this expedition, the Flame Kingdom's contingent consisted of the 4 great immortal sects along with the Flame Kingdom royal family. Yang Minghua, who had just broken through to nascent soul, served as the leader, while everyone else was a formation completion cultivator. To protect his beloved concubine's master, Yi naturally couldn't afford to be left behind. He promptly made preparations, took along the dual pupil spirit fox, and hurried to Yunlan's sect to join the others. The little fox was after all a 4th-rank spirit beast cub, and against chaotic beast hordes it would surely prove useful. Soon he arrived at Yunlan's sect, where Yang Minghua and the others were already waiting at the mountain gate. Everyone, I apologize for being late. To reach our destination faster, why not ride my bird? Ye Kaishan waved and said loudly. The current silver lightning had grown considerably larger than before, and carrying 10 or 20 people posed no problem at all. No sooner had he spoken than Elder LV Xian was the first to leap onto the bird's back, standing beside Ye Kaishan. Witnessing this, Yang Minghua raised an eyebrow. Could Elder LV Xian have already? Impossible. Elder LV Xian is straightforward and single-minded. She tried to reassure herself. Sect Master, don't dawdle. Come aboard. Ye Kaishan gestured enthusiastically. A group of elders stood behind him, leaving only Yang Minghua still on the ground. Ye Kaishan's group arrived at the giant elephant sect, first waiting for representatives from the other sects. Beizhuang City had already fallen into the hands of the Mo Sha sect, where demon beasts ran rampant. It was said that even Li Fengxian and members of certain cultivator families had been taken captive. If Ye Kaishan's guess was correct, there were relatives of the Yi family among them. He remembered clearly that 2 of his concubines had come from cultivator families in Beizhuang City. As for the arrival of the Yunlan sect delegation, Tu Gang was overwhelmingly enthusiastic, though his warmth was reserved solely for Ye Kaishan. His own life was in their hands, so Tu Gang naturally needed to make a favorable impression. City Lord Yi, please come inside. I have prepared the finest immortal tea for you. Tu Gang eagerly led the way, treating the other fellow cultivators as though they were heir. The other female cultivators were accustomed to such behavior, but Yang Menghua looked thoroughly bewildered, wondering which one of them was actually the sect leader. Why don't you just take over as the sect leader of Yunlan's sect? And so Ye Kaishan sat comfortably upon the master's throne of the giant elephant sect, sipping tea and waiting for the other cultivators to arrive. 2 days later, delegations from the 100-Flower sect, the Danding sect, and the royal family arrived in succession. Each had sent more than half of their strongest cultivators. Among the 100-Flower sect delegation, Ye Kaishan was surprised to catch sight of Mi Yao. She stood there noble and graceful, her aura exceptionally striking. Sect leader Mi Yao, you've come as well. Ye Kaishan greeted with a smile, somewhat surprised that Mi Yao had personally taken part. Master Yi, it has been some time. Given the gravity of this matter, how could I possibly stay away? Mi Yao walked over and struck up a familiar conversation. But when she noticed the double-pupiled spirit fox in Ye Kaishan's embrace, her eyes sparkled with delight. Such an adorable creature. Iligo, let sect leader Mi Yao hold you. Ye Kaishan gently patted the little fox's head and smiled. Mi Yao's face lit up with a charming smile, and the female cultivators of the 100-Flower sect gathered around, cooing over the double-pupiled spirit fox. Just as they were thoroughly enjoying themselves, Ye Kaishan cheekily snatched the fox back, drawing a chorus of playful protests from the women. One man mingling freely with many women made for a lively scene. The male cultivators nearby were utterly dumbfounded, thinking that no wonder Master Yi had taken so many concubines. There were reasons for it. It was intimately connected to his long-standing social cultivation. The crown prince and the third prince of Yin State, along with other nobility, wore expressions of deep admiration, barely resisting the urge to pull out notebooks and take notes. Mi Yao, sect leader of the 100-Flower sect, was of such lofty status that she treated even their imperial father with cold indifference. Yet ever since meeting Ye Kaishan, the smile on her face had not once faded. Such a scene could hardly be witnessed by many in all of Yin State. Once everyone had assembled, they immediately set out for Beizhuang City. The 5 major nations formed a pincer movement determined to root out the Mo Sha sect completely. Upon reaching the outskirts of Beizhuang City, Ye Kaishan extended his divine sense, surveying the entire city in an instant. Ruins everywhere, columns of smoke, collapsed houses, and streaks of dried blood. It was as though an earthquake of immense magnitude had struck. Some demonic cultivators and demon beasts still roamed the city, searching for surviving human cultivators. A once prosperous town had instantly become a living hell. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. A pack of beasts. Yang Menghua gritted her teeth, her face brimming with murderous intent. Charge in. Mi Yao also spoke, coldly provoked by the devastation before her. The next moment, everyone mounted their swords and flew into the city, engaging the demonic cultivators in fierce combat. However, there were not many elite fighters here. Only demonic cultivators at the Qi condensation and foundation establishment stages, none reaching core formation. Clearly, the Mo Sha sect's elite forces had already retreated, striking swiftly and vanishing. No sign of Li Fengxian and the others could be found in the city. Ye Kaishan captured a demonic cultivator for interrogation and learned that they had already been taken to the capital of Tianlang State. They're deliberately luring us somewhere, Ye Kaishan said slowly. The opponent's intention was now quite clear. Then what should we do? Should we deliberate more? Dan Yangzi asked, clearly deferring to Ye Kaishan's judgment. Both sect leaders Yang Menghua and Mi Yao turned to him, awaiting his opinion. The crown prince had originally wanted to voice his own thoughts, but seeing the situation, he swallowed his words. In that case, let's turn their own scheme against them. Ye Kaishan smiled faintly. Regardless, he had to eliminate the patriarch of the Mo Sha sect, or he would never find peace. Turn their scheme against them. That seems far too dangerous. What if we fall into an ambush? Mi Yao pressed. It's fine. Contact the other 4 nations and rush to the Tianlang capital together. With so many powerful cultivators combined, are we truly afraid of the Mo Sha sect? Ye Kaishan said calmly. He did not know whether the other 4 nations had also been drawn into the Mo Sha sect's trap. Regardless, dragging them all into it together meant more strength. Numbers were an advantage. Then that's the plan. As long as Chao Wanxia lives, Yin State will never know peace. Even if there is an ambush, we must face it head-on, Yang Menghua said, coldly agreeing with Ye Kaishan's proposal. She wanted to kill the old demon more than anyone to avenge her master. With Ye Kaishan and Yang Menghua's approval, no one else had further objections. And so the group flew past the border of Yin State, pressing deeper into Tianlang State. Meanwhile, Yang Menghua contacted powerful cultivators from other nations along the way. Though they were not from the same country as the sect leader of Yunlan's sect, she had her connections. Among the 7 nations, the immortal sects mostly knew one another. Half a month later, Ye Kaishan's group finally reached the center of Tianlang State. At the same time, the forces of the other 4 nations, having received word from Yang Menghua, were hurrying toward them. They concealed themselves in a nearby mountain range, waiting to act together once everyone had assembled. A few days later, the contingent from Wu State arrived first. Wu State had previously harbored ambiguous ties with the Mo Sha sect, but after Ye Kaishan captured the demoness, Wu State suddenly realized the situation was amiss and promptly distanced itself. Eventually, the matter was dropped. After all, one could hardly punish an entire nation unless it had committed unforgivable sins that drew the other 6 nations to launch a joint crusade. Fellow Taoist, we apologize for arriving late. Wu State had sent over a dozen cultivators, all at minimum core formation. Their leader, a woman, had already reached the nascent soul stage. She was tall and striking, fully 8 feet in height, with powerfully proportioned legs that drew particular attention. Her name was Jean Rui, the goddess of war of Wu State, and the younger sister of the current ruler. Having fought countless battles throughout her life, she had earned extraordinary military merit. Within all of Wu State, her reputation even surpassed that of the ruler. Fellow Taoist Jean, you've arrived at the perfect time, Yang Menghua responded. Jean Rui wore golden battle armor, while Yang Menghua was clad in loose Taoist robes. Different styles, each radiating its own distinct charm. The two exchanged greetings. As core formation cultivators, they were mostly acquainted. No matter which nation, a core formation cultivator was always a top-tier figure. At that moment, Jean Rui's gaze fell upon Ye Kaishan, and she asked hesitantly, "This Taoist brother looks unfamiliar. How should I address you?" Jean Rui called out loudly. She did not recognize Ye Kaishan, but seeing him occupy the main position in the group, she couldn't help but feel curious. "I am Ye Kaishan." Ye Kaishan replied, his gaze fixed on Jean Rui, secretly marveling at her. This woman was exceptionally tall, almost a bit taller than him. Yet despite her towering height, she possessed the golden ratio that every woman envied. It was clear at a glance that this woman had an exceptionally strong physical body, having trained diligently. Perhaps she also possessed a special physique. Immediately, Ye Kaishan examined her discreetly. Suddenly, a blue radiance flew out from above Jean Rui's head. Nascent soul, middle stage, earth grade, spiritual root, special physique, true martial battle body. No wonder this woman is extraordinary in physique. Ye Kaishan's heart trembled. The true martial battle body was a natural combat physique. Those who possessed this physique had bodies far superior to ordinary people, growing stronger with each battle. This also explained why Jean Rui was so tall in stature. What excellent childbearing material. Ye Kaishan thought with admiration, his gaze toward Jean Rui, filled with appreciation. Upon hearing his words, Jean Rui displayed a look of surprise. "Are you Ye Kaishan, the one who captured the demon woman Yao Xing?" She had heard of Ye Kaishan's reputation, but had never seen him in person. "Yes, I am." Ye Kaishan nodded. "Where is the demon woman?" Jean Rui asked. "Well, she can't come out. She's at home completing her nascent soul," Ye Kaishan replied. The cultivators of Wu country exchanged strange glances. The demon woman had long been at the nascent soul stage. What nascent soul was there to complete? There was only one answer. A beast. Rumors had it that this fellow was obsessed with taking concubines, almost fanatically so, and it seemed not an exaggeration at all. The demon woman was clearly a captive, yet he made her bear children. No wonder he didn't dare bring her along. The old demon would have exploded with rage seeing the pregnant demon woman. While they were talking, the teams from Tianshui country and Linyuan country arrived one after another. Their leaders were all nascent soul stage cultivators, the strongest combat forces their nations could muster. The nascent soul cultivator from Tianshui country was named Yin Xiu, a scholar who appeared to be around 30 years old. Linyuan country's representative was an elderly man named Shou Guangyao who appeared somewhat aged, yet had already reached the nascent soul middle stage. Everyone introduced themselves with considerable courtesy. "So you're the golden core ancestor of Yin country. I've long heard of your reputation." Yin Xiu, despite being a nascent soul cultivator, was very courteous and without any airs. He proactively sought to befriend Ye Kaishan. After all, a golden core ancestor breaking through to nascent soul was merely a matter of time. "You're too kind, Taoist Yin." Ye Kaishan clasped his hands in greeting and also got acquainted with the golden core cultivators from Tianshui country. Cultivation couldn't revolve solely around fighting and killing. Connections were equally vital. Half a day later, the delegation from the daughter country finally arrived. A dozen women in perfect uniformity, their forms emanating an otherworldly aura. Each possessed stunning beauty, unique and distinctive like a dazzling display of competing blossoms. The leading woman possessed features of exquisite beauty, no less than Yang Menghua's, appearing in her late 20s with perfectly mature elegance. Her cultivation had reached the nascent soul middle stage. After introductions, Ye Kaishan finally learned of the woman's identity. This woman was named Chu Shiwei, the Grand Elder of the Jade Maiden Palace, the soul sect of the daughter country. Upon her arrival, she immediately began directing their strategy. "If we strike together, even if Chao Wanxia has reached nascent soul perfection, we need not fear him in the slightest." 5 nascent soul cultivators plus dozens of foundation establishment masters. Such a lineup was indeed formidable, though some felt it still insufficient to deal with the old demon. If Chao Wanxia truly has reached nascent soul perfection, victory may not be achieved merely through numbers. Shou Guangyao, the nascent soul cultivator from Linyuan country, spoke. He was deeply calculating and exceedingly cautious. No matter. I have brought the sect protecting treasure. Even if he has reached nascent soul perfection, he remains unthreatening. Chu Shiwei declared loudly, and it was evident she was very confident. Upon hearing this, the others did not argue further and began taking action. The group dispersed, sneaking toward the Celestial Wolf Kingdom's royal palace. I sense the aura of nascent soul perfection. Chao Wanxia is within. Chu Shiwei informed the group. Just as they flew toward the palace, a black shadow silently appeared atop the royal residence. Hands clasped behind his back, he quietly watched the approaching cultivators. His frame was extremely frail and withered, as if a gust of wind could topple him. The wrinkles on his face ran deep and creviced. Even a mosquito flying onto it would stumble and fall. This person was Chao Wanxia. Though he had extended his life through some means, he had nonetheless grown old. At this moment his gaze was fixed intently on Ye Kaishan's figure, flickering with vengeful light. It was this man who had killed his son. Through various intelligence sources, Chao Wanxia had long since mastered Ye Kaishan's circumstances and was not unfamiliar with his appearance. Had it not been for completing the mysterious person's plan, he would have long since marched to the Ye family. Just then Ye Kaishan and the others spotted Chao Wanxia atop the palace. They flew over immediately and surrounded the palace. Chao Wanxia, you have disrupted the order of the 7 nations and caused the common people to suffer. Today shall be your final day. Chu Shiwei shouted, preparing to strike. You've brought only this handful of people, yet think you can kill me. Chao Wanxia sneered disdainfully, the skin on his face all bunched together. His laughter stopped and his cold gaze fixed on Ye Kaishan. Here's what you wanted. Now where is the person I requested? He then tossed out a head which rolled to the ground. It was the head of the Celestial Wolf Kingdom's lord. Ye Kaishan glanced at it and silently mourned the Celestial Wolf Lord. His death had come so suddenly. He looked at Chao Wanxia and smiled. Times have changed. Yao Xing is now my concubine, already carrying my child resting at home. It's not that I won't give her to you. It's simply that she has no desire to see you at all. Hearing these words, Chao Wanxia gripped his fists with tremendous force. This was meant for his son. He had planned to wait until his son broke through to nascent soul and then let the two marry. But now his son was gone and his would-be daughter-in-law was carrying someone else's child. At this thought, Chao Wanxia could no longer restrain himself and let out a furious roar. Beast, give me your life. He struck out with his palm, and 1,000 zhang great hand formed from mana reached toward Ye Kaishan. Only by crushing him into a blood mist could it quell his burning hatred. Attack! Chu Shiwei bellowed. Without waiting for her command, the others had already raised their treasures. Suddenly the great battle erupted. Ye Kaishan raised the 4 spirits demon-suppressing pagoda and smashed it against the demonic hand blocking the strike. However, the powerful residual force left him with churning blood and chi. Is this the might of nascent soul perfection? Ye Kaishan's heart shook. He directly burned 100 years of his lifespan to enhance his power. He went all out, heavenly combat chi flowing around his body as his aura rose steadily. At this moment, the 5 great nascent soul cultivators had begun surrounding and attacking Chao Wanxia, but they were no match at all. Even the strongest among them was 2 minor realms inferior to the old demon. Chu Shiwei raised the sect protecting treasure, a mid-earth grade bell. This was a soul attack type treasure capable of affecting the opponent's spirit and preventing them from using mana. Ding! The bell rang, and a wondrous power enveloped Chao Wanxia's body. Dizziness overwhelmed Chao Wanxia as his body swayed, nearly toppling to the ground. Yet in the next instant he bellowed in fury and spat out a pearl from his mouth. The moment this pearl appeared, it repelled the bell's power, and his fragmented soul steadied itself. Die! Chao Wanxia's form vanished into thin air, the divine ability of teleportation inherent to all nascent soul cultivators. Before anyone could register his movements, Chu Shiwei was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from her mouth. The cultivators from the 5 nations were terrified, never expecting the Jade Maiden Palace's sect-protecting treasure to be rendered useless. That black pearl was a supreme treasure for guarding souls. The old demon's vicious nature erupted fully as he flickered among the crowd, with Foundation establishment cultivators exploding one after another. Even Jin Rui and Shou Guangyao were gravely wounded by his hand. He reached out and captured the golden cores of the fallen cultivators, then swallowed them in a single gulp. Foundation establishment cultivators were like vegetables being chopped to him. Having finished, Chao Wanxia set his sights on the next target, a graceful silhouette rushing forward. Yang Minghua sensed a lethal threat through her keen intuition. At early nascent soul stage, she was no match for Chao Wanxia. Just then a sword intent surged upward, and 1,000 zhang blade of light descended like a river of stars. Ye Kaishan struck first, this sword strike severing the old demon's path of retreat. Wretch! How dare you ruin my good work? I was planning to save you for last to let you experience the most brutal death imaginable. Since you're so eager, I'll send you on your way first. Qiao Wanxia grinned, savagely resembling a bloodthirsty beast. He reached out and grasped the void, and Ye Kaishan's body was pulled involuntarily toward him. A mere peak foundation establishment. Even if you were golden core, you'd still die. Qiao Wanxia sneered, contemptuously launching his core-plucking hand toward Ye Kaishan's elixir field. He wanted to taste the flavor of a golden core. If he couldn't form one himself, he'd devour others. Just then a powerful aura erupted from Ye Kaishan's body, thread-like streams cutting through the air like sword chi. Centered on him, a tornado-like storm formed, sweeping Qiao Wanxia within it. This was a unique domain born from heavenly astral battle chi. Not a true domain, but devastating nonetheless. At such close range, any opponent would face relentless storm-like attacks. Qiao Wanxia's flesh was instantly riddled with countless wounds. Had his body not been extraordinarily resilient, he would have been shredded to pieces long ago. Astonished, he channeled his spiritual energy, rapidly forming a protective barrier around himself. Ye Kaishan unleashed wave after wave of treasures, flying swords in tow, actually suppressing the fearsome Qiao Wanxia. Holy shit! Brother Yi is so powerful. Is this what a golden core ancestor is like? Terrifying. He can actually fight Qiao the old demon to a standstill. The cultivators from the 5 nations were all stunned. This was a battle spanning an entire major realm. Still, this guy's treasures were absurdly numerous. Seeing Ye Kaishan gaining the upper hand over Qiao Wanxia, everyone sprang into action, launching a coordinated assault. However, due to the heavenly astral battle chi's overwhelming turbulence, they could only attack from a distance. Ye Kaishan fought with growing fervor, his lifespan decreasing year by year. Nearly 10,000 years of life force enough to burn through. Lifespan -1. Combat power 1. Constantly testing his limits. He grew more valiant with each exchange, his spirit soaring. Qiao Wanxia was shaken, deeply questioning whether his opponent was truly a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Absolutely ridiculous. What he didn't know was that Ye Kaishan was not at foundation establishment peak. He had reached Yin-Yang golden core perfection. Brother Yi is too powerful. No wonder he can marry so many concubines. If I were a woman, I'd want to marry him too. A male cultivator exclaimed in admiration. Jean Rui's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Ye Kaishan. Such demeanor suited her taste perfectly. A real man should clash head-on. Through this continuous barrage compounded by everyone's coordinated attacks, Qiao Wanxia found himself in an unprecedentedly dire situation. Seizing a momentary opening, he flickered and attempted to flee into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Have you forgotten about avenging your son? Ye Kaishan bellowed, invoking old wounds. Upon hearing these words, Qiao Wanxia's form faltered, hesitating for just a heartbeat. In that instant, Ye Kaishan formed a seal and thrust out with one finger. The fire dragon coffin spiraled forth, growing larger and larger, hovering above Qiao Wanxia's head. Mighty flames erupted forth, the fire dragon's breath stretching 1,000 zhang. An earth-rank treasure. Qiao Wanxia's pupils constricted. This damned fellow had been hiding another card. This treasure's grade and power far exceeded even his demon summoning banner. Let me refine you to ashes. Ye Kaishan roared, channeling all his strength into the fire dragon coffin. Other cultivators, seeing this, joined forces to suppress and subdue the demon together. With everyone combined plus the fire dragon coffin itself, Qiao Wanxia could not withstand it. He began to panic, his expression contorted in agony as he howled. Master, save me. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions froze, confusion evident. Master? Whom was he calling master? What are you barking about? Even if you called your father on your deathbed, it wouldn't help. A cultivator sneered, assuming Qiao Wanxia had lost his mind. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound rang out, drifting from the horizon. Immediately after, the earth trembled slightly. Everyone hastily extended their spiritual senses to investigate. What they saw chilled their blood. Centered on the royal city, from all directions a dark mass came rolling toward them. All were demonic beasts, some crawling on land, others soaring through the sky. Tens of thousands, nearly endless. There were 20 to 30 third-tier beasts alone, and 3 fourth-tier beasts. What terrified them most was that atop one of the fourth-tier beasts stood a cloaked figure, his true face hidden. He played his flute with nonchalant ease, the strange melody emanating from that instrument. This was a spiritual tool capable of controlling all demonic beasts. This person seemed to have summoned every demonic beast from all 7 nations. We're done for. We've walked into a trap. A foundation establishment cultivator wailed in despair. With so many beasts, not even a nascent soul cultivator could possibly escape. Even if these beasts simply stood there allowing themselves to be killed, the cultivators would be exhausted to death. Cultivators were not immortals, spiritual energy would eventually be depleted. And the enemy still had 3 fourth-tier beasts. For a moment, everyone faced a formidable enemy, some even succumbing to despair. The cloaked man stood atop a 4th-tier beast of blazing crimson, gazing coldly ahead. The hidden corners of his lips curled into an arrogant arc as he murmured softly. What a desolate land, truly boring. Let me send this army of beasts to turn this place into an inferno on earth. His tone was utterly cold, as if engaged in a game that held no interest for him. As the beast tide drew nearer, Ye Kaishan freed his hands and summoned the dual-pupil spirit fox into his embrace. He gently stroked the little fox's back, but his eyes locked intently on the beast beneath the cloaked man. In the next moment, he activated the divine spirit communion technique, attempting to seize control of that beast. At the same time, the little fox sensed her master's intentions. The dual pupils blossomed like flowers, releasing a mighty wave of soul power. Boom. Suddenly, the fire-red fourth-tier beast went berserk, violently bucking off the cloaked man into the air, then lunged to bite. What the hell? The airborne cloaked man was filled with question marks. The fourth-stage demonic beast, its entire body blazing crimson, gaped its fanged maw and lunged to devour the man in black. Damned beast! What madness has seized you? At that moment, the man in black also reacted, executing a masterful evasion to dodge the attack. The flute in his hand was bitten off in one snap. Indeed, Ye Kaishan's objective was not to swallow the man in black. He knew that would not be easy, but rather to devour the flute that controlled the demonic beast. The man in black was Wu Zhan, whose cultivation level was merely mid-nascent soul, far from impressive. The reason Qiao Wanxia treated him with such deference lay entirely in the formidable power backing him. Everyone strike now and kill him. Ye Kaishan formed a seal with one hand, continuing to command the demonic beast to attack Wu Zhan. The crowd stared in shock, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing, their minds consumed by a single question: how had he accomplished this? How could he control a fourth-tier demonic beast? Though Ye Kaishan had only reached the peak of core formation, his spiritual strength rivaled that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator, and with the support of the dual-pupiled spirit fox, controlling a fourth-tier demonic beast was not particularly difficult. At this moment, Wu Zhan realized that the beast beneath him had been taken under control. His face twisted in astonishment. He never expected to encounter someone of such talent in so desolate a place. Who exactly was this? His gaze swept across the area, and he immediately spotted Ye Kaishan tending to the cooking fire. Could this person be merely a core formation cultivator? Wu Zhan grew even more bewildered, but before he could dwell on it further, Chu Shiwei, Yang Menghua, Jin Rui, and others arrived in force. If we cannot defeat Qiao Wanxia, how could we possibly lose to you? Seeking death. Wu Zhan cried out sharply, his aura erupting with tremendous power. This surpassed typical mid-nascent soul cultivators, yet still fell short of the complete Qiao Wanxia. Surrounded by nascent soul experts from 5 great nations, and facing Ye Kaishan's controlled demonic beasts, Wu Zhan quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Although he came from extraordinary origins, he could not possibly contend against so many adversaries simultaneously. The battlefield descended into chaos as tens of thousands of demonic beasts collided, fought, and roared. Finally, with the combined efforts of all present, Wu Zhan gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with astonishing brilliance as he cast one final piercing glance at Ye Kaishan. A thunderous roar shook the battlefield. You will regret this. The 7 nations shall be destroyed because of you. Heavenly demonic dissolution. With a tremendous explosion, his body detonated, sending several streams of light flying in all directions. Stop him quickly. Chu Shiwei's pupils contracted as she attempted to intercept those streams of light, but her speed was insufficient, forcing her to abandon the effort. Elder Chu, didn't he self-destruct? Why attempt to intercept? A cultivator asked in confusion, only to be met with Chu Shiwei's furious glare. Foolish. If this were a true self-destruction, neither of us would survive unscathed. This is an escape technique known as Heavenly Demonic Dissolution, a secret art of the Tianma Palace, a terrifying demonic faction from the Leizhou region. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. Do you mean? This person belongs to the Tianma Palace? Ye Kaishan flew closer, curiosity evident in his voice. Precisely. 9 times out of 10, only the Tianma Palace possesses mastery over the Heavenly Demonic Dissolution technique, Chu Shiwei stated with grave solemnity. After employing Heavenly Demonic Dissolution, he will undoubtedly enter a period of extreme vulnerability. We must send pursuers. We cannot allow him to escape alive from this place, Ye Kaishan said slowly after a moment's contemplation. He cared nothing for elaborate schemes. His principle was simple. If you make an enemy, eliminate them. Revenge should not wait. This is our only option. If he reaches out to the Tianma Palace, we shall surely face considerable trouble. Chu Shiwei nodded and forced a faint smile. We are deeply indebted to you this time. Without your intervention, we would have suffered total annihilation. Ye Kaishan straightened his posture modestly and waved his hand. In truth, protecting the righteous path was secondary. His primary motivation was simply to eliminate Qiao Wanxie, for only then could he find peace. Now that the old demon was dead, his heart felt considerably lighter. Had he acted alone, eliminating Qiao Wanxie would have been nearly impossible, but with powerful allies from 5 nations at his disposal, the situation was entirely different. Fellow Taoist Ye, I observe your physical cultivation is formidable. Shall we test ourselves against one another someday? Jin Rui approached, speaking with carefree boldness. No problem, that is precisely my intention as well. Ye Kaishan's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. Having practiced the 24 forms golden body technique, he was merely one form away from perfection. His physical cultivation far surpassed that of ordinary core formation cultivators. Due to her true martial war body, Jin Rui was exceedingly enthusiastic about physical cultivation. Then it is settled. She burst into laughter, her slender waist trembling, an inch narrower than her thighs. Yet her waist-to-hip curve was flawless, radiating an almost hysteria-inducing allure. When she bent slightly, drawing near to ask. Ye Kaishan gazed at the face mere inches away, those tempting lips. He vowed that if not for the crowd, he would have kissed her without hesitation. Never expecting such urgency from a woman, he found himself growing anxious. Shall we spar after we finish clearing the battlefield? I am quite eager to experience fellow Taoist Jin's physical strength, Ye Kaishan stated with deadpan seriousness. Agreed. Jin Rui nodded, then straightened and declared loudly, this great victory owes much to fellow Taoist Ye. Let him distribute the spoils. Any objections? The others remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Rather reasonable, let it be so, Chu Shiwei concurred. Then I shall not decline. Ye Kaishan nodded emphatically, beginning to divide the war gains. He summoned back the fire dragon cover, and Qiao Wanxie had been reduced to a handful of ashes. A gust of wind scattered them everywhere. Beyond that there was a pearl and a ring. I have some interest in this pearl. Might I beg your indulgence? Ye Kaishan took the pearl, asking with a smile. Of course, certainly. Without fellow Taoist Ye, we could not have slain Qiao Wanxie. Even giving it all to him would be justified. Yan Xiu said courteously. Then I accept with gratitude. Ye Kaishan promptly stowed the ring and pearl into his robes, then produced some pills to compensate the others. This brought considerable comfort to all. Beyond Qiao Wanxie's belongings, there were over a dozen third-tier demonic beast core pills. The Heavenly Wolf Kingdom's imperial treasury vault. Together the haul was substantial. Next, Ye Kaishan cheerfully distributed the treasures. 1 for fellow Taoist Chu, 1 for me. 1 for fellow Taoist Jin, 1 for me. 1 for fellow Taoist Shou, 1 for me. Soon the spoils were divided, and Ye Kaishan returned heavily laden. Though the distribution favored him somewhat, no one objected. Of course, none dared voice dissent. It was a regrettable loss that 2-tier, 4 demon beasts managed to slip away in the chaos. The one Ye Kaishan had been controlling was severely wounded during the battle. In the end, Ye Kaishan could only suppress his frustration as he slit open the beast's belly and retrieved the demonic flute. He gave it a test blow, but nothing happened. Ye Kaishan silently employed the system to assess the flute's quality and discovered it was carved from divine beast bone. It required the accompaniment of secret techniques to summon and command demon beasts. He could only pack it away, intending to study it after returning home. As for the tier 4 demon beast carcass, naturally he packed it all up. Moreover, he gathered substantial amounts of tier 3 demon beast flesh and blood to bring back for his clansmen to enjoy. These were all precious resources, immensely beneficial to the body. Naturally, they could also be used to nourish spiritual beasts. Not long after, lightning-splitting cloud eagle devoured them heartily until its belly swelled roundly, spewing rosy radiance from its mouth, before finally stopping. Meanwhile, the twin-pupiled spirit fox swallowed a demon core and fell into a deep slumber for cultivation. With the battlefield thoroughly cleaned, the cultivators from the 5 nations parted ways. They prepared to dispatch reinforcements and issue wanted warrants upon return, placing a bounty on Wu Zan of the Heavenly Demon Palace. True to his word, Ye Kaishan agreed to have a raw physical contest with Jin Rui before departing. The two selected a spacious valley where no one would disturb them. They agreed to forego magical energy and rely solely on the strength of their bodies. Fellow Taoist Ye, unleash your full might. Do not disappoint me. Jin Rui stood with her hands on her hips, her snow-white neck held high, proud as a peacock displaying its feathers. Rest assured, in this regard, I have never failed to impress anyone. Ye Kaishan warmed up his muscles and joints, his eyes shining with brilliant anticipation. He was equally eager to test how his physical strength compared to that of the female Valkyrie. I hope you can satisfy me. Come. Jin Rui cried out sharply, her body shooting forward like an arrow from a taut bow, impossibly fast. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, their fist energies collided relentlessly in midair, each gesture carrying the power to move mountains and fill seas. The entire valley trembled violently. The two resembled unbridled monsters of flood and beast, destroying everything around them, like bulldozers, leaving only flattened ground in their wake. Amidst the clash, indistinct voices echoed. "Mph, a soft touch, you insignificant trash lacking any real strength. I haven't even started exerting myself. Spiral ascension. What a mess. Lift me up." Half an hour later, Ye Kaishan was thoroughly subdued, his defiance completely crushed. "You've lost." Ye Kaishan strained, but could not shake the raging woman from atop him, and finally collapsed on all fours in surrender. "You win. My physical strength truly falls short of yours. Truly worthy of the true martial war, body growing fiercer with each exchange. A peerless physique, indeed." Ye Kaishan voiced his sincere admiration. She was the most formidable woman he had ever encountered in his life. To exaggerate, even during their wedding night her legs could not be pried apart. The disparity in their strength was staggering. "Fellow Taoist, you've somewhat disappointed me." Jean Rui rose to her feet and stood beside Ye Kaishan, looking down at him. Her gaze carried a certain insatiable hunger. Ye Kaishan jolted upright. "What kind of look is that? Are you despising me?" "Fellow Taoist Jean, I'm not at my best today. I just endured a fierce battle and am quite drained. If you're truly capable, wait until I've recovered. At that time the one pinned to the ground will be you," Ye Kaishan declared loudly. "Is that so?" Jean Rui replied with a half-smile, somewhat skeptical. "Then very well. Let us set a time, and I will make you wholeheartedly convinced." "No problem. 1 year from now come to Yen Kingdom and seek me out. I guarantee you will not be disappointed." Ye Kaishan eagerly seized upon the opportunity, immediately fixing the time and place. "Then I shall see you in a year." Jean Rui turned and departed, leaving behind a peal of wild laughter. Staring at her receding figure, Ye Kaishan clenched his fists with all his might and made a silent vow in his heart. "Just you wait. In a year I'll handle you properly." Ye Kaishan returned to the group. The women all regarded him with curiosity, and one spoke up. "How did it go?" "Evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand." Ye Kaishan paused and answered casually. The women exchanged silent glances, and one could not contain herself, bursting into laughter. "Then how come we saw you pinned to the ground by the female Valkyrie, completely unable to move?" The moment those words were spoken, Ye Kaishan felt utterly speechless, his face rigid with embarrassment, before he shot the women a withering glare. So these women had been secretly peeping. How utterly shameless. "If I cannot overpower Jean Rui, can I not overpower you? Just you wait." A month later, Ye Kaishan and the others returned to Yen Kingdom and parted ways. News quickly spread, instantly igniting fervent discussion throughout Yen Kingdom. The demon evil sect has been annihilated. Elder Yi of the Yi clan battled the ancient demon and allied with numerous powerful cultivators, subdued and killed Chao Wanxia. A golden core master clashing against a nascent soul expert. How is that even possible? Regardless, it is said that Lord Yi played a crucial role in this battle. Yen Kingdom erupted into excitement. All cultivators were shaken by this news. A core formation stage cultivator was already in existence they needed to look up to, yet Elder Yi of the Yi clan had directly taken on a nascent soul apex expert. This was even more shocking than when they had captured the demoness last time. News of Elder Yi of the Yi clan began spreading wildly among the capitals of the other nations. "Damn it, I heard this Elder Yi has a particular fondness for taking concubines. He has over 1,000 children. Blast it all, so he can fight and also reproduce prolifically. How does he even manage? How does he cultivate on a day-to-day basis?" Upon learning of Ye Kaishan's exploits, cultivators from other realms were completely stunned. Taking concubines and fathering children every other day, yet remaining this powerful. It simply shattered their understanding of the world. Shouldn't such an extraordinary existence maintain asceticism and devote himself entirely to cultivation? They could not comprehend it, not in the slightest. Soon certain cultivation families, accompanied by outstanding female cultivators from their clans, set off for Yen Kingdom. Normally a patriarch at the nascent soul level would be nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to curry favor with. But who could blame them for esteeming concubines? It was said he accepted all comers. This immediately presented an opportunity for some cultivation families. Marrying off a clan member, forging a goodwill alliance, establishing a connection, perhaps they could rise to prominence in the future. It is easier to find shade under a towering tree. Meanwhile, in the Yen Kingdom royal court, Li Fengtian was pacing anxiously. Princesses, are there no more princesses? He began wondering whether there remained any outstanding princesses to marry into the Yi clan. He had not worked hard enough previously and had produced too few. Now he lamented his scarcity. Ye Kaishan returned home and paid no mind to the waves of commotion his actions had stirred. He went directly to Yaoxing's quarters to check whether the child was about to be born. By the calendar, the time should have arrived. However, Yaoxing showed no signs of labor. Could she be carrying Neza? Ye Kaishan couldn't help but wonder. Mortal women carry a child for 10 months, but cultivators need not follow the same rule, especially when the fetus in the womb is extraordinary. Ye Kaishan was more convinced than ever that the child Yaoxing carried was surely no ordinary being. Over this period, his other concubines have successively borne children endowed with spiritual roots, the ratio being far higher than before. Su Run, the newly wedded consort, the former crown princess, already had a belly as round as a ball ready to give birth at any moment. To everyone's surprise, Yan Ryu gave birth to twins, but unfortunately, they possessed no spiritual roots. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu had delivered a child with a Xian-grade spiritual root, earning substantial rewards. Ye Kaishan was startled to discover that the consorts he had taken later in life had nearly a 20% chance of bearing children with spiritual roots, a staggering figure. At this rate, the Ye family would soon produce an alarming number of cultivators. The reason lay in the fact that most of Ye Kaishan's recent brides already possessed remarkably high spiritual roots, nearly all beginning at the Xian level or above. Furthermore, his own spiritual root had also undergone a remarkable transformation, having risen to a D-grade level, which would naturally improve the odds of producing offspring with spiritual aptitude. Should both spouses possess Xian-grade spiritual roots, the chance of bearing children with spiritual roots would approach 100%. Of course, nothing in this world is absolute. There would always be the occasional flaw. The next day, the Ye residence erupted into bustling preparations adorned with lanterns and colorful banners. Ye Kaishan was ready to honor his word and wed elder Lu Xian. Had it not been for that old demon's interference, he would have married her long ago. Invitations went flying in all directions, and the great families knew well that their purses would be drawn dry once more. When Yang Menghua heard the news, her eyes bulged wide with sheer astonishment. It was far too sudden. She hadn't noticed even the slightest hint of an affair between them, yet now they were rushing headlong into marriage. Wasn't this rather rash? She attempted to reason with Lu Xian, but the elder had long since vanished in the Ye family's wedding palanquin. Everything had been carried out with remarkable swiftness. Master Yi has wed an elder of the Yunlan sect. It seems ordinary female cultivators no longer catch his eye. By the way, how many foundation establishment cultivators has the Yi family accumulated by now? If they continue marrying at this pace, it won't be long before they become a major force. The guests at the wedding banquet couldn't help but remark. With the ceremony concluded, the newlyweds retired to the bridal chamber. Since joining the Yunlan sect at the age of 12, Lu Xian had devoted herself entirely to cultivation, barely stepping beyond the sect grounds except on missions. Now at roughly 200 years of age, she unexpectedly displayed a rare touch of maidenly shyness in the bridal chamber. Ye Kaishan, a seasoned man, knew precisely how to dissolve such awkwardness. Long after midnight, all barriers fell away naturally. They remained together until the break of dawn. After that night, elder Lu Xian emerged radiant and refreshed, her gaze considerably softer and more tender than before. She had experienced sensations she'd never known before, nourished by love, and felt herself transcending on a profound level. Husband, thank you. You've shown me that life holds more than just cultivation. Lu Xian said to Ye Kaishan, her eyes brimming with devotion. We are family now, there is no need for such formalities. This is only natural. Ye Kaishan drew her firmly against him and kissed her deeply. Following his wedding to Lu Xian, Ye Kaishan pressed on with vigor and wed 3 more women, the Catwoman, Miao Cha, Miao Huan, and Shi Qianrao. Among his cultivated consorts, these 3 were truly of exceptional standing. That wedding night brought experiences surpassing anything he had ever known. Ye Kaishan would have scorned the throne of an immortal king to trade it away. At that very moment, his physical constitution broke through to the mid-tier earth grade. All 3 were foundation establishment cultivators with remarkably high-grade spiritual roots, bringing exceptional benefits. After marrying these 3 women, the Yi family's count of foundation establishment cultivators had already surpassed 10. Congratulations, host. Your clan scale has advanced to a tier 8 cultivation family. Reward Qinkuan Huaying Great Art. HM. The Huaying Great Art. Ye Kaishan studied the reward and was momentarily stunned. Just from its name alone, he could sense this was no ordinary technique. He eagerly set about examining it at once. Upon learning the function of this technique, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This secret art can actually grant a person 3 nascent souls. Ye Kaishan was profoundly shaken. In general, the nascent soul serves as the vessel where a cultivator nurtures their primordial spirit. Since humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, this art can divide the soul into 3 parts corresponding to the heavenly, earthly, and human nascent souls. If even one of them survives, unbroken death can be evaded. Moreover, the power derived from 3 nascent souls was immense. Where others possess 1, he would have 3. It was akin to having 3 kidneys instead of 1. The leap in combat prowess was immediately apparent. However, this secret technique could only be enacted once one had entered the nascent soul stage. I must cultivate to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Ye Kaishan resolved, and without delay made his way to the cultivation chamber to begin refining paying pills. Under normal cultivation, who knew when he would shatter the golden core and birth a nascent soul? Perhaps several years, perhaps much longer, requiring favorable conditions. Yet by employing the paying pill, that time frame would be drastically condensed. After a lengthy process, 3 paying pills were successfully refined. The procedure went remarkably smoothly, almost effortlessly. For added insurance, he refined an additional 3 pills. With everything prepared, Ye Kaishan traveled to a desolate wilderness beyond the Ye estate, intending to undergo his breakthrough there. For after a breakthrough, heavenly tribulation, lightning, would manifest. The tribulation of the nascent soul stage was no laughing matter. One misstep could flatten the entire Ye estate. Hence, undergoing the breakthrough in the open wilderness was far safer. Ye Kaishan prudently established a formation array to deter anyone from causing disruptions during his critical moment. Furthermore, his devoted consorts stood guard at a distance. Yao Xing, her rounded belly conspicuously swollen, leaned against a chair upholstered with the fur of a third-tier demon beast, attended by her servants. I wonder what grade of nascent soul husband's golden core might produce. Ling Xiaoer murmured, curiously sparking conversation. From my perspective, given husband's supreme grade golden core, there is a strong likelihood it will forge a 7-colored nascent soul. Yin Shuatian voiced her opinion. Unlike core formation, nascent soul grades lacked such precise categorization. Quality was instead determined by the colored radiance the nascent soul emitted. Take her sect's senior sister, who leads the temple. When she formed her nascent soul, 5-colored radiance blazed across the heavens, which was already regarded as above average quality. In their estimation, Ye Kaishan was a golden core ancestor. A 7-colored nascent soul from him hardly seemed excessive. At that moment, Ye Kaishan sat cross-legged upon a massive boulder, regulated his breathing, and then produced a paying pill, which he swallowed. Upon entering his body, the pill dissolved into a torrent of potent energy, ceaselessly assaulting the Yin-Yang Taiji pill within his dantian. The paying pill functioned much like a stimulant, accelerating the shattering of the origin core to bring forth the nascent soul. However, the energy contained within a single pill was clearly insufficient to break the Taiji Yin-Yang pill. Ye Kaishan produced another pill and swallowed it. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. It was only after the 5th paying pill had entered his gut that the Yin-Yang Taiji pill within Ye Kaishan finally fractured along, it seems slowly beginning to dissolve. As the outer shell melted away, a nascent soul gradually materialized. It was a miniature duplicate of Ye Kaishan himself, seated cross-legged within the dantian, with an air of ancient gravitas, eyes tightly shut. Above Ye Kaishan's head, the sky suddenly blazed with radiant light, streaks of luminous clouds cascading across heaven and earth. Above the heavens, streaks of rosy clouds emerged, their colors resplendent, blanketing the entire Qingyun city. All the concubines of Ye Kaishan raised their heads to gaze upon the spectacle, murmuring incantations beneath their breath. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. 7 colors. Husband has formed a 7-colored nascent soul. Just as I anticipated, the supreme golden core gives rise to the supreme nascent soul. This is only natural. The women were overjoyed, delighted for Ye Kaishan, feeling honored by association. Their husband, of course, could never be too formidable. Throughout Qingyun City, everyone was seized by shock, staring at the celestial radiance overhead, utterly baffled by what was unfolding. Only cultivators understood the true significance. The aura of a nascent soul ancestor blazed like the scorching sun overhead, impossible to ignore. Some cultivator clans who had only just arrived in Qingyun City gazed upon the ethereal light, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. 7-colored aurora. This is the hallmark of a nascent soul breakthrough. The Yi family's ancestor has achieved nascent soul. No one else could possibly be responsible. At this very moment, Ye Kaishan's aura continued to surge and transform. Upon attaining the nascent soul stage, his very essence had ascended to a higher plane of existence. Lifespan would commence at 1,000 years, extending to a maximum of 3,000. Yet Ye Kaishan's current lifespan had already exceeded 10,000 years. At this moment, the tiny nascent soul figure within his dantian gradually opened its eyes. Its pupils were unexpectedly black and white, resembling a yin-yang diagram. It seemed the mutation pill had not vanished, but had transformed into eyeballs. The moment the nascent soul opened its eyes, the heavens suddenly split into 2 distinct colors. One half plunged into night, the other bathed in daylight. This omen spread across tens of thousands of li of space and time. All the rosy clouds were eclipsed. What's happening? The bewildered onlookers wondered why the beautiful aurora had vanished, leaving the world cloaked in 2 opposing hues. Boom! A thunderclap shattered the air as divine lightning roared forth. The tribulation had descended, its overwhelming heavenly might suffocating every living being in the Qingyun City region. The crowd had no time to contemplate further, assuming the celestial phenomenon was merely a consequence of the tribulation. Only Ye Kaishan himself knew that the black and white duality was caused by the nascent soul within him. Therefore his nascent soul was not a 7-colored one, but a 9-colored nascent soul. Come then, heavenly thunder! Ye Kaishan rose to his full height, preparing to face the tribulation. Having experienced the golden core tribulation before, he exercised considerably more caution this time. Yet there were moments of overconfidence. Ye Kaishan attempted to channel the lightning to temper his physical form, strengthening his body. He nearly had his mind blasted to pieces. Nevertheless, this endeavor completed the 24-elephant golden body art, perfecting its final aspect. The power of his physical form increased tremendously. The nascent soul tribulation far surpassed the golden core tribulation in intensity. Even the 5 elements thunder tribulation made its appearance, sending tremors through every cultivator present. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators would never encounter such a tribulation. This vividly demonstrated the Ye family ancestors' extraordinary might. Rumble, rumble. The tribulation lightning ceaselessly descended as Ye Kaishan wielded his treasures, counterattacking relentlessly. After a long while, as the final bolt of divine thunder was shattered by his hand, the tribulation at last concluded. The skies cleared, clouds parting to reveal the sun. Yet the disturbance from the tribulation had been sensed by powerful cultivators 1,000 li, even 10,000 li away. News spread like wildfire. The Ye family's ancestor had ascended to nascent soul. They say the Ye family ancestor is not yet 150 years old. Such a young nascent soul, I have never seen the like. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Though everyone addressed him as the Ye family ancestor, Ye Kaishan's age was extraordinarily young among nascent soul cultivators, remarkably tender in fact. Even young Menghua was over 200 when she achieved nascent soul. The entire 7 kingdoms could not produce a faster cultivator than Ye Kaishan. A golden core ancestor has ascended to nascent soul ancestor. How many female cultivators will go mad with excitement now? Someone sighed with emotion. When the Ye family ancestor was still at the golden core stage, his habit of taking concubines had hardly paused. Now that he had ascended to nascent soul ancestor with vastly increased strength, would he not go absolutely wild with concubine taking? Ding. Congratulations to the host for ascending to nascent soul ancestor. Family strength has increased once more. Ascending to a 7th grade cultivator clan. Reward divine grade spirit medicine. Reverse spirit sacred lotus. As Ye Kaishan consolidated his cultivation, the system notification arrived. Not long ago, he had only reached the 8th grade cultivator clan, and now he had risen another tier. The standard for a 7th grade cultivator clan required the family head to achieve nascent soul and possess no fewer than 10 golden core cultivators. The Ye family met all these criteria. Divine grade spirit medicine. Ye Kaishan's heart trembled with emotion. He never imagined the reward for a 7th grade cultivator clan would be so extraordinary. He hastened to examine the sacred lotus's properties. Upon learning its functions, Ye Kaishan's eyes blazed with magnificent light. Upon maturity, the reverse spirit sacred lotus would bear lotus seed pods. The seed's effect could reshape one's spiritual root quality. Each person could only consume it once in their lifetime. After consuming it, one might reshape a higher quality spiritual root, though it was also possible to reshape a lower quality one. However, the minimum was a yellow grade spiritual root. This meant that if an ordinary mortal consumed the reverse spirit sacred lotus seed, no matter how unlucky, they could reshape at least the lowest grade cultivation spiritual root. This signified the qualification to embark upon the path of immortality. Divine medicine, truly worthy of its name. Ye Kaishan inwardly praised. Only a divine grade spiritual plant could possess such heaven-defying properties of reshaping fate. Whether an ordinary mortal or a cultivator with a yellow grade spiritual root consuming the sacred lotus seed would never be a loss. Because the guarantee was at least a yellow grade spiritual root, it simply could not get worse. With good fortune, one might reshape a heaven grade spiritual root or even a divine spirit root. The reverse spirit sacred lotus's ceiling was the divine spirit root, unable to create spiritual roots that surpassed its own divine nature. Yet for Ye Kaishan, this was more than sufficient. As long as one obtained the ticket to the immortal gate, infinite possibilities lay ahead. With the sacred lotus, he could grant some of his descendants the qualification to cultivate. Immediately, Ye Kaishan set about action, constructing a pool to nurture the sacred lotus. Although it was a divine lotus, due to its tender youth, it appeared no different from an ordinary spiritual plant. Even cultivators of ordinary caliber, upon seeing the sacred lotus, would find it difficult to discern its true quality. After all, who could have imagined that in this modest 7 kingdoms region a divine-grade spirit medicine would exist? However, to ensure absolute safety, Ye Kaishan also arranged formations and other protective measures around the pool. The sacred lotus's maturation speed depended on the nutrients it absorbed. As long as sufficient nourishment was provided, it would bear lotus seeds within a century. For this purpose, Ye Kaishan specifically assigned Su Mei and Yin Yintian to guard and tend it. After the reverse spirit sacred lotus was properly settled, Ye Kaishan's nascent soul celebration was nearly prepared. This time it was exceptionally grand. Nearly every cultivator clan within the Yin kingdom rushed to attend. Even cultivator clans from other kingdoms having received the news came to offer congratulations. A nascent soul ancestor was the pinnacle of the entire seven kingdoms, a figure who commanded the winds and clouds. Cultivators from Tianshui Kingdom, Linyuan Kingdom, and Wu Kingdom arrived in succession at Qingyan City. This left the attending guests utterly flabbergasted. They gasped in astonishment. Had the Ye family ancestors' prestige truly become so terrifying? The Situ clan of Linyuan Kingdom extends its sincerest congratulations to the ancestor on his ascent to nascent soul. The Xing family of Tianshui Kingdom wishes the ancestor eternal longevity. Wu Kingdom. The powerhouse representatives from several major kingdoms successively offered their congratulatory words and presented lavish gifts. Even the Kingdom of Women had dispatched envoys. By order of Queen Baiyue, we respectfully congratulate Ancestor Yi of the Yi family. A pair of remarkable women arrived at the Yi residence. The Queen Baiyue they spoke of was none other than the sovereign of the Kingdom of Women. The assembled crowd was once again astounded. They had never imagined that Ancestor Yi commanded such profound influence. So much so that even Queen Baiyue had sent an envoy to offer her congratulations. According to what they knew, Queen Baiyue was exceedingly proud, holding all men in utter contempt, and within the entire seven kingdoms not a single man had ever merited her notice. Please convey my gratitude to Her Majesty. Ye Kaishan sat atop the highest seat, graciously receiving the courtiers' congratulations. Daoist Yi, I apologize for my tardiness. I come to congratulate you on your successful core formation, fellow Daoist. At that moment, a resonant voice rang out, and a man resembling a learned scholar stepped into the hall. The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, wondering who possessed such audacity as to address Elder Yi as a fellow Daoist. What right did he have to such familiarity? Friend Yin, your timing is impeccable. Lord Ye Kaishan exclaimed with a smile. The arrival of Yin Xiu had taken him somewhat by surprise. After learning of Yin Xiu's identity from further inquiry, the assembled guests could not help but express their astonishment once more. An expert at the nascent soul stage from Tianshui Kingdom had personally visited to offer congratulations, a gesture of respect greater even than that of a kingdom's ruler. The celebration continued unceasingly for 3 full days. Thereafter, the cultivators who had journeyed thousands of miles from beyond Yin Kingdom's borders began promoting the female cultivators in their company. Senior Yi, I shall be direct. My daughter has long admired your reputation. Perhaps you might grant her the opportunity to remain by your side and attend to your needs. Ancestor, my girl possesses an Xuanji's spiritual root and is strikingly beautiful. Should you not find her unsuitable? Within the Yi family's grand hall, cultivators from all directions energetically put forth their recommendations. Beside each of them accompanied 1 or 2 female cultivators, all at the zenith of their youth, radiant and captivating. Moreover, their cultivation bases were no mean feat, generally having already reached the foundation establishment stage. As for their spiritual roots, even the least impressive were of the highest yellow grade. Satisfied, Ye Kaishan gave a nod and immediately gestured with his hand, declaring, no problem at all. I will take them all. How could he possibly refuse? If anything, he felt there were not enough. In this world, there was perhaps only one thing Ye Kaishan could never resist, taking concubines. The attending cultivators were overjoyed. As rumors had suggested in matters such as these, Elder Yi of the Yi family never declined. To make Ye Kaishan's acquisition more convenient, they had deliberately left their daughters in Qingyun City, saving considerable time in the proceedings. Thus, following the conclusion of the nascent soul celebration, the Yi residents plunged into another flurry of activity. A fresh wave of concubine acquisitions swept through the Yi family once more. Receiving the invitation, the cultivators gasped in astonishment. Elder Yi of the Yi family was now acquiring concubines from beyond the nation's borders. This time the pace was incomparable to before, averaging 1 new bride every 3 days uninterrupted for 2 whole months. All the foreign female cultivators were taken into the Yi household in succession. Ye Kaishan was extraordinarily busy, yet equally filled with delight. Nearly a groom every day, such a sensation was truly indescribable. After concluding the foreign acquisitions, he turned his attention to those within Yin Kingdom's borders. However, Ye Kaishan was not in a hurry. He needed a brief respite first, to sow the seeds of life within those concubines who had yet to conceive. Then he would tend to another batch of concubines for their recuperation and assist those whose cultivation had reached perfection and stood at the threshold of breakthrough. Ye Kaishan was busily occupied from morning until night. Under his guidance, Qin Shan, Bai Caiwei, and Zhu Man each broke through to the core formation stage in succession. Behind them waited yet another batch of concubines at the late foundation establishment stage, on the verge of perfection at any moment. The number of core formation cultivators within the Yi family surged to over a dozen, surpassing any immortal sect. With free time at last, Ye Kaishan prepared to cultivate the 9 heavens mystic art. 3 months later, within the cultivation chamber, Ye Kaishan sat motionless in meditation. Within his dantian, 3 identical nascent souls rested quietly in silent contemplation. Cloaked in 7-colored halos, their eyes containing the yin-yang taiji. The 3 nascent souls granted him cultivation power 3 times greater than before. Conversely, the energy required for the next breakthrough would increase substantially as well. Ye Kaishan's nascent souls inherently possessed an unprecedented quality, the most top-tier grade imaginable. This endowed him with an exceptionally profound foundation, meaning his subsequent breakthrough would be considerably more arduous. Yet for Ye Kaishan, this posed no real obstacle. Simply consume pills, and the matter was settled. All of this was entirely worthwhile. If he were to encounter Chao Wanxier at this moment, he could obliterate him in mere instants. In the nascent soul realm, he had essentially become invincible. Not only was his magical power formidable, but his divine sense had also expanded beyond 500 li, a breadth 100 li greater than even a fully perfected nascent soul cultivator. Just as Ye Kaishan was admiring his achievements, a system voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Congratulations, host, on expanding your lineage with the birth of a child possessing an Earth-grade supreme spiritual root. Reward lifespan 10, Earth-grade supreme artifact star refining body art 10 directions lightning formation 1 plot of high-grade spirit field 1000 high-grade spirit stones. Note this child possesses a special constitution, the 7-star dominating body. Holy crap, which of my fortunate souls is this? Ye Kaishan could not help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing the rewards. Which of his beloved wives had given birth? Recently, several concubines had been showing prominent bellies, making it difficult for him to determine immediately. Could it be Yao Xing's child? Ye Kaishan suddenly recalled that the babe within Yao Xing's womb had been developing for over a year already. Given such an extraordinary gestation period, this child certainly was no ordinary offspring. The 7-star dominating body was a top-tier spiritual physique capable of drawing upon the celestial power of the stars above. This differed from the child born to the 13 princess. Although Ye Kai possessed a divine physique, it remained unawakened. But this child's special constitution had already awakened. Beyond the unique physique alone, an Earth-grade supreme spiritual root was likely an exceedingly rare existence throughout the entire 7 kingdoms. Immediately, Ye Kaishan's figure darted forward, rushing outward. At that very moment, an extraordinary phenomenon in the sky above the Yi residence, 7 stars shining brilliantly upon the world, startled everyone. Those 7 immense stars shone as brightly as the full moon, appearing almost within reach. Threads and streams of starlight descended from the heavens, converging toward a specific courtyard within the Yi estate. Could this be the heavenly manifestation brought forth by a special physique? Sister Yao Xing's child possesses a spiritual constitution. Outside a delivery chamber, Ye Kaishan's concubines gathered in a tight cluster, gazing upward at the 7 stars in the sky with both envy and astonishment. As cultivators, they were not unfamiliar with such manifestations. Similar phenomena had occasionally appeared within the 7 kingdoms. Whenever such extraordinary signs occurred, it invariably heralded the birth of an exceptional child. Ye Kaishan had just emerged from his cultivation room when he beheld the stars suspended overhead, and following the guidance of those descending streams of starlight, he quickly arrived outside the delivery chamber. Husband. Upon seeing Ye Kaishan arrive, all his concubines immediately swarmed around him. It had been 3 months since they had last received his favor, and they missed him considerably. Husband's sister, Yao Xing, has given birth to a son. Please come and see him at once. Very well. Ye Kaishan nodded and immediately stepped into the delivery chamber. He saw the descending starlight streaming through the roof, bathing the newborn child in its celestial radiance. This infant, barely born, had already begun absorbing spiritual energy before ever learning to walk. At the very moment of birth, he had already crossed the threshold into the qi condensation stage. Ye Kaishan, this is the child I bore for you. Impressive, isn't it? Upon seeing Ye Kaishan arrive, Yao Xing immediately handed over the baby, showing it off like a prized treasure, proudly flashing a pair of tiny fangs. Impressive, truly impressive. Ye Kaishan carefully took the child into his arms. Under the baptism of star energy, the infant, barely a day old, had already reached the 3rd layer of qi refining. This was heaven-sent privilege, a life handed on a silver platter. As he grew and cultivated, his progress would undoubtedly be astonishing. Every special physique possessed its own unique traits, and the greatest advantage of the 7-star dominant physique lay in its ability to harness star energy for cultivation. Furthermore, during combat, it could summon star energy to create a dominant aura effect akin to a field. Ye Kaishan, give my son a name. Yao Xing snatched the child back, speaking proudly. She had once regarded childbirth as a disgrace, but now she considered it an honor, desperately wanting to show off to the whole world. Heaven-grade supreme spiritual root combined with a special physique. This was her child, Yao Xing's offspring. Ye Kaishan paused for a moment before speaking. Ye Xingchen. Since his son's special constitution was connected to the stars, the name should reflect that. Excellent. I am very satisfied with this name. Yao Xing nodded in approval, acting like a proud elder brother. The revered ancestor Yi had instantly been demoted to little Yi. All dignity had vanished. Ye Kaishan's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed this demoness was being insolent again. He resolved that once things settled he would reassert his authority and properly discipline her. He wanted to see whether she would dare to act so brazenly in his presence. Afterwards, Ye Kaishan went to check on his other consorts before finally turning his attention to the rewards with peace of mind. Heaven-grade supreme magical artifact, the moon-gazing flying boat. Powered by spirit stones, it could cover 1,000 li in an instant. It could also be used offensively. A single charge strike could slay a nascent soul cultivator. The vessel could expand or contract, accommodating up to 100,000 people. Soaring through the sky, it resembled a fortified citadel. Ye Kaishan's eyes lit up. It was fundamentally a flying magical artifact, yet it also possessed formidable destructive power. Of course, this required sufficient spirit stones to operate, a problem that was hardly daunting for Ye Kaishan. This is truly a remarkable treasure. He imagined riding the flying boat, about wondering how many female cultivators it would captivate. It was like driving a Ferrari through the streets of the Blue Star, Ye Kaishan mused. Besides the heaven-grade magical artifact, the rewards also included a formation technique and a cultivation manual. The 10-direction lightning summoning array could trap enemies within its bounds and call down heavenly thunder, allowing cultivators to experience the devastating force of lightning strikes without undergoing tribulation themselves. The power of this formation surpassed even the small heavenly cycle sword formation. Having examined the array, Ye Kaishan turned his mind to the cultivation manual he was most eager to review. Star Body Refinement Art, a heaven-grade upper-level body refinement technique that draws upon the celestial energy of the stars above. It enables the practitioner to condense 365 primary star cores within the body, each corresponding to a star in the heavens, granting movements that carry the immense power of shifting constellations. Upon reaching perfection, this technique would effectively grant a special physique known as the celestial body. Ye Kaishan felt this manual was tailor-made for his son Ye Xingshan. He decided to practice it first to gauge its intensity, planning to pass it on once the child grew older. Immediately, Ye Kaishan couldn't wait to begin his cultivation. Beyond, cultivators from all corners of the land had flooded Qingyan City. Its population was now more imposing than the imperial capital, making it the foremost city in the Yin Empire. The Yi Clan Commerce Guild's business began flourishing across the Yin Empire. With Master Ye's reputation, even the Treasure Pill Pavilion dared not show hostility or scheme in secret. Forced to compete fairly, the prices between the two were comparable, but customers consistently felt that goods from the Yi Clan were simply better. They felt the pill's efficacy was far superior to those of the Treasure Pill Pavilion. In truth, the gap was not significant. But due to Ye Kaishan's prestige, everyone believed the Yi Clan's products were superior and bought with confidence. This was the brand effect of Master Yi. Even though Ye Kaishan no longer personally participated in alchemy, the reputation he had built had gradually become legendary, deeply rooted in people's hearts. Combined with being the youngest nascent soul ancestor in the Seven Kingdoms, a living advertisement, at equal prices, the vast majority of cultivators preferred purchasing from the Yi family. Moreover, with Qin Shan and Su Ruoyan managing operations, and their intimate knowledge of the Treasure Pill Pavilion, they were fighting a battle where knowing oneself and the enemy guarantees victory in every engagement. Within a short time, the Treasure Pill Pavilion's revenue halved and continued falling at an alarming rate. This greatly alarmed the Yan imperial family. That day in the main hall of Yan's royal city, Li father and son were discussing the matter. "Father, we have reached a critical juncture. If this continues, royal authority will become nothing but a hollow shell." Li Xian was extremely anxious. As crown prince and the next Yin king, if things went on like this, he would likely become a puppet emperor. "My dear son, some days ago your father secretly visited the 4 great immortal sects." Li Fengtian explained calmly, his expression as still as water. "What did the 4 great immortal sects say?" Li Xian's eyes brightened, unable to hide his anticipation. Had his father already convinced the 4 great immortal sects to take action against the Yi family? Facing his eldest son's expectant gaze, Li Fengtian helplessly shook his head. The Yi family's rise is now irreversible. Not long ago, he had secretly visited the 4 great immortal sects, hoping to gain their support for the Yan imperial house. However, the results left him in despair. Of the 4 sects, both Hundred Flower sect and Yunlan sect chose to side with the Yi family. The sect master of Giant Elephant sect, Tu Gang, openly declared his allegiance to Ye Kaishan. As for Pill Cauldron sect, under the leadership of Medicine Fairy and Dan Yangzi, over half of its elders supported the Yi family. Finally, Li Fengtian could only place all his hopes on Dan Ding Doran, the sect master of Pill Cauldron sect, the oldest nascent soul cultivator in the Yin Empire. Yet Dan Ding Doran stated that he was merely an alchemist unfamiliar with combat and would not take the lead. With that, all of Li Fengtian's hopes were shattered one by one. For generations, the Yin imperial family and the four great immortal sects had maintained a close cooperative relationship, advancing and retreating together. But times had changed. With Ye Kaishan's rise and his gathering of concubines from all directions, Yunlan's sect and Hundred Flower sect were filled with his concubines, almost becoming the Yi family's private garden. As for Giant Elephant sect, it had long been under his control, naturally following his lead. The last remaining sect, Pill Cauldron sect, also refrained from opposing him out of fear for Ye Kaishan's strength. To Pill Cauldron sect, who ruled the Yin Empire, mattered little. Ultimately, they valued their own interests above all else. No one would recklessly sacrifice their life for mere face. As for the other three immortal sects, there was no need to mention them. They only wished for the Yi family to grow stronger. Therefore, after visiting them all, Li Fengtian had grown numb and resigned himself to compromise. Upon hearing his father's account, the crown prince was stunned, and after composing himself for a long while, asked heavily, "Father, what are we to do?" Li Fengtian sighed deeply and gazed at his eldest son before speaking slowly. "At this point, my dear son, I must ask you to endure this hardship. I intend to pass the throne to your cousin, Shengying's child." Upon hearing Li Fengtian's words, the crown prince was utterly shocked and asked in disbelief, "Father, what do you mean?" He understood perfectly but simply could not accept it. "That is exactly what I mean. When Ye Kai grows older, I shall pass the throne to him," Li Fengtian said sternly. He had pondered this matter for a long time. It was inevitable, whether sooner or later. It would be far more dignified to voluntarily hand over the throne to his own grandson. After all, there was still Li family blood running through his veins. If Ye Kaishan took matters into his own hands, the throne might completely sever ties with the Li family. "Father." The crown prince's heart shattered. He had coveted the throne for decades, waiting over 100 years, and it seemed it was finally his turn. And yet his father intended to pass the throne to Li Shengying's child. "Sienner, accept your fate. For our Li family, this is the best path forward." Li Fengtian sighed softly and no longer spoke of it. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The number of descendants has exceeded 1,000, and the family has grown substantially. Reward: 20 years of talisman making experience, 20 years of cultivation technique experience, 10 yellow grade techniques, and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Kaishan, who was in deep cultivation, was awakened by the system notification, a smile gradually curling his lips. The children have grown up, and at last the time has come. Just recently the descendants numbered only a few hundred, yet now they had surpassed 1,000. Before he knew it, an explosive growth had arrived. After breaking through the 1,000-person mark, the rewards were noticeably better. The 10 yellow-grade techniques ranged from bottom tier to top tier within that rank, which, while modest for Ye Kaishan himself, was not without value. However, they could be placed in the family's technique hall for clansmen to study. The talisman-making experience was equally rare. Once mastered, it could be passed down to specialists who would operate it to generate wealth for the family. As for the cultivation technique experience, it made Ye Kaishan's eyes light up. Cultivation experience boosted one's realm, while technique experience deepened one's comprehension of techniques. Truly a pillow delivered to a sleepy man. Ye Kaishan was thrilled. Over the past half-year, his progress in cultivating the star refining body art had been slow, condensing only 2 or 3 dozen star cores, barely enough to claim entry-level mastery. And the pace was only slowing further. After all, this technique was a high-grade earth art, its power was undeniable, and so was its difficulty. Now with technique experience, he could skip the tedious days of cultivation and devote more time to taking concubines and producing heirs. Delightful. Ye Kaishan immediately absorbed the experience, channeling it all into the star refining body art. Instantly, spiritual energy throughout heaven and earth surged rapidly around him. Above the Yi estate, stars shimmered, pouring down thousands of threads of stellar power. Ye Kaishan produced a pile of spirit stones and pills to fuel the process. Inside his body, star cores condensed visibly before his eyes. 50, 100, 200. Before long, the star cores within Ye Kaishan reached 320, and the star refining body art neared completion. The experience was consumed entirely. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Ye Kaishan felt the strength surging within him, his face alight with astonishment. His physical power had multiplied several times over, and every movement could summon stellar energy. At this rate, relying solely on his physique, he could crush a nascent soul late-stage cultivator. Very well. With cultivation experience secured, I need never endure grueling cultivation again. Ye Kaishan rose from his seat, left the cultivation room, and set out to find his concubines to test the power of his physique. It had been far too long since he had loosened the soil, and the seeds of life urgently needed to sprout. Thus, the moment he emerged from seclusion, Ye Kaishan threw himself into diligent work. He attended to every parcel of land that had yet to be nourished. Through his efforts, the demoness Yaoxing quickly conceived her second child. This time she felt no rejection. Instead, she harbored a quiet anticipation. Perhaps she would bear a second child with a special constitution. To reward her, Ye Kaishan generously bestowed 500 high-grade spirit stones. Yao Xing acted nonchalant on the surface, but inside she was overjoyed. Keep at it. Once this one is born, there are 98 more. Ye Kaishan encouraged her. As long as you can ensure every birth produces a child with a special constitution, I'll bear 1,000 if you can handle it. Yao Xing was no pushover. She planted her hands on her hips and provoked him boldly, as though daring him to come at any moment. Ye Kaishan retreated in disarray. He could not even control whether a child was born male or female, let alone guarantee a special constitution each time. Leaving the demonist's courtyard, he headed to the spirit fields to inspect the growth of his spiritual crops. At that moment, a maid came running to report. Ancestor, there is a visitor from the outside claiming to be from the Wu Kingdom royal family. The leader is a remarkably tall woman. Upon hearing this, Ye Kaishan's expression shifted, and he guessed who it was. He moved in a flash and arrived quickly at the Yi estate's entrance. There stood Jin Rui, poised and proud, with a contingent of subordinates behind her. Seeing him appear, the female warrior's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Ye Kaishan, do you still remember the 1-year agreement? I have come to fulfill it. Are you prepared? Counting the days, more than a year had passed since their last encounter. Ye Kaishan chuckled. The female warrior remained unchanged, proud as a peacock. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show up. Her timing was perfect. She would serve as an excellent test for the power of the star refining body art. Seems you're quite confident. Perfect. Let me see just how much you've improved over this past year. The female warrior laughed, and a fierce pressure radiated from her body. She was like a tigress, wild and untamable in her charm. No problem, but a mere duel is rather dull. How about we add a wager? Ye Kaishan smiled faintly, revealing his true nature. What wager? The female warrior grew interested. Simple. If you lose, you marry me. If I lose, I submit to your disposal. What say you? Ye Kaishan said, laying his intentions bare. He intended to take the female warrior as his wife. Jin Rui's heart skipped a beat. Was this really a free gift? Fine. I accept. In her eyes, even if Ye Kaishan's physique had improved, he stood no chance against her. What foolish fortune. How much stronger could he possibly become in just over a year? The wager was practically handed to her on a silver platter. Follow me. I'll show you my strength shortly. Ye Kaishan secretly rejoiced and beckoned her to follow. He led Jin Rui to an open area behind the Yi estate's rear mountain. The household could not withstand such commotion. Once the onlookers were cleared away, the two wasted no time and immediately clashed. A long drought met the sweet rain. Thunder above stirred the earth below. The female warrior leaped into the air and struck first. Her tremendous power caused the ground beneath them to quake, splitting open a fissure dozens of zhang long. Ye Kaishan's body trembled as he activated the power of his star cores, and his entire frame erupted in a dazzling brilliance. He stood firm and punched forward. Fists collided. The overwhelming force compressed the surrounding air, producing a relentless series of explosive booms. Jin Rui was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Ye Kaishan pressed his advantage, leaping into the air and pouncing toward Jin Rui. Let me show you what it's like to be on the receiving end. He was a man who held grudges. When the Valkyrie had once pinned him to the ground, he had vowed that one day he would turn the tables. The Dragon King, with the crooked smile, bided his time silently. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. Not a chance. Jin Rui shouted, slapping her palm against the ground and launching herself into the air, her eyes wide with shock as she watched Ye Kaishan charge toward her. Her heart trembled with astonishment. In barely over a year, Ye Kaishan's physical strength had undergone a transformation so dramatic that he seemed like an entirely different person. This rate of growth was simply absurd. Could this fellow have awakened a hidden divine physique? There was no time for further thought. Ye Kaishan had already closed the distance, his 5 fingers curling like hooks as he reached for Jin Rui's wrist. His body descended like a meteorite, radiating an overwhelming oppressive force. Sand and stones flew across the ground as cracks spread outward like spiderwebs. I refuse to believe you've suddenly grown this strong. Jin Rui roared, her long hair whipping wildly as powerful waves of chi surged around her body, and she struck with ferocious intent. The true martial battle body grew fiercer with each exchange, fear having no place in its lexicon. Yet Ye Kaishan's power bore down with overwhelming force, showing no patience for hesitation. Whenever he caught an opening, he crushed without mercy. They clashed from the heavens down to the earth, a titanic struggle that shook the land for 10 li around. Even within the Yi residence, one could feel the ground and buildings trembling. Has husband started fighting with the Valkyrie again? Ye Kaishan's concubines huddled together secretly, watching the battlefield. The commotion drifting from ahead sounded as though 2 peerless, ferocious beasts were locked in combat. How is the battle going? Hasn't husband been pinned to the ground by Jin Rui again? Zhang Hongdo asked worriedly. She had had the misfortune of witnessing such a scene before. Pinned to the ground, but it's not husband. It's the Valkyrie who's been pinned by husband. Ling Xiaoer covered her mouth in astonishment, having glimpsed scenes through her divine sense. It seems this Valkyrie ultimately cannot escape husband's grasp. Yin Shuetian smiled composed and unruffled, as though seeing through everything. After the duration of one incense stick, Jin Rui, utterly exhausted, was finally pinned to the ground by Ye Kaishan, unable to move. Well, do you yield? Ye Kaishan straddled her body, grasping the Valkyrie's wrists with both hands. Their faces were less than a foot apart, the pose exceedingly intimate. Jin Rui ground her teeth, wishing she could leap up and bite him. She could not accept that she had been bested by Ye Kaishan in physical prowess. A year ago she could ride him, and now the situation had completely reversed. What? The illustrious Valkyrie of Wu Kingdom. Can't you bear to lose? Seeing her silence, Ye Kaishan sneered, employing goading tactics. Hearing these words, Jin Rui's pride swelled instantly. I honor my word. If I've lost, I've lost. Am I the type to refuse to accept defeat? Jin Rui ceased struggling, an inexplicable pride rising to her face. Then she looked at Ye Kaishan, her eyes slowly beginning to glow. How did you manage this? In such a short time your physical body has advanced so dramatically. She asked, curiously, harboring an almost obsessive fixation on physical cultivation. Want to learn? Ye Kaishan asked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jin Rui nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grain. This is a secret technique not passed down within my Yi family. Only if you marry me and become one of my own will I teach it to you. Ye Kaishan spoke with sincerity. He was not jesting. Very well. You spoke these words yourself. Jin Rui did not hesitate, agreeing immediately and decisively. She was a woman of such directness. Ye Kaishan had defeated her and conquered her in physical strength. For her to marry a man stronger than herself was entirely acceptable. In truth, across the entire 7 kingdoms one would struggle to find a male cultivator who could completely overpower her. Setting aside all else, Ye Kaishan perfectly matched Jin Rui's standards for a mate. It is settled then. Ye Kaishan released his grip and rose from Jin Rui's body. I will return first to make preparations. In 3 months come to Wu Kingdom to wed me. Jin Rui said solemnly. Acting with swift decisiveness, she immediately departed with her subordinates upon finishing her words. Arriving in haste, departing just as swiftly, not even pausing for a drink of water. Ye Kaishan returned home like a victorious rooster, striding proudly to enjoy the admiration of his concubines. This time he had truly vindicated himself, not with a tied score, but with a decisive, overwhelming victory. 3 months passed swiftly, and the Yi family wedding procession was already prepared. This mission carried enormous weight. They were to cross kingdoms and travel to Wu Kingdom to fetch the bride, a journey of unprecedented length. Fortunately, none of them were novices. Hundreds of prior wedding missions were no laughing matter. At dawn, the wedding procession gathered early at the main gate, awaiting the ancestral patriarch. Soon after, Ye Kaishan emerged. Without a word, he summoned the moon-gazing flying vessel. Instantly, a flying vessel spanning 100 zhang hovered above the Yi estate, resembling a mass of white clouds. And this was merely its deliberately diminished form. Good heavens! What is this? The Yi clan members were thoroughly alarmed at the sight, unable to immediately identify the object. The faint aura emanating from the flying vessel imposed an overwhelming sense of oppression. Ye Kaishan moved and appeared upon the flying vessel, then beckoned with a gesture, drawing the dazed wedding party aboard. Let us depart. He infused spirit stones and activated the vessel. With a swift swoosh, the moon-gazing flying vessel became a speck and slowly vanished from sight, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers. The concubines stamped their feet in frustration, eager to board and see for themselves, yet Ye Kaishan had already departed. The moon-gazing flying vessel skimmed rapidly through the void, trailing luminous white exhaust behind it like the tails of 2 meteors. This drew the attention of passing cultivators. What manner of flying artifact is this? How immense! In the cultivation world, most cultivators traveled by swordflight, rarely relying on flying artifacts. A vessel as massive as the moon-gazing flying vessel was rarer than phoenix feathers. A single glance revealed its extraordinary value, far beyond what ordinary cultivators could afford. 3 days later, the moon-gazing flying vessel entered the territory of Wu Kingdom. Meanwhile, in Wu Kingdom's royal capital, all cultivators discussed but one matter over tea and meals. Their Valkyrie was about to marry, and to Yin Kingdom no less. Just who is this patriarch of the Yi family? He has managed to capture even our nation's Valkyrie. It is said this man has harem after harem and countless offspring. I cannot accept the Valkyrie marrying such a playboy. Haha. I hear this patriarch of the Yi family is the youngest nascent soul elder in the history of the 7 kingdoms. They are a match made in heaven. What right do you have to object? A group of young cultivators burned with righteous indignation, their blood boiling. This Yi patriarch was taking concubines right from under their noses. Absolutely unacceptable. It is said the monarch himself opposes this marriage. Marrying off our Valkyrie will not be so simple, someone sneered. At that moment the sky darkened and the city's inhabitants looked upward. The citizens of Wu Kingdom's capital were thrown into panic. Confronted with this sudden appearance of a monstrous vessel, an instinctive fear gripped them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone bellowed, immediately summoning their spiritual artifact ready for battle. Just then a voice echoed from the flying ship. I am Ye Kaishan, here to marry Jin Ryu. May I ask which direction the royal palace lies? At this moment the Wangyue flying ship had grown even more immense, stretching a full 1,000 zhang. This was Ye Kaishan's deliberate design. A wedding procession demanded grandeur. The greater the display, the more prestige one commanded. He intended to bring Jin Ryu back to the Ye family in the most magnificent fashion possible. Ye Kaishan, the Ye family ancestor. The city dwellers paused momentarily, then erupted into chaos, their faces filled with utter astonishment as they gazed upon the Wangyue flying ship. So this was the Ye family ancestor's flying artifact. Absolutely obscene in its extravagance. No wonder he could marry so many concubines. This man not only possessed unparalleled strength, but his financial prowess was beyond ordinary mortals as well. The female cultivators in the city gazed with admiration, longing desperately to take a ride. The Wangyue flying ship was not only massive but possessed an exquisite aesthetic. Anyone with true discernment could recognize it as a supreme treasure. They couldn't afford to even touch it. Immediately, a bold female cultivator called out, Senior Yi, if you don't mind, I could show you the way. She was a young woman dressed in colorful robes, appearing to be merely 16, strikingly beautiful. Oh, then come aboard. Ye Kaishan's voice rang out as a beam of light descended from the flying ship, lifting the woman up. Upon inquiry, they learned this cultivator's name was Xue Jing, at the early stage of foundation establishment, a disciple from Luoxia sect within Wu Kingdom. The woman gazed at Ye Kaishan with overwhelming emotion, her eyes filled with reverent admiration. Through countless rumors and legends, she had long regarded this youngest nascent soul ancestor of the 7 kingdoms as her idol. Thank you for the trouble, Miss Xue. Ye Kaishan smiled graciously without assuming any airs of a senior. It's no trouble at all. Xue Jing waved her hands repeatedly, her cheeks flushing crimson. Shortly after, guided by Xue Jing, Ye Kaishan steered the Wangyue flying ship and departed gracefully. The other female cultivators regretted, stamping their feet in frustration, cursing their lack of courage for letting Xue Jing seize the opportunity first. Meanwhile, inside the Wu Kingdom's royal palace, King Jin Haoyu was engaged in a heated argument with his sister. Sister, you are Wu Kingdom's mightiest war deity. If you marry into the Yi family, wouldn't that mean joining Yan Kingdom? Furthermore, I have yet to witness the true character of this Ye Kaishan. My sister is not someone just anyone is worthy of. Jin Haoyu appeared to be in his 30s, distinctly handsome and dignified. Yet standing before Jin Ryu, he barely reached her shoulder, resembling a mere younger brother. Brother, I have made myself quite clear. I lost to Ye Kaishan and cannot go back on my word. You know very well that once I make a decision, no one can stop me. Don't waste your breath. Just prepare the dowry properly. Jin Ryu was extremely assertive, appearing more like Wu Kingdom's queen than anyone else. Jin Haoyu's face turned green with frustration. He was furious, yet utterly helpless. He couldn't defeat her in combat, nor could he persuade her. Rest assured, even after marrying into the Yi family, I shall remain Wu Kingdom's female war deity. Jin Ryu patted her brother's shoulder, smiling as she spoke. The agreement was for 3 months. Ye Kaishan should be arriving soon. By our calculations, we have about a month. At these words, a mysterious pressure suddenly descended, enveloping the entire palace. The pressure of an earth-rank artifact. The siblings exchanged a glance, their expressions grave. Could a powerful enemy have attacked? Rushing out of the main hall, they immediately spotted the colossal object hovering in the sky. This is... Jin Haoyu was astounded. This was unmistakably the pressure unique to an earth-rank artifact. No one in the entire 7 kingdoms could have imagined such a magnificent flying artifact. Could it have come from the Tianluo wasteland? Who approaches? Jin Ryu shouted sternly, fully prepared for battle. It's me. Ye Kaishan's figure appeared upon the flying ship, gazing down at the royal city from above. Instantly both siblings were struck dumbfounded. They never expected the flying ship's master to be Ye Kaishan. Oh, what an exceptional son-in-law! You are truly a dragon among men. Please come in quickly. After recovering from his shock, Jin Haoyu immediately broke into a joyful smile, extending a warm invitation to Ye Kaishan. Jin Ryu eyed her brother with peculiar amusement. Who was it just now who had protested so strongly? And now he's already calling him son-in-law. How quickly his attitude changed. Ye Kaishan descended from the Wangyue flying ship and clasped his hands toward the martial king in greeting. Son-in-law, the journey has been long and exhausting. You must be weary from the voyage. Come, let me show you inside to rest. I'll have the servants bring up the dowry immediately. Jin Haoyu pulled Ye Kaishan into the palace as if they were old friends reuniting after many years. All his former objections had vanished the moment he laid eyes on the Wangyue flying ship. Such an excellent son-in-law was impossible to find even with a lantern. And so the martial king personally made arrangements preparing a generous dowry. 3 days later, Ye Kaishan piloted the Wang Yue flying ship and departed the royal city with tremendous fanfare. It's over. The female war deity has been carried off. Who said the martial king wouldn't agree to this marriage? My goddess. You beast. Release the female war deity. The female war deity is going to be taken home to bear children. That's what the Ye family ancestor likes best. The male cultivators throughout Wu Kingdom were heartbroken upon learning the news, watching helplessly as their goddess was taken away. They knew that with the Ye family ancestors' financial might, even their kingdom's ruler couldn't resist the temptation and had completely surrendered. A few days later, the Wang Yue flying ship made a grand return to Yen Kingdom. This 1,000-zhang colossal vessel drew countless gazes wherever it traveled. Have you heard? The Ye family is about to form a political marriage with Wu Kingdom's royal family. Master Yi is going to marry Wu Kingdom's female war deity, the martial king's own sister. Incredible. Once the news spread, the entire Yen Kingdom erupted. Who exactly was the female war deity? Wu Kingdom's mightiest nascent soul warrior. Such a formidable figure had been suddenly married off by Ye Kaishan. While the people felt envious and jealous, they harbored even more admiration. The Ye family ancestors' collection of concubines grew increasingly legendary and unfathomable. This news spreading to the other kingdoms stirred up quite a commotion as well. By this time, Ye Kaishan's Wang Yue flying ship had already returned to Qingyan City. His wedding ceremony with Jin Ruyu was formally held. This time the guests who came to offer congratulations arrived not only from Yen Kingdom, but from the other kingdoms as well in great numbers. The ceremony concluded and night fell. The wedding night had arrived. Ye Kaishan lifted Jin Ruyu's red bridal veil, revealing a face of subtle shyness mingled with passionate fire, an absolutely stunning visage. Let us engage in a most extraordinary contest. He lifted the female war deity into his embrace. The candlelight was extinguished. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your physique has been enhanced, reaching Earth rank middle grade. Ye Kaishan's spiritual root improved once more, and his speed of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth grew even faster. Afterward, he devoted his primary focus entirely to the female war deity. The two were evenly matched in every way. Finally, after half a year, Jin Ryu finally conceived. Husband, my belly has been enlarged by you. How despicable. Jin Rui said in a mix of shame and annoyance as she felt the little life growing within her womb. She never thought that one day she would also become pregnant. It being large is good. This is our creation. This little one will surely be remarkable in the future. Ye Kaishan gently stroked Jin Rui's lower abdomen. After Jin Rui became pregnant, his other concubines successively gave birth to offspring for Ye Kaishan. That day, the number of Ye Kaishan's spiritual root descendants finally reached a round number. Congratulations to the host on breaking through 300 spiritual root descendants. Family scale has increased. Reward: 50 years of cultivation experience, 50 years of artifact refining experience, 50 years of alchemy experience, and 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ye Kaishan spent 3 days absorbing the reward experience. His cultivation surged forward and broke through to the mid-stage of nascent soul. His other techniques also became more exquisite. Ye Kaishan lit the furnace to refine pills, producing a batch of elixirs for golden core and nascent soul cultivators. Among his concubines, those at the nascent soul stage included Jin Rui and Yao Xing. Those at the golden core stage included Ji Yin Yan Shuitian, Lu Xian Ling Qiao Miao Cha, Shi Qianrao, and others. Among them, Ji Yin Lu Xian Miao Huan and Shi Qianrao had already reached the peak of golden core and could break through to nascent soul at any time. Once they broke through, the Yi family would possess 7 nascent soul ancestors. This was a terrifying number. In the past, even the Yen Kingdom only had the old Yen King and the patriarch of Danding sect at the nascent soul stage. The Wu Kingdom, Tianshui Kingdom, and Lin Yuan Kingdom each only had 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators. The strongest of the 7 kingdoms, the daughter kingdom, might have slightly more. To help his concubines break through smoothly, Ye Kaishan refined a large quantity of Yuan gathering pills and Yuan nourishing pills. Various spirit elixirs to boost cultivation plus spirit stones were plentiful. Once there were 10 nascent soul cultivators, the Yi family could reach the rank of a 6th-tier cultivation aristocratic family. 7th tier rewarded divine level skills, 6th tier must surely soar even higher. One day a visitor from the Baihua sect arrived. A female disciple who announced she had come bearing the patriarch's edict to fulfill a match made in heaven. Reporting to Senior Yi, our patriarch wishes to betroth Elder Yin Yun to you. May I inquire about your thoughts, Senior? Upon hearing the female disciple's report, Ye Kaishan was immediately thrilled. The enchanting flower, Yin Yun. Ever since his first visit to the Baihua sect, he had harbored a longing for this golden blossom. Go back and tell your patriarch that 1 month from now, I will personally go to the Baihua sect to wed Yin Yun. Ye Kaishan spoke without the slightest hesitation. How could he refuse? He would gladly accept. 1 month later, Ye Kaishan piloted the Wangyue flying boat and arrived at the Baiwa sect. A group of female cultivators were immediately stunned by this colossal vessel. This thing was simply enormous. Hovering in the sky, it exuded an overwhelming pressure. This is Senior Ye's flying artifact. How magnificent. I really want to go up and touch it. It's so huge. I've never seen such a massive artifact before. The female disciples of the Baiwa sect were all captivated, their gaze never leaving it for a moment. Huh. Ye Kaishan's laughter rang out from the flying boat. If the ladies wish to, you are welcome to come aboard and touch it. Please do not be shy. Ye Kaishan warmly invited them and decided not to hide his magnificent treasure, leaving it outside for the female cultivators to tour. He himself entered the patriarch's hall alone and met the dignified and elegant Patriarch Miao. Patriarch Mi, once I marry Yun, I will have 4 golden flowers. When will you allow me to collect all 5? Ye Kaishan said it as a jest. Hearing this, Miao smiled gracefully and replied, Senior Master, do you not know that imperfection is beauty? Every golden flower of our Baiwa sect is 1 in 10,000. You already possess 4. Are you truly not satisfied? She remained composed, speaking eloquently with the charm of a mature woman. I have always pursued perfection. Even a slight shortcoming feels unsatisfactory to me. Ye Kaishan said with a smile, looking at Miao sincerely. Overwhelmed by his gaze, she could not hold it any longer and averted her eyes unsteadily. Here, Patriarch Mi, this is the betrothal gift. I observe that your cultivation is complete, and you should have long broken through to nascent soul. Here are 3 nascent infusion pills. If that is not enough, I have more. Ye Kaishan immediately showcased the charm of a mature man. He knew that a woman like Miao was no ordinary young girl. Sweet words held no sway over her. She valued practical things far more. At this moment, nascent infusion pills were undoubtedly what she needed most. Miao looked at the 3 pills, hesitating, but unexpectedly, Ye Kaishan forcefully pressed the elixirs into her hands, giving her no chance to refuse. Take them. Whatever I give away is never taken back. His domineering words sent a shiver through Miao's heart, and she obediently accepted the pills. Not long after, Ye Kaishan returned to Qingyun City with Yin and Yun. Guests came from all kingdoms to offer congratulations. The Yi family simply collected gifts until they were overwhelmed. The Yi family clansmen suddenly realized that even without conducting any business, they could earn considerable profits simply from the ancestors taking concubines. The ceremony concluded. On their wedding night, the enchanting flower Yin and Yun revealed a side entirely different from her other 3 golden flower sisters. Though untouched by love, she seemed to have experienced everything, knowing far too much. That night thoroughly delighted Ye Kaishan. Following that, he pressed on and wed Shun Miao, the beloved disciple of Gu Li. During this time, whenever Ye Kaishan had a free moment, he would visit the alchemy workshop to showcase his breathtaking alchemical prowess. Over time, Shun Miao quietly developed feelings for him. Ye Kaishan had long harbored the desire to bring Shun Miao into the Yi family. This woman possessed extraordinary alchemy talent. Once married into the family, he could more securely pass down his alchemical techniques to her. Why let fertile water flow to others' fields? And so the Yi family continued to adorn themselves with lanterns and festival decorations. Red lanterns and the like hardly came down. These 2 years were the peak period for taking concubines. By now, Ye Kaishan's concubine count had approached 500. The Yi family mansion was expanded again and again, nearly every day, seeing new extensions. Shun Miao's father was the current prime minister of the Yan kingdom. Upon learning that his daughter was to marry Ye Kaishan, he immediately set out without pause to attend the ceremony. When the 3rd prince heard this news, his heart turned ice cold as snowflakes swirled around him. No. The goddess he had pursued for so many years was about to wed another. However, even with all his discontent, he dared not voice a single complaint. At the wedding, he offered insincere blessings. The 1st prince understood these feelings well and patted his younger brother's shoulder with sympathy. Standing together, the two felt as though weeds were growing wildly upon their heads, lush and green. After the ceremony concluded, Ye Kaishan and the bride entered their wedding chamber. Shun Miao was an exceedingly pure woman, naturally beautiful, with a flawless figure utterly without blemish. This filled Ye Kaishan with wonder. Even though he had taken nearly 500 concubines, he had never found a pair alike. Each concubine possessed her own unique charm and beauty, which was rare indeed. 3 days after Ye Kaishan and Shun Miao's marriage, the Yan Kingdom royal family announced astonishing news. King Yin Li Fengtian shall abdicate in 3 years' time and pass the throne to his grandson Ye Kai. Upon hearing this news, everyone was utterly shocked. Upon hearing this news, people's first reaction was disbelief, for it came too suddenly. Throughout the years, House Yi and the royal Li family had never encountered any friction and had even intermarried on multiple occasions. Now Li Fengtian suddenly intended to pass the throne to Ye Kai, which would mean that Yan Kingdom would belong to House Yi in the future. However, upon reflection, everyone understood that Li Fengtian's actions were a desperate measure. House Ye had grown increasingly powerful, its strength so formidable that even the combined might of the four great immortal sects would prove no match. It was like a war without smoke, with House Ye emerging victorious in the end. By accumulating concubines, the patriarch of House Ye had woven relations spanning numerous kingdoms, bolstered by his own formidable strength. In battle, the Yin royal family would stand no chance against them. By acting this way, Li Fengtian could preserve a portion of the Li clan's bloodline, for Ye Kai was born of the 13th princess. Yin Kingdom has ushered in a new order, with House Ye rightfully claiming its dominance. The patriarch of House Ye proved ruthless, methodically eroding the Li clan's influence through his numerous concubines, each drawn from cultivation families numbering at least 100 households. Whispers spread among the masses, and families allied with House Ye through marriage erupted in excitement. As House Ye's grand vessel prepared to set sail, they too would board as honored guests. In the wake of this, many began scouting female cultivators from their clans, ready to send them to House Ye. Li Fengtian is truly a wise man, knowledgeable and discerning. When Ye Kaishan learned of the news, he smiled faintly, his regard for the ruler he'd met only once greatly elevated. To this day, he had never spoken face-to-face with Li Fengtian, having only caught a distant glimpse at the alchemy gathering back then. In truth, there was no enmity between them. Yet when family interests were at stake, all else took a back seat. Once House Ye assumed control of Yin Kingdom, it would yield substantial benefits. A few months later, Jin Rui hurried back from Wu Kingdom with her belly swollen. She was about to give birth. The female warrior, known for her swift and resolute actions, welcomed her child with the same extraordinary decisiveness. She smoothly delivered a daughter with supreme-tier, heavenly-grade spiritual roots, though lacking any special physique. Ye Kaishan understood this well, for such physiques were 1 in 10,000, and only through bearing many children would the odds improve. Henceforth, Ye Kaishan devoted greater focus to cultivation and siring offspring. Like a fleeting shuttle through time, 2.5 years passed in an instant. Within these 2.5 years, Ye Kaishan's direct descendants surpassed 3,500, bearing spiritual roots, while his broader lineage exceeded 5,000 souls. Accounting for Ye Kaishan's hundreds of concubines and their households, the direct population of House Ye surpassed 10,000. Including servants, laborers, and guards, the entire Ye clan exceeded 50,000 members. The rewards for siring offspring proved extraordinarily generous, enabling Ye Kaishan to advance rapidly to the late nascent soul stage. His star-refining body art reached its ultimate perfection. Among the rewards were spirit fields, array formations, spirit stones, and experience, everything one could desire. He also received a mid-tier earthly divine ability called Yuan Ci Zhongguang. This was purely an offensive ability capable of imposing magnetic gravity upon one's target. The radiant energy it unleashed could also disturb the opponent's spiritual consciousness. Among his concubines, Yin Shuitian bore another earthly-grade spiritual root descendant after Yi Han, while Shen Miao and Yin Yun each delivered 2 children, 2 of whom possessed heavenly-grade spiritual roots. Jin Rui, having just delivered her first child, was not long pregnant and carried a prominent belly. This day finally arrived, the 3rd anniversary of Li Fengtian's tenure. Yin Kingdom held the abdication ceremony, where Li Fengtian passed the throne to the 6-year-old Ye Kai. Despite his tender age, the boy displayed remarkable composure from the outset, remaining calm throughout the grand proceedings. He methodically completed the succession rites. Representatives from several major kingdoms arrived to offer their congratulations, though in truth, they harbored no desire to see House Ye claim the Yin throne. Acknowledging that this would create a formidable adversary, they could only extend their congratulations publicly while secretly preparing their defenses. Ye Kaishan himself attended the ceremony, maintaining a low profile throughout, yet all eyes inevitably found their way to him. After the ceremony concluded, Li Fengtian removed his royal robes and donned simple Taoist garments before approaching Ye Kaishan. Fellow Taoist Ye, if my memory serves, this marks our first genuine meeting. He spoke with a touch of wistfulness, his face entirely free of hostility, as though greeting an old friend not seen in many years, familiar yet distant. I suppose so, Ye Kaishan replied with a nod, somewhat surprised by Li Fengtian's demeanor. There was no trace of hatred in his presence. Such composure could only stem from either a broad mind unburdened by desire or profound depths of cunning and patience. After all, to lose one's entire heritage and remain unaffected was hardly normal. One mountain cannot harbor 2 tigers. From now on, Yin Kingdom is yours to command. Rest assured, the Li family shall depart henceforth to explore the wider world. We pose no threat to Yin Kingdom. Li Fengtian continued, as if to alleviate Ye Kaishan's concerns. Fellow Taoist Li, I never regarded you as an opponent from beginning to end. Ye Kaishan smiled, his gaze calm as still water. Until we meet again by fate. Li Fengtian chuckled softly and turned to depart. 3 days following Ye Kai's succession ceremony, the Li royal family, led by the former emperor, departed Yin Kingdom, traversing the Tianlua wasteland toward the realm of thunder. The third prince, the crown prince, and all Li family bloodlines had gone. Henceforth, there would be no Li family of Yin Kingdom, only the Ye family. However, Ye Kaishan took no part in governing Yin Kingdom, leaving that to the 13th princess and select Ye clan members. His primary focus remained unchanged from the start. Taking concubines and siring offspring remained his eternal pursuit. This day, several of Ye Kaishan's concubines finally stood on the verge of breakthrough. They were Shi Qianrao Miao, Huan Ji, Yin Lv Xian, and Yin and Ai Yun. Each had reached the pinnacle of core formation, ready to break through. Their subsequent breakthroughs sent ripples of astonishment across Yin Kingdom and even the Seven Kingdoms. They advanced in orderly succession one after another. As one performance ended, another commenced. House Yi has produced another nascent soul elder. Which concubine of patriarch Yi is this? When the first breakthrough occurred, the citizens of Qingyun City could maintain their composure, showing little more than mild surprise. But as the second, third, and subsequent breakthroughs followed in rapid succession, all restraint dissolved. Damn it, I finally understand why the Li family fled. Facing such opponents is simply a nightmare. Nascent soul elders were exceedingly precious. No kingdom possessed more than 2 or 3. How could they be so common in House Yi? 5 nascent soul elders born in a single burst. How many such powerhouses did House Yi now harbor? With Ye Kaishan, Yao Xing, and Jin Rui included, the Yi family now had 8 nascent soul cultivators. Only 2 more were needed to reach 10 and break through to a 6th-rate immortal cultivation family. Yan Shuitian, Jiang Hongdo, Ling Xiaoer, and the other women had all reached mid to late foundation establishment stage, not far from nascent soul. Ye Kaishan distributed some of his child-blessing magical treasures among his concubines, boosting their morale. Ji Yin and Yao Xing, who had initially resisted having children, now barely managed to restrain themselves. Besides his concubines, Ye Kaishan's children were also beginning to shine, each one surpassing the last. Yi Han, Ye Kaishan's son, with Yan Shuitian, possessed a heavenly grade spiritual root. In his early teens, he had already reached early foundation establishment, a cultivation pace that defied logic, advancing at an astonishing speed. Furthermore, the Yi family's lavish resources meant nothing was in short supply. By the same age, Yi Han had already surpassed those from immortal sects by a full cultivation realm. While others were only at early qi condensation, he had already broken through to foundation establishment. This put immense pressure on his elder siblings, born of the same father, yet operating on entirely different settings. The later-born children tended to possess superior aptitude. Yi Xingqian, only a few years old with a rare spiritual physique, had already reached late qi condensation upon just beginning his cultivation journey. He left his peers in the dust, forcing them into frantic competition. This was the power of spiritual roots combined with resources, both essential for rapid advancement. Neither can be absent. Ye Kaishan never held back on his children, personally teaching cultivation techniques and bestowing magical treasures whenever they reached certain milestones. His eldest offspring had gradually reached foundation establishment. The children without spiritual roots, now in their 70s and 80s, were half dead. This plight required time to ease, as the longevity fruit tree and spirit-reversing sacred lotus had not yet matured. Ye Kaishan told his rootless children to endure a bit longer, that better days lay ahead. So he promptly married Xue Jing, a female cultivator from the Luoxia sect. He wanted to take more concubines and produce offspring, hoping to cultivate immortal medicines so his clan could live well. Through Xue Jing, Ye Kaishan could connect with the Luoxia sect. The Luoxia sect was remarkably powerful, roughly equal to both the Baiwa sect and Yunlan sect combined. They had 1 nascent soul patriarch and about a dozen foundation establishment elders. Xue Jing's eldest sister, Xue Qingqiu, served as the grand elder of Luoxia sect, a radiant woman at the peak of foundation establishment. She personally attended the wedding to offer her congratulations. Ye Kaishan immediately gifted her 3 infant nurturing pills. Xue Qingqiu, known for her stern demeanor, had harbored doubts about this marriage given Ye Kaishan's numerous concubines. She worried her younger sister would suffer upon entering the household. Yet when Ye Kaishan presented her with the 3 pills, Xue Qingqiu suddenly felt something shift within her. This man possessed a charisma that set him apart from ordinary men. Elder Xue, you've traveled so far. Why not stay a few days longer? Ye Kaishan extended the invitation. Xue Qingqiu wore a white veil over her face, concealing her features from ordinary cultivators who could barely glimpse her true appearance. But to Ye Kaishan the veil was meaningless. He saw straight through it. Xue Qingqiu was strikingly beautiful, with a beauty mark beside her lip, the type of woman who appeared aloof but was actually quite passionate beneath the surface. Women like her projected cold elegance and untouchable grace, but once her heart was won, she would respond with fierce passion. Let me see. Xue Qingqiu hesitated, about to reply, when suddenly a brilliant light erupted from the distant horizon. It flowed across the void like ink on silk, forming a towering landscape scroll so vivid it seemed like a projection of another world. In that instant, everyone across the Yin kingdom froze, stunned by what they witnessed. An immortal sight. The immortals are showing mercy. May they bless us with healthy sons. Is this merely a painting or an entire world? It's so breathtakingly real. Could this be the ruins of an ancient immortal? The cultivators, captivated by the vision, exchanged theories and scrambled to investigate. This radiance appears to be originating from within Yin kingdom, they observed. At that very moment, nascent soul experts from neighboring kingdoms also detected the phenomenon. The mountain and water painting was so vast it blanketed the sky, like a celestial palace, Ye Kaishan noted. Across from him, Xue Qingxiu met his gaze, both registering shock and suspicion. This is almost certainly a secret realm that has been triggered, revealing itself to the world, Xue Qingxiu stated, her luminous eyes gleaming with intensity. A secret realm? Shall we go investigate together? Ye Kaishan smiled, summoning several concubines and hastening toward the site on the moon-gazing flying boat, leaving Xue Qingxiu's agreement unasked. Upon closer approach, they realized the pillar of light erupted from the black water-cold pool, the very place where Ye Kaishan had slaughtered black serpents and found Ye Fan's small cauldron. Could this secret realm be connected to the little black cauldron? Ye Kaishan mused as he steered the boat nearer. Others had beaten them here. Yang Menghua had spotted the anomaly and immediately summoned elders to the scene. Have you discerned anything, sect master? Yang Menghua asked as Ye Kaishan grounded the vessel and they descended. I cannot approach nor breach it. Something blocks us, likely an array formation, Yang Menghua reported. After lengthy observation, that was all he could determine. Let me try. Ye Kaishan's eyes flashed as he formed seals and hurled talismans at the cold pool. But the moment they struck the light pillar, they were repelled by a powerful force. Just as Ye Kaishan prepared to strike again, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Condensed sound transmission. Father, stop attacking. It's your son Ye Fan. I discovered this secret realm. Hold off for me, and I'll share it with you when I return. Ye Fan. Ye Kaishan's pupils contracted. He never expected his son to be the one who triggered it. This lad can project his voice directly to my ears. Certainly gained some fortuitous opportunity recently. Could there be a venerable mentor sealed within the little black cauldron? Ye Kaishan's expression grew increasingly strange as he pondered this. Noticing Ye Kaishan's peculiar expression, Yang Menghua couldn't help but ask, what is it? Did you discover something? Ye Kaishan snapped back to attention with a sigh. This is likely a place of dire misfortune. A place of misfortune? It hardly looks like one, Yang Menghua said doubtfully. If it truly were, it would have been destroyed long ago. Let me examine it further, Ye Kaishan replied, keeping quiet about Ye Fan's presence below. This matter was too significant to disclose widely. Meanwhile, deep within an ironwood forest, a figure cloaked in black robes gazed at the celestial anomaly, a perfect smile curling their lips before breaking into uproarious laughter. Excellent. This journey was not in vain. I must notify the sect immediately. His grin widened. They forced me to unleash the heavenly demon's destruction technique, and not a single one will escape. More cultivators continued to arrive at the Heishui cold pool, representing major immortal sects and cultivation families. Ye Ancestor. Master Ye. The heads of various cultivation families stepped forward to pay their respects. These were families with marriage alliances to the Ye clan. Upon arrival, they all positioned themselves behind Ye Kaishan, treating him as their supreme leader. Danding sect, Juxiang sect, and Baihua sect all dispatched important figures. Master Ye, long time no see. Mi Rao the Grand Master also arrived. A year ago, she had broken through to the nascent soul realm, her aura becoming even more noble and dignified. An aura of regal maternal grace emanated from her entire being. This cold pool is the entrance. Let me try if I can enter. Dan Yangzi, who had just arrived, eagerly attempted to test the entrance. However, his attack was like casting a stone into water, merely creating a few ripples on the seal's surface. Ye Kaishan remained unmoved, showing no intention of intervening. He was perfectly content to let things unfold as they were. From his previous attempt, even cultivators at the nascent soul stage would require considerable time to breach this seal. Even if he were to act personally, breaking it would not be an easy feat. This seal might be the secret realm's barrier, or perhaps created by Ye Fan. Subsequently, everyone took turns attempting to break the formation. Time passed slowly. A resonant hum filled the air as the sky blazed brilliantly. Rays of rosy clouds shot across the heavens. A massive bird, its feathers burning crimson like a phoenix, descended suddenly. With each beat of its wings, it scattered clouds of light that dissolved into the world. Luoxiao sect from Wu Kingdom had arrived. The sect's name originated from this legendary spirit beast. It was an ancient fourth-tier spirit beast, a cherished companion of the first sect master. Duguji, the sect master of Luoxiao sect, was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Draped in a flowing crimson dress, she appeared as if cloaked in flames. Behind her followed over a dozen male and female disciples, most of whom were golden core stage cultivators. Sect master. Xue Qingxiu hurried forward to greet them, then began introducing Ye Kaishan. Daoist Yi, a genuine pleasure to finally meet you. Duguji nodded slightly, greeting him with a graceful smile. Ye Kaishan's eyes gleamed with interest. He had never anticipated the Luoxia sect's leader to be so extraordinary. Beyond her stunning beauty, her temperament was even more remarkable. Those phoenix-like eyes burned with an aloof, icy pride that commanded attention. I have long heard of Sect Master Dugu's renowned name, and meeting you today proves the reputation is well-deserved. Ye Kaishan replied with a smile, secretly assessing the woman's qualities. A supreme-grade top-tier spirit root, nascent soul middle stage, merely 400 years of age. For a nascent soul cultivator, whose lifespan could span 1,000 years, 400 was comparable to a mortal girl in her 20s. While Ye Kaishan observed her covertly, Dugu, she was also carefully examining him. He was the most celebrated figure in the Seven Kingdoms over the past few years. He possessed no supernatural appendages, merely an exceptionally handsome face that appeared harmless. However, this man had just taken one of her disciples as a concubine, revealing his true nature as an incorrigible womanizer. With this in mind, Dugu Ji glanced at Xue Qingxiu beside her, worried the elder might be swayed. She felt compelled to issue a cautionary reminder. Elder Xue, once this matter is resolved, return with me. I will help you break through to the nascent soul stage. She wanted to prevent Xue Qingxiu from getting too close to Ye Kaishan, using the nascent soul breakthrough as leverage. Yet to Dugu Ji's surprise, Xue Qingxiu burst into laughter upon hearing her words. Sect Master, I am confident in breaking through to the nascent soul on my own. After all, Master Yi has gifted me 3 paying pills, which should be more than sufficient. Dugu Ji froze momentarily, then cast a sidelong glance at Ye Kaishan. Her gaze carried a hint of unspoken resentment. Would one dare to casually gift 3 paying pills, such a precious treasure? And to Xue Qingxiu no less. Dugu Ji fell silent, pretextually moving to the cold pool's edge to attempt breaking the seal. Before long, cultivators from Lin Yuan Kingdom and Tian Shui Kingdom arrived in succession. However, no one came from Baishou Kingdom and Tianlang Kingdom, as these 2 kingdoms had long ceased to exist. Yin Kingdom was bordered by the Endless Sea, with Lin Yuan Kingdom and Tian Shui Kingdom on either side. In the center lay Wu Kingdom, Tianlang, and Baishou. The westernmost region, near the Tianluo grasslands, was the domain of Nuer Kingdom. Furthest from Yin Kingdom, they arrived last. A white cloud formed into a celestial bed descended from the horizon, carrying over 20 women standing upon it. These women ranged from young to mature, each exceptionally beautiful, selected from thousands. Some appeared to be in their late 20s, others merely 17 or 18. Some were lively, some adorable, some coldly proud, each uniquely charming. However, compared to the woman seated on the central cloud throne, all these beauties seemed slightly diminished. Like stars surrounding the moon, their beauty was eclipsed by the central woman. Her face was like a snow-white peony, breathtakingly beautiful, radiant, and graceful. Her eyes, as they moved, radiated an imposing authority, suggesting an unreachable, untouchable, regal presence. This woman was the queen of Nuer Kingdom. Flanking her cloud throne stood a pair of twin maidservants, both surprisingly at the golden core stage. Instantly, every cultivator present turned their gaze toward the cloud bed. Ye Kaishan was no exception. Among the female cultivators of Nuer Kingdom, he recognized a few. Chu Sherwei from Yunu Palace was among them. Beside her stood a more mature, graceful woman, whose cultivation had already reached nascent soul perfection. This woman was the palace master of Yunu Palace. The queen of Nuer Kingdom also possessed cultivation at nascent soul perfection. Alongside Chu Sherwei at nascent soul middle stage, Nuer Kingdom had deployed 3 nascent soul cultivators this time. The remaining women were all at the golden core stage. Such profound heritage exceeded other kingdoms by at least half a level. Everyone, how is the situation? After arriving, the queen glanced at the cold pool and spoke calmly. Her voice carried no intimidation, instead sounding languid and soft. Upon hearing it, listeners felt a tingling sensation of numbness. The male cultivators present felt their hearts stir with hidden fantasies. Marrying the queen of Nuer Kingdom would truly be a shortcut to greatness. I wonder who will eventually win her hand. Yet everyone merely thought this. Given the customs of Nuer Kingdom's female cultivators, marriage seemed unlikely, let alone a queen ruling an entire nation. However, this did not mean Nuer Kingdom had no men, only women. Reproduction and marriage were entirely different matters. Responding to the queen's words, the sect master of Jingguang sect from Lin Yuan Kingdom stepped forward. He appeared to be a man in his 30s, dressed in a Yinyang 8 trigrams Taoist robe. Jingguang sect specialized in formations. Across the 7 kingdoms, no one understood formations better than them. Your Majesty, above the cold pool lies a formation seal. Only by dispelling this seal can one enter the secret realm. Sect Master Ma Yuanhua of Jingguang sect cupped his fists and reported loudly. Oh, do you have a method to break the seal? The queen raised her eyelids slightly, asking unhurriedly. Hearing this, Ma Yuanhua felt a tremor in his heart, immediately invigorated. There was no room for refusal. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Regarding the Tao of formations, I dare say no one in the 7 kingdoms can rival me. This seal is mine to break.